Moe observed his expression and having immediately understood what his master was thinking about, he inquired immediately, since that the case, this new student must definitely be very powerful before she dares to do such a thing. What's her background? Jiang Tuxin quickly showed off his accomplishments. This young lady is called by Ruoli, and she comes from a small country called South Yu Kingdom from South Sky region's border. Her background isn't very ordinary. Her father is Bai Lu Feng and he was the strongest core student in Celestial Light Academy's history. Even our old sect master had personally came over to Sky Cloud City and tried to take him in as a direct disciple. If her father had joined Celestial Light sect that year, then he would be sect master Murong's junior brother and she would be the same generation as young sect master. A pity that. Jiang Tuxin spoke frankly with assurance, couldn't wait to repeat the entire story of Bai Lu Feng during those years. It was an incredible achievement for Celestial Light Academy to have been able to nurture one Bai Lu Feng. But before he could complete his story, Li Moying had cut into his conversation. Where is the martial arts stage? Bring me over there. Jiang Yueli went into a blank, He had introduced Bai Lu Feng and his daughter's story so as to give himself credit and had never expected that Li Moying would want to go and see some battle. After all, no matter how exciting the battle was, wasn't it just between some third-stage realm practitioners? With Li Moying's potential and status, how was it possible that he would have any interest in such a childish and low-leveled battle? Li Moying's brows raised as he gazed towards him impatiently. Jiang Tuxin's heart thumped as he hurriedly responded, yes, I'll lead the way now. Young sect master, please follow me this way. Martial arts stage. Huang Yueli used a tremendous strength before she was able to squeeze herself through the crowd. Initially she didn't want to hurt the innocent crowd, but until the last moment, she had no choice but to use her profound energy to separate the crowd apart to make a path through. By the time she arrived, the martial arts stage entrance's hourglass had pointed exactly at 7 o'clock. Under such a tight situation, Li Shuer was actually able to sit in the very first row, which was the golden seat nearest to the tournament grounds. It was obvious to see how high the position of an armament master was in Celestial Light Academy. Upon seeing Huang Yueli, Li Shuer immediately laughed out. Our new stop student has finally arrived. Why did you drag until so late? Could it be that you finally understood how big of a mistake you'd committed and didn't dare to come because you're afraid? Too bad, it's too late. Even if you regret it now, your star currency isn't going to come back. But if you directly admit your loss now, at least you won't be hurt and can go back in one piece. Just that your reputation will definitely be thrown away. Huang Yueli threw one glance at her lips curled up slightly. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Not only will I not lose, what's more, I will win all the battles. I heard that you had set up several bets that my chances of winning is equal to none. So I'm going to bet 20,000 medium-quality spirit stones that I will win all my matches. I hope by then you'd be able to pay back. A betting rate of 1 to 100 was equal to 200,000 pieces of medium-quality spirit stones. If she were to include the amount that Su Qingyue and gang had added, it was thinkable that Li Shuer would pay dearly today. However, she didn't realize it, and when she heard what Huang Yueli said, she laughed until she could stand up straight. I've seen people heading for death, but never seen someone to go on a speed bullet train like you. Still talking big before you meet your death. And you're actually giving me 20,000 medium-quality spirit stones. Really, laughed Aimee. She turned back and said, Sister Mingshuang, since she's in a hurry to look for death, then you'd better quickly head down and grant her wish. Alright, I'll go and meet her. I want to see just how strong is the new top student. Laughter was heard and the young lady stood up behind Li Shuer was Ji Mingshuang. She looked around 17 to 18 years of age and wasn't particularly pretty, but she had an arrogant look, which obviously displayed her confidence in her own ability. Huang Yueli didn't say anything as she turned around directly and walked towards the center of the martial arts stage battlegrounds. The crowd were completely boiling with excitement. It's starting soon. It's starting. Finally, the battle is going to start. I must open my eyes wide and look carefully. I had bet so many spirit stones. I bet this new top student would at least win one round. Why didn't you bet that she would lose all rounds? Because the odds of losing all rounds is simply too low, which is equivalent to not earning anything at all. I really hope she will buck up, but if she really didn't win a single round, then she would be the #1 biggest joker among the new students of Celestial Light Academy's history. The two of them stood face to face against each other. Yi Mingxuang drew out a long sword from her back and touched it in a loving manner. After that she looked towards Huang Yueli and spoke arrogantly. To be honest, when I just entered Celestial Light Academy, I had also thought that my ability was much higher than the senior students, but reality had taught me what is to know your own limits. Today I'll be the one to teach you this lesson. I'll let you strike 3 times first. Huang Yueli gave out a pft as she laughed and said, I think you haven't learnt your lesson at all. What? Yi Mingxuang was stunned. Huang Yueli had already kept her smiles. Stop all the talking, you're really going to let me strike 3 times? Yi Mingxuang arrogantly raised her chin as she replied, Nonsense, if you're able to even touch a corner of my clothes within these 3 strikes, I will kneel down and kowtow to you. Huang Yueli raised her brows. You agreed on this, okay? Yi Mingxuang sneered, you really think you can hurt me? Huang Yueli noncommittally smiled as she waved her right hand and drew a circle in the air. The surrounding fire attributed profound energy immediately gathered within her hand and grew into a blazing fire ring. Yi Mingxuang saw that Huang Yueli didn't even drew out her weapon as she sneered coldly, who do you think you are? You think you can hurt me when you don't even bring out your profound weapon? Hee hee. Her laughter halted suddenly. Huang Yueli's pointed her right hand towards the front and a strong burst of fire attributed profound energy sprayed out following her fair slender fingers. A fire dragon tore out from the empty space and with striking rays, it shot out towards Yi Mingxuang's chest. Yi Mingxuang didn't expect Huang Yueli to have such terrifying and intense power the moment she struck. The intensity of the fire dragon was so strong that it exceeded her expectations, and her instinct was to retreat. But she seemed to be fixed to the ground, rendering her immovable. A huge boom sound reverberated and Yi Mingxuang was struck on the chest and her dantian was almost scattered as she flew out and crashed onto the stage boundaries array and bounced back onto the battleground stage once again. These 2 strikes had made her entire body's bones fell apart as she laid limply onto the ground, totally unable to stand up. Everything happened too quickly. All the students were stunned by this as their mouths opened wide, staring blankly towards the direction of the stage. At that moment, no one was able to react. It was until Yi Mingxuang was unable to get up when the crowd started to cry out in shock. Heavens! What happened earlier? What's wrong with my eyes? That new top student had actually beaten Yi Mingxuang to this state in just 1 strike? That's right, how is that possible? I must be seeing things wrongly. Yi Mingxuang is ranked 69 among the core students, how is it possible for her to lose to a new student? Correct, but this. Yi Mingxuang had lost quite quickly, right? I haven't even seen clearly what had happened and she lost? Could it be that the new student used some sinister move and schemed against Yi Mingxuang? The crowd were discussing in low volumes. The gazes towards Huang Yueli were filled with shock, astonishment and horror. Only 1/10 of the students in Celestial Light Academy were core students. And all 500+ core students were the elite among the elite and all of them were held in high regards. Yi Mingxuang was ranked 69, so that already clearly explained her ability. Among the ordinary students present, she was already a strong presence whom most had no way to win against. Who knew, this newcomer had only used one move. In between this one move, Yi Mingxuang had already been defeated. Even though most people had already guessed that Huang Yueli's power was extraordinary, to dare to accept so many battle invitations, she definitely had the ability, but no one had expected that she was actually so strong to this extent. In front of her, Yi Mingxuang was akin a defenseless ordinary person, not even able to take one strike. Because of the array's separation, all the students only felt astonished, but were not able to feel the actual situation on the stage. Whereas Yi Mingxuang, who was on the stage, not only felt astonishment or surprised, and a deep sense of terror. Earlier during that instant, when the fire dragon flew into the sky, the entire stage was vibrating with a strong and overbearing fire attributed profound energy. That overwhelming advantage made her feel that she was up against a fourth or even fifth stage realm top exponent. But the new student in front of her had merely just advanced into third stage realm, and wasn't her cultivation lower than hers? Huang Yueli walked over slowly towards her. Yi Mingxuang heard her footsteps and used her hands to hold up her body. At least standing up would not make her seem overly pathetic. But the moment she tried to hold herself up, she felt a wave of intense pain coming over her entire body. All the bones in her body had apparently been injured in the 2 knocks earlier. Several bones were broken, and her arms especially felt sore and painful, completely unable to use any strength. Huang Yueli walked towards Yi Mingxuang till she was just 2 steps away before she stopped. From Yi Mingxuang's line of vision, she was able to see that Huang Yueli was wearing an exquisite deerskin embroidered ankle boots. Her gaze followed from the boots upwards, but because she was not able to raise her head, no matter how she tried, she could only stop at Huang Yueli's knee and not see her face at all. Huang Yueli's voice was heard coming from the top of Yi Mingxuang's head. "Senior Sister Yi, didn't you say I wasn't able to hurt you within 3 moves? How about now? I remember Senior Sister Yi saying that I don't know my own limits, and you will teach me this lesson. So now, who taught who the lesson?" Yi Mingxuang's face flushed a bright shade of red, recalling the bold words that she had said just a few moments ago. Thinking back now, it seemed like a thorough joke. Huang Yueli had thrown all the words she had said right back at her. This was akin to slapping her right on her face. Even though Huang Yueli didn't lift a finger to slap her at all, she could thoroughly feel that her reputation had all been thrown away, and it was swollen until she was not able to face anyone anymore. Yi Mingxuang was feeling both embarrassed and furious, but unfortunately she had to stay in the position as she wasn't able to stand up and could only prostrate onto the ground right before Huang Yueli's feet. She had never for a moment been so humiliated in her entire life. She lowered her head as she couldn't help but wish for a hole to appear right before her so that she could hide into it. She could totally imagine that after today, she would become one of the laughingstock in the entire Celestial Light Academy. At this very moment, Yi Mingxuang had regretted her decision to listen to Li Shuer's incitation to help her teach this new student a lesson. She didn't even need this amount of star currency. Moreover, thinking back, she was obviously tricked by Li Shuer. This new student was from the same kingdom as Li Shuer, and would Li Shuer not know her true ability? Yet she didn't tell her beforehand. Isn't this an obvious scheme? Yi Mingxuang had started to grow a deep hatred for Li Shuer. Actually, the person she should hate more is Huang Yueli. It was human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. When she realized the power between them was so huge, she knew that she would never be able to defeat Huang Yueli, so this debt could only be placed onto Li Shuer. Yi Mingxuang didn't say a single word and treated herself like a dead person, not making a single move as she laid on the ground, hoping that when Huang Yueli had won, she would leave on her own accord. But who knew that when Huang Yueli saw her not moving, she said, "Senior Sister Yi, you said it earlier, you'll let me take 3 strikes, and now, there's 2 more strikes." When Yi Mingxuang heard these, her heart thumped, hoping that she had heard wrongly. At this moment, she had forgotten about the pain on her body as she raised her head and started at Huang Yueli. What do you intend to do? Huang Yueli used her especially innocent look as she blinked her eyes and replied, I didn't intend to do anything. But you said it yourself earlier, that you'll let me make 3 strikes, why? Are you not intending to keep your word? You. Yi Mingxuang was on the verge of throwing up blood. This. She had indeed said such things earlier. But the situation now and earlier had changed completely. Earlier she thought she had an advantage, so she said that. But now that she had been defeated, and to be defeated in such a humiliating way, not in the least bit apprehensive, Huang Yueli was still biting onto the statement that she had made earlier. Even the Academy's teacher on the tournament stage, who was responsible to be the referee, frowned slightly. Miss Yi has already been defeated, and the outcome of the battle is now clear that you're the victor, so let's just stop wasting any more time on her. Huang Yueli replied, have I won? But senior sister Yi didn't admit her defeat. I've read through the martial arts stage battle rules, and as long as no one admits defeat, then silence will mean the competition will continue, isn't it? When Yi Mingxuang heard that, she hastily cried out, I admit. But before she could say the word defeat, Huang Yueli had already made a move. Fire attributed profound energy instantly exploded as it caused Yi Mingxuang's body to jerk up into the sky again. Second strike. Huang Yueli lightly called out. Yi Mingxuang was thrown high up into the air and her body faced upwards as her head banged against the boundary of the array. And once again she was rebounded onto the ground. When Huang Yueli saw this, her eyebrows creased slightly as she mumbled, what's the situation? This array is rather steady. At this moment, Yi Mingxuang was descending once again, and it seemed that she was about to crash onto the ground. Huang Yueli hurriedly struck out against the back of her waist. Third strike. Yi Mingxuang was totally unable to retaliate against her, and she didn't even have a single bit of reaction time as she was struck realistically by that third strike. Her body flew horizontally outwards, towards the corner of the tournament stage and crashed heavily. Bang! Following an intense sound accompanied with some tremors, the boundary of the array beside the stage gave out a wave of blue rays and subsequently lost its effect. Celestial Light Academy's martial arts stage had used this sturdy isolation array for years, and it had actually been broken to smithereens on the spot. Yi Mingxuang's body flew outwards of the area of the tournament stage and flew towards the spectators' seating area. Finally, she crashed heavily onto the first row of the spectators' platform, and coincidentally, she had crashed right into Li Shuer. Li Shuer was stunned from watching the unforeseen events on the tournament stage and hadn't expected that even though she was isolated from a powerful fourth-tier array, such a huge misfortune would come crashing onto her. No one knew if it was so coincidental that when the both of them had knocked against each other, they happened to be facing one another, and as their foreheads knocked against one another with a bam, they had broken each other's head and blood started to flow immediately. Yi Mingxuang's body had several meridians broken and many bones broken, so when she crashed onto Li Shuer, she could no longer take it as she sprayed out a mouthful of blackish blood, spraying it right onto Li Shuer's face. Thereafter, she rolled her eyes and fainted completely. As for Li Shuer, although there wasn't any obvious injuries, but to be knocked onto the head with such a severe crash was also a hard strike, and for a moment, she felt dizzy as she almost fell onto the ground. She had managed to stabilize herself with great difficulty, and before words could come out from her opened mouth, the blackish blood was sprayed from Yi Mingxuang into her mouth. That feeling was extremely disgusting, and it had smoked Li Shuer so much that she fainted. After regaining consciousness, she squatted on one side and started to throw up. All the students present were completely stunned by Huang Yueli's lightning-fast strategy. No one had expected that Huang Yueli would be so vicious. Yi Mingxuang was obviously unable to win in that condition, but she had not shown any mercy, and continued to strike. Moreover, the more terrifying thing was that she actually broke the array on the tournament stage. This was simply unbelievable. She. What exactly was her cultivation level? At this moment, Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin had led Li Moying into the martial arts stage from the rear door. The academy's teachers would sometimes head over and take a look at the battles, but they didn't mingle with the students, but had an eagle's eye view seating, isolated from the student spectator platform. Otherwise, if the principal and vice principal were to show their presence, it would have already caused a stir and the tournament would be prematurely terminated. When they just stepped in, they had coincidentally saw the move where Huang Yueli had broken through the array and were so shocked that their jaws fell onto the ground. What situation is this? She actually managed to break through the isolation array on the tournament stage? What on earth is her cultivation level? Jiang Tuxin nervously glanced at Li Moying, who had not said a word or made any movement. His gaze stopped onto the tournament stage when he entered and showed an expression which seemed to be lost in thought. Jiang Tuxin felt even more apprehensive as he berated his subordinates in a doleful expression. Get master, who is in charge of maintaining the array here? What situation is this? I've said many times that the Academy's arrays are very important and it must be maintained carefully. How can such an accident happen? Ling Wenbin was not able to figure out what had happened as he was dumbfounded by Huang Yueli's shocking potential. But the moment he heard what Jiang Tuxin said, he finally realized what had happened. That's right. Huang Yueli had advanced into third stage realm in the entrance examinations that day, and he had witnessed it personally. How could a third stage realm practitioner possibly break through that array? Celestial Light Academy's arrays were able to resist against the attacks of a fifth stage realm practitioner. It seemed like the array had not been properly maintained and was worn down by years of non-repair as it started to malfunction. When Li Moying heard what they said, he turned his eyes away and casted a glance at Jiang Tuxin. He couldn't help but snickered as he felt it was rather funny. The methods that his little fox had used was so masterfully done that even an 8-stage realm practitioner like Jiang Tuxin was not able to see through it. She's really worthy of being his woman. Moe kept a listening ear by the side and couldn't take it much longer. He was mainly shedding sympathy tears for that innocent array master who. He was very clear that Huang Yueli's accomplishments on arrays was very high, and this fourth-tier array right before their eyes were obviously not able to stop her. It was highly possible that Huang Yueli had seen through the flaw of this array and directly found the weakest point in the array. With her exceeding potential, which surpassed any ordinary third-stage realm practitioner, and her accomplishment in array formations, she was able to pierce through it at one go. Jiang Tuxin was still attempting to explain to Li Moying, young sect master, our academy's management is not usually so messy, so this really is just an accident. An accident? Usually we had kept the array well maintained, and it's a wonder why it malfunctioned today. Seeing Principal Jiang's sincere attitude, Moe could only reply on behalf of Li Moying, Principal Jiang, don't be overly anxious. Your contributions towards Celestial Light Academy are all known to my master. The array's breakdown may not necessarily be due to lack of maintenance. It may also be possible that the student on the stage might be too powerful. I'd never expected that this year's top student to be so powerful. To be able to recruit such a talented practitioner, Principal Zhang's contributions is really not small. In Principal Zhang's heart, he simply didn't believe that Huang Yueli was able to break down the array based on her own power. But at this moment, he could only acknowledge what Moe was saying so as to shirk his responsibility. I don't deserve your praise, this is all part of my job. Thank you, young sect master, for your understanding. Moe could tell that he didn't believe it but didn't bother to make any further explanations. Secretly in his heart, he gave Huang Yueli a thumbs up. She's really worthy of being their future mistress. No matter where she went, she was able to cause a storm. On the martial arts stage, the crowd present were discussing about how Huang Yueli had defeated Yi Mingshuang with just one strike. But by the time she finished all her 3 strikes and broke through the array, the entire martial arts stage had completely quietened down to the extent that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone had been stunned by her shocking methods. Most of them had not thought that the array had malfunctioned or how Huang Yueli was able to see through the flaw of the 4th-tier array. All they felt was Yueli had overwhelming power, so strong that no one was comparable, which was why she could achieve this effect. In a moment, most of the people did not even dare to breath loudly. Even the referee teacher was stunned. You actually. He originally wanted to severely berate Huang Yueli for hitting on a person when she was down and out, but when he saw how the array had lost its effect right before his eyes, the berating words which about to come out was swallowed back as his attitude turned much gentler. This? Miss Bai, you're too rash. Earlier Miss Shi had already intended to admit defeat. Huang Yueli smiled innocently. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear clearly earlier, and by the time I reacted, I had already struck and was unable to pull back. This explanation left everyone speechless. Did she need to be so fake? It was obvious that when Yu Mingshuang was considering to admit defeat, she snatched the opportunity to strike. Moreover, at the same time of striking her second move, which was still explainable by unable to react in time, she hurriedly followed by her 3rd strike. Recalling back the consequence of the 3rd strike, everyone started to shudder as they turned around to look at the half-dead Yi Mingshuang and Li Shuer who was affected by the wave, and they all secretly became terrified. Yi Mingshuang could be described as pitiful. Initially, she thought that she could bully the top student and instantly gained fame while earning star currency at the same time. She had never expected herself to befall onto such a situation. From her injuries, it wasn't any ordinary external injury at all. To be able to pierce through the isolation array, just how big was the intensity of the crash? Perhaps her entire meridians had already been broken into 17 or 18 pieces. Losing star currency was a small thing, but just by being rash and suffered irrecoverable injury would affect their future cultivation. Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly when she saw the crowd's looks of dismay. This was exactly the effect that she wanted. The reason why she struck Yi Mingshuang so harshly wasn't without any reason, but was entire to appease her anger. In actual act, she had accepted a total of 14 battle invitations, and amongst those were core students who were ranked top 30 and had long surpassed Yi Mingshuang's power. If she had fallen just from one battle, no matter how confident she was of her own ability, but as time passed by, her energy would definitely go on the downhill as well. If she lost her concentration for just a second, an accident may happen and capsize her boat, then it wouldn't be worth it at all. So Huang Yueli had already decided from the start that she would use fast like lightning method to clear up the first few contestants, and even severely injuring them. In this case, those who had yet to go on stage would felt terrified and realized that if they lost the battle against her, they might not only lose star currency, but incur some irreversible damage. With such intimidation, the number of contestants who dared to engage in a long battle with her would lessen significantly. Huang Yueli cast a glance towards Yi Mingshuang and said, then. Now, senior sister Yi is prepared to admit her defeat? When Yi Mingshuang heard the same question again, her entire body started to sweat profusely, showing signs of being terrified. Woo. She wanted to reply and admit defeat immediately, but her mouth was filled with blood and not knowing how many teeth had dropped, she was totally unable to say out a single word and she almost cried out due to anxiety. Luckily, the referee teacher saw her situation and was really afraid that she might lost her life, so he hurriedly stepped in and said, "All right, let's consider it as her loss." According to tournament regulations, either the party admits defeat or leaves the tournament stage would be considered as a loss. She's no longer on the tournament stage now. Huang Yueli just replied with a, "Oh, so it's actually like this, so this is considered as senior sister Ye's loss then." Right, Miss Yi had lost. This 100-star currency belongs to you now. Furthermore, you've replaced Miss Ye's ranking and your ranking in the martial arts stage is not 69. The referee teacher quickly explained. When Huang Yueli heard that the star currency was already banked into her account, she gave a smile. Today looked like it was a day for her to strike it rich. She slowly walked to the center of the stage and as her sights surveyed the entire place, her voice was heard clearly, then. Next contender. Next contender. These 3 words were powerful, resonated throughout. The manner which it was said was as though a sledgehammer had slammed heavily onto everyone's hearts. Huang Yueli stood on the stage and maintained the same clothes and posture that she wore when she entered the stage earlier, even the tone when she spoke was gentle and sweet as usual. However, in other people's ears, the strength in her words was totally different now. Because in the entire continent, power determined a person's position and identity. Huang Yueli had already proven her own power and her existence was way above everyone present. The 10 over people who had sent their battle invitations to Huang Yueli were actually seated on the first row of the viewing platform. Before today, all of them wanted to see from the closest distance on how Huang Yueli had been defeated by them once and again, and the agony that she was in with all the regrets that she shouldn't have done this in the first place. But at this present moment, they couldn't wait to vanish from the spot immediately. Every single person tried their best to shrink their bodies in the hope that they would become smaller, just smaller by a bit. It would be best if Huang Yueli didn't notice them at all. Most of the contenders' power were not much different from Yi Mingshuang, and some were not even her match. Recalling how Huang Yueli had defeated Yi Mingshuang with that kind of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood kind of strength, they all felt that they would definitely be defeated. Moreover, they would lose particularly badly. No one was willing to go on stage to battle. But Huang Yueli wasn't going to let them drag on endlessly. She repeated her question indifferently, "Who is the next contender? Please don't waste everyone's time and hurry up on stage. I had accepted 14 battles today, and if everyone were to drag my time, then what time will I be able to end all the battles? I still need to hurry and cultivate." No one dared to respond. Huang Yueli was speechless, and she could only turn towards the referee teacher and inquired, "Teacher, what do you think we should do? Don't tell me that if they don't take up the challenge, then I have to keep waiting here?" The referee teacher replied, "If no one takes the initiative to come on stage, then we shall follow according to the battle invitation's timing in order." "Wait a moment, referee teacher, let me take up the challenge." Huang Yueli turned back to take a look. The person who spoke was a chubby youth who looked rather round. His facial features had a childish nature, but judging from his breath, his potential wasn't weak at all. He had yet to turn 18 and had already reached 3rd stage realm, 6th level. He was considered as a top talent outside Celestial Light Academy. When the audience saw him, they started to get excited again. "So it's him. Zhu Jiuqing. He's ranked 27th in the martial arts stage. Among the core students, his presence is extremely powerful. Moreover, he's not even 18 yet. Before he turns 20, he should be able to get into top 10 of the core students' ranking, and by then he will be able to join Celestial Light Sect and officially become an outer disciple." Zhu Jiuqing is one of the contenders who challenged by Ruoli and the strongest one. If anyone were to be able to defeat the new top student, it would be him. Now that he's come on stage to challenge her, this competition should be stiff. Stiff your head. Think about it, that new top student broke through the isolation array. No matter how powerful Zhu Jiuqing is, can he compete with her? He will definitely lose. He really is gutsy, hasn't he seen what happened to Yi Mingshuang? He should just hurry up and admit his defeat. The crowd's discussions naturally was heard by Huang Yueli. She looked at Zhu Jiuqing and raised her brows. "Why? You want to challenge me? You gotta think carefully. When I strike, sometimes I cannot control my strength, and if I injure you accidentally, then you have to be responsible for the consequences. Zhu Jiuqing squeezed a smile from his chubby face, which seemed rather honest and sincere. This. Junior sister Bai, don't be mistaken. Actually, I also know that my power isn't comparable to yours, and I will definitely lose in your hands. I also know that challenging a new student like this is not glamorous, and if it wasn't for the fact that I owe junior sister Li a personal favor, I won't even dabble in such a matter. Right now, I'll admit defeat to you, and my 1,000 star currency will belong to you. I only wanted to spar with you to ask for advice, so junior sister, please bestow me your teaching. Huang Yueli was rather surprised, but this Zhu Jiuqing seemed rather sincere as he automatically passed his battle invitation to the referee teacher and admitted defeat on the spot. Her lips hooked upwards, and she replied, since that's the case, I'll let you strike 3 times. Senior brother Zhu, please show me your move. Hearing that, the crowd was thrown into chaos instantly. In their eyes, Zhu Jiuqing was a legendary character in the academy and was an extremely powerful exponent. However, he had admitted in front of Huang Yueli that he wasn't her match and even automatically admitted defeat. That wasn't just it. He even said he wanted to spar with her and ask for her to give him advice. Was there a need to lower his stance? After all, no matter how powerful this lass was, she was just a new student. To Zhu Jiuqing, her experience was still very little and was a first-year junior sister. The more ridiculous person was Huang Yueli. Senior brother Zhu had already been so courteous, and when he spoke, he had lowered himself so much. By right, as a junior sister, she should display a humble look. The result was, she had indifferently accepted Zhu Jiuqing's request and even prepared to teach him. Let's treat it as her power was indeed strong. But surely she wouldn't think of becoming Zhu Jiuqing's teacher, right? She really treated other people's politeness for real. Even saying to let him strike 3 times. Oh my, this was really too arrogant. However, Zhu Jiuqing didn't reveal a frivolous attitude. Instead, he cautiously drew out his weapon, which was a huge sledgehammer. Junior sister, I'm going to strike. Watch carefully. Huang Yueli nodded as her favorable impression towards Zhu Jiuqing grew. Frankly speaking, with her previous life's 9th stage realm cultivation and scope, it was more than enough to teach Zhu Jiuqing and enough to sprout light smoke on his ancestors' graves. Were the teachings from a 9th stage realm practitioner that easily obtainable? Moreover, Huang Yueli's unique strength existed predominantly among the 9th stage realm practitioners. When Zhu Jiuqing finished his sentence, both his arms raised up the huge sledgehammer and pounded towards Huang Yueli's direction. Just from the appearance of the sledgehammer, one could tell that it was a 4th-tier profound armament. It weighed at least 5,000 grams, and only Zhu Jiuqing was able to move it around. The minute he struck, the surroundings around the tournament stage started to bustle. Zhu Jiuqing was an earth-attributed practitioner, and when he waved that huge sledgehammer, the actual weight of the profound armament and with earth attributes additional support, that strength, was really not something that an ordinary person could handle. Huang Yueli had easily avoided his attacks and at the same time observed how he struck. Zhu Jiuqing had such good sight, wasn't arrogant or flustered, and could put himself down when necessary. He really was a rough diamond. Huang Yueli had intended to use this chance to soothe him to her side. Very soon, Zhu Jiuqing's 3 moves were completed. Huang Yueli avoided his 3rd strike, and immediately after she struck, a strong profound energy swept out. Fwa! Heavens! The minute Huang Yueli struck, the stage reverberated cries of alarm. Everyone knew that Huang Yueli would definitely strike after the 3rd move, but no one had expected her to strike in such a way. That slender fair little hand clenched into a fist and thrust it out frontwards, towards the huge sledgehammer's direction, directly crashing into it. Such a pretty weak hand crashing onto the huge sledgehammer made many people shut their eyes in shock. What was this? Was Huang Yueli this mad? Just basing on the intensity of strength, Zhu Jiuqing was one of the top among the core students, and yet Huang Yueli had bare-fistedly received Zhu Jiuqing's sledgehammer. Wasn't she looking for death? What if she hand was crushed? How horrifying would that be? After all, it was such a pretty little hand. After the cries of alarm, shortly afterwards was the sound of a huge pong. Many of them kept their eyes tightly shut, and after a long moment, they opened their eyes worried that all they saw was a delicate young beauty being pounded to minced meat. The result was, everyone rubbed their eyes in shock as their eyes widened, thinking that they had seen wrongly. The person who flew out was not Huang Yueli, but Zhu Jiuqing. As there was no obstruction of the isolation array, Zhu Jiuqing had flew out directly off the stage, and the huge sledgehammer in his hands also flew away. Luckily, Huang Yueli intentionally showed mercy, so Zhu Jiuqing wasn't badly battered and didn't suffer any serious injury. The surrounding students were only shocked and not hurt at all. However, this was just too strange. Huang Yueli had gone head-on against Zhu Jiuqing, and he was still holding on to a fourth-tier profound armament. The result was, Zhu Jiuqing was the one who lost? Could it be that that slender, delicate little beauty actually had that powerful strength? The person who was most shocked was Zhu Jiuqing himself. He stared blankly at Huang Yueli's slender little hand, and after he was sent flying, that hand didn't even leave any red mark. The profound skill that you used earlier was earth attributed. But shouldn't you be a fire attributed practitioner? Huang Yueli calmly smiled. Fire attribute is indeed the main attribute which I am cultivating, but I also have a bit of earth attribute innate talent and had learnt several earth attribute profound skills. It's just so coincidental that you belong to the earth attribute, so I've embarrassed myself. Zhu Jiuqing had already thought of Huang Yueli as someone with a high standing, but upon hearing what she said, he almost fainted. This was called a little earth attribute innate talent? He himself had a 5th grade upper earth attribute innate talent, and since Huang Yueli was able to defeat him in one move, could she have a 6th grade earth attribute innate talent? But she had said that her main cultivation was fire attribute. Then how strong was her fire attributed innate talent? Zhu Jiuqing felt that he didn't dare to even think about that. How in heavens would there be this abnormal person with such outstanding innate talent even exist? Huang Yueli continued to explain, actually the strength that I used earlier wasn't as great as yours, but was able to defeat you when we met. Can you understand what is the underlying logic? Your strength wasn't as strong as mine? Zhu Jiuqing went into a blank. Huang Yueli nodded. The strength that I used was probably only half of what you used. Surely it's not possible? Zhu Jiuqing felt that he must have heard wrongly. Normally, if there was a direct collision, and to be able to send the opponent flying, the strength used must at least be 2 times of the opponent. But now Huang Yueli was telling him that the strength that she used was not 2 times of his, but in actual fact, it was only half. How could such a thing possibly even happen? Huang Yueli explained, actually the logic is very simple. You're an earth-attributed practitioner, so your natural strength is already very powerful. So you intentionally used the heaviest profound weapon, and while practicing the profound skill, you followed the most ferocious pathway. Although it looks very powerful as though your strength had been used to the max, but in actual fact, strength itself doesn't represent the more stronger the better. Isn't the strong the better? Zhu Jiuqing had a confused expression. Huang Yueli continued, right. There's a saying called achieving the great while doing something little. What it means if the direction and position of utilizing the strength is right, then only using a very small amount of power would enable you to resist against the strong power. The main point is the control on the power and observation and balance between the opponent's strength. If you're just merely chasing after powerful strength, it's actually going down the wrong path. Hearing that, Zhu Jiuqing seemed to understand as he sunk into deep thoughts. Not only him, even many other earth-attributed practitioners on the viewing platform started to think deeply. He took quite a long amount of time to think. Huang Yueli originally didn't want to break his thought, but looking that 1/4 of an hour had passed and Zhu Jiuqing was still thinking, she could only call out, "Senior brother Zhu. Actually, the profound skill that I used earlier is a method which was suitable for Earth-attributed practitioners to train. If you're interested, you can drop by to look for me, and we can discuss further." "Really?" Zhu Jiuqing's eyes shone. "You're willing to teach me that profound skill?" It really wasn't weird that he's so surprised. To most practitioners, the profound skills that they trained was their biggest ace, and normally few people would reveal it, not to mention teach it to others. Sometimes even between masters and disciples, they also need to hide it or tuck it away, but Huang Yueli had secretly hinted to him that she would teach him this extremely high-leveled profound skill. Huang Yueli nodded. Zhu Jiuqing almost fainted with joy as he gladly waddled down the stage. "Next one." A short moment of silence again. Just as the referee teacher was prepared to call out the number in order, someone finally stood up. This time it was Hu Jingyao on stage. Very obviously, when he saw the two battles between Huang Yueli versus Shi Mingshuang and Zhu Jiuqing, he already realized how little he was. So Hu Jingyao didn't bother with any superfluous words, passed his battle invite to the referee teacher and bowed towards Huang Yueli's direction. "I admit defeat." To escape without a battle was an embarrassing matter. But the minute someone had started, the remaining 10 over people had no more misgivings, and went on stage continuously. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Very quickly, all the contenders were on stage and without any exception, all of them expressed their defeat. Since they were destined to be defeated and were going to be embarrassed, they would definitely lose their star currency, so why risk being seriously injured in battle? Huang Yueli was all smiles as she accepted their defeats, as her eyes had already turned into the shape of a crescent. "Star currency, oh, star currency." A huge amount of star currency came flying towards her. This time, after going through the series of battles, she had earned over 10,000 star currency. Not only that, before she started her battles, she had hurriedly placed a bet of 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones that she would win all her battles. This time, another 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones were in her account. This was a huge amount of fortune. In the entire Celestial Light Academy, probably not many people had that much money. Thinking of the bets, Huang Yueli's sight swept towards Li Shuer once again. The banker in charge of this bet seemed to be Li Shuer. She had organized so many betting stations with the intention to view Huang Yueli as a joke, but now Huang Yueli had managed to win all her battles, and she had bet such a huge amount of spirit stones. This was all coming from Li Shuer. As expected, Li Shuer's expression was as ugly as it could be. She had been knocked until her head was bleeding by Yi Mingshuang earlier, and luckily it only looked serious, but in actual fact it was just a slight external injury. After applying emergency first aid to stop the bleeding, her condition had improved. Li Shuer bore with the pain and refused to leave the martial arts stage just to witness with her own eyes on the ending of the competition, because she absolutely refused to believe that Huang Yueli would be able to win all her battles. When she heard Zhu Jiuqing was going on stage, Li Shuer couldn't help but feel happy. After all, this was the strongest person whom she had invited to deal with Huang Yueli among all the others. The result was that fellow actually directly admitted his defeat and even asked Huang Yueli for advice. Li Shuer almost fainted on the spot out of rage. This pighead wasted so much of my efforts trying to get into his good books. He actually couldn't even defeat this wretched lass. All her hopes were dashed by the various scenes afterwards. Everyone who went up on stage said, "I admit defeat." All these were like a knife slicing her heart, making her bloody and painful. Huang Yueli, she actually won all her battles. Won all her battles. How was that possible? Recalling that Huang Yueli had placed a bet of 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones earlier, Li Shuer almost wanted to knock herself to death. 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Where was she going to magic it out? Even if you sell her, she wouldn't cost that much money. Huang Yueli saw her ashen face and her discomposed look where her forehead was still stained with blood, her lips curled into a smile. Senior Sister Li, you're such a good person and simply too generous. You know that I just entered the academy and was in need of money, so you actually gave timely assistance, giving me so many spirit stones. Just 2 words of thank you is not able to express the deep gratitude that I have for you. Huang Yueli's eyes turned watery as though she was deeply moved. This made Li Shuer even more enraged, to the point of spitting out blood. You. But 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones is really not a small amount. Moreover, this bet's grade period is only 3 days. Senior Sister Li, you have to prepare properly. If you owe money and not return, it is highly possible that you will be expelled from Celestial Light Academy. Li Shuer knew this very well. To open a betting station in the academy, it must be registered, as if they were not able to cough out the money, the consequences were very severe. The lightest would be to deduct star currency to exchange for the debt. But in severe cases, there were students who were expelled previously. Thinking of this, Li Shuer's eyes blacked out, and before she could even breathe, she had fainted on the ground. In a secret corner of the viewing platform, Li Moying, Jiang Tuxin and the others had sat there for quite long and had seen all that happened on the tournament stage. Huang Yueli's shocking performance left Jiang Tuxin dumbstruck, thinking that he definitely had seen an illusion. Isn't this too outrageous? She's just a new student, and yet. Even Zhu Jiuqing was defeated by her. If I didn't remember wrongly, she's only 14. Zhu Jiuqing was already the top 30 course students, and this type of person had a high possibility of joining Celestial Light sect. Because of that, he had left an impression with the principal. Moe said, "Is there a need to be so shocked? There's always someone better out there, so it can only be said that this Miss Bai is really an outstanding cream of the crop. Moreover, just based on her looks and demeanor, you can tell that she's extraordinary. Her future achievements and fate is unimaginable." Jiang Tuxin didn't expect Moe to give her such a high evaluation. After all, Moe himself had joined Celestial Light sect since young. His innate talent was extremely outstanding, adding on to the sect's nurturing. His potential and cultivation when he was 14 was even higher than the current Huang Yueli. He had actually spared no effort in praising this new student. What Jiang Tuxin didn't know was when Moe finished his words, he turned secretly towards Li Moying to steal a glance. Ever since Li Moying had arrived at the viewing platform, his expression was icy, and he didn't say a single word while staring at the tournament stage. That cold, aloof look was akin to the stars in the sky, high up and out of reach. Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin were scared stiff when they saw his expression, not daring to speak a single word to him. Only Moe was able to tell that even though Li Moying had an aloof expression, his mood was extremely good. That sharp peach blossom eyes looked more peaceful than ever. Especially after Moe had praised Huang Yueli, Li Moying even casted a glance at him. The glint of smile in his eyes was obvious that he was delighted because the lady that he liked was praised, no different from a young lad experiencing love for the first time. Moe sighed in his heart, Master had really gone deep this time. When Jiang Tuxin heard what Moe said, they also started to praise Huang Yueli with all their might. Li Moying heard those praises for a while, suddenly stood up and said, "Today's not early anymore. Since the tournament had ended, then you can also go prepare a little." Jiang Tuxin went into a blank. "This young sect master, forgive me for my ignorance. I wonder your purpose in coming to Celestial Light Academy is for." Li Moying looked at him and said, "Principal Jiang, please don't be worried. My purpose in this trip is to settle some personal matters only." "Personal matters?" Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin looked at each other in the eye, both looking confused. Li Moying didn't explain further but put his glance back onto the tournament stage before he suddenly said, "The new top student on the stage. Where is she staying right now?" Jiang Tuxin was at a loss now, but he still replied, "Every first year's top 10 students have their own individual courtyard, and as Bairuoli is the new top student, the location that she's staying is the best, not far away from below the spiritual artery. There are mountains on one side and water on the other. The profound qi is also more abundant, which makes it suitable for cultivation. Our academy will always give those outstanding innate talented students." Jiang Tuxin wanted to take this opportunity to exaggerate how effective his management of the academy was, but who knew he had just started and was cut off. "Help me arrange a courtyard just beside Bairuoli, and additionally help me arrange an identity. Tomorrow onwards, I will stay at Celestial Light Academy for a while, assuming the identity of a student." "Ah? What?" Jiang Tuxin was completely stupefied. He really don't understand why this almighty, outstanding young sect master would initiate such a request. Just based on his identity and position, no matter what personal matters he had, he only needed to give his instructions. Which Celestial Light sect member would not do their best to be of service to him? Was it even necessary to come to Celestial Light Academy personally and to stay here using the role of a student? Jiang Tuxin suddenly thought of something. Li Moying had specially requested to stay next to Huan Yueli. Could it be that these two people? This thought had just flashed past, and Jiang Tuxin quickly casted this idea away. He must really be thinking too much. No matter what, young sect master could not possibly take interest in such an ordinary young lass. No matter how good her innate talent was, compared to young sect master, there was still a huge difference. Moreover, Celestial Light sect had this rumor running for years that young sect master and elder Miss Murong were childhood friends, and were getting engaged very soon. With such a beautiful and shockingly talented fiancée, young sect master would never take interest in a lass from that small country. "Principal Jiang, do you have any more questions?" Li Moying's chilly voice was heard. Jiang Tuxin shuddered and immediately retracted his senses. "No question, no questions at all. I will follow young sect master's instructions and arrange everything properly." Li Moying nodded and was about to add on. Suddenly his vision swept across the tournament stage and halted for a moment before his expression changed. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped by a few degrees. Young sect master? The few of them went into a blank and followed his line of vision. On the tournament stage, Huan Yueli saw Li Shuer fainted out of exasperation and shrugged her shoulders sympathetically. Since she had already fainted, then there was no meaning in her staying behind. Anyway, Li Shuer could not renege on her debt, so she was preparing to leave. Who knew the minute she turned around, an anguish-implicit voice was heard from her back. "Bairuoli, stand right there." Huan Yueli's footsteps halted as she turned around. Behind her stood a tall thin youth, roughly around 20 years old or so. Just looking at his features, he was rather handsome, but his expression was pale and there were dark eye rings underneath his eyes. He looked like he had excessive indulgence and debauchery and didn't seem like a good person. However, from his breathing, his potential was rather extraordinary. He was already at 3rd stage, 9-level cultivation, just one step away at the gates of 4th stage realm. Huan Yueli's brows raised as she asked, calmly, "Who are you?" The youth raised his chin high and with an arrogant look, he harumphed coldly, "You don't even know who I am?" Huan Yueli was speechless, and she couldn't be bothered to talk to him as she turned around to leave. "Stand right there. You dare to leave?" Seeing that Huan Yueli didn't bother about him, that youth was infuriated and immediately dashed up to the front of Huan Yueli, blocking her way. Huan Yueli swept him a glance. "Please step aside, a good dog doesn't block one's way." You dare to call me a dog?" It was obvious that the youth was seldom despised by others, and he was so angry that he clenched his teeth, you're really an ignorant, shameless, and arrogant lass. No wonder you managed to anger Li Shuer to this state. Don't know you that Shuer is under my protection. Whoever dares to make her unhappy is the same as slapping my face. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and she started to come around. Oh. So you're Li Shuer's lover. You actually dare to vilify Suer. Have you taken bear's heart and leopard's gall? You really don't know who I am? The youth couldn't help but ask once again. Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh out. I've never seen such narcissism before. Are you a spirit stone or star currency? Do I need to recognize you? Since you yearn to be famous, then report your own name, otherwise quickly get lost. The youth's expression was as ugly as it could be. As one of the top exponents in Celestial Light Academy, this was the first time he was completely despised. At this moment, the viewing platform started to stir. Although Huang Yueli didn't know which chive or garlic this fellow was, but in the eyes of the old students in Celestial Light Academy, this youth's name reverberated like thunder. Isn't that Lei Zichu? Heavens, today's tournament also activated him. Lei Zichu is one of the top exponents, who is ranked top 10 in the martial arts stage. All the students who were ranked top 10 in our academy's martial arts stage are all top-rated peerless exponents. As compared to Zhu Jiuqing, those who are in the top 30s, the difference in abilities is simply too huge. Why did he come here? You don't know about this. I've heard some people saying that Lei Zichu seemed to be chasing Li Shuer. This time round, Li Shuer had suffered great losses from this betting station because she was conned by Ruoli, so Lei Zichu wanted to stand up for Li Shuer. What? The playboy Lei Zichu abused his influence as the young master of Lei family and had ruined so many beautiful and innocent female practitioners. Why would be woo Li Shuer? Li Shuer is after all an armament intern who has a bright future ahead of her. Which practitioner doesn't hope for their own specialized armament master? Moreover, he's just wooing Li Shuer, and never said anything about marrying her to become his wife? Then what's the situations now? Lei Zichu is the top 10 exponents in the martial arts stage. Just based on his ability, after attending the Academy's great meet this year, he would probably be able to enter Celestial Light Sect. With such ability and status, will he even go on stage to deal with a new student? This is hard to say. He's bristling with anger over a beauty. This young master Lei wants to perform well in front of Li Shuer, so there's no guarantee that he wouldn't strike. The crowd's discussions had flowed into Huang Yueli's ears. She showed an enlightened look and said, I really can't tell that you're one of the top 10 in martial arts stage? When Lei Zichu heard this, he held out his chest and his expression turned even more aloof. That's right, I'm Lei Zichu, Cultivation at 3rd Stage Realm, 9th level. Martial Arts Stage Ranking, number 8. When he spoke, his arms were crossed over his chest and his pair of eyes were casting sidelong glances at Huang Yueli, waiting to see her shocked expression. What concept was Martial Arts Stage Ranking number 8? Lei Zichu believed that all the students in Celestial Light Academy would know. In the past, whenever he called out his own name, other than those whose ranking were higher than him, the others were all shocked and scared, treating him with respect carefully. Who knew? When Huang Yueli heard this, she only replied indifferently with a "oh," and Light replied, just number 8. Although the ranking is slightly low, but you need not to feel too inferior. Not everyone under the world can be number 1. Surely there would be several low-ranking ones to serve as a background accompanier in order to bring out the top people with greater brilliance. Lei Zichu went into a blank and following that, his expression turned green. Inferior? Was she blind? Which eye did she see him as inferior? And to say that a young master Lei like him was just a low-ranking accompanier in the background? Lei Zichu's expression was as still as water as the stare on Huang Yueli grew gloomier and colder. You brag at such a young age. Did you think that just because you defeated that trashy Zhu Jiuqing, you'd be able to win across the entire Celestial Light Academy? Let me tell you this, the ability of the top 10 contenders in the martial arts stage as compared to those beneath the top 10 is as different as sky and earth. Although you defeated Zhu Jiuqing, but under my hands, you probably won't even be able to make one move. Huang Yueli looked at him displaying a smile but yet not a smile. If I don't understand you wrongly, you're intent on taking revenge for Li Shuer? That's right. All right. Huang Yueli smiles as her attitude was extremely pleasant. Li Shuer owes me 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and you will just need to help her return those. As you're paying on her behalf, I won't charge you any additional fees. How about that? Good enough? Lei Zichu gritted his teeth as he looked at her. Do you think I'm an idiot? How dare you trick me like this? I'm telling you, Li Shuer's matter is my matter, and I'm set on taking charge. The bet that you had set doesn't count, and I'll return you your original amount, and that's considered as settled. I advise you to take your 20,000 spirit stones and leave, otherwise. Huang Yueli's expression turned chilly. This is funny. When I placed my bets, didn't Li Shuer accept it happily? Now that she's lost, you say that the bet isn't counted? If you agree to bet, you must be prepared to lose. Does the martial arts stage top 10 all act as though this had never happened? If you want me to give up, that's not possible. What do you want? Just say it straight. Since you're not going to take the proffered wine and prefer the punishment wine. Lei Zichu took a step forward as he said sinisterly, then don't blame me for not standing on ceremony. Saying that, he whipped out a battle invitation and passed it to Huang Yueli. What's the meaning of this? Huang Yueli accepted the battle invite and asked unconcernedly after taking one glance. Lei Zichu laughed coldly. Isn't my intention very clear? I'm challenging you. Do you dare to accept my battle invitation? Huang Yueli took a look at him and immediately understood his intention. Lei Zichu's intention to challenge her at this timing was very obvious, that was to end Huang Yueli's consecutive wins. When she had placed a bet with Li Shuer, the bet was that she could win all her battles today. So if Lei Zichu were to win this round, then Huang Yueli would not be considered as all-win and Li Shuer would not need to pay her 200,000 medium-quality spirit stones. Huang Yueli was not the only one who could see what was happening. The audience were not silly as they all started to clamor. Hey, this is bullying the weak. A top 10 martial arts stage contender against a new student who had just joined a few days ago? If this were to spread, how embarrassing would it be? That would depend on the type of new student. With Bairuoli's ability, she is ridiculously strong. Even Zhu Jiuqing, who is ranked top 30, is not her match. Perhaps only Lei Zichu is qualified to exchange a few moves. But no matter how strong her ability is, she's merely a new student. No matter how you see it, Lei Zichu has an unfair advantage in this contest. But this kind of last-minute battle invite, surely Bairuoli won't accept it, right? She must accept. Have you forgotten the rules of the martial arts stage? Those contenders who had won consecutively for 10 rounds, must accept whoever's challenge from the 11th round onwards and cannot reject. Earlier, those 10 over people who had admitted defeat is equivalent to her winning 10 over rounds. I remember now. Then. Isn't this Bairuoli finished? Everyone felt that Lei Zichu was shameless and had all stood on Huang Yueli's side. But yet no one felt that Huang Yueli was able to win. Lei Zichu himself also believed so. He had arrived late earlier and missed Huang Yueli's first 2 matches. He only heard the others saying this new top student's ability is very strong, and she even defeated Zhu Jiuqing. But Lei Zichu was very clear on Zhu Jiuqing's cultivation and ability, which was totally incomparable with his. It doesn't represent anything when Huang Yueli defeated Zhu Jiuqing. He was extremely certain about his victory. Huang Yueli saw his arrogant expression and laughed secretly. Lei Zichu's mentality was something that she admired, extremely admired. He should just continue to maintain this state of mind. Otherwise, how was she going to scheme him? Lei Zichu looked Huang Yueli in her eyes. How is it? You also heard for yourself, you cannot reject my battle invitation. This battle, you'll definitely lose, so don't even think about the spirit stones. You'd better admit your loss automatically otherwise. I'm not someone who knows how to treat a lady deadly. Seeing that you're a delicate little beauty. His lips cracked out into an evil smile. Otherwise, if you're disfigured accidentally by me, it'd be such a waste. A layer of frost was seen in Huang Yueli's eyes, but there wasn't any change to her expression. You are sure you want to send me the battle invitation? Naturally, I'm sure. Of course, if you're intending to beg me. Huang Yueli cut him off. You can challenge me, but how much are you intending to bet? Bet? Lei Zichu was stunned, not expecting her to mention about the bet, but following that he laughed. You're afraid I will bet too much star currency and win back all your earnings? Hee, the more you're afraid, the more I will bet. I must let you know what kind of consequences you will face when you offend the person whom I am protecting. Huang Yueli replied, after I've won all the 14 battles, I have a total of 11,440 star currency. This is not a small amount. Are you sure you have 10 times that amount of star currency to bet on? Lei Zichu sneered, did you think that by saying such things, you can drag on and make me hesitate to bet lesser star currency? Let me tell you, you're thinking too much. Unless you kneel down and lick Li Shui's shoe, otherwise. I must bet this 11,000 star currency and make you lose beyond what you can recoup. Don't think I don't know, you have 1,000 star currency, which is under the school's guarantee. If you're not able to repay that amount, the consequences will be dire. Saying that, he turned around and threw his identity token to the referee teacher. Referee teacher, Ruoli has already accepted my battle invitation. I'm betting 11,400 star currency. Referee teacher received his identity token, but he seemed rather hesitant. This? Mr. Lei, this isn't so good, right? This is too vicious, right? Referee teacher wanted to counsel him, but Huang Yueli directly butted in. Since Mr. Lei had already said until like this, I'm not someone who's afraid as well, then I shall accept this battle invitation. Referee teacher, I'm betting all my star currency on this. Huang Yueli slammed her identity token onto the table. What? Referee teacher was completely dumbstruck and didn't regain his senses after quite some time. Not only him, the entire martial arts stage started to roar with excitement again. No one had expected Huang Yueli to be so fearless of Lei Zichu's battle invitation. Moreover, she placed such a huge amount of bet. This simply was a match of a real gambler. Heavens, Ruoli really accepted the battle and placed such a huge amount of bet. How does she dare to? The opponent she is facing now is Mr. Lei. Martial arts stage ranking 8th Mr. Lei. Isn't she just a little too brave? Had the continuous victories earlier got to her head and became irrational? Does she even know what she's doing? Now she's won consecutively for more than 10 rounds and had earned 10,000 over star currency, considered as a big winner. But she's bet all she got on this battle, and moreover it's almost impossible for her to win. Then she will go from winning to incur debts. Having owed the academy 1,000 over star currency, how will she be able to pay? But she has no choice but to do this, right? Mr. Lei had already said until this matter, if she didn't dare to accept, then wouldn't she be a coward? It will also affect her belief in victory and will disadvantage her future pursuit towards martial arts. I'd never expect Mr. Lei to be willing to go to such extent for Li Shui. Isn't Li Shui too lucky? Li Shui was so touched until she was tearing up as she spoke softly, Mr. Lei, I'd never expected that you'd treat me so well. In future, I'll listen to you. Various astonishing discussions were heard and Lei Zichu's smile could not be concealed. He was most afraid that Huang Yueli would admit defeat on her own and kneel down to beg for mercy. In this case, even though she had gained back her face, but Li Shuer would definitely feel that it was not enough to appease her anger. Now things were going smoothly, and this wretched lass had thought too highly of herself and accepted his challenge head-on. Very well, today he would give this wretched lass an unforgettable lesson. After he had won this battle, not only would he earn 10,000 star currency, Li Shuer, whom he had wooed for several months, would also willing head into his embrace and become a member of his harem. Even Jiang Tuxin and the rest who were hiding in the corner were feeling jittery for Huang Yueli. This last ability is indeed not bad, but this character. Isn't it a little too rash? She actually bet all her fortune on this? As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against her. Since she already knew that she will take a major disadvantage in this battle, why must she insist on crashing head-on? She's still too young. Ling Wenbin also sighed silently. Only Moe smiled as he said, "Principals, you don't need to be too worried. I think this Miss Bai talks with confidence and has her own planning, so she probably has some certainty before she accepted this challenge." Has come certainty? Then you guys don't know Lei Shichu's ability. Lei Zichu will definitely be able to join our sect this year and even become an inner disciple within 1 year. Bai Ruoli's innate talent has indeed surpassed Lei Zichu, but she's still young. If she were to train in Celestial Light Academy for 1 year, it wouldn't be a surprise for her to defeat Lei Zichu. But now, it's still too early. Jiang Tuxin shook his head as he explained. Moe turned around to look at Li Moying as he smiled, but didn't say a word. Li Moying noticed his mocking glance and turned his head to shoot him an icy glance. Moe lowered his head but was laughing up his sleeve. Jiang Tuxin commented, "It looks like this battle is going to take some time. I'd better accompany young sect master to settle your matters and not delay your official work." Whoever knew that Li Moying, who was just saying he wanted to leave 1 minute ago, had suddenly turned around expressionlessly and sat down once again. Young sect master? Didn't he just said he had some matters to settle? Li Moying displayed a cold face, and as he didn't say anything, Jiang Tuxin didn't dare to ask further. Only Moe sniggered secretly. His master was so tsundere, and only Third Miss had the ability to tame him. Everything had its vanquisher. The battle officially started. Lei Zichu stood on the stage and completely unleashed the might of his profound energy at the first opportunity. Although he had the confidence to win, he also knew that the last standing opposite him had intimidated the whole audience and was definitely not someone to trifle with, so he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. In this case, Huang Yueli would immediately be placed under quite an amount of pressure. Lei Zichu's ability was indeed extraordinary, and his cultivation was truly at 3rd stage realm 9 level. It had exceeded her 3rd stage realm 3rd level by 6 small realms. In cultivation, the distance between each small realm was very big, and the profound energy for every small realm would increase at least by 1-fold. If it were any other practitioner, facing such a huge disparity, there was no point in this battle at all. Just relying on profound armament and profound skills would be insufficient to step over the distance. Huang Yueli rarely revealed some senses of congealment as she secretly adjusted the profound energy within her body. At this point, Lei Zichu had already took the opportunity and made a move. He was a dual-attributed practitioner in wind and thunder, and he had an exceptional advantage in terms of speed. His moves were swift, and strike after strike, he struck out consecutively. His moves were getting faster and faster after each strike. Not only was it fast, his attack power was also exceptionally shocking. The sword in his hand was sparking with threads of electricity, and just looking at it, one could tell that the might was extraordinary. If one was grazed by his sword, one would definitely incur a serious injury. Moreover, as Lei Zichu's cultivation was higher, he held an advantage in terms of grandeur. Momentarily, the entire stage was sparking with electricity, and waves of wind could be heard as it was filled with Lei Zichu's sword reflections. Huang Yueli's petite figure was like a leaf of small boat trying to maintain its stability in a storm, completely enveloped and on the verge of collapse. The audience stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to make any sounds as they held their breaths, worrying for Huang Yueli. I haven't seen Lei Zichu made a move for several months, and his potential has improved. Now he should be able to challenge the martial arts stage number 7, no number 6. This is just too terrifying. Such a strong sword, what's that lass going to use and block his attacks? But Bairuoli's evasion tactic is rather strong. If it were me, I'd probably be stabbed 17 or 18 times and become a porcupine. She's still okay with no injury. But just based on evasion, she doesn't have any chance of winning and will lose sooner or later. Huang Yueli moved around on the stage with her skilled footworks, avoiding Lei Zichu's attacks. The audience were guessing that she had a hard time trying to evade, but in actual fact, she had it rather easy. Although Lei Zichu's ability was strong, but for her, it wasn't really that powerful. When she was still a second stage Realm 9 level practitioner, she had defeated the 4th stage Realm Imperial tutor, so defeating a Lei Zichu was an easy feat for her. The only difference was when she was handling the Imperial tutor, it was at an isolated area with no one around at that time, whereas now facing so many other practitioners under their pairs of eyes, she was unwilling to reveal her ace, and neither was she willing to throw out a huge amount of 4th-tier profound armaments. If she were to do it in that way, it was akin to telling the whole world that she was very suspicious. But as Lei Zichu's cultivation was so strong and his base was very sturdy, no matter in terms of cultivation method, profound skills, or even profound weapons, his usage was remarkable. Facing such an opponent, it would pose some difficulty if she didn't expose her ace. Because of this, Huang Yueli had been waiting for a chance patiently. Lei Zichu saw her constant evading and thought that her potential was just so-so, and his heart started to grow signs of despise. Humph. This new top student was only so-so and was only comparable to Zhu Jiuqing, that type of quality. When she meets a real top exponent, she could only escape for her life. Just this bit of ability, and she dared to schemely swear? But all thanks for her arrogance, he had this chance to be a hero, saving a damsel in distress. Wretched lass, do you only know how to hide? Your footwork isn't too bad, but I'm telling you, even if you hide, it's useless. My cultivation is so much higher than yours, your profound energy will definitely deplete first. By then, you'll still lose, so why don't you hurry and kneel? As time went by, Lei Zichu completely lost his initial prudency. In his heart, this lass couldn't possibly have any resistance against him. The disparity between their abilities were miles apart. Because of this, while he was ridiculing her, the speed of his strikes were getting slower. Huang Yueli quickly saw the flaw in his strokes, and her lips curled up coldly. She had been waiting for this chance. Huang Yueli took the opportunity and turned her head swiftly as her eyes met Lei Zichu's pupils and their soul trace crashed against each other. Piercing sky-eye technique was unleashed. Lei Zichu was still complacently talking when he suddenly stopped short. The front of his eyes blacked out, and for a moment, it was a cloud of blank in his mind as he completely lost his conscience. By the time he regained his senses, he could only feel immense pain coming from his body, as though his bones were going to fall apart. Cries of surprise came echoing from all directions from the entire martial arts stage. Lei Zichu's smile had yet to fade, but at this moment he had fallen flat on the ground. His facial features twisted from the pain. From what other people's impression, he had an expression which neither looked like crying nor laughing, and he looked comical yet dreadful. At this moment, the referee teacher's voice was heard from the tournament stage. Lei Zichu has fallen out of the tournament stage's boundary, so according to the battle regulations, the winner of this battle is Bairuoli. Lei Zichu had completely went dull at this moment, completely unable to comprehend how he had been defeated. Earlier, he had obviously gained an upper hand, and that lass had no way to hold him off at all. Seeing that she was about to lose, but Just at that instant, why did he suddenly lose consciousness? What happened at that moment? Not only him, although the audience on the viewing platform did not lose their consciousness, but no one could tell what actually happened earlier. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as they exchanged queries. What happened? Did you see how she struck earlier? Even Jiang Tuxin had a dumbfounded expression. He had been fiddling with his own beard watching the competition, but at the moment when Huang Yueli had sent Lei Zichu flying, as he was overly shocked, his hands trembled and tore off a few strands of his beloved beard, which made him extremely heart pain. This lass actually won. Something like this actually happened. Ling Wenbin commented, the disparity between their abilities was indeed very huge, but this lass had a set of high-leveled footwork. It should be inherited by Bai Lufeng? To be able to evade such a swift attack. Based on the foundation of complete evasion, she had been using psychological warfare to numb Lei Zichu. Plus her sharp eyes, she was able to find the flaw in Lei Zichu's swordplay and used that chance to defeat him within one move. Saying that, he couldn't stop exclaiming, this lass is really something. This is considered as a classic example of the weak winning the strong. Especially when Lei Zichu only had that short span of flaw. Even if I were to go into a trance, it would be extremely difficult to catch hold of, but she managed to do so in one shot. Li Moying stretched out his hand as he touched his chin, but eventually, he couldn't bear it and let out a slight smile. The weak winning the strong? I think it's a mouse being tricked by a cat. Young sect master, you said something? Li Moying's voice was extremely soft, so Jiang Tuxin didn't hear him clearly. However, Li Moying didn't answer him. An extremely anxious expression filled his face as he stood up from his seat. Young sect master. Jiang Tuxin has just said those few words, but he'd already seen Li Moying's shadow suddenly escaping out and at lightning speed rushing towards the center of the tournament stage. What happened? The few of them hurriedly stood up, but they were not able to chase up to Li Moying's speed. On the tournament stage, Huang Yueli was all smiles as she walked towards the referee teacher and received her own identity token. Star Currency and Celestial Light Academy were all directly deposited in everyone's identity token, and since the winner and loser had been determined, referee teacher directly deposited 11,000 over Star Currency into her identity token. Lei Zichu laid flat on the ground watching with his own eyes how his Star Currency disappeared. Gone. He felt a twitching pain in his heart as his expression became even twisted. This was not just a little Star Currency, not tens, not hundreds, or thousands but 11,000. What concept was 11,000? An ordinary student from the start till graduation may find it hard to even earn 1,000 Star Currency because just based on the Academy's conventional missions, earning Star Currency was just too difficult. Only those core students with powerful abilities and ranked top few in martial arts stage were able to continuously battle and hunt the high-leveled magical beasts to exchange for Star Currency, then would the speed pick up. But although those top-ranking practitioners earn Star Currency quickly, they spend it even faster. They need more high-leveled cultivation methods, profound skills, higher grade of profound armament and even more closed-door cultivation timing than the others. All of these were exchanged using Star Currency. In this way, the Star Currency that they spent were like flowing water, and sometimes they'd even spend it all in one day, which was what others made in an entire year. Lei Zichu naturally wasn't an exception. The amount of Star Currency that he had was just about this 10,000 or so. To have 10 over 1,000 of spare cash, he originally intended to go to the Academy's profound weapon chambers to exchange for a piece of 5th-tier profound armament to raise his own ability. For that 5th-tier profound armament, he had already accumulated it for a very, very long time. He didn't even bear to rent the best closed-door cultivation room just so that he could exchange for the profound armament to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat in the second semester of the Academy's meet. Just because star currency was very difficult to earn, so besides standing up for Li Shuer, he was also eyeing Huan Yueli's 10,000 star currency. Just one battle and he would be able to gain 10,000 star currency. Such a good thing doesn't happen very often unless it was a battle between the top 10 contenders, then would they bet such huge stakes. But the risk in losing this kind of battles is very huge, and in fact it was very risky, not as relaxing as bullying a new student. But each new student only had 100 star currency of asset and there wasn't any other advantage, so Lei Zichu normally wouldn't lower himself to find trouble for them. This round was totally different, and using the excuse of saving a damsel in distress, plus the temptation of 10,000 star currency, where would you find such a good opportunity? Lei Zichu was counting his eggs before they hatched, thinking that this was a good chance to shoot 3 condors with one arrow and would absolutely fill his tubs with riches. Whoever knew that, towards the end, not only did he not gain anything, he actually lost all 11,000 star currency. How did things turn out to be so abnormal? Why was that new top student so ridiculously strong? Whenever Lei Zichu recalled how hard he worked to accumulate those star currency just to lose it all in this battle, which he was absolutely sure that he would win, into an unknown new student's pocket, he was so infuriated until he almost fainted. His star currency. Such a huge amount of star currency. Moreover, losing the star currency was already very pitiful. He had confidently swore that he would win this battle. But now, it was akin a resounding slap on his face. His martial arts stage rank right was lost to a new student. In future, how was he able to raise his head up? The most infuriating of all was when Lei Zichu turned to look at Li Shuer. He realized that Li Shuer was backing away slowly from him, pulling apart their distances. You. Lei Zichu was so infuriated as he clenched his teeth and hissed out at her. Li Shuer took another step back and said, "Time's almost up, I gotta go. I still have that several 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones to return." Li Shuer was filled with disgust towards Lei Zichu. Some time ago, she had thought that Lei Zichu was powerful enough and could depend on him and could only thought of how to loosen the reins only to grasp him better, using all sorts of ways to capture his heart. But now upon seeing Lei Zichu losing to Huan Yueli, her thinking changed immediately. Wasn't she hugging on to Lei Zichu so that he could deal with Huan Yueli? In the end, his ability was just not there. Then what use did she have for him? Moreover, Lei Zichu's loss was painfully heavy. Having lost to a new student, his reputation was going to take a huge hit, and moreover, he had lost 11,000 star currency, so his future cultivation resources were going to be affected greatly. If she continued staying with him, wouldn't it become an embarrassment? As a future armament master, why bother to hang herself on a tree? Her best option now was to ditch him and find a better backing. If it wasn't for the sake that Lei Zichu was powerful and his family background was outstanding, Li Shuer wasn't even willing to speak to him on such excuses. Yet, after saying such superficial words, was Lei Zichu so stupid until he didn't understand her meaning? He was so angry that his entire face turned red, wishing he could use one palm strike to strike Li Shuer dead on the spot. But his movements became retarded from his injuries, and Li Shuer ran extremely fast, so Lei Zichu wasn't able to chase up to her at all. He had nowhere to unleash his anger, so he turned his head once more. Huan Yueli was all smiles as she was praised by the referee teacher, and all the other students also surrounded her with praises. Many of them were people who fawned upon him had instantly went to booklick Huan Yueli. Everyone knew that if they had to booklick, it made more sense to pick the thicker thigh. It was obvious that in their hearts that Lei Zichu was already passé. Lei Zichu saw this happening, and he was not able to contain the fury and jealousy within his heart, so evil intents crept up upon him as he pulled out a silvery ball-like item from his realm ring. Everyone's attention was on Huan Yueli, and no one bothered about the defeated him. Lei Zichu took the opportunity to aim towards Huan Yueli's direction and injected his profound energy from his fingertips, throwing the ball-like object ferociously from her back. In that moment that lazy Chu snuck the attack, signs of alarm were already ringing for Huang Yueli. But as the distance between them was rather close and lazy Chu used his specialized technique, so his speed was extremely swift and she could not react in time. The fact that the profound weapon that lazy Chu threw out was extremely special, the speed of that item was multiplied. Huang Yueli dodged in an attempt to evade but felt that the profound weapon had instantly reached behind her back as vibrations of a powerful profound energy started to surface. Before it had actually touched her, her chest was already feeling the pain as her blood rages, and her complexion turned pale white instantly. So, soul fixation pearl. Huang Yueli swiftly responded in time and realized what was the item that lazy Chu had thrown towards her. But it was too late. The distance between the soul fixation pearl and her was barely 1 meter, and it continued to vibrate, giving out a sharp buzzing sound, as it grew louder and louder. Following that, with a bam, it exploded. The might of the explosion from the soul fixation pearl was too strong, and the entire martial arts stage was instantly covered by that blinding bright light as the rood was instantly blown away. Powerful airflow rushed through the viewing platform, and whenever it went, everything was turned into a complete disorder, and many students were flicked out of the martial arts stage boundary towards the outside as they fainted from the impact. Huang Yueli bore the brunt of it all, and as the might of the explosion was too strong, she knew that she would not be able to handle it, so she had already summoned all her profound energy into a defensive stance. Along with the 5th-tier defensive armor that she was wearing, her life should not be in danger. But it was inevitable to get seriously injured. Huang Yueli shut her eyes tightly and prepared for the incoming pain. But suddenly she felt her waist tightened as her body lost balance, and she crashed heavily against a warm thing while her petite body was wrapped up. Immediately following that, sounds of explosion could be heard, but the expected pain did not come along with it. The only thing was the energy around her waist grew strong and strong, almost suffocating her. It was until the explosion ended when she regained her senses and realized that the solid and warm thing that she was leaning against seemed to be a man's chest. Huang Yueli quickly lifted her head to look at the face of the man who was hugging her. But just at this moment, she suddenly felt faint and subsequently lose consciousness. Li Moying stretched out his hand and caught Huang Yueli's falling body in time. Looking at her slightly pale face, his expression was as ugly as it could get. Moe quickly rushed over from the viewing platform as he rushed right next to them. Seeing Li Moying's gloomy expression, he didn't dare to speak a single word and could only lower his head on one side, not even daring to breathe loudly. Third miss had actually been plotted against under his master's eyelid and almost suffered a serious injury. This was his master's darling. It was imaginable on what degree his master was infuriated too. Jiang Yusin and Ling Wenbin were just one step too late, and looking at the tournament stage and shaky martial arts stage, their faces sunk. Soul fixation pearl. And it's a 7th grade soul fixation pearl. Is Lazy Chu mad? Just because he lost a battle, he actually used the soul fixation pearl? The soul fixation pearl was something which high-level practitioners would use before they die. The usage was to congeal their last profound energy into it, and after inciting the explosion, it was comparable to that practitioner's totally focused effect. Generally speaking, this was the last ace card which practitioners would use to save their lives. Lazy Chu was nurtured under a reputable large family's talent, and to have such a thing on him wasn't strange at all. But no one had expected him to cast out a soul fixation pearl just because of such a small matter. Ling Wenbin was extremely angry. Lazy Chu is too much, he doesn't know how to distinguish between the degree of seriousness. Just for a small matter, he actually dealt his junior sister with such vicious hand, without any regard for the safety of all other people present. Because of this soul fixation pearl of his, so many practitioners on the viewing platform were seriously injured. Jiang Tuxin saw Li Moying's doleful expression, and he had already let loose a stream of abuse against Lei Zichu in his heart. It was an exceptional chance that young sect master had paid a visit, and before he could show off his performance, it had been ruined by this fellow Lei Zichu. In what light would young sect master see him in when he saw the academy's martial arts stage being blown to pieces? Jiang Tuxin was so angry that his mustache stuck up. Lei Zichu, do you think that just because you're Lei family's young master, you are above the academy's rules and regulations? I'm telling you, this matter will not go to rest so easily. After Lei Zichu casted out the soul fixation pearl, he also suffered a backlash and his internal injuries worsened, which made him spit out a mouthful of blood. His looks looked even sorrier than before. He had thought that after he threw out the soul fixation pearl, Huang Yueli would die an ugly death. Who'd had expected that she was saved by someone? He had even used the treasure that his family gave him to save his life. Moreover, he was risking the huge possibility of being expelled. However, Huang Yueli was safe and sound. Lei Zichu was both shocked and angry, and even though he saw Jiang Tuxin infuriated, he wasn't frightened of him a single bit. Principal Jiang, what do you intend to do? Expel me? Think about it carefully. In our Lei family's history, so many disciples had joined Celestial Light sect. My uncle Lei Dongyu is the main sect's #1 protector. If you were to expel me, it wouldn't be an easy feat to explain to my uncle. Jiang Tuxin was so angry that his head almost smoked fumes. He'd never expected Lei Zichu to be so daring to have committed such a huge mistake and still dared to rebuke him. But what he said was right. Lei Zichu's uncle, Lei Dongyu, was a 8-stage realm top exponent, and as he was still young, there was a possibility that he would further advance. If it wasn't for no choice, Jiang Tuxin actually didn't want to offend the other party. Lei Zichu saw Jiang Tuxin's hesitation and revealed a smile. He knew that if he used his uncle's name, he would be able to walk horizontally in Celestial Light Academy. Not many people dared to offend him. However, just as he was bloating with joy, a chilly voice was heard from not too far away. Principal Jiang will definitely not expel you. Because you're going to be a dead person immediately. To expel a dead person. There's no need to do so. Lei Zichu turned his head and froze. He was dealing with Jiang Tuxin earlier, and it was until this moment that he noticed that the man who was hugging Huang Yueli had an extraordinary imposing manner and an extremely attention-grabbing handsome face. You, who are you? You want to kill me? Lei Zichu wanted to laugh initially, but Li Moying suddenly stood up and turned towards him. The instant that sharp and penetrating eyes swept past him, Lei Zichu's smile congealed. A chilling sensation arose from his heart. Li Moying held the consciousness Huang Yueli tighter and single-handedly held on to her slim waist, allowing her head to rest upon his shoulder and leaning against his neck, which made her more comfortable. As though Huang Yueli could sense that she was leaning against a lean and robust man's body, which was safe and dependable, her lips rose slightly. After Li Moying had settled Huang Yueli, he walked towards Lei Zichu. Every step he took, Lei Zichu instinctively took a step backwards. You, don't come over. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my uncle is? I'm warning you. Li Moying indifferently said, You dare to hurt my woman, how do you wish to die? What? Your woman? Lei Zichu looked at the young lady in his embrace, thinking that he had understood. After so long, this was just another fellow who was trying to stand up for a woman. His ability looked extraordinary, and he had never seen him before, so he shouldn't be a student of Celestial Light Academy. This was easy to deal with. For women, no matter how huge a debt or how strong the hatred was, as the saying went, women were like clothing, so you can change it any time you want to. Lei Zichu hurriedly exclaimed, This brother, no, hero, that, I was also standing up for my woman to have made such a mistake. I didn't know that she was under your protection and unintentionally offended you. As you can see, she's alright now, so why don't we make peace? My uncle is a 8-stage realm practitioner, and if this matter is blown up, it won't do you any good as well. Li Muang laughed icily. Since you don't want to choose, then I'll choose for you. What, woo? Li Muang's figure flickered and he was already in front of Lei Zichu. Lei Zichu only felt his eyes were in a blur and had not realized what had happened before he felt himself being strangled, instantly unable to breathe. Lei Zichu's face had flushed red as he kept struggling. However, those struggles were just a waste of effort. Lei Zichu felt an extremely powerful profound energy entering from his head and instantly flushed through every single inch of his meridians. His surrounding blood and bones were being crushed bit by bit, giving out a crackling sound as intense pain came washing over him, so painful that he wished he could faint on the spot. But not only did he not faint, he couldn't even cry out a single bit. He couldn't move, couldn't make a sound, but unexpectedly, his conscience was much clearer than any other time, so he could only forcibly bear with this inhumane pain. As compared to his physical pain, the more terrifying thing was that he could clearly feel that his dantian was completely torn apart. The profound energy within his body insanely rushed outwards, and very quickly, it had been drawn to a knot completely. To a practitioner, nothing was more terrifying than this. This meant that he was completely been deposed. Lei Zichu's facial features were twisted and he suffered in pain for a long time. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli gave out a soft mn sound. Li Muang's attention was diverted immediately when his hand loosened, as though a puddle of mud. Lei Zichu fell soft onto the ground. Jiang Tuxin and the rest shockingly discovered that Li Muang had really shattered his entire body's bones and meridians. So Lei Zichu's body had no form of support and could only stay like a pound of minced meat, wiggling on the ground. But due to the extreme pain, his face had turned as horrifying as a devil. This. Jiang Tuxin and Ling Wenbin's eyes almost popped out, unable to believe what they had just seen. They had originally thought that although this young sect master's cultivation was high, but as he was very young and had not experienced much things, so his character should be mellower. But fact had proven itself that Li Muang's heart was cold like steel and stone, his moves were decisive and his intentions were icy cold, similar to those peerless top exponents who had gained fame for many years. Li Muang didn't pay any attention to their gazes, and he withdrew his arm, concernedly looking towards the young lady in his embrace. "Lear, are you all right?" However, Huang Yueli only moved that little bit and continued to remain unconscious. Li Muang gave a simple diagnosis, based on her pulse. Experienced practitioners more or less had some medical knowledge, and since Huang Yueli's condition wasn't too complicated and she was hurt by the force of impact by the soul fixation pearl, so she had only lost conscious and wasn't particularly heavily injured. Li Muang heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to waste too much time here. He carried Huang Yueli horizontally and turned around to give his instructions. "Principal Jiang, where does Lear stay? Quickly lead the road." "Ah? Oh. I will lead the way now." Jiang Tuxin went into a blank and almost immediately reacted to hurriedly lead the way. Earlier when he saw how Li Muang suddenly struck out to deal with Lei Zichu and later on his interaction with Huang Yueli left him completely in a daze. If it hadn't been the fact that he knew young sect master already had a peerless fiancée, he believed that the young lady in his arms was the future young sect mistress. But even if she wasn't, don't their relationship look a little too ambiguous? Surely it can't be true. Jiang Tuxin was appalled in his heart, but he didn't dare to raise his question. Moe followed Li Muang along with the others and asked, "Master, what should we do to this drag who dared to deal with such a heavy hand on third miss? Just forget it like that?" Jiang Tuxin almost tripped. He was already being treated like this, and was still considered as just forget it like that. He didn't know how to explain to Lei Dongyu after Lei Zichu had turned into such a state in Celestial Light Academy. Who knew that Li Moying stopped in his footsteps and said coldly, "How to handle? Do you need me to teach you? Feed him to that snow condor which pulls our flying ship. It hasn't eaten any meat in a long time, so today we can feed him with something good." Jiang Tuxin jumped, and after thinking, he suddenly shuddered. Young sect master's intention was to treat Lei Zichu as animal food to feed the snow condor? How could that happen? Jiang Tuxin hurriedly chased over and cried out, "Young sect master, PL. Please don't be rash. Lei Zichu didn't lie earlier. His uncle Lei Dongyu is really a first-rate protector of our sect and is highly valued by the sect master." Li Moying casted a glance at him, and Jiang Tuxin shivered uncontrollably from his glance, and he stopped. Li Moying couldn't be bothered to reply him and directly carried Huang Yueli away. Jiang Tuxin didn't dare to say anything more and hung his head down as he led the way. It was until they reached Huang Yueli's residence, and after Li Moying had carried her into the room, when Moe patted Jiang Tuxin on his shoulder. "Principal Jiang, you must be cautious when you speak in front of young sect master. He's just a protector. Is it worth for young sect master to let him off? Moreover, this round Lei Zichu had almost injured third miss, and this is one of young sect master's contrary scales." But Lei Zichu had already been deposed by young sect master. Moreover, Lei Dongyu is a real 8-stage realm expert. So what? Moe replied indifferently, "Once young sect master had decided, no one can change his mind. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can tell Lei Dongyu that it was young sect master's orders to kill him. Just wait and see if that Lei fellow dares to say a word of no in front of young sect master." I have another piece of advice for Principal Jiang. Anything regarding third miss by, please handle with extreme care. If you were to infuriate young sect master, even if sect master were to appear in person, no one would be able to help you. Saying that, Moe also took his leave. Only Jiang Tuxin, who had his face filled with shock, stood blankly on the spot. Inside Huang Yueli's room, Li Moying put the young lass onto the bed and looked around at the surroundings, thereafter frowning in dissatisfaction. Actually, the room that Celestial Light Academy had allocated to the new top student had a large space, and the environment wasn't bad at all. More importantly, it was naturally filled with a dense level of profound qi, which aided in cultivation. But from what Li Moying saw, this room was just too simple and crude, totally not worthy of his Lear. Terrible. I feel terrible. The little thing on the bed suddenly moaned blurred words. Li Moying anxiously scrambled over to her bedside. "Lear, where do you feel uncomfortable?" "Hot, very hot." "Scalding." Li Moying's gaze subconsciously fell onto her body as the young lady's low voice tossed around, making him unable to take his sight away. However, seeing the unusual flush on her face, Li Moying forced himself to withdraw his glance. He outstretched his hand and put it onto Huang Yueli's forehead, feeling her scalding forehead. "She's running a fever." He frowned and realized that Huang Yueli was sprouting a lot of sweat. The compact sweat beads had slipped from her slender neck all the way down towards her collarbone, soaking into her clothes. Li Moying sucked in a breath of air silently as he frowned slightly. The reason why Huang Yueli was burning up was because of her internal injury. That soul fixation pearl was left down by a 7-stage realm practitioner, and the impact from the profound energy was too intense. Even if Li Moying lent a helping hand, he was still late by a bit, and Huang Yueli was still injured. To help her get better, besides taking medicinal oils, the faster way would be for someone with a higher cultivation than hers to use profound energy and connect all her meridians. But in this way, their bodies would need to be in close contact. Li Moying only hesitated for a briefest moment before he put his hand to remove the buttons on Huang Yueli's clothes. Anyway, Lear was destined to be his woman, so taking several glances should be all right. Moreover, he wasn't really going to do anything improper to her. All these happened for a reason. Huang Yueli's outer robe quickly fell onto the ground, and she was wearing an extremely thin inner clothes on the inside, which was weaved by heavenly natural silk. It was cooling and breathable, and was strong in defense, but it looked very translucent. Even if she was wearing clothes, he could clearly see the curves on her body, and because the inner clothes was already soaked by Huang Yueli's sweat, the material hugged tightly onto her body shape, and this fell into Li Moying's eyes. That pair of soul-sucking peach blossom eyes instantly ran deep, by several degrees. If it hasn't been something that he witnessed, Li Moying would never have thought that his little thing had such a shapely figure. Just a few months ago when he met this little fox, she looked short and flat, and her looks were merely delicate. Now, it had only been 3 months apart, but she seemed like she had grown quite a bit as her features became delicately perfect and her height also increased by quite a bit. And the most important thing was, from what he saw now, her figure seemed to underwent a transformation. Li Moying lowered his eyes slightly, and he leaned forward pressing onto Huang Yueli's body. That cold emotionless thin lips fell onto her cheek. He still remembered Huang Yueli's internal injury, so he restrained his kiss, only lightly pecking her, gently tasting the sweet smell on her lips before he backed off. But at this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly stretched out her arms and pulling his clothes on his chest, she pulled him downwards, and her soft lips proactively leaned towards him. You. Li Moying raised his brows in surprise, but before he could say a word, it was shoved back immediately. This was the first time that Huang Yueli had been proactive towards him. Even if he knew the young lady in his embrace was not clear-headed now, the raging fire in his body was still stirred up by that inexperienced, lick kisses. He used one hand to stop the little hand that was moving about on his chest, while the other hand locked Huang Yueli's shoulder as he kissed back intensely. However, Huang Yueli didn't back down and still proactively explored while learning from his actions. The both of them tangled fiercely together. Li Moying had never in his wildest dreams imagined that the little lass in his embrace could be so passionate to such an extent. He was unable to control himself momentarily and could only depend on his natural ability to confine this little fox onto the bed while fiercely kissing her. As they kissed, the fire gradually spread. Li Moying's hand uncontrollably found its way inside Huang Yueli's inner shirt and his hand touched a piece of soft. That exquisite skin was akin to the highest grade of satin, making him unable to resist and repeatedly fondling with tender care, unable to pull away from it. His passionate kiss ran all the way downwards to Huang Yueli's neck, as he gradually started licking and kissing her collarbone. Huang Yueli was exceptionally compliant towards all his actions, and even proactively rubbed against his body. "Leer, my Leer." Li Moying hugged her even tighter. When Huang Yueli heard his voice, her tightly shut eyes opened up slightly but was still in a daze. At this point of time, her conscience was still not completely clear, and in the mid of dizziness, she didn't know what she was doing at all. She only knew that the voice and tone that she heard was very familiar, and it seemed to come from somewhere from far, yet it seemed like it was coming beside her ear. Leer. Leer. Who was calling out for her? In her daze, she seemed to see an extremely handsome and extraordinary face. That pair of sharp, penetrating and yet charming blossom eyes was intently focused on her, as though she was the most valuable treasure. Underneath that pair of eyes was a straight nose bridge, cold thin lips, and the perfectly chiseled chin was as perfect as a sculpture. That thick brows were raised as the head was lowered slightly, the charm and sexiness of a man made one close to suffocation. Just an expression was enough to make a woman infatuated with this man, a matured man. At this moment, Huang Yueli seemed to see Mu Qingqing. Leer. You're so pretty. A deep sexy voice was heard beside her ear, and in that cold yet passionate tone seemed so familiar, just like how Mu Qingqing used to converse with her. In the bewilderedness, the man before her eyes lowered his head and kissed her. When the two lips made contact, Huang Yueli almost cried. Such familiar kiss, such feeling, she had been waiting for decades, centuries, forever. Feeling the man who dabbled and was about to stop, she instinctively stretched out her hand and pulled onto his clothes before proactively leaning over to kiss that man spontaneously. There was only one thought in her mind. It hadn't been easy for her to meet Mu Qingqing, so she wasn't going to let him leave. The kisses between them became more intense. Huang Yueli was extremely spontaneous and extremely eager. In her past life, she had already been regretful on one matter, which was from beginning till end, she had never belonged to Mu Qingqing truly. That man was obviously powerful enough and had enough charm. Just by using a little tricks, he could easily obtain her, but he had always been waiting the moment where she was totally willing. But Huang Yueli eventually didn't agree. It was until the last moment when her soul dispersed when she realized that her heart had already gone to Mu Qingqing. Only, she was unyielding, pampered and shy, so she wasn't willing to admit it. If time could turn back, she would definitely admit frankly that she also liked Mu Qingqing and she was willing to be with him, to accept his everything. This kink had repeatedly happened in her dreams after her rebirth and became an unmovable thought in the inner depths of her heart. This time during her loss of conscience, she seemed to have felt Mu Qingqing touching her. Moreover, it was more passionate than any other times in her past life. The two of them were so close to one another and had been so intimate, as though it had ironed out the uneasiness in her heart. Huang Yueli uncontrollably wanted even more. Her little hands restlessly stretched into the man's robe. Huang Yueli curiously caressed here and there, and while she was happily playing around, she suddenly heard a man's deep panting sound from above her. "Little fox." Huang Yueli heard this familiar address and her lips curled upwards. Mu Qingqing had always called her little fox. She hooked the man's neck and rubbed her little face towards it. "I miss you so much." "I miss you dearly too." This little thing's sweet voice softly said those sweet nothings as Li Moying jolted, only feeling a headful of softness as his gaze also became gentler. After the two of them separated outside Sky Cloud City, Li Moying had returned to the sect. But once he had free time, he uncontrollably thought of this little lass. The only thing was Li Moying felt that it was impossible that Huang Yueli would think of him like he thought of her, keeping him on her mind. She usually looked so fleety and would always take the evading attitude towards his different ways of expressing love. Now, she suddenly said, she missed him? Could it be that this little thing actually loved him but was too shy to admit? Just at this moment, Huang Yueli felt his actions had stopped and started to feel anxious. Her little hands felt Li Moying's back as she gently kissed him by his ear. "Don't leave me. I beg you. Don't leave me." In her hallucination, Huang Yueli seemed to see that Mu Qingqing being surrounded by several ninth-stage realm experts in the northern ice fields in order to save her. Fear took over her senses. She wasted no time in trying to catch the man before her, not allowing him to leave. As for Li Moying, he had been overwhelmed by her passionate act, and he really didn't think that the little fox's inner heart would be so insecure, and moreover, she needed him so urgently. Li Moying was on fire from her caress, and he was unable to control himself as he fiercely kissed her back. That delicate and weak little thing was so soft, yet so compliant, making him simply unable to resist. "PL, please don't die." Just as Li Moying could barely control himself, suddenly he heard Huang Yueli's sleep talk. Li Moying's actions halted as a sense of non-understanding arose in his heart at that instant. Don't die? What did that mean? Wasn't he alive and kicking right now? Why did this little thing suddenly say such a ridiculous thing? But this thought only lasted for a short while in his head. "Sorry. Woo-woo. I'm sorry." Huang Yueli suddenly hugged him and buried her face into his neck as she started sobbing. This little thing's tears were dripping on him, but yet it seemed to be scorching his heart. Li Moying heard her whimpering sound and regained some senses of consciousness. He stretched out his hand to push aside Huang Yueli's long hair and hugged her shoulder while a hoarse voice rang beside her ear. Why are you crying? Are you not willing? But you initiated it. Li Moying clenched his teeth, secretly feeling frustrated. Whoever saw his beloved woman lying there and suddenly started to sob, bearing a bullied expression, would feel extremely upset. Why on earth was this little thing crying? Wasn't everything all right earlier? Li Moying had never thought that in Huang Yueli's eyes, at this moment, whatever she saw were all images from her past life and not the actual him. Woo woo woo, why do you treat me so well? Perhaps it was because she missed Mu Qingqing too much. Huang Yueli suddenly felt extremely fragile as her tears continued to flow downwards. Actually, she wasn't a fragile person. However tough or difficult situations, she had the absolute confidence and ability to face it and would never easily give up. She had once thought that she would never cry in front of others, but at this moment when she thought she was once again being embraced by Mu Qingqing, she was totally unable to suppress that sense of grievance and terror. Li Moying was shocked by the increase in her tears and could not be bothered to follow through that debt. He sat up and carefully embraced Huang Yueli, holding up her little face as he lowered his head to kiss her tears. This was the first time he had seen her cry. This little thing had always been filled with self-confidence, and at any one point of time, she was so strong without any fear, as though nothing could hurt her at all. But at this moment, she seemed so fragile. Why? Was she bullied by someone when he wasn't around? Surely it couldn't be that she was shocked into tears by what he did earlier. Please, stop crying. Who bullied you? Tell me and I'll go take revenge for you. Or have I made you unhappy? Tell me, I'll listen to everything you say, all right. Li Moying lowered his head as he tried to coax her. In order to stop the little thing in his embrace from crying, he came out with whatever means he could. All sorts of sweet nothings, which were extremely mushy, were told without any hesitation, in the hope to make his little fox smile. If Moe and the rest were present, they would probably have been shocked to death. The man in front of them was embroiled in matters of the heart. In what way did he reflect his usual sense of callousness? This was totally not the same person at all. However, Li Moying didn't realize which part had he nor performed well. He only knew that from Huang Yueli's tears, he felt a constant heartache, as though a splitting pain from deep within was pulling his spirit apart into two halves, painful to the extreme. He would do anything just as long as Huang Yueli stopped crying. Perhaps his patient coaxing took effect, or perhaps Huang Yueli cried so much until she was tired. She finally gradually stopped, and with a hiccup and tears and mucus still on her face, she rubbed against Li Moying's chest. As a man who had slight mysophobia, not only didn't he feel uncomfortable, instead he held on to Huang Yueli's shoulder, deeply concerned that she was tired from crying, trying to lay her down to rest. But Huang Yueli refused to be manipulated by him, holding on to his arm tightly. No, please don't leave me. I'm not, why would I leave you? I can't bear to stay by your side always. Li Moying painfully pecked her on the cheek. Be good. You've gone through an entire day of battle and even got injured, don't you feel tired? Lie down and rest a little while, all right? I'll get you a glass of water. You've cried so much and you'll be dehydrated. Huang Yueli shook her head furiously. I don't want to drink water, don't leave me. Her slender fingers subconsciously grabbed hold of him tightly as her fingernails etched deeply into Li Moying's muscular arm. Li Moying felt a wave of pain. After all, this little thing was a third-stage realm practitioner, and that strength was not something that a mere physical body would handle. But Li Moying couldn't bear to use his profound energy to deflect her. However, his brows didn't even crease, and he gently stroked Huang Yueli's shoulder as he replied in a low voice, all right, I won't leave. I'll stay right here beside you, all right? Huang Yueli didn't say anything but nodded her head furiously while in his embrace. Li Moying adjusted his position and leaned against the bedhead so that Huang Yueli could lean more comfortably in his embrace as she leaned on him. At this moment, although the little thing's clothes were disheveled, and that tender breasts was leaning against his muscular chest, he didn't have the same thoughts which he did earlier. He hugged the little lass and his heart was filled with peace, feeling that as long as he could hold her in his embrace, it was the greatest satisfaction. As time slowly went past, Li Moying also started to feel drowsy. But just at this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly spoke out. "Did you know? I've never understood why you always treat me this well." That voice was very tiny, and if one didn't prick up their ears, one wouldn't be able to hear her clearly. But Li Moying was very alert and immediately became sober. He had never expected Huang Yueli to suddenly say such things. He thought, this lass was fast asleep. However, he didn't move, neither did he make any sound. He only listened quietly to Huang Yueli's hushed recitation. "Actually, for so many years, I've never believed that your intentions towards me is real. I only feel that you merely think that my innate talent was comparable to yours. I know that you had obtained a set of couple cultivation method, and it requires a lady with an innate talent of 9th grade and above to comply before you can cultivate. I had always thought that you got near me so that you can make me do the couple cultivation with you. Besides that, it was also because you saw value in my armament refining talent. Of course, you've been good to me. Always been very good, but this sort of good with motive, I don't care for it. Until that day, I already knew I was going to die, but yet you rushed there to save me, not caring one bit about your own life or sacrifice your cultivation. It was then when I realized that I was wrong. A dying person was obviously not worth anything to you. Why were you still so silly? You're so silly." As Huang Yueli spoke, her voice became softer and softer, softer and softer. Gradually, it no longer could be heard clearly. But her voice that had gone into Li Moying's ears were like lightning on a clear day, striking directly into his heart. What was his little fox talking about? Who was she talking about? Li Moying knew most clearly that he and Huang Yueli merely got acquainted just 3 months ago and not many years ago. He had never obtained any couple cultivation method and he didn't need to find anything to couple cultivate. Of course, for that little thing, he absolutely wouldn't mind sacrificing his cultivation, but he hadn't had the chance. So the person whom Huang Yueli was talking about wasn't him. Wasn't him. Having realized that suddenly, Li Moying felt that his entire body was immersed into an ice house, freezing his body all the way into his inner heart. He wasn't the one whom this little thing liked, not him. She was responding passionately, daringly seducing that man, but it was not him. No wonder she usually kept rejecting his advances. No wonder she acted abnormal today, proactively nearing him, to the extent of not rejecting any kind of advances that he made. The reason for her abnormality was simply too easy to understand. Because her conscience was not clear, because she already had a man whom she liked in her heart and she treated him as that man. This could only blame Li Moying for usually being overconfident. Ever since he joined Celestial Light Sect, he had always been talented and could do whatever he wanted. He was the perfect idol whom many young ladies chased after, and he naturally thought that if Huang Yueli didn't even consider him, who else could she consider? So her rejection wasn't possibly because her heart already belonged to someone else. It could possibly be because he hadn't tried hard enough or she had not seen his sincerity. Li Moying had never really thought that the truth to this matter was actually like this. Various confused thoughts flashed past his mind as the strength, which he used to lock on Huang Yueli's shoulder, increased. What on earth are you talking about? Say it one more time. Huang Yueli didn't wake up, but she frowned from the touch of his violent streak. Li Moying subconsciously loosened his grip, but at the next moment, he realized that even in such a situation, he could not bear her getting hurt one single bit and started to despise himself. When had he dropped to such a coniology state? The most tragic thing was the other party didn't even bother one bit. Li Moying forced himself to push the young lady in his embrace away. After Huang Yueli was pushed away, she immediately came rolling back, hugging onto his lean and robust waist. Her beautiful face was still in a daze, not understanding why she was pushed away by someone who liked her so much. The look from this unconscious struggle attracted Li Moying's gaze. Very quickly, he felt that he was really senseless. The reason this little thing came running up was not because he was Li Moying, but because she thought he was the man whom she liked. If she knew that the person she was hugging was him, she would probably have hidden herself far, far away. As Celestial Light Sect's young sect master, soaring heaven's #1 talent in the younger generation, in her eyes, he was merely a replacement. Thinking of this, the glow in Li Moying's eyes grew dimmer as he stared longingly at Huang Yueli's delicate fair face. For just a moment, he wanted to shake her vigorously, to wake her up, forcing her to answer clearly who was the person she really liked was. Then he would go and kill that man who dared to vie with him for her before confining this little thing up so that she could not go anywhere else except to stay by his side and become his woman only. This impulse was so strong as Li Moying suppressed the urge and it started to hurt faintly and his fingers kept twitching. But finally at last, he took a deep breath as he pushed Huang Yueli away. He was really frightened, afraid that he would hear the scariest answer from this little thing's mouth. If she was conscious when she said that the person she liked the most was not him. Just thinking about this scenario made Li Moying feel that he was on the verge of insanity. Huang Yueli unforgivingly rolled over again. Li Moying arose and stood up from the bed. Huang Yueli found that she caught nothing and her expression reflected an extremely disappointed look as she pouted her lips. That pampered look made the man by the bedside wanted to give her a kiss. Her hands flew everywhere searching, but after some time, she didn't feel that muscular, warm male body that she was looking for. In the end, she could only grab on to the pillow which Li Moying had slept on, rubbing it into her embrace, and as her movements came to a stop, her breathing gradually slowed down, she gradually went into dreamland. Li Moying stood by the bedside, not making a single sound, quietly watching her peaceful sleeping looks as his expression turned dark and gloomy. Looking at her for a long, long time. The next day. It was very late in the afternoon when the scorching sun rays soared into the room when Huang Yueli finally woke up. Her head was still dizzy, and as she sat up, she felt dazed. It was after a little while when she recalled what happened last night. After she had won consecutively for 10 over battles, Li Shuer's pursuer, a fellow called Lei something came to challenge her. Right after she had defeated him, that guy had actually become angry from embarrassment, throwing out a 7th-tier soul fixation pearl, causing a huge explosion in the martial arts stage. When she was affected by the effect of the explosion, she had fainted from it. But she had never thought that when she woke up, she actually found herself in the room. Moreover, it didn't seem like she had any injuries. What was happening? Could it be that soul fixation pearl was a defect and the impact of the explosion wasn't that huge? Moreover, after she had fainted, why didn't Lei Zichu take the opportunity to kill her? And who was it who had sent her back to her room? Huang Yueli shook her head and suddenly, a scenario came to her mind. She was hugging a man, proactively holding his neck in his arms, and lifting her head to kiss him. The two of them were tangled together passionately, and the clothes on their bodies were almost stripped off totally. The man's strong and robust body was pressing against her soft petite body. The difference between the strong and the weak was evident, making her feel shudder from deep within her senses. The scenario from her memory was so clear that she could even faintly feel that she had seen Mu Qingqing yesterday? And even confessing to him loudly, without any sense of shame? Huang Yueli's face flushed red and immediately pulled her blanket away. Lowering down her head, her clothes were still worn on properly, and the front hook was hooked on tightly. She stood stunned for a moment. What was the situation? Could it be that yesterday she had an erotic dream? Just as Huang Yueli was in a daze, suddenly. Thump, thump, thump. A knocking sound rang and Su Qingyue's voice was heard from outside of the door, "Sisterly, sisterly. Have you awoken? I'm here to see you." Huang Yueli hurriedly replied, "Sister Su, please come in." Su Qingyue pushed the door open and with face filled with worry, she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw her sitting on the bed. You're all right. That's great. You'd scared me to my death yesterday night. No one had expected that Lei Zichu would be such a sore loser and deal you with such a heavy hand. He actually snuck and attack. Yesterday the entire martial arts stage was blown apart and no many students on the viewing platform fainted from the impact of the explosion. You were there up on the martial arts stage and bore the brunt of the impact. I was so worried that I almost died, scared that you'd be heavily injured. But from the looks of it, you don't seem to be seriously injured. Huang Yueli nodded, "I'm alright and I've only sustained some light injuries." Su Qingyue sighed sorrowfully as she expressed, "Sisterly, you're so powerful. I heard that was a 7th tier soul fixation pearl. That was equivalent to a 7th stage top exponent's full force strike. If I was there instead, I'd have become minced meat? But you only sustained light injuries. Your ability. I really cannot imagine." When Huang Yueli heard what she said, she frowned slightly and said, "Where on earth would I have such an ability to defend against a 7th stage practitioner's strike? Someone must have saved me yesterday." "That's right, did you see who was it who saved me?" At that time, even though she was about to lose her consciousness, but she indistinctly felt something. Someone saved her, and that someone was an extremely powerful expert. That strong arms, warm embrace and that low-pitched sexy vocals, the feeling. Felt similar to Li Moying? Could it be that, yesterday it was Li Moying? Su Qingyue blinked her eyes and said, "That's probably Principal Jiang, who saved you and sent you back. When the explosion happened, I also fainted and by the time I regained my consciousness, I saw Principal Jiang and the rest dealing with the aftermath, and they even locked Lei Zichu up saying that they would punish him severely. Principal Jiang was able to reach her so soon, so he definitely must be at the martial arts stage, viewing your battle. It's probably him who showed himself when the soul fixation pearl exploded and saved you." "Oh, so it's Principal Jiang. I must thank him properly." As Huang Yueli thoughtfully said that, she didn't notice the slightly disappointed look that she revealed on her face. Yesterday the person who saved her was Principal Jiang. That's right, no matter if it was Mu Qingqing or Li Moying, it was impossible for them to appear at Celestial Light Academy now, so it was really wishful thinking on her part. It was just a dream after all. Moreover, it was an erotic dream which made her face blush with increased heartbeat and widen her blood vessels. She simply could not imagine that she had behaved so wanton, so hungry, simply like a shameless vamp, actively seducing men. It was totally unimaginable, and if this was true, she'd rather bang herself to death. Luckily, it was just a dream. Huang Yueli was both disappointed but yet slightly felicitate as the expression on her face as ever-changing. Su Qingyue saw that and asked her curiously, "Sisterly, what's the matter with you? Are you feeling all right? Do you want to rest a little while? I won't disturb you then." Su Qingyue stood up planning to leave. No need, I'm fine." Huang Yueli pulled on to her in a hurry, "Sister Su, what's the reason for you to visit me today?" Su Qingyue hesitated for a moment, "You're really all right? But your expression didn't seem so well." Huang Yueli replied, "I'm really fine. Don't I know the condition of my own body best? Sister Su, do go ahead and tell me what you have on your mind." Su Qingyue answered her, "Sisterly, the last time. Before you went for the battle, didn't you let us to bet on your all win? I've listened to you, and went to buy a little. But as my guts is very small, I only bet 1,000 pieces of lower grade spirit stones, and I didn't expect that you really won. This is really out of my expectations. I didn't expect that you'd be able to win so many battles, and even Lei Zichu, who was ranked 8th in martial arts stage, had been defeated by you. Huang Yueli smiled. You've overpraised me. She knew that Su Qingyue's words are not finished yet. As expected, Su Qingyue continued, that day, besides me who had bet on your all win, there are several friends of mine who had come from the surrounding countries around South Yu Kingdom, so we can be considered as fellow countrymen. Because of you, they'd earned a huge amount of spirit stones, and hearing that you're from South Yu Kingdom, they'd like to get acquainted to you. I wonder if... Sister Li, do you have any time and is it convenient? Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards and nodded, of course it's convenient. Since we're all from neighboring countries, let's gather together. I've not met many people in Celestial Light Academy yet. Su Qingyue delightfully replied, all right, I'll get them to come over right now. Su Qingyue ran towards the door and immediately called the rest to enter Huang Yueli's courtyard. In actual fact, those people had already been standing at the entrance. But they did not dare to barge into Huang Yueli's territory, so they had been waiting for Su Qingyue's announcement. When they saw Huang Yueli, they immediately swarmed over and greeted her with the term senior sister. In reality, Huang Yueli was much younger than all of them, but as her power was simply too strong, all of them had addressed her with the senior sister title, which was evident that they were here to rely on her. Huang Yueli had wanted to reduce them to submission long ago, and from her understanding from Su Qingyue, they had always been bullied in Celestial Light Academy and had been in search of a strong backing. However, as she had just joined the academy, her base wasn't stable enough, so she hadn't approached them without careful consideration. At that time, she was just a new top student, and although her ability wasn't too bad, it hadn't reached the time for others to take the initiative to defect to her yet. Even if she interacted with them, others would only treat her as a newbie who wished to stand out and sucked her into their entity. In that case, she would only become a member. But what Huang Yueli wanted was not to be an ordinary member. Since she was going to join in, naturally, she must obtain absolute control, making everyone swear their allegiance towards her. So she had been waiting for the perfect opportunity. But now that she had revealed her outstanding talent and defeated Lei Zichu, who was ranked 8, displaying her overwhelming strong ability, to be able to rank in the top 10 in Celestial Light Academy was an exceedingly talented pronoun. At this place, innate talent and power represented identity and status. The top 10 students of the martial arts stage were like one of the academy's leader among one of the powerhouses, and numerous students would swear their allegiance. This kind of her finally made the small team among Su Qingyue unrest, and after discussion, they quickly hurried over to rely on her. To express their sincerity, none of them came empty-handed and brought along various expensive gifts. Huang Yueli didn't bother to act unconventional and accepted it all. After exchanging conventional greetings, the few of them exchanged glances with Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue reciprocated and tried to sound her out. Sister Li, I mentioned this to you earlier that the situation in Celestial Light Academy is very complicated, and as practitioners from small countries, we are easily bullied by those students who come from the large families in Skycloud City. So as not to let others look down on us, we will usually move out together. Huang Yueli did not continue from her stubble and merely smiled. Sister Su thinking is right. Su Qingyue realized that she had no response and turned anxious. Sister Li, join us. Think about it, you're also from a small country. Although your innate talent is very outstanding, but you've also seen it for yourself. Influential families like Lei Zichu hold a lot of resources from their families and their cultivation methods, and profound armaments that they use are much more powerful than ours. Moreover, many influential families in Skycloud City are interlinked. Since you've hurt Lei Zichu, the other families would also treat you as their enemy. Although their power might possibly be weaker than yours and not dare to challenge you, but it is still possible that they will set various hurdles for you in the academy. Huang Yueli lifted her cup as she replied with a calculated and unhurried tone, "So what? Are you still muddle-headed? In the academy, various battles cannot be avoided, and if there are people who keep going against you, how will you be able to concentrate on cultivating?" Huang Yueli put the teacup back on the table, and as the bottom of the cup knocked against the table top, it gave out a resounding crisp sound. "Sister Su, don't be mistaken. There are indeed many influential families' disciples in the academy, but I don't believe they can do anything to me. I'm a core student and moreover, I'm ranked top 10 in the martial arts stage. Perhaps one day I'd be able to join Celestial Light Sect. Those influential families are not silly, and they'd be in a hurry to draw me over, so why would they come and pick on me? I think, the people who needs protection, should be you, right? Your power isn't enough and your status is inadequate. So it's perfectly normal for anyone to snatch your resources. However, you have no right social connection to find the correct backing. If you need me to protect all of you, it can be done. But I never keep useless people around me. If you want me to help you guys, then naturally, there would be some conditions." After she finished saying these, those present turned green and white. The motive to look for Huang Yueli was to defect to her, while on the other hand, they held some wishful thinking. After all, no one liked to be another's lackey, and they thought that since Huang Yueli was still young and had her mind on cultivation, she probably didn't understand the ways of the world. It would be best if they could use some sayings like sharing the same hatred for the common enemy to coax her into joining their small team voluntarily so she could contribute a part of effort for them, which would be the best consequence. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli totally wasn't tricked at all. Saying till here, they came to realize that Huang Yueli wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Su Qingyue raised her head to look at Huang Yueli, and upon seeing that exquisite face with that faint smile, she saw that beneath her eyes. It revealed swift and fierce signs. She was gazed upon by that glare and instinctively shuddered as she lowered her head. A youth asked, "Senior Sister Bai, please express clearly what are your conditions and what you can help us with." Huang Yueli slowly said, "My conditions are very simple. If you wish for me to help, then you must completely pledge your allegiance to me. Let's bond via a blood pact and swear your loyalty to me, with no duplicity." There were many common ways of controlling subordinates. For example, Li Moying's shadow guards actually didn't have too much of a strong binding, and it was totally reliant on themselves to swear their loyalty towards Li Moying. But this kind of relationship required both parties to have a strong sense of trust before it could be formed. Li Moying had grown up with the shadow guards since he was young, which was why he was able to trust them and not worry about any form of betrayal. Huang Yueli didn't have that kind of trust towards these practitioners from the small countries. The reason was because they were originally here for the benefits. Perhaps at the beginning, because of Su Qingyue, Huang Yueli didn't want to make things too absolute, but when she came to realize that they had various ideas during their arrival and had intended to trick her, Huang Yueli then decided not to show mercy. Blood pact was better than planting a slave seal. For those practitioners who were planted the slave seal, they would be bound as a slave to the person who planted the seal for their entire life, and upon a single thought from the master, they could be completely stripped of their self-consciousness and become a puppet. But a blood pact was different. It had a time limit, and once the duration had lapsed, the blood pact would be ineffective. Moreover, the covenanter had their own freedom. If they had something to betray their master, then the other party would automatically find out and could be traced easily. Most practitioners who had stronger abilities would resist to their death upon knowing that they would be planted the slave seal. Sometimes, they might lose more than they expect. But most people were able to accept blood pacts. As long as their power was strong enough, a lot of people would admit defeat. Upon hearing what Huang Yueli said, their expressions turned extremely ugly. "This? Senior Sister Bai, don't you think it's a little too unsightly to sow such a thing like that?" "That's right. Your innate talent is indeed outstanding, but all of us are senior and junior brothers and sisters, and yet you want to form a blood pact with us? Don't you think you're slightly overbearing? The few of them bore a condemning attitude, deeply feeling that they had been insulted. Everyone knew that Huang Yueli would raise her conditions, but no one had expected that she wanted them to completely become her subordinates. Each of these people who entered Celestial Light Academy were all the cream of the crop, and many of them were some royal prince or princesses in some small country, so they had never been subjected to such contempt before. Huang Yueli's expression remained indifferent. If you're not willing, you're welcome to leave now. The few of them exchanged glances. Earlier the first youth to speak out was Yu Xingyang, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke out. Senior Sister Bai, I know you need people to carry out errands for you in the academy, and we're all willing to serve you. But the thing about blood pact. What's the point? Don't tell me that you don't trust us? I really don't trust you. You all. What qualifications do you have to make me believe you? Huang Yueli spoke bluntly without euphemism as the expressions on their faces turned even uglier. However, she didn't care a single bit about the crowd's response and said coldly, one word, willing or not willing? Those who are not willing can leave right now. Don't make me repeat the third time. The few of them looked at each other as they couldn't make a decision. Everyone were talented practitioners who thought highly of themselves, and they were ignored even though they automatically came over to pledge their allegiance and even requested to form a blood pact. Just thinking about it was hard to accept. After hesitating for some time, someone finally opened their mouth. This sort of condition. I cannot accept it. Goodbye. After that person finished his words, he turned around and left. With the first person starting the trend, the rest of them didn't hesitate further and started to leave one by one. Shui Qingqing turned anxious and called out, You all. You're all going to leave like that? But what if that Jiang Hongyi comes to find trouble for us again? What shall we do? If this goes on, none of our star currency would be left and we're unable to cultivate. Don't tell me that we're going to be suppressed by other people for the 5 years that we're in Celestial Light Academy? Everyone's footsteps took a halt. Senior Sister Su. Yu Xingyang opened his mouth and his face was filled with struggles, apparently indecisive. Huang Yueli instantly realized that this bunch of people had been bullied so severely that they came over to rely on her. She raised her brows as she said, What is the matter? What trouble have you gotten into? Yu Xingyang replied, Yes, we have trouble. But even if it's you, it's also impossible to solve it completely. Oh? Really? You didn't say, so how do you know it's not possible? Yu Xingyang hesitated for a moment. If you really have a way to deal with that fellow, I might agree to your conditions. Junior brother Yu. What are you thinking of? This is a blood pact. A few of them cried out in shock. Yu Xingyang said loudly, But I've got enough. We cannot go on like this. Even time we managed to earn some star currency, those students from the influential families would send people to come and snatch it away. After joining Celestial Light Academy for 2 years, we haven't even learnt one single cultivation method. We can stay in this academy for at most 5 years. If this drags on, it would have been a wasted trip to come to Skycloud City. When we return to our country, how would other people see us? The crowd kept silent and stopped in their footsteps, not daring to take one step outwards. Huang Yueli said with a smile which didn't look like a smile, All right, now can anyone tell me, the situation with the person who you need to deal? Shui Qingqing looked at the few of them and opened her mouth. The matter is like this. Huang Yueli quickly found out the cause and effect. Actually, the matter was very simple. Just before Huang Yueli came to this place, the Academy's most powerful martial arts stage, top 10 were entirely the disciples from Skycloud City's influential families. Each of them belonged to different powerhouses, and the Academy had already gathered quite a number of people, occupying the academy's resources. And among those people whom they enrolled, those small countries' students became their target to bully by those influential families' disciples, so they had bitter words stuck in their throats, but unable to voice it out. Shui Qingqing, that bunch of people were oppressed by a core student called Xianxia. Every month, he would collect 10-star currency from all of them as protection fee. Shui Qingqing and gang's ability were just not enough, and they couldn't even make more than 10-star currencies per month, so it was impossible for them to cough it out. Therefore, they were beaten up daily, and all their star currency were snatched away. Without star currency, they wouldn't get any resources in Celestial Light Academy, not to mention exchange for cultivation methods or profound skills to cultivate. Senior Sister Bai, you've also heard that this Xianxia is one of the subordinates of the martial arts stage ranking #1's Mr. Yuan. If we were to take it up with him, it would be equivalent to offending Mr. Yuan. I wonder if you dare to take up this trouble of helping us solve this. Yu Xingyang replied in provocation as he raised his chin. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, what's there not to dare? But I won't help you solve this trouble. You're all grown up, and since you've created this problem, go solve it yourself. Yu Xingyang sneered, I already said you don't dare to, what's there to pretend? Before he could complete his sentence, he was suddenly stunned. A slender hand extended in front of him. In that hand was a scroll. What is this? Yu Xingyang received the scroll and opened it up. Upon one look, his hand trembled, th. This is an Earth-grade lower-level cultivation method. What? Earth-grade lower-level cultivation method? Everyone started to crowd around him as they stared in shock at the scroll in Yu Xingyang's hand. In the entire Soaring Heavens continent, cultivation method was something that was extremely difficult to get hold of. Outside the academy, an original scroll of an Earth-grade lower-level cultivation method's auction price was extraordinary, something which even 6th-stage realm practitioners were not able to afford. Even if it's within Celestial Light Academy, students require a huge amount of star currency to exchange for cultivation methods. Moreover, these students were not core students, so their scope of authority did not allow them to exchange for an Earth-grade cultivation method. This was why everyone's eyes almost dropped out when they saw Huang Yueli give out an original scroll of Earth-grade cultivation method. This? Senior Sister Bai, what do you mean by this? Huang Yueli held her teacup as she drank a mouthful of tea and replied, when you came over, you'd brought along many gifts, and I have nothing to give in return, so this scroll is my gift to you. Mastering this cultivation method scroll should be enough to let you defeat that Jiang something fellow. You, what conditions do you have? Do you want us to sign the blood pact now? Yu Xingyang asked. Huang Yueli put down her teacup as her lips curled upwards to reflect a smile, but the expression in her eyes were filled with frost. You think I'm begging you to declare your loyalty to me? Based on your innate talent and cultivation, to be able to join my team is your good fortunate that your ancestors had done in their past lives. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can leave now. But next time you want me to accept you, it won't be that simple anymore. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the cultivation method scroll, then finally looked at Huang Yueli's icy cold face in disbelief. What did that mean? Huang Yueli didn't want them to swear their allegiance and just gave them a cultivation method scroll? Where on heavens would you find something so cheap? Had she become retarded? After they had received the cultivation method and settled their problems, who would come back and look for her? And beg her to accept them as her subordinate? What kind of joke was that? The few of them exchanged glances, and with oil on their feet, they sped away. After gaining such a big advantage, whoever who didn't leave was an idiot. Only Shui Qingqing and Yu Xingyang felt bad as they hesitated. We'd done nothing to gain a cultivation method for nothing. Huang Yueli swept them one glance as she said, no need to stand on ceremony. This cultivation method is not given away for nothing. If you still want to look for me, make sure you master this cultivation method within 7 days and deal with that Jiang fellow before you come and look for me again. The both of them didn't really understood, but since Huang Yueli wasn't willing to speak further, they could only leave. After sending them away, Huang Yueli also went out. To her, there was a pressing matter, and that was to collect all the recorded medicinal herbs in 9 phoenix transformations required for cultivating the 3rd level. Otherwise, her advancement this time would not be perfect, and she would be unable to break through 3rd stage 4th level. Staying on the same level for long term would be damaging to her body as well. She now held a huge amount of star currency, and the fastest method would be to go to Celestial Light Academy's herb garden to search for the herbs. However, when she was nearing the public square, she discovered a large circle of people crowding together, and moreover, they were all female students. What kind of situation was this? Huang Yueli's footsteps halted as she heard a female student speaking. "My, did you see that? The senior brother, who Principal Jiang personally brought over, is simply too handsome. Just looking at him make me want to faint." Yes. Senior brother is simply too handsome. I've never seen such a handsome man before in my entire life. Quickly move aside and let me squeeze in a bit more. Aya, stop squeezing. Can't you see that it's full of people here? Hearing the crowd's conversation, Huang Yueli curiously casted a glance towards the crowd of people. The result was she saw a tall and straight figure from behind, and he was crowded around in the middle by others, so she couldn't see his full view at all. She was somewhat speechless at this point of time. This bunch of ladies were all crowding here just to see a rear view of a man whom they couldn't even see clearly. Just how handsome was this man? Could he be more handsome than Mu Qingying? Or more handsome than Li Moying? Apparently, it's impossible. AI, they're really little girls who had not seen the world. Hearing a few female students speak out again, speaking of this senior brother is not just handsome only. I heard that his innate talent and ability are exceedingly outstanding and is very, very powerful. Yes, I've heard of that too. It's rumored that Principal Jiang personally invited him to Celestial Light Academy, and his personal ability is already very strong. So he'd only be staying here for a while. His aim should be the Academy's tournament in the second half of the year, in preparation to enroll into Celestial Light sect. Wah! He's so awesome. I wonder if this senior brother versus martial arts stage number 1 rankings Mr. Yuan, who is more powerful. Mr. Yuan is one of the famous handsome male in Sky Cloud City. Judging from looks, Mr. Yuan had been defeated completely. As for ability, HMPF, I believe senior brother is also very awesome and powerful. He definitely cannot be worse off than Mr. Yuan. Handsome men are definitely powerful. Face value is justice. Huang Yueli heard their discussions as her lips curled upwards, feeling slightly funny and yet a little envious. So, this is a normal practitioner's student life. To crowd around just to look at the new handsome senior brother or something. She had never done this kind of thing in her entire 2 lifetimes. She sighed with regret for a while, turned around and left. She totally didn't notice that when she left, the man who was being crowded around turned around and his complicated gaze looked at her rear view. This person was Li Moying. Li Moying looked at her light footsteps, and without turning around she continued on her way, so he was feeling extremely oppressed in his heart. A peerless handsome living male standing right here, and so many love-struck women had crowded around to look at him, but this little lass wasn't interested at all. Earlier she was looking here, but didn't actually recognize him? Looking at her refreshed look, apparently the thing that had happened last night didn't affect her at all. Only he spent the entire night sleepless till dawn. Who was the person that she liked? This question had been reverberating in his heart many times, casing him unable to even have a moment of peace. His Lear. Could it be that there was no way she would belong to him? Huang Yueli left the public square and walked along a small path all the way to Celestial Light Academy's herb garden. This field of herb garden was the largest that she had seen since her rebirth. Looking afar, it occupied the entire mountain slope. There were many students who had crowded around the pavilion at the entrance to exchange herbs, whereas there were 2 teachers who were in charge of the exchange. One of them had a long queue in front of him, and that queue was extremely long, all the way from the outside of the pavilion and circling the pavilion several rounds. The other teacher, however, had no crowd at all. Huang Yueli thought it was rather strange as she turned around and tapped a student in the queue as she asked, "Why do you all queue at the same line? Isn't there no one over at that side?" The student replied, "This junior sister, from the clothes that you're wearing, you're a first-year student and had just joined the academy? No wonder you don't know the regulations. That teacher is only in charge of helping the course students exchange herbs. Or if you're exchanging for herbs worth 1,000 star currency and above, you can also go to that queue." "I see. Yes, junior sister, now you understand? 1,000 star currency. Other than those top 100 ranking tycoons in the martial arts stage, who else would have so much star currency? Moreover, be willing to exchange it for herbs. As for course students, it would be even more difficult. The academy only has a total of less than 200 course students among all the students in the academy. So that queue usually doesn't have anyone queuing at all." The male student thought Huang Yueli was young and she's a rather exquisite beauty, so he had some liking for her and told her a couple more information. "I understand now, thank you senior brother." Huang Yueli nodded her head at him. The make student smiled, "No need for thanks. Junior sister, hurry and queue up behind. There's not much people in the early afternoon, but as more and more people comes, quickly, don't waste any more time." Before he could finish his words, he saw Huang Yueli turning around and headed towards the table where there was no queue. He immediately got anxious and called her from behind, "Junior sister, junior sister. You're headed the wrong way. The queue should be to walk towards the right side and you're heading to the left. Quickly come back. That old witch who's in charge of exchanging herbs for course students is very mean. Don't go and provoke her." "Aya, did you hear me?" He was so anxious that he stomped his feet, but Huang Yueli didn't seem to hear him as her footsteps didn't even stop for a moment. Very quickly, she stopped right in front of the other table. Seated there was a middle-aged woman. Her looks wasn't considered as ugly, but when she glanced at people with that icy cold expression on her face, she basically looked askance at other people. Her expression totally showed a snobbish look, and just one look and you know she's not some virtuous person. No wonder that male student had such an opinion of her earlier, even giving her a nickname of an old witch. Huang Yueli opened her mouth to ask, "This teacher, I'd like to exchange for herbs." The middle-aged woman glanced sideways at her and retracted her line of vision as though she didn't see her at all. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and raised her voice, "Teacher, I'd like to exchange for herbs." The middle-aged woman seemed to have discovered her existence and slowly casted her a glance as she sneered. "Little miss, you're in the wrong queue. My queue is only for Celestial Light Academy students with value and status. Poor students like you who had just entered the school should quietly go queue up instead of coming here to get scolded by me." Huang Yueli's eyebrows creased as she replied, "Teacher, please speak politely. I'm a course student." "Course student?" The middle-aged woman seemed to have heard a biggest joke of the year. "What joke are you cracking? Think I didn't see the first-year uniform that you're wearing? Course student. I'm telling you, there had never been any first-year student who made it to become a course student. Don't brag. Did you think I, Guameli, could be tricked so easily? Quickly get lost and leave." Huang Yueli wanted to continue, but saw the middle-aged woman's expression changed as she stood up. "Young Master Zhang, you're free today to drop by. What herbs do you want to exchange? Let me know. I'll immediately look for it for you." Recently, we received a bunch of good quality herbs, and it's all very fresh. The medicinal effects are absolutely first-rated. And there's also 5th-grade medicinal herbs. The catalog is here, why don't you take a look first? Standing up is too tiring, so please take a seat here, right here. Middle-aged woman smiled obsequiously, looking right behind Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli turned around and saw a tall and lean youth standing behind her. So it's young Master Zeng. He's Xing Weiqing, who's ranked 3rd in martial arts stage. No wonder that old witch had become so disgusting. TSK, isn't it so? She's just like that, a kind of attitude towards influential families' rich young masters and course students with a bright future, whereas another attitude towards ordinary students like us. She's such a snob. Isn't that so? But there's no other way. It's all because our ability isn't comparable to other people. Such a pity that new student is quite pretty, but she doesn't understand how things work around here, and provoked that old witch. Today would be the day where she would be humiliated. Not true, that new student, why do I feel that she looks rather familiar? Familiar? She just joined the academy, and you're already finding her familiar? I think you think that she's pretty, and want to pretend to act familiar so that you can hit on her? The battle that Huang Yueli had yesterday made her become an instant celebrity in Celestial Light Academy. But as the tournament stage was rather far from the rear rows in the viewing platform, they weren't able to see clearly what she looked like. Moreover, she had just entered the school a few days ago, so most people didn't have any chance to get to know her. So there were plenty of people who couldn't recognize that she was Huang Yueli, who had defeated Lei Zichu. Middle-aged woman took the initiative to invite Xing Weiqing to take a seat and even made tea for him before pulling out a thick book of catalog, flipping it page by page for him. Huang Yueli saw what she was going and walked over. Stretching out her hand, she pressed onto the pages of the medicinal herb catalog. Teacher, I recall that. I seem to be the one who was here first? Don't tell me that in Celestial Light Academy, there isn't a single set of rules. Don't you know exchanging herbs requires one to queue up and be served in order of arrival? Middle-aged woman didn't expect that after her criticizing, not only did she not leave in embarrassment, she even jumped out and cut into her flattering. Her face sunk immediately. Cut queue? What do you think you are, even dare to say young Master Zeng, cut your queue? You're not even qualified to queue up here. I'm warning you, you'd better hurry up and scram from here. Don't bother young Master Zeng, otherwise I won't be nice to you. For intentionally creating trouble at the herb garden and disrupt the order to exchange herbs, do you know what kind of punishment you will get? Huang Yueli's glare shimmered as her voice turned chilly. Why do I not have the qualification? I've already said this earlier, I'm also a course student. I have the right to exchange for herbs here. Really? Then where is your evidence? If you have what it takes, show me your identity token. The middle-aged woman sneered. Huang Yueli immediately took out her identity token, but she immediately thought of something and went into a blank. Because her identity token was still an ordinary student's token, which was uniformly distributed during their enrollment. The examiner had told her at that time that after she had enrolled, she should report to the course student management office so that she can exchange for a course student's specialized token. But after she entered the school, first she went into closed-door cultivation, followed by battles, and had been extremely busy, not even sparing a bit of time to go and exchange the token. So the token in her hand was not the course student's identity token. As expected, when the middle-aged woman saw the token in her hand, she laughed out loud immediately. You don't even bother to read the script before you brag. Do you think I'm blind and cannot tell that that token is an ordinary student's token? Who are you trying to bluff by showing that? If you're trying to think of an excuse and say you forgot to bring your token, I might just hesitate, but now that you've taken that out, do you think I'm not idiot? Huang Yueli glanced at her coldly as hatred formed in her heart. Such an ignorant and snobbish nasty person. If it was the usual times, she really wanted to slap this kind of person to death. Unfortunately, this was Celestial Light Academy, and she would definitely get into trouble for beating up a teacher. Although she wasn't afraid of trouble, but before she got the chance to investigate the clue that Bai Lu Feng left for her, she must remain low-key and not flout the school regulations. Huang Yueli thought about it and said, I didn't have the time to go to the core student management office to exchange my token. Forget it since you don't believe me, but I heard that exchanging medicinal herbs valued at 1,000 star currency and above could be done here, isn't it? The middle-aged woman sneered, that's right. But you, a new student, couldn't possibly exchange a 1,000 star currency medicinal herb? Even if you're the new top student, it's merely just 100 star currency. Alright, stop pretending. I'll give you 3 breaths time and you'd better scram. Otherwise. Before she could finish her sentence, Xianxia, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly spoke out a sound. The middle-aged woman hurriedly turned around. Young Master Zhang, what instructions do you have? Please wait a moment, let me get rid of this. Xianxia didn't bother about her as his glance fell onto Huang Yueli, new top student just enrolled and became a core student, and she had a huge amount of star currency in her hands. If I'm not wrong, you're this year's new top student, Bai Ruoli, who's from South Yu Kingdom? Huang Yueli replied indifferently, that's right, that is me. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Xianxia stood up and looked at her from above. I really didn't expect that this year's new student to have such a talent like you. Just barely half a month of entering the academy, you defeated my cousin Lei Zichu and made him suffer so badly. This is a huge challenge to the entire Soaring Heavens continent's influential families. Lass, your predicament is really not good. Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose in surprise. So this martial arts stage rank number 3 Xianxia was actually Lei Zichu's cousin. No wonder it was rumored that the 8 influential families in Sky Cloud City are interlinked, and everyone were mostly relatives, and naturally shared success and suffered defeat together. But they were nothing in Huang Yueli's eyes. She casually laughed, this words. From the day I took part in the entrance examinations, quite a number of people had told me the same thing. Unfortunately, without an exception, all of them had been beaten flat to the ground by me. As for myself, I'm still alive and kicking today, or perhaps I should say, I'm living better and better as each day goes by. Xianxia didn't see the battles at martial arts stage that day because he was ranked 3rd and was considered a celebrity. So no matter how strong a new student was, he couldn't possibly lower his own identity to go and view this kind of battle. So he had never expected Huang Yueli to be so wild. His impression of practitioners who were born from small countries, no matter how much ability or how high their innate talents were, towards these disciples from those influential families, they were still not comparable. At least, no matter what the heart was thinking, but on the surface they would absolutely not dare to go against them. However, Huang Yueli directly slapped his unbridled words back onto his face. Xianxia's expression turned ugly as he stared at Huang Yu gloomily. Why? Don't tell me that you thought you had defeated Lei Zichu and you're able to fight against me? As expected of a new student, this thinking is just too naive. The top 10 contenders in the martial arts stage have a huge distance between each rank. I heard that you and Lei Zichu are just on par and had only won at the last moment. As for me, I only need to make one move and I'd be able to defeat him. Huang Yueli had an indifferent smile on her face. So powerful? Don't tell me that you want to challenge me too? Under those who didn't know the truth or those whose abilities were much weaker, it seemed like the both of them were on par since they were entangled in a long battle. Xianxia's expression turned even uglier as he sneered, I will challenge a new student like you? I still want my reputation. Since you're so self-confident, then just wait and see. Celestial Light Academy isn't as simple as you think it is. After finishing up what he had to say, he pointed to several types of medicinal herbs on the catalog. These, and these. Send it to my residence later. Middle-aged woman hurriedly nodded her head in response. Shui Qingqing finished up and turned around to leave. After his departure, the whole herb garden started to bustle. She's actually that new top student by Ruoli. Heavens, it's really her. Is she the real McCoy? I was standing quite far away from the martial arts stage that day and couldn't see clearly at all. She must be the real person. Didn't you hear her admit it? Moreover, what status does young Master Xing have? How could he possibly recognize the wrong person? She had created Celestial Light's new records, to become a course student on her first day as a new student. After she had joined for merely 10 days, she easily replaced Lei Zichu to become number 8 in the martial arts stage. I heard that she's only 14 and had already broke through to 3rd stage realm. And she's from a small country without any resources. Her innate talent is simply so strong that she's scary. Could she be 7th grade talent? Just entered the school and she's already so powerful. If she stayed on in the academy for 2 years, after Mr. Yuan and the rest graduated, it will be a matter of fact before she becomes rank number 1 in the martial arts stage. Those ordinary students present were in discussions, all using an admirable gaze as they looked at Huang Yueli. Her achievements were just too astonishing. Perhaps those practitioners from influential families felt jealousy or heavy-heartedly towards her, but in ordinary students' hearts, her existence was already like a goddess. This was really a true talented lady, and all those present could only look up to her. As for the middle-aged woman, she was in complete shock. She totally despised this young lady earlier, and she was actually a terrifying peerless talent. She became a core student on her first day of school. Defeated Lei Zichu. Martial arts stage ranking number 8. Any 1 point were all Celestial Light Academy's record-breaking achievement. Only this kind of talent was able to cause such a huge tidal wave, and her future achievements were imaginable. The middle-aged woman's face turned green and white, filling her heart with regret. Towards such an outstanding genius with such talent, she would never have dared to offend one bit. Now, because of her bad eyesight, she failed to tell that Huang Yueli was a peerless talent and even used that attitude of despise to talk to her earlier. The middle-aged woman's back was filled with sweat and her legs almost gave way, to the point of kneeling down. You. Bye. Miss Bai. Huang Yueli's eyebrows rose as she spoke in a seemingly smile. I already mentioned earlier that I'm a core student, but teacher, you don't seem to believe. No, I believe. The middle-aged woman hurriedly responded, Miss Bai, earlier my eyes had failed me, and I was unable to identify your great ability. An outstanding talented student like you will, of course, be able to exchange for medicinal herbs here. Your cultivation is the number 1 greatest matter, who would dare to delay it at all? Please come this way, take a seat, I'll treat you to tea. What herbs do you need? Please take your time and choose. Huang Yueli replied, I don't dare to stay here to choose the medicinal herbs. After all, I'm a newly enrolled student and I'm not able to present my identity token. Delaying a teacher's time is a huge crime. Maybe I should go check with the herb garden director to see how I can get to exchange for medicinal herbs. The middle-aged woman heard that and her face turned pale with fright. One must know that those who were able to become the top 10 core students were all holding extraordinary statuses in the academy beyond ordinary students' imagination. If they were not satisfied with any of the managing teachers and went ahead to complain, in light of evidence, the managing teacher would be dismissed immediately. She hurriedly said, Miss Bai, please have mercy and forgive me. How about this? This is your first time coming to the herb garden to exchange for medicinal herbs, right? Then for all the herbs that you're exchanging today, I'll give you a 10% discount. Please take your pick slowly. 10%? No, no, no. 20%, 20%. The middle-aged woman felt her hesitation and quickly lowered the standard. Huang Yueli then nodded, all right, since teacher is so generous and I'm not those kind of arrogant type of people. Although she did have quite an amount of star currency on her hands, but if she were to exchange for medicinal herbs, it would be those extremely high-grade ones. There were some which were even 7th-level medicinal herbs, and perhaps Celestial Light Academy might not even have it. If they did have, the pricing should be very shocking, and perhaps even these 10 over 100,000 star currency might not be enough. If she could scrimp, she would. Moreover, 20% was indeed much cheaper than usual. Seeing that she nodded her head, the middle-aged woman heaved a sigh of relief before she passed that thick book of catalog to Huang Yueli. Then, please take a seat over here. Whatever herbs you need, please let me know so that I can bring it over for you. Huang Yueli didn't look at the catalog but instead drew out a list. The herbs I want are these, but I'm not sure if the academy has it all. Middle-aged woman opened the list to take a look and her hand shook. This. Live grass, 3rd level, 20 stalks. Silver frost branch, 3rd level, 20 pieces. Rainbow light grass, 4th level, 10 stalks. Spirit heart vine, 4th level, 20 pieces. Just looking at the top few items on the list, the middle-aged woman was shocked as her voice started to tremble. Me. Miss Bai, you. You intend to exchange for so many medicinal herbs today? Why? Do you have that much star currency? She indeed had the authority to give the person who wanted to exchange herbs discount, but the highest discounted amount that she could give was merely 200 star currency. Anything more than 200 star currency, she'd need to top it up from her own pocket. She was thinking that since Huang Yueli was a new student, at most she would only have a few hundred star currency on hand, and it was impossible for her to use it all to exchange for medicinal herbs, which was why she had generously given the discount earlier. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli was such a rich tycoon? Just in that list alone, the herbs she had seen earlier were valued at several thousand star currency. Moreover, there was still a long list to go. Why? Suspect that I don't have money? Huang Yueli took out her identity token. I have here 10 over 100,000 star currency. To purchase these medicinal herbs, it should be more than enough. When the middle-aged woman heard what she said, she almost fainted on the spot. 10 over 100,000 star currency. Please don't tell her that so much star currency was to be used on purchasing medicinal herbs. Huang Tuili used the identity token and knocked against the table edge as she urged, Teacher, can you hurry a bit? You also know that my cultivation time is very precious and cannot waste it on waiting for you to find the medicinal herbs. If you don't know how much reserve stock the herb garden has, then you really don't know your job well. If I were to reflect this to the academy. Middle-aged woman took a stumble as she spoke trembling, me. Miss Bai, I really don't have such huge authority. If you want me to give such a huge discount, even if you beat me to death, I'm also not able to take it out. Moreover, the last few medicinal herbs on this list of yours are all 7th and 6th level, so I don't have any here. These high-level medicinal herbs all require the principal's approval. Need the principal's approval? Huang Yueli's eyebrow rose. Yes, really. We're not able to grow these medicinal herbs in our herb garden, and only in certain mystic region or danger zones would it be able to grow naturally. It is also extremely rare, and the resources in our academy is really not many, so just based on star currency, you might not be able to exchange for it and will require the principal's approval. Huang Yueli believed that this middle-aged woman would not dare to cheat her now. She thought about it and replied, Then please hurry to help me send the request, I have urgent use for it. Middle-aged woman nodded her head continuously, Yes, I'll go immediately. Miss Bike, please wait here for a moment and drink some tea, I'll go report this to the garden director now. She turned around to leave once she finished her sentence. After the herb garden director got the news, he quickly reported this to Jiang Tuxin. When Jiang Tuxin originally heard that it was this year's super talented new top student applying for medicinal herbs, he was all smiles as he expressed in a relaxed attitude, "Since she wants it, then give it to her." After all, such a talent might not even appear in every 100 years. Wait, there are so many medicinal herbs on this list, these are all she wants. Just halfway through his words, Jiang Tuxin took carefully at the contents on the list as his expression turned stiff immediately. Garden director hurriedly nodded, "That's right, that's what Miss Bai said herself." What kind of joke is this? Although her innate talent is not bad, but she's merely just entered third stage realm cultivation. Why on earth would she require 7th level medicinal herbs? Moreover, applying for just 1 or 2 kinds, I'd approve and give it to her. But now she's applying for 10 over high-level medicinal herbs at one go. What is she thinking of? Jiang Tuxin frowned as he spoke painfully. The resources that Celestial Light Academy held was incomparable to their sect. Even those high-level medicinal herbs that he kept in the storage were painstakingly gotten from the sect and had been accumulated for many years. In the end, Huang Yueli came and opened her lion jaws, trying to take away all the hard-earned medicinal herbs which he had accumulated for so long. He really didn't bear to give it away. Jiang Tuxin replied, "No, approving all is impossible." He thought and said, "But she is ranked top 10 in martial arts stage, so I cannot not give her any face at all, so just approve 2 kinds type 6th level medicinal herbs." Jiang Tuxin drew a horizontal line below the 2 kinds of medicinal herbs names and passed it to the herb garden director. Garden director responded, "Principal Jiang is really wise in handling this. I shall go and inform Miss Bai." "What herbs does she want?" A cold and aloof voice was heard from the side. Before the garden director could react in time, he saw a slender beautiful big hand stretched to his front and took away the list in his hand. A young man dressed in Celestial Light Academy's core student robe held on to that thin piece of paper, carefully scrutinizing it. When the garden director saw him, he couldn't help but went into a blank. Who was this person? Celestial Light Academy student? He couldn't recall seeing a student with such outstanding looks in the academy before. Moreover, the profound energy vibrations coming from him was simply too strong and had already exceeded the standard of what a core student should have. Even a teacher like him felt tremendous pressure. Bodhi Spiritual Ginseng, Green Cliff Dragon Karlgren. I thought it was some incredible item. Principal Jiang, you can't bear to give it away? After Li Moying went through the list, he folded the paper and threw it in front of Jiang Tuxin as he spoke out icily. Jiang Tuxin immediately quivered up as he turned anxious. Although he had just interacted for 2 days with this young sect master, but he already knew that this master was extremely hard to serve. For example now, although his tone sounded cold and aloof, but in actual fact, it represented that he was extremely unhappy. How did he offend him again? Jiang Tuxin twisted his thought around and suddenly came to an understanding. That's right, this application for high-level medicinal herbs was from the new top student and she seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with young sect master. Yesterday when they were in the martial arts stage, young sect master personally appeared to save her and even threw a huge temper to dispose of Lei Zichu. And before that, young sect master had mentioned that he would like to live next to that young lass. Jiang Tuxin instantly regretted his decision as he hurriedly explained, "Young sect master, please don't misunderstand. I'm just following according to Celestial Light Academy's regulations to handle this matter only and not intentionally going against Miss Bai. I will now send my instructions down that as long as the herbs are something that Miss Bai requires, it will all be approved. No matter how many she required, we will issue it all to her." Saying that, he turned around and looked at the garden director. "What are you still waiting for? Didn't you hear what I said? Miss Bai is young sect master's friend, so serve her with care. Herb Garden Director just realized that the incredible handsome young man standing in front of him is actually the rumored youngest disciple with the most outstanding innate talent in the entire Celestial Light Sect's history, whose name was reputed in the entire South Sky region, young Sect Master Li Moying. To have a legendary top VIP appearing in front of him made the Herb Garden Director feel that his two legs were turning to jelly. But he still summoned up his courage to reply, "Yo. Young Sect Master, Principal Jiang, it's not that I don't want to do things well but the items that Miss Bai wanted are just too many. And some are rather difficult to find, so our academy's storage don't have such medicinal herbs at all." This. When Jiang Tuxin heard that, he also frowned. "Young Sect Master, you see." Li Mo increased his forehead as he directly called out, "Moe." Moe hurriedly stood out, "Please give your orders, Master. Immediately make a trip back to Celestial Light Sect and using my name to get the herbs that Third Miss wants. Make haste and return quickly. By tonight, you must deliver the items to Third Miss." "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Moe knew how much Huang Yueli stood in Li Moying's heart and didn't dare to pretermit one bit. So he hurriedly left after he replied. Jiang Tuxin noted that scene and his heart was filled with even more suspicions and anxiety, not knowing what is Huang Yueli's background. Young Sect Master seemed to be head over heels for this young lass. Just hearing that she needed medicinal herbs, he immediately sent his most competent subordinate to get it for her, and even to deliver to her by nightfall. If he hadn't known that young Sect Master would be marrying the Sect Master's eldest daughter in future, he would definitely have mistaken that young Sect Master was interested in this young lass. But did young Sect Master needed to have such an ambiguous relationship with that young lass, and be so concerned about her? Could it be because of Bai Lu Feng? But Bai Lu Feng had already gone missing for 10 over years, and that year he was merely a 7th stage practitioner. In front of the peerless Miss Youth Sect Master, he really wasn't considered as anything great, right? Young Sect Master, this Miss Bai. Jiang Tuxin opened his mouth in an attempt to fish out information. Whoever knew that Li Moying didn't even bother to cast one glance at him as he turned around and disappeared into the room. Huang Yueli waited for a very long time in the herb garden. The middle-aged woman finally ran over and in her hands were big and small packages, with bundles of medicinal herbs. And right behind her was the Herb Garden Director. "Miss Bai, all the medicinal herbs of 5th grade and below that you wanted are here. Please make an inventory check." Herb Garden Director was all smiles as he bowed. The middle-aged woman was standing by the side when she was shocked by his agilate attitude. What was the situation? Why was the Herb Garden Director so courteous to this young lass, and even, that attitude seemed to carry some blandish tone. As the Herb Garden Director, his status in Celestial Light Academy was rather high-standing, so ordinary managers or teachers were incomparable to him. But now, the Garden Director was actually using such a respectful attitude towards the newly enrolled student? Tioch. This was just impossible? Could something have gone wrong? One must know that even if he was right in front of the number 1 core student Mr. Yuan, the Garden Director was merely acting courteous and absolutely would not take the initiative to fawn on him. Even Huang Yueli herself was slightly surprised, but she didn't express it out and just nodded her head. "Thank you very much, Garden Director, but how about those high-level medicinal herbs that I wanted?" Garden Director hurriedly replied, "We do not have enough of those medicinal herbs in our academy storage, so I've hurriedly arranged for it to be delivered from our sect. Later on we'll deliver it directly to your room, so please wait for a couple more hours." Huang Yueli was even more surprised. In actual fact, she was already mentally prepared that the academy might be missing a portion of the medicinal herbs, and even thought that after a few days, she would make a trip to Sky Cloud City's medicinal herb stores and auction centers to search for the remaining medicinal herbs. Whoever knew that the Academy would be so considerate and even personally request for those medicinal herbs for her? Was the treatment of the top 10 martial arts stage contenders that good? Huang Yueli took out her identity token and passed it over to the garden director. Please do a tally for me. Earlier that teacher said she'd give me 20% off. When the middle-aged woman heard these words, her eyes rolled back and she almost fainted, feeling that her heart was bleeding. She hurriedly replied, Miss Bai, this. Whoever knew before she could open her mouth, garden director replied, right, 20% discount. The things that Miss Bai wanted naturally cannot be charged too expensive. Saying that, garden director even gave her a look of praise. What situation was this? As the incident happened too suddenly, the middle-aged woman was left completely stunned in a daze. Huang Yueli's forehead creased, but she didn't say anything much. After paying with her star currency, she kept her identity token and brought the medicinal herbs back. No matter what, for someone to send her medicinal herbs automatically, it wasn't really a bad matter. Since things went along so smoothly, Huang Yueli's mood was rather good as she sped back to her residence. But who knew, when she reached her residence, a huge crowd had formed along the doorway and most of them were ladies. So senior brother stayed around here. This is the course student's residence? Right. It's rumored that the other courtyard next to his is the residence of this year's new top student, the one who had won consecutively for more than 10 rounds yesterday. Aya, her life is so good, to be able to stay next door to a male god senior brother. Woo woo woo, I envy her so much. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. What are you talking about? Why are you crowded around my courtyard entrance? A sweet voice was heard. Ugh. The female students all turned their heads in a hurry and saw a slender, delicate young lady standing behind them, curiously sizing them up. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized her. Ah, you're Bai Ruoli. So she's the lucky Bai Ruoli. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she asked puzzledly, lucky? What happened to me? Why are you all crowding around here? Someone tugged her and pointed to the courtyard next to hers and said, Junior sister Bai, don't you know that today a super handsome senior brother joined our academy today? Moreover, it was Principal Jiang who personally brought him over. He said he would be staying at our academy for half a year. Now he's staying right next to you. Senior brother, he's really very, very, very handsome. Female student's eyes turned into a heart shape. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless momentarily. So, you're here to take a look at that senior brother. Isn't he just slightly more handsome? Men, you cannot just judge them by their looks. Oh, what do you know? Senior brother hasn't just got looks only. The female student immediately showed an expression like she was insulted as she educated her with a tone full of justice. Did you know? Right after senior brother reported to the academy, the first thing he did was to challenge martial arts stage number 1 ranking Mr. Yuan. Oh? Really? The result? Hearing these, Huang Yueli suddenly felt an interest to know more. To challenge the number 1 local villain on the first day of school, this overbearing attitude was not something that most people had. The female student said, do you need to ask? Senior brother only used one move and sent Mr. Yuan flying. A pity this was a last-minute battle and not a prearranged battle, so we didn't get to see the actual scenario. AI, senior brother is so handsome and so powerful, I'm going to be one of his admirers for my entire life. Her eyes turned into a heart shape once again. Huang Yueli went speechless once again. Did she need to exaggerate so much? Although to be able to win the number 1 practitioner of the martial arts stage was indeed outstanding, but these female students had turned into love-struck idiots. This current scenario made her recall the scenario when Mu Qingqing appeared in Sky Emperor City, which also caused a huge amount of love-struck idiot ladies to surround him. The ladies nowadays were really no longer reserved. That's right, you guys keep calling senior brother, senior brother. What's the name of this senior brother? Huang Yueli's curiosity acted up. Bath, 1. Bath, 1. The female student went into a blank as she looked at her companions. Her companions displayed a blank look as well. I don't know. Seems like we've never heard of senior brother's name. Huang Yueli went speechless for the third time. This is really enough. Even not knowing the name could make these ladies love-struck until this state. Just how much charm did this man have? But no matter how handsome or devilish he was, it was none of her concern. Huang Yueli patted the female student's shoulders in front expressionlessly. Excuse me, I want to return to my courtyard to cultivate. I'd like to trouble you all when you crowd around. Please try to move over to that side and not block the entrance of my residence. The female student stared at her blankly. You're leaving just like that? Don't you want to see what senior brother looks like? The female students weren't able to find the door and get in, so they were thinking since Huang Yueli was the senior brother's neighbor, perhaps they could make use of her as an excuse to pay a visit to her new neighbor and bring them a glance of the male god. But the result was she was totally not interested. However, Huang Yueli had already seen through their thinking. She wasn't interested in doing such a nonsensical matter as she had plenty of other important things to do. She pushed the crowd aside and went straight into her own courtyard. What Huang Yueli didn't know what in the other courtyard, there was someone hiding behind the window, quietly looking at her sweet and graceful figure. For that one moment, Li Moying had thought that Huang Yueli would come knocking on his door. Who knew that she would just leave like that? At present, Li Moying didn't know if he should feel disappointed or happy. Huang Yueli cultivated for an entire afternoon alone in her room, and it was until the evening when the herb garden director personally sent her the 6th and 7th level medicinal herbs. Huang Yueli tallied against her list and realized that this round of collecting the required herbs was extremely smooth and had been completed so easily. To prevent unexpected circumstances from happening, she immediately that tonight she would start her medicinal bath so as to gain more time in advancement. She didn't know much people in Celestial Light Academy, and it was not possible for anyone to come and find her. But for safety's sake, she set up an array around the surroundings of her courtyard. Following that, she took out a large bathtub from the Sky Phoenix ring and laid it with medicinal herbs before bringing Little Phoenix to light up the fire. True Phoenix fire burned in rage, and that extremely glaring fire light lit up the entire room, making one unable to open one's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she had pre-set up an array, it was possible that this unusual ray might have already aroused the attention of the surrounding course students. Huang Yueli immediately stripped and jumped into the bathtub. The medicinal herbs in the bathtub was as stimulating as the past, and after the heating of True Phoenix fire, the entire bathtub was shrouded with thick white smoke, which looked extremely terrifying. But after her previous two experiences, she was already accustomed to the current scenario. She laid in the bathtub as her head laid against the side of the bathtub, using all her determination to resist against the extreme scorching pain. Little Phoenix wasn't as nervous as the previous 2 times. It perched itself on Huang Yueli's wardrobe while chipping away at his favorite roasted garlic drumstick and wiping the oil stains on its claw on the silverish white silk dress. Time went by slowly bit by bit. Huang Yueli's tightly knitted forehead gradually relaxed a little as the bathtub's boiling hot red medicinal water turned lighter and lighter, eventually becoming transparent. Little Phoenix's head kept sinking downwards as it started to snore. Bath, 2. Bath, 2. Wang Kai was after all still a phoenix in its infant stage and required a large amount of sleep. It felt really tired in the middle of the night. But just as it was about to fall asleep, suddenly, an indescribable powerful pressure could be felt from not too far away. The clarity of that bitter coldness, which entered one's spine, shocked it so much that it instantly awoken as it shuddered and almost fell off from the wardrobe directly onto the ground. It opened its eyes and looked at the man dressed in a dark robe with gold rims by the side. That pair of blossom eyes were penetrative, and just one look and it made little Phoenix feel waves of fear, uncontrollably shaking as it nudged its little claws. This was a fear which ran deep into its blood. Li Moying walked to the wardrobe and lifted little Phoenix by its wings. Wang Kai quivered as it felt an irresistible pressure coming towards him, and he couldn't help but changed into the form of a little pretty boy. He used both his hands to cover his head as his tender voice called out, "Don't kill me, don't eat me. My meat is very touch and I'm not delicious at all." Li Moying's face darkened, not expecting this little thing to say such things. In actual fact, he had already noticed that this little red bird by Huan Yueli's side was a magical beast in its infancy stage, and this little thing was obviously very scared of him. Although he couldn't understand how his little fox was able to derive at this step to even get a magical beast, but he didn't ask further, only feeling that he should keep this secret for Huan Yueli. But he self-admitted that in front of Huan Yueli, he had always displayed a gentle and caring look, so why would her spiritual pet be afraid of him? Little Phoenix was still crying out loud, and Li Moying casted it a cold glare. "Enough. Shut up." Wang Kai immediately seemed like it was stuck in its shell as the crying suddenly ceased. But that pair of watery big eyes was staring at him in a pitiful manner. Li Moying suddenly felt like he had a feeling that he was bullying a little kid. "You're not allowed to cry out, go outside and play by yourself. Don't come and disturb us." Little Phoenix hesitantly looked at Huan Yueli and took a look at that man before finally deciding to save its own skin. "Female devil, not that I don't want to stand on justice's side, but this man is simply too terrifying to defy. Anyway, he's one of your pursuers, so he won't do anything to you, so I won't stay here any longer." Little Phoenix was mumbling in his heart as he nudged his short legs and escaped outwards from the door's small gap. Li Moying walked to the front of Huan Yueli and lowered his head to look at her fair, nude shoulder and that face which was totally soaked in sweat, absorbed in a deep gaze. Earlier he had been staying in his own courtyard, thinking about the young lass next door. The words which the young lass said last night had been stuck in his head, and numerous thoughts rushed into his mind, making him unable to sleep. Yesterday when he heard those words, Li Moying had once thought of giving up. With his status and ability, what other woman would he not get? So many top talented ladies were willing to put themselves down and took the initiative to get close to him. As long as he was willing to cast them one glance, they would feel extremely fortunate. Why should he, and for what reason, hang himself to death on one tree? Why waste time on a lady who already had someone in her mind? But that thought only lasted for a very short time. After quietly observing Huan Yueli for the entire night, the thought of obtaining this lady finally took the upper hand. No matter who this young lass liked, that man was not by her side, whereas he, Li Moying, was the only man who was able to stay by her side and protect her. Bath 3. Bath 3. But in the end, it was just thoughts, and Li Moying still felt uncomfortable inside his heart. Which was why, although he continued to stay in Celestial Light Academy, but he didn't take the initiative to appear in front of Huan Yueli. Early this morning, Jiang Tuxin personally paid him a visit, even bringing along Celestial Light Sect's Elder Yuan's grandson. He was said to be ranked number 1 in Celestial Light Academy's martial arts stage and had been looking forward to meet him for a long time, so he came along to get some pointers. Just nice, Li Moying had a stomach full of anger and defeated him on the way. In the end, when he was leaving the martial arts stage, he was surrounded by many students from the academy. He even discovered Huan Yueli in the crowd, but unfortunately, not knowing what that young lass had in her mind, she totally ignored him and turned around to leave. Li Moying actually wanted to ask this little thing badly, to see if her internal injuries had totally recovered. Today she was rushing here and there, not knowing what she was busy with. Too bad, he still couldn't bear to put his stance down. Hearing from Jiang Tuvan that Huan Yueli needed high-leveled medicinal herbs, he hurriedly got Moe to get it for her. After that, Li Moying had been sitting in his own room, pricking up his ears, listening to what was happening in the courtyard next door. At the same time, he was deciding if he should use the delivery of medicinal herbs as an excuse to draw the young lass to his side. Just as he was daydreaming, suddenly an unusual profound chi vibration appeared from the room next door. Moreover, the vibrations was getting more and more intense. Li Moying instantly felt alarmed. In the environment where Celestial Light Academy was, to suddenly have such an unusual situation occurring was something worth to be cautious about. Moreover, this unusual occurrence appeared right next door. His little fox was living in that courtyard. Li Moying could no longer sit still as he turned around and walked towards the outside of the door. After he easily broke through the array which Huang Yueli set up, he secretly entered the little fox's room but discovered an accidental memorable scene. An exceptional beauty was reclining against a huge bathtub and her body from below the shoulder was immersed in the light red medicinal water. However, her fair slender neck, her smooth and delicate shoulders, and her defined collarbone were revealed. The temperature in the room was very high and the scorching flame underneath the bathtub was obviously a type of deviant flame. Because of this, the young lady in the bathtub seemed to be unable to take the heat as her rosy cheeks flushed red and her willowy eyebrows knitted closely together, seemingly delicate, making one unable to help but love her upon seeing this scenario. A bead of sweat dripped from the corner of her forehead and following the contour on the side of her face, it slowly dripped downwards to her chin and slowly dripping down following her neck. Li Moying was standing by the side of the bathtub as his gaze couldn't help but followed the direction of how the sweat bead was moving. The sweat bead slipped past her collarbone and dripped into that indistinctive, revealing ravine. Following that, it disappeared into the medicinal water. Li Moying revealed a sign of regret as his Adam's apple slid up and down. Yesterday night's scene came into his mind again and this young lass was lying below him, with her shirt semi-undressed, nudging that curvy body. That kind of memory made his entire body stiffen as a heated sensation was felt from his lower body. Li Moying took a deep breath and managed to oppress his lust as he walked to the front of the bathtub. He slightly bent over and put his slender, muscular big hand into the bathtub, immersing it into the medicinal water. Such intense medicinal bath. It's totally formed by fire-attributed medicinal herbs. If it wasn't practitioners with outstanding innate talent with fire attribute, just immersing in this medicinal water would make one's skin drop out. Bath 4. Bath 4. Li Moying's gaze had a complicated look as he looked at the half-conscious Huang Yueli. Moreover, this medicinal bath is heated by deviant flames. Little thing, isn't your innate talent just too astonishing? What secret is your body hiding? When will you finally unreservedly tell me the truth about your everything? Huang Yueli lay motionless in the bathtub so naturally she wouldn't give him any answers. Li Moying's fingers gently caressed her delicate little face and sliding it downwards, that delicate feeling was like a good quality silk, making one linger for it. He wiped off the sweat on Huang Yueli's face, before going round to her back as both his hands firmly pressed on her shoulders. Little thing, it seems that you're unable to completely absorb the medicinal effects in this medicinal bath, so I'll sacrifice a little and help you. After things are done, you must remember to pledge to marry me in return. Li Moying held on to her firmly as his palms felt that soft but springy figure as his heart leapt. His brows creased as he discovered an annoyance that the minute he felt this little thing, his self-restraint that he was so proud of had vanished to nowhere. This lass was really his nemesis. He held his breath and concentrated while his fingers tightened and left a faint red mark on her fair shoulders. At the same time, the profound energy in his body started to move along his meridians and through his palms, entering Huang Yueli's body. Huang Yueli's advancement this round was actually not smooth at all. as she didn't follow the advancement steps according to the 9 phoenix transformations which were recorded, but had accidentally raised her realm levels during the entrance examinations, and that caused her momentum to be disrupted. Because of that, even if she had collected all the medicinal herbs this time, but the profound energy in her body seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through. Before Li Moying arrived, she had attempted several times to break through to 3rd stage 4th level realm, but had not been successful. As she had repeatedly suffered the backlash from repeated breakthrough attempts, she could feel that her own meridians were indistinctly damaged and momentarily, she wasn't able to move forward or backwards, not knowing if she should give up. But just at this moment, she felt a weight on her shoulders, and following that, a tremendous wave of profound energy entered her body suddenly. This profound energy was extremely intensive and compelling, sharp and intense as it instantly swept through every single meridian in her body. As for the bottleneck which she was stuck at, it was also broken through at one go. 3rd stage 4th level. Huang Yueli gave out a dull oof moan as the profound energy in her body started to oscillate and advanced successfully. After breaking through this critical bottleneck, her advancement process started to become smoother. The surrounding profound qi was continuously absorbed by her as the color of the medicinal bath quickly turned lighter. As for the overbearing and vigorous profound energy behind her also entered her body without any disruption, increasing her speed of advancement. 3rd stage realm 5th level. 3rd stage realm 6th level. 3rd stage realm 7th level. After breaking through to 3rd stage realm 7th level, the speed that Huang Yueli absorbed the profound qi gradually became slower. 3rd stage realm 8th level. After she broke through this level at a snail's pace, the absorption speed became much slower, feeling as though her advancement was right about to stop. Huang Yueli was feeling anxious. If she could not break through to 3rd stage realm 9th level, then her advancement was still not perfect and she would need to get the ingredients once again to find another chance to continue with her advancement. Moreover, the next time, the difficulty would increase. She urged the profound energy in her body and kept blasting her dantian, but didn't yield any effect. Bath, 5. Bath, 5. Just at this critical moment, Huang Yueli felt her shoulder loosened up. The energy that had been supporting her was taken back, and for a moment, the profound energy in her body became much weaker and she had no more energy to go up against her bottleneck. Huang Yueli frowned in disappointment. But just at this moment, she suddenly felt a warm sensation on her lips. A scorching and delicate thing plastered onto her lips. Woo. She panted slightly as she subconsciously shook her head, trying to shake away this strange feeling. But following that was a wave of profound energy, which was stronger than the previous. In a moment, it entered her body through her mouth. This round, it was much stronger than the previous time, by 100 times. As though terrifying waves, the impact of the energy was so strong that a white light flashed past her eyes, causing her to almost faint. Under such a strong impact, Huang Yueli broke through the last bottleneck at one go. 3rd stage realm. 9th level. She finally completed her advancement perfectly. Huang Yueli was finally rest assured as a smile broke out from the corners of her lips as she totally relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, she had barely realized that she was totally naked, lying in front of a man. And that man lowered his head, as his starry eyes were half closed and a cold pate of thin lips were repeatedly on her delicate lips, his tongue entering her mouth, possessively searching for the hidden sweetness that she was hiding. Feeling that Huang Yueli had relaxed, Li Moying finally stood upright. His slender fingers flicked and the deviant flame below the bathtub was easily acquired into his palm. True Phoenix Fire? How did this last get this type of deviant flame? This is the #1 deviant flame which had been lost in the entire Soaring Heavens continent for a long, long time. He went into deep thoughts for a while and all his fingers withdrew as he sealed the true Phoenix Fire into him. If little Phoenix was here, he would definitely be so shocked until his chicken drumstick dropped onto the ground. Because when he saw Huang Yueli tame the true phoenix fire, he was already shocked from that easygoing attitude. But Li Moying's current condition was even more outstanding than hers. Moreover, he was not a practitioner who majored in fire attribute. After Li Moying kept the deviant flame, he turned around to look at Huang Yueli. Without the deviant flame, keeping the water warm, the water in the bathtub would turn cold quickly. By then, if this lass were to continue sleeping inside, she would definitely catch a cold. He outstretched his hand into the bathtub as he used one hand to hug Huang Yueli's slender waist and another hand lifted her thighs, carrying her horizontally out from the bathtub. The young lady in the bathtub had nothing on, and the moment the alluring beautiful woman's body was revealed in front of Li Moying, his body instantly reacted. Li Moying could only hasten his footsteps as he took 2 to 3 steps to reach the bed and stuffed Huang Yueli into the blanket before wrapping her up tightly. He raised his head and felt that his throat was dry and his body was giving out waves of heated sensations. Was it because this room was filled with fire-attributed elements, which was why it was so hot? Li Moying tried hard to find excuses for himself, but his gaze uncontrollably stopped at the fair white neck which Huang Yueli had exposed underneath the blanket. Earlier that glimpse of gracefulness, Huang Yueli's fair, delicate and soft body was already deeply etched into his mind. He couldn't help but imagine the feeling of kissing that snow-like skin would be like. What kind of reaction would that young lass have? Would it be like yesterday night, where she took the initiative to tangle around him and obediently allow him to demand further? Bath 6. Bath 6. This sort of thinking made Li Moying felt even more uncomfortable. He hurriedly stood up from the side of the bed as he thought of pouring a glass of water and slightly lowered the impulse coming from his body. But just at this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly moaned a sigh, and following that, curled up like a caterpillar in the blanket and using her hand, she pulled the blanket which covered up to her chest downwards. Li Moying just didn't check on her for 1 second and saw the 2 pieces of tender skin being revealed. That round softness was revealed right in front of his eyes. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop Huang Yueli's tugging, attempting to pull the blanket back on her. But Huang Yueli struggled hard. "It's so hot, I don't want the blanket." She pouted her pink lips in dissatisfaction. "No, you must cover up yourself with the blanket. Otherwise, do you want to seduce me?" The two of them were in a deadlock and Li Moying was on fire from her struggling, but unfortunately, he didn't dare to make too big movements. Because under the blanket, Huang Yueli didn't have anything on. Such delicateness, such gentleness, and such slenderness. As though just using a bit of strength would easily break her waist into pieces. With this wishful thinking plus in the process where Huang Yueli struggled, her breasts kept rubbing against Li Moying's chest, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Li Moying gradually lost his rationality and the strength grabbing her wrist suddenly increased, pressing both her wrists on the pillow on top of her head. Following that, he lowered his head and pressed heavily against Huang Yueli's lips. The scorching hot kiss seemed to have a great desire for many years. His big palms willfully went downwards as he caressed the soft, tender thing that had been seducing him. Huang Yueli started to feel uncomfortable and kept struggling, but in futile attempt. At the last juncture, Li Moying managed to use his last bit of self-restraint as he forcefully let her go and laid right next to her, panting heavily. He wanted her so much, but now was not the time. His Lear had someone in her heart, but the person she loved was not him. If he were to take advantage of her when she was in a helpless situation, then what difference was there between him and a beast? Moreover, Li Moying was very sure that if he was to forcefully have a relationship with her at this kind of moment, just based on Lear's pride, they probably would not be together forever. Li Moying spent a very long time before pacifying the impulse within. By his side, Huang Yueli's breathing became slow and lengthy, apparently she was sound asleep. Li Moying didn't want to spend the night here originally, but after he heard the young lady's light and slow breathing, smelling the light and elegant smell from her body, he slowly shut his eyes. On the second day's morning, a sharp scream broke the silence in the room. A young lady's voice was heard and Li Moying awoke immediately. When he lifted his head, he saw Huang Yueli's shocked expression. You. Li Moying? It was very rare where one was able to see the usually composed, black-bellied and powerful young lady to reveal such a lost expression, and this made Li Moying uncontrollably curl up his lips. That's right, it's me. My Lear, good morning. You. Huang Yueli whisked the blanket and covered her breast. Bobbling movements kept fluctuating from her chest area as she stared daggers at Li Moying, as though she wanted to kill someone. Li Moying knew he shouldn't laugh, but he simply couldn't help it. Because he felt that the infuriated Lear was simply too cute. Bath 7. Huang Yueli was both shocked and furious. It wasn't that she didn't want to show how uneasy she was, but when she awoke, she found herself totally naked lying on the bed, and by her side was a half-nude handsome man with disheveled clothing lying right next to her. The scarier thing was she actually realized that she was like an obedient kitten lying on the man's chest, and her face was rested on the man's neck, in such an ambiguous position, in deep sleep. In her memory, she felt that the bolster on the bed was extremely comfortable and had hugged it tightly. When she awoke in the morning, the truth had been like this, so how calm and collected could she get? This was the first time in her entire 2 lifetimes. She had never been such a disgrace and so embarrassed before. Li Moying's vision brushed past her face and started looking at her bare skin restlessly. Lear, are you awake? Yesterday night you were in deep sleep and no matter how I called you, I couldn't wake you up. Huang Yueli was not the only one who had a good night's sleep yesterday. Li Moying had unexpectedly gone into deep sleep too. Ever since he had gotten the soul detachment illness, as his soul was not stable and his sleep had been extremely light at night. There were even some days where he was not able to sleep at all. Yesterday that kind of sleep where he had unconsciously fallen asleep had never occurred before. Moreover, he had been in such a deep sleep that he originally intended to slip away but had completely overslept, and it was until Huang Yueli started screaming before he awoke in shock. Huang Yueli noticed what he was looking at and pulled up the blanket in a flurry, trying to cover up her body, but no matter how she tried, she wasn't able to. When she took a look, she realized that Li Moying was lying on one corner of the blanket. Moreover, that man was smiling wickedly as he raised his brow and laid steadily there like Mount Tai. His strong arms were leaning backwards on the bed, his muscular chest half exposed with a languid expression. Li Moying. Huang Yueli pulled and pulled but didn't manage to move an inch as she shouted in anger and embarrassment, "What are you doing? Get off from my bed." Li Moying then noticed her movements and nudged slightly, allowing Huang Yueli to draw away the blanket. Huang Yueli hurriedly covered herself up as she stared at him. She asked, "You. What are you doing here?" Last night. She recalled the scenario last night and puzzlement filled her heart. Yesterday night, I was obviously cultivating alone in my room and I had even set up an array at the surroundings. How did you manage to enter? That's right, where's my spiritual pet? Li Moying lazily replied, You asked so many questions, which ones do you want me to answer first? Huang Yueli stared at him, Aren't you and your sect joining in some tournament? How are you able to appear here now? Li Moying answered, The reason why I'm here, naturally, is because I'm a student here. You're a student here? Huang Yueli raised her brows in astonishment, but quickly recalled what happened yesterday and immediately understood what had happened. You. Don't tell me you're the one who those starry-eyed female students at the entrance were talking about. Handsome till you shake up the heavens and earth and making the ghost and ghosts weep, incomparable male god senior brother? Li Moying's lips curled upwards. Those girls are simply too noisy, but their eyesight are pretty good. The description about me are both accurate and precise. Huang Yueli was speechless. You, do you need to be such a narcissist? Is there anyone who would praise themselves in such a way? Bath 8. Bath 8. Li Moying took a glance at her and said disapprovingly, it's all the truth, so why can't I admit it? Huang Yueli stared at him. All right, the truth. Indeed, it was the truth, but he was still too shameless. Wait, this is Celestial Light Academy, so how on earth did you manage to smuggle in? You obviously hadn't taken the entrance examinations, right? She thought of another matter. Li Moying replied, do I even need to take the entrance examinations if I want to enter this whatever academy? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, looked at his smiling handsome face, and thought of something, suddenly seeing the light. You. I know, so you're actually a disciple of Celestial Light sect. No wonder you're able to smuggle in easily, moreover, to deal with everyone in the academy, and live right next to her. Li Moying initially wanted to keep her in suspense to tease her, but whoever could expect that this little fox was so smart and guessed the correct answer immediately. He immediately lost interest and stretched out his hand to pinch Huang Yueli's face. Leer, women who are too smart are not lovable. Huang Yueli slapped his hand away and raised her chin, replying haughtily, I don't need you to feel that I'm lovable. Don't divert the topic, you haven't answered me. Why are you here? I haven't seemed to given you approval to come to my courtyard. Were you thinking of doing something bad? Li Moying anxiously lamented his misfortune. Leer, you're framing me. Yesterday night I heard there's some noise coming from your room and worried that something had happened to you. I dropped by. In the end, I found that you're so daring that you're actually advancing alone in your room. Did you know that without anyone to protect you, how dangerous a feat was it to advance alone? If something happened, there's no one who could save you. Li Moying's tone was gentle, but towards the end, it gradually became stern. The scene that he saw yesterday night made him felt scared now that he recalled it. In the process of a practitioner's cultivation, to advance was an extremely dangerous process. In the process of breaking through the bottleneck, if there was any disturbance from the outside world, even if it was a slight wave of vibration, it could possibly cause the meridians to be damaged, and in serious cases, one might even go into chi deviation. Even if there was no disturbance, sometimes the situation where the practitioner's inner breath might be in disorder and caused injuries. So when most practitioners advance, they would need someone to protect them. In large sects, when top talents like Li Moying advance, it was a huge matter for the entire sect, and several elders in the sect would help to keep watch together to ensure his safety. But now, this little fox was so daring that she directly advanced without anyone's protection. Moreover, it's an advancement, by such a wide margin, to continuously advanced by several small realms. This was simply taking her life as a joke. Thinking of this, Li Moying could no longer maintain his gentle expression as his face sunk and his blossom eyes held a tinge of strictness, staring straight at the young lady. Huang Yueli went into a blank, and suddenly her expression changed. When she was advancing yesterday, Li Moying had known everything. Didn't that meant that this man already knew that she had advanced from 3rd stage realm 3rd level to 3rd stage realm 9th level, leaping over 6 small realms? This kind of cultivation method was simply unheard of. If her secret were to be leaked out. When did you appear here yesterday? What have you seen? Her heavily guarded look made Li Moying even angrier. What do you think? Ugh. Huang Yueli didn't know how to answer at that moment. Li Moying unhappily said, wasn't that when you were continuously advancing those 6 small realms? Huang Yueli went into a blank, as she didn't expect him to really see it all, and yet still say it out so frankly without any intention to deny at all. She could only reply, you've seen everything? But don't ask me why, because even if you did, I will not answer you. Li Moying's beautiful blossom eyes rose, cast at her a sidelong glance, and gave a humph. What? Still trying to hide something from me? You really think I don't know? You've an extremely outstanding innate talent physique and is ninth grade and above. You should be some kind of fire-attributed physique, am I right? How did you know? This time, Huang Yueli was absolutely stunned. Her flame spirit physique was one and only in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. At least she hadn't heard of this in her previous life, that there was something more outstanding than ninth grade talent. But now Li Moying had downplayed it so easily. Li Moying replied, because coincidentally I have the same type of innate talent physique. According to historical records, it should be called cosmic blue physique, with thunder as its main attribute. Unfortunately, I'd never been able to find a cultivation method which was suitable for me, so my advancement had not been as fast as yours. I can tell that not only your physique is special, you even have a God-ranked fire-attributed cultivation method, which is why you are able to advance so quickly every single time. Huang Yueli's mouth was agape, not knowing what to say. Li Moying had seen through her secret, and what he said was exactly as it was. But the most shocking discovery was that Li Moying actually was a peak-grade innate talent physique genius. After the temporary shock, Huang Yueli quickly accepted this accidental news. Li Moying's advancement speed had been so fast, entering the 7th degree realm even earlier than Mu Qingqing, so this showed that his innate talent was extremely uncommon. Moreover, he had voluntarily spoke out his secret and successfully pacified Huang Yueli's uneasiness and apprehensive. This round, since they both knew one another's secret, then it should be evened out, right? Huang Yueli laughed, so you also have a peak-level innate talent physique, no wonder you're so powerful. You should have told me earlier, you really scared me to death. Her smile was very sweet, but Li Moying still kept a straight face on, and even then his expression had turned uglier than earlier. You still dare to smile. You're almost scared to death. I'm the one who was almost scared to death. Looks like my words earlier didn't enter your ears at all? Alone, hiding in the room, and you dare to advance? Moreover, to continuously advance several times. Do you even have any brains? Or do you feel your life is too long? Or you want to try the taste of chi deviation? Li Moying's tone had turned exceptionally stern, totally different from his usual gentle attitude. Huang Yueli had seldom received such ominous treatment from him and suddenly felt aggrieved as she pouted, "Wh. Why do you say such things of me? Don't I know that it's dangerous? But I couldn't find any reliable person to protect me. Surely I shouldn't give up the chance to advance just because of this, right?" Li Moying lowered his body as his handsome face displayed a stern expression, moving closer to her. Huang Yueli subconsciously nudged her little butt, moving backwards, but she was wrapped up like a baby silkworm, not able to quickly move away. Li Moying pressed on one corner of her blanket, causing her to lose balance and falling backwards onto the bed. "Hey, what are you thinking of doing?" A scorching warm male's breath invaded towards her, making Huang Yueli anxious. Li Moying's well-built body came pressing towards her, and Huang Yueli became tongue-tied. "Don't you dare come any nearer, stop it. I'm warning you." She hadn't forgotten that underneath the blanket, she had nothing on at all. Li Moying turned a deaf ear to her warning, bearing an icy cold face like a sculpture, his gaze unpredictable, forcing Huang Yueli's entire body to stick on the bed, not daring to move one single bit. He then stopped his movements and using his elbow to support his body, he hovered right above Huang Yueli. But the distance between the two of them were close enough. Huang Yueli was able to clearly feel that in between the thin blanket, the two of their chests were pressing against each other, and this kind of ambiguous feeling made her body started to heat up, her pale face blushing a shade of red. "You." Li Moying lowered his head and his breath fell onto her face. "Remember, next time you want to advance, you must tell me and let me protect you. Anyway, I already know of your secret, so you have nothing to worry about. Do you hear me?" "Ah?" Huang Yueli went into a blank, "But this will be too troublesome for you." I don't know when I will advance again. If you're not by my side, does it mean that I shouldn't advance at all? This obviously cannot. Woo-woo. Her sentence was stopped by a sudden warm kiss. If it was said that when they just got to know one another, Li Moying's kiss came from his instructs, then now it could be said that he had gained a lot more experience and it became a lot more unhurried. In between the exchange of lips and teeth, it was willful and yet fervent. Just as Huang Yueli's breathing was unstable, he lifted his head and backed down a little. Little lass, you'd better remember my words well and not try to challenge my patience. If I were to know that you tried to advance when I'm not around, I will definitely punish you. Huang Yueli pursed up her swollen red lips and was angered by his tone. Punish me? What can you do to me? Li Moying didn't reply, but swept his deep gaze towards her lips. Huang Yueli instinctively bit her lips. Shameless. You thought I'd kiss you as a punishment? Li Moying laughed lightly. Ah? Had she misunderstood? Huang Yueli's head slanted while frowning at the man in front of her. Something was not right, there should be a scheme somewhere. Li Moying's smile became even more unbridled. I will, but the punishment will not only be a kiss, saying that his gaze slid downwards to her fair-skinned neck, his tongue sweeping past his own lips. This devious movement made Huang Yueli's entire body shudder. Beast. She finally couldn't hold it in and spat out these words. Li Moying rose his eyebrows. You really bite the hand that feeds you. Have you forgotten? Yesterday when you were in the middle of advancement and met with a bottleneck, who was it who helped you broke through that stage and successfully advance? You dare to say you don't need me by your side? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she faintly recalled when she was trying to break through, she had indeed failed several times. But later on an accidental profound energy entered her body which enabled her to advance successfully. Could it be that it was this man? Wait a minute, that last bit of profound energy coming from the mouth, wasn't it also? Huang Yueli's face gradually turned redder and Li Moying looked at the changing expressions on her face in a calm and unruffled manner, feeling extremely delightful within. He knew that this little thing was unable to reject his demands. After Li Moying left, Huang Yueli pounded hard on the blanket as her heart was vexed to the max. How on earth did she get threatened by this stinking man and agreed to his demands? She had clearly decided to clear the line with this man, but to accept this sort of demand now. Every time she wanted to advance, she needed to look for him? Then wouldn't that represent that they would never be able to draw the line forever? The more depressing thing was when she advanced yesterday, she was totally unprepared and had been seen completely by Li Moying. Moreover, both of them had spent an entire night together, naked. Even though they had not overstepped the boundary of what was improper, but she obviously liked Mu Qingqing. After such a thing had happened, she felt that she had betrayed the person that she liked. The feeling was extremely awful. Huang Yueli mulled over it, thinking that this cannot continue. She was living right next to a lecher and she totally did not feel safe at all, so she'd better be on the run. But she wasn't able to leave Celestial Light Academy now, but this place was Li Moying's stronghold so whatever he wanted to do could be easily done. This was really troublesome this time round so she could only take one step at a time. Huang Yueli interwined at this for a while, but quickly put it aside as she showered and changed, preparing to go out. But just as she casually picked up the skirt on her clothes rack when she suddenly jolted. The gathers of her skirt clearly imprinted several streaks of oily traces. Her face turned black immediately. It couldn't be any more obvious on who did this. Huang Yueli clenched her teeth as she hissed, Wang Kai, look what you had done. You'd better come out now. I know you're just outside. The little pretty boy had been peeking on the side for a very long time. He was a spirit body and couldn't leave this master of his too far away so when dawn came, it flew back. But as Li Moying had always been staying in the room, it didn't dare to reveal itself. Now, upon hearing Huang Yueli's infuriated voice, he could only walk out carefully, stammering and stuttering, "Female, duh. No, sister, my beautiful sister, that piece of clothing, really was an accident. I accidentally rubbed gently against it, it absolutely wasn't intentional." Huang Yueli bore a frosty expression on her face, feeling deeply that this annoying child really needed to be educated. The skirt had been rubbed until it's so wrinkled, just like salted vegetable. This is called rubbed gently. It's obvious that it's intentional. I'd never expected that. Not only did you damage the things in the house, you even dare to lie. Looks like this sister hasn't spanked your backside for a long time. Little pretty boy's big round eyes swirled several rounds as his thoughts flew quickly. Finally, an idea came to him as he found himself a brand new excuse. Yo. You've wronged me. I really don't mean it. I saw your man yesterday and got too anxious, so I was scared by him, so. It was by accident. You cannot blame me. Who asked him to suddenly appear like this? As expected, Huang Yueli's attention got diverted. What, my man? Li Moying is not my man. Who said he isn't? The both of you are so intimate that you're even sleeping together without any clothes on. You think this lord doesn't know, so you can bully me? Only married men and women can sleep together without clothes. This is called having a clandestine affair. Humph, if you were discovered, you'd be thrown into the swine's cage. 3 black lines slid down the side of Huang Yueli's forehead when she heard what it said. You little fart kid. Who did you learn all these from? And where on earth did you learn such terms? You're simply waiting for a beating. Huang Yueli shot up like an arrow to give him a beating. Little pretty boy immediately reacted and shot off. Huang Yueli chased him from behind, furiously berating, "You're not allowed to run. At such a tender age, you know what is called clandestine affair, what is called sleeping together without any clothes. It seems that your thoughts are not healthy at all." While little pretty boy was running, he grumbled, "You dare to sleep together, but don't dare to let others talk about it. Do all grown-ups tell lies with their eyes wide open?" The volume of his grumbles were pretty loud, as he intentionally let Huang Yueli hear what he was saying. Huang Yueli was even more infuriated as she crooned, "You still dare to say. When I am in the middle of advancing, I totally could not feel the changes in the outside world. I had clearly instructed you to keep watch by my side, and if any accident happened, you would be able to help me deal with it. In the end, you actually didn't help at all? A grown man like Li Moying entered the room and you had no reaction at all. Tell me, were you asleep last night? Or did you slip out to play somewhere?" Little Phoenix's footsteps halted. When he recalled the moment Li Moying entered the room, the heavy sensation that congealed the air made the entire bird immovable. This cannot blame me. You don't know how terrifying your man was. His lineage is exceptional, and its existence is even stronger than our Phoenix clan. So when I see him, my legs gave way. Woo, it was so scary, I'm just a small baby." Huang Yueli went into a blank and suddenly recalled that the first time when she met Li Moying in South Yu Kingdom, little Phoenix seemed to have said the same thing, saying Li Moying's lineage is extremely strong, natural-born blood vessels were able to suppress ancient spiritual beasts. At that time it didn't hit her, but recalling back now, for Li Moying to have a peak innate talent physique, it should be related to his lineage. Only thing was that she didn't know what lineage he was from. Just as she was in deep thoughts, little Phoenix had grabbed the opportunity and step by step, it quietly and slowly nudged towards the door. By the time his heel touched the doorstep, he immediately turned around and simultaneously turned into a little birdling and flew outwards. OMG, female devil was going to beat his backside. If he didn't run away at this moment, then what was he waiting for? Huang Yueli saw a red light flash and realized that that little fart kid actually slipped away. She hurriedly chased out, "Get back here now. You've done something wrong and you still dare to run. Be careful that I confine you in the Sky Phoenix ring for an entire month." She chased towards the front courtyard when she suddenly heard a voice calling her from behind. "Junior sister, bye. Junior sister, bye. What are you doing? What are you chasing after?" The person was Shui Qingqing. After she exchanged greetings with Huang Yueli, she looked around curiously, trying to see what Huang Yueli was chasing after earlier. However, Huang Yueli naturally didn't want to reveal that, so she turned towards her. "Oh, nothing, I wasn't chasing after anything. I just recalled that I had some urgent matters, so I ran out here." "Sister Sue, what are you doing here?" Little Phoenix took the opportunity to quickly dive into the bushes, masking its whereabouts. Little Phoenix was originally a little bundle and unable to be seen clearly. Shui Qingqing looked around but didn't see anything and thought she had seen wrongly, so she didn't bother asking further. When she heard what Huang Yueli asked, she instantly felt embarrassed as she whispered, "Ugh. Things are like this. I had specially came to look for you over yesterday, the things that had happened yesterday, I'm terribly sorry for it. I had never imagined that they would scheme against you in this way. I'm very, very sorry." Huang Yueli felt slightly surprised when she heard her say that, but after carefully observing the expression on her face, she discovered that her guilt was genuine, so she felt a little better. "Sister Sue, I know that you treat me real well. In the past in South Yu Kingdom, when I couldn't cultivate, when everyone bullied me, only you treated me well and had always visited me. All these. I still keep it in my heart. I also know that after you entered Celestial Light Academy, you'd always been bullied and hadn't had a chance to properly cultivate. After suffering so many setbacks, your mentality had changed slightly, so you mixed around with those people without a choice and not your real intention." Saying to this point, she changed the topic under discussion. "I can understand that you team up as a group and you think for their well-being. But just based on those improper intentions to scheme on others will not possible make you a real strong practitioner. The way of cultivation is to go against heaven and fight against your destiny. If you had lost your justice from the start and not be an upright person, then how will you break through and win your own self?" Shui Qingqing became even more ashamed of herself when she heard Huang Yueli's criticisms. "Younger sister Li, you're absolutely right. I was muddle-headed. Thinking of being together with them so that when I'm bullied, at least someone would stand out for me. But I'd never expected their thoughts to be so crooked and only thinking of taking the shortcut instead of using cultivation to upgrade themselves. If it hadn't been for you to give me this reminder, I'd have continued on taking this wrong path." Huang Yueli smiled. "You're still in time to realize the truth." Shui Qingqing hurriedly asked, then, "Sister Li, have you forgiven me?" Huang Yueli shook her head and Shui Qingqing's heart thumped hard as she turned anxious immediately. Putting aside Huang Yueli's current prestige and status, just based on their friendship during their youth, Shui Qingqing didn't hope to become her enemy in the future. Huang Yueli made her anxious for some time before replying, "I don't blame you, but if you feel guilty, then you must properly train yourself using that cultivation method which I had given you that time. If you were able to perfect the skill with 7 days and based on your own ability, defeat that lackey who bullied you guys, then I will give you a chance to get what you wish for." Shui Qingqing went into a blank. Get what she wanted. What did that mean? What she wanted most was of course to learn high-leveled cultivation methods and profound skills, to continue advancing through the various realms, and to become someone whom her relatives can be proud of, a top-grade expert whom her enemies could only look up towards. Could younger sister Li really help her accomplish this wish? This was simply impossible? Even a huge place like Celestial Light Academy did not dare to vouch that ordinary students like them could become strong. Moreover, for her to refine an earth-grade cultivation method within 7 days was nonsensical. Not to mention to defeat that hooligan who takes their protection fee. Although that fellow's character was worse than Dreg's, but his stage realm was not low and was a genuine core student. She ranked backwards among the ordinary students, so to defeat him? How was that possible? But as she felt guilty, although Su Qingqing didn't believe in Huang Yueli's words, but she didn't rebuke her and only replied, "Okay, younger sisterly, I've remembered what you told me." Huang Yueli had already seen through what she was thinking about, but she didn't say anything more. Everyone had their own fate and luck and their own goals and path. If Su Qingqing herself didn't want to become stronger, and lacked the self-confidence and determination, then even she would have no way to help her. Su Qingqing suddenly went into a trance, and seeing that Huang Yueli was going to turn and leave, she hurriedly chased. "Younger sisterly, earlier I heard you had some urgent matters, so what was it that you needed to do? Is there anything that I can help with? Although I'm not as powerful as you, but after all I've stayed at the academy for 2 to 3 years, so in certain matters, I'm more familiar than you." Huang Yueli thought that was probably so as well and replied, "Then I'll have to trouble Sister Su. I want to go to the Core Student Enrollment Center to exchange my identity token before going over to the Profound Weapon Chambers and Scripture Depository." Su Qingqing's eyes immediately lit up a hint of envy. "Junior sisterly, you're incredible. Not only have you entered the academy to become a core student, you also received the principal's special approval to exchange for cultivation method and profound armaments. You really make one envious. I know where these few places are, so let me bring you there." Huang Yueli nodded her head and went along with her. With someone who was familiar with the school's situation to lead the way, the efficiency for her to settle matters had indeed increased. The farce that happened yesterday in the herb garden didn't happen today. When they reached the Core Student Enrollment Center, she smoothly exchanged her identity token. The managing teacher was warm to her, inquiring about her welfare and said that if she met with any problems in the school, she could look for him to help. This scenario made Su Qingqing extremely envious. Younger sister's face is big enough. This teacher Qian is usually very proud in school and towards ordinary students. He don't even want to bother with us, but I'd never expected him to butter you up. Huang Yueli smiled. This is what means by ability determines status. Work hard and you'll also get the same chance. Su Qingqing shook her head and showed a helpless expression. After exchanging her identity token, the both of them headed towards the Profound Weapons Chambers. Celestial Light Academy's Profound Weapon Chambers was extremely large and there were a total of 5 floors. Each floor presented the corresponding tier of profound weapon and the highest was 5th tier. Besides that, by the side of the Profound Weapon Chambers was where Celestial Light Academy's armament masters refined their weapons. 10 armament refining rooms stood out in one line and occupied the area which had the most abundant fire attributed profound chi, so just looked at it was rather magnificent. From another angle, it could clearly tell Celestial Light Academy's ability. When Huang Yueli walked into the Profound Weapon Chambers, the first thing she saw was Li Shuer, who was arranging refining ingredients in one corner of the Profound Weapon Chambers. As a disciple of the armament master Tang Jinhua, she had the same treatment as the other armament apprentices, and had to rotate on duty roster every day to be a helper to the official armament masters, and help arranging ingredients or the various profound armaments in the Profound Weapon Chambers. Li Shuer raised her head and saw Huang Yueli all smiles as she stepped into the Profound Weapon Chambers as her expression changed. "By Ruoli. Why are you here? Only highly valued armament masters could come to a place like this Profound Weapon Chambers, and not some vulgar and low-leveled person like you could enter as you wish." Her forehead was still bandaged, so apparently the injuries that she suffered at the martial arts stage had not fully recovered yet. Huang Yueli slowly walked in and stood in front of Li Shuer. "Oh, I'm so sorry, but I remember that you're not some highly valued armament master and just an armament apprentice. If only armament masters could enter this place, then won't you have to get out from here immediately?" "You." Li Shuer didn't expected herself to say the wrong thing on and immediately was stuffed back the same things which she said earlier, so she was extremely furious. In the eyes of the other students, an armament apprentice held a high position, but Huang Yueli had used a tone of contempt to talk to her, totally not attaching any importance to her at all. I'm a disciple of 4th-tier armament master Tang Jinhua. I have the right to request an unwelcome person like you to get lost from the profound weapon chambers. I advise you to hurriedly leave by yourself, otherwise if I will call the Academy's security to come and chase you away. Don't be full of yourself just because you're ranked top 10 in the martial arts stage. No matter how majestic a core student is, on an armament master's territory you still have to behave yourself and tuck your tail between your legs. Li Shuer clenched her teeth as she glared at Huang Yueli furiously, arrogantly raising her chin. Huang Yueli was about to reply when she suddenly heard a man's voice calling out, "Shuer, don't be rude." Immediately following that, footsteps were heard and a middle-aged man with refined looks walked in hurriedly from an armament refining room. Li Shuer turned her head around and immediately ran towards the man to complain about Huang Yueli. "Master, you see. She intentionally came to wreak havoc at the profound weapon chambers and affected me from arranging the ingredients. Make her leave this place quickly so that she will not affect the other masters too." Upon hearing her greeting of master, Huang Yueli inclined her head sideways to take a look at the middle-aged man before realizing that this was the best armament master, Tang Jinhua, that Celestial Light Academy had at this moment. Tang Jinhua stared hard at Li Shuer and said, "Enough, stop fooling around. Did you think I didn't hear you? You're the one who initiated the quarrel." Towards Shuer's crafty and unruly character, Tang Jinhua was already extremely headache over it, but as she had the best innate talent among all his disciples, and merely at 17, she was soon going to become a first-tier armament master officially. Plus the fact that she had a sweet mouth, so Tang Jinhua had always treated her rather well and not bear to excoriate her. Li Shuer fiercely stared at Huang Yueli, feeling heavy-hearted. But upon hearing her master already said so, she didn't dare to rebuke him and could only turn around, walking to one corner. Tang Jinhua was all smiles when he saw Huang Yueli. "You are that Bairuoli? Haha, not bad indeed. You have your father's imposing manner from that year." Huang Yueli was slightly surprised as she asked, "Master Tang, you are?" "Lu Feng and I were classmates in Celestial Light Academy that year and he had helped me a lot. After we graduated, we have never been able to meet up and later on I heard that he settled down in South Yu Kingdom to get married and even gave birth to a daughter. I had wanted to pay him a visit and take a look at you but I was held up by some matters and by the time I wanted to drop by, he had unexpectedly gone missing." Tang Jinhua explained. Huang Yueli just realized that and smiled, "So in that case, I should greet you as Martial Uncle." Tang Jinhua replied, "Calling Martial Uncle is so formal, just call me Uncle Tang. The relationship I have with your father is not merely an outsider." Li Shuer had been listening by the side and as she heard them talking, she was so furious that she almost smashed the armament ingredients in her hands. What did that mean? Her biggest backing in Celestial Light Academy was Tang Jinhua, but his master was actually treating this wretched lass so well and acting so close, even better than her, his direct disciple. What was the matter? Wasn't it just because Bai Lu Feng and him were classmates? Then before that, when she brought Bai Rua Qi to meet Tang Jinhua had not even been that passionate. Bai Rua Qi was Bai Lu Feng's niece. How would she know that what Tang Jinhua saw was not merely the blood relations between Huang Yueli and Bai Lu Feng, but rather the kind of domineering ways she had which was alike Bai Lu Feng? It was Huang Yueli's outstanding performance at the entrance examinations and martial arts stage battles that made Tang Jinhua saw her in another light. In comparison with Bai Quoqi, who was driven out of the academy for cheating in the examinations, just like a joke, so how was she comparable to her? Huang Yueli saw Li Shuer's expressions and laughed inside her heart. Tang Jinhua passionately ushered her into the profound weapon chambers. Lear, are you going to choose your profound armament during your visit to the profound weapon chambers? That day I heard Principal Jiang said that he allowed you to choose any 2 profound armaments from the profound weapon chambers. Moreover, you can freely choose in the first 4 floors. Do you need Uncle Tang to bring you around? Huang Yueli inquired curiously, doesn't the profound weapon chambers have 5 floors? Why is it that I can only choose in the first 4 floors? Tang Jinhua laughed, you don't know about this, but among the current armament masters in Celestial Light Academy, the highest rank is 4th ranked, so we can only refine 4th tier profound armaments. 5th tier profound armaments are all left behind by previous armament masters, and some are rewards from our main sect, so the quantity is very little. Just based on star currency to exchange is not enough, you will also need to obtain honor points. Honor points? Ha ha, that reward is only given when someone has done an incredible contribution to the academy, and under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to get. Huang Yueli was slightly disappointed. Speaking of 5th tier profound armaments, she had a slight interest. After all, if she needed to refine it personally, she would need a bit of effort, but 4th tier profound armaments were rather easy for her. Besides that, with the current workmanship that Celestial Light Academy's armament masters had on hand, no one would be able to do it better than her. Tang Jinhua immediately brought her upstairs and went on to the 4th floor. Lear, this is the 4th floor of the profound weapon chambers. Feel free to talk around and take a look. If you see something that you like, just tell me directly. Huang Yueli nodded her head as she started to wander around in the warehouse. Shui Qingqing was just following behind her as her eyes turned wide, not being able to say a single word. This was her first time entering the profound weapon chamber's 4th floor. As an ordinary student, the amount of star currency she worked very hard to get was only enough to exchange for a 2nd-tier profound armament. 3rd-tier lower-grade profound armaments were luxury goods, which she could not afford. Among the group of small nations practitioners, only Yu Xinyan alone had a 3rd-tier middle-grade profound weapon, and this already made everyone envious. One of Shui Qingqing's greatest wish was to earn enough star currency to exchange for a suit of 2nd-tier profound armor. If she had the money, she would exchange for a 3rd-tier profound weapon, and that was enough to make her so happy that she could not sleep. But now? Huang Yueli had just came and had already obtained the qualification to enter the profound weapon chamber's 4th floor. Moreover, she could choose freely as she liked. Shui Qingqing was both shocked, yet envious. She raised her head and looked around like a country bumpkin entering a city. It simply was because 4th-tier profound armaments workmanship were simply too exquisite. Moreover, every single item gave out a simple and unadorned yet strong presence, totally different from the 2nd-tier profound armaments that she usually used. As compared to Shui Qingqing, Huang Yueli appeared more casual. She slowly wandered one round in front of some shelves and stopped, not continuing to walk forward. Shui Qingqing saw that she stopped and urged her, younger sisterly. Don't you want to take a further look? There are several more shelves over here, and every single piece are outstanding pieces of equipment. 4th-ranked armament masters are so rare, and every single piece of 4th-tier profound armament costs heavenly prices. If you are able to pick one which is suitable to your attribute and cultivation method, it will make your ability increase in its effect, so you cannot just choose randomly. Tang Jinhua was standing by one side, and when he heard what Shui Qingqing said, he couldn't help but smile delightfully. You're rather good at understanding matters, young lass. That's right, the profound armaments we have here are all extraordinary. Celestial Light Academy's profound weapon chambers is well known throughout the entire Skycloud City. Saying that, Tang Jinhua instructed again, Lear, you have to choose carefully. Although the higher tier of the profound armament is, but it must be in line with your own condition, before its effect can be brought out to the maximum. Huang Yueli nodded saying, I've already chosen. Tang Jinhua went into a blank. What? You've already chosen? Isn't that a little too quick? You sure you've chosen already? There are still plenty of profound armaments here, and you haven't even seen it yet. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Take your time to choose. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to chase you out. Huang Yueli smiled and replied, I've really taken my pick, so why should I hang around here any longer? Isn't this just wasting Uncle Tang's time? Tang Jinhua's eyes widened as he said, You are sure? Sure. Alright, then which 2 pieces have you chosen? Tang Jinhua obviously didn't believe, only thinking that this little lass had been too elated by her recent victories, which made her careless, but on Bai Lu Feng's accord, he must stop her from making this kind of mistake. No matter what, he must make her appreciate the chance and pick out the most suitable profound armament. Huang Yueli pointed, I want this dagger and that chest-protecting mirror. Tang Jinhua turned around to take a look and his mind went into a blank again. He had originally intended that no matter what profound armament Huang Yueli chose, he would look down on it fiercely to pick out its flaws and made her choose again. The result was when he really took a look, the words in his throat were swallowed back. The item which Huang Yueli took fancy upon were the 2 best profound armaments which the profound weapon chamber's 4th floor had. This, you sure you want to select these 2 pieces? What made you choose them? Tang Jinhua was tongue-tied as he finally voiced out after regaining his senses. Huang Yueli's brows rose. Ah? Uncle Tang, aren't you asking the obvious? The reason why I'm choosing these 2 pieces is because they're the best profound armaments in this floor. Don't tell me you can't bear to give them to me? You said earlier that the profound armament in this floor is for me to choose, and now you cannot go back on your words. Of course I will not regret, but what made you choose them? Let's talk about this dagger that you chose, at least it's a 4th tier upper grade profound weapon. But this piece of chest-protecting mirror, it is merely 4th tier medium grade and the most worthless among the profound armament's profound armor. How did you see through that it is the best? Tang Jinhua was indeed couldn't bear to part with it. These 2 profound armaments in this 4th floor were absolutely the treasures of this place. Even though the 5th floor had many profound armaments, but judging from the real power, these 2 pieces outshone them. As the grade was much lower, so it was stored on the 4th floor. Tang Jinhua intentionally stuffed them into one corner and made it covered in dust, just because he couldn't bear for those who didn't know what to choose it away. Whoever knew that this little lass today had such good eyesight and picked out these 2 pieces in no time. But at this moment, Tang Jinhua's physical pain was secondary, he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Or rather shocked. To be able to pick out one piece could probably be her luck, but to be able to pick out both pieces, this meant she was a real expert. Huang Yueli smiled, to tell you the truth, I've gained some knowledge related to refining of armaments previously, so I have some understanding of profound armaments' quality and power. Tang Jinhua replied, Really? Then tell me your reasons for choosing them? Huang Yueli smiled as she spoke frankly with assurance. This dagger's color distribution is filled with glossiness, and it's due to the equal distribution during the convergence process. As a water-attributed profound weapon, the degree of convergence is extremely important. The amplification of ability for water-attributed practitioners is much stronger than other water-attributed profound armaments. You even know about all these. Tang Jinhua praised, this were all taught to you by your father? He's really something. During the refining process, the point of emphasis for different attributed profound armaments are not the same, and only by bringing out the implicit qualities of that particular area to the max would be most suitable for the practitioner with that attribute. Unfortunately, this kind of knowledge was only known to armament masters. In order to be able to sell the profound armament that they refined at a high price, they would never pass on this key to others. So for Huang Yueli to know about all these, Tang Jinhua thought she was rather impressive. He continued to ask, then how about this chest-protecting mirror? What thoughts do you have? This is an Earth-attributed profound armament and the fineness is rather ordinary, so why did you choose it? Huang Yueli replied, because this chest-protecting mirror, amongst all the fourth-tier profound armaments, is the only one which has supplementary profound skill added on. When this kind of profound armament was worn, it was able to activate the supplementary profound skill to attack the enemies. This was equivalent to obtaining a profound skill without the need to cultivate. This kind of profound armament was worth a lot of money, so there was no need to say anything else. Tang Jinhua was tongue-tied. This. You can even see through this? Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards. I'm merely guessing. Looks like I've made the correct guess? Tang Jinhua looked at her deeply before shaking his head and sighed with emotion. This really, the student surpasses the master. That year, your father's foresight had always been good, but you've already surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Looks like your understanding of profound armaments is just like a little bit, like what you said. Speaking of this, he suddenly seemed to remember something. I've heard others say that you're a fire-attributed practitioner. That should be following your mother? I remember your father belonged to metal attribute. Do you also have metal attribute innate talent? Huang Yueli replied, I do have some metal attribute innate talent, but my main cultivation method is fire attribute. Tang Jinhua's eyes lit up. You lass, you're actually a dual metal and fire attribute practitioner. This is great. I believe you also know that dual metal and fire attributes are the fundamental requirements for armament refining training. I'd never expected you to have such innate talent, plus the fact that your foresight and understanding is so great. Have you ever considered to become an armament master? Ug. Huang Yueli was stumped by his question. Armament master? Of course she had thought about it, and probably no one could compete with her over this. But how was she supposed to reply to this kind of questions? Tang Jinhua added on, Lear, Uncle Tang thinks you're a good successor for learning refining of armaments, and if you're interested, you can learn from me. I believe based on your understanding, to become a proper armament master is imminent. How about it? Huang Yueli never expected him to come out with this idea and didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. She hurriedly rejected him. This. I'd never thought of this kind of matter. Uncle Tang, you know that my energy is spent mainly on the way of cultivation and I really don't have any extra time for learning how to refine armaments. I can only thank you for your well intentions. How on earth would she possibly become an apprentice to Tang Jinhua? To be honest, even the scenario was reversed and Tang Jinhua were to be her student. She thought that his innate talent and comprehension was slightly lacking. But Tang Jinhua didn't know what she was thinking about, and right after he was rejected, he still refused to give up. Lear, think carefully before you give me an answer. Don't be so hurried to give me an answer. Do you know what it means to become an armament master? And how many people dreamt of becoming an armament master? Although your cultivation talent is very outstanding and in future, you will definitely become a famous top expert in the South Sky region, but the status of an armament master, that is completely different. Huang Yueli replied, Uncle Tang, I understand your meaning. I think you still don't get it. Let Uncle Tang give you an example. Did you see my female disciple Li Shuer? Don't think that you're a core student and ranked 8th in the martial arts stage, whereas she's just high-leveled armament apprentice. But your status versus hers in the academy is the same. Moreover, the minute she becomes a first-ranked armament master, she will be able to join the faculty of her alma mater upon graduation. Besides that, there will be many practitioners who will be fighting to get into her good books. Even martial arts stage number 1 ranking Xuanziyu also treat her politely. For what reason? On the basis that she will become an armament master in future. Tang Jinhua persuaded her sincerely and earnestly. Huang Yueli replied him with smiles, but didn't say a word. No one else understood it better than her on how high the status of an armament master was. In her previous life, when she was in Sky Emperor City when her ability wasn't at her strongest, all the major powerhouses tried their best to butter up to her, and so many traditional big sex sect masters treated her with politeness. Wasn't it all because she was the only 9th-ranked armament master in the entire Soaring Heavens continent? Tang Jinhua realized that she didn't express anything and thought she wasn't confident in her own innate talent as he hurriedly added on, actually, although innate talent is important in the art of refining armaments, but the power of understanding and having a keen eye are equally critical. Even if your metal attribute innate talent isn't strong, but just based on your keen eyesight, Uncle Tang dare to guarantee that if you are willing to learn from me, you will definitely be more outstanding than Li Shuer. I gauge that within 1 year, you will be able to formally become a first-ranked armament master. Armament masters are extremely rare because practitioners with both metal and fire attributes were very little. But unfortunately, just based on the attributes, it didn't mean that one could become an armament master. Refining armaments was an abstruse ancient skill, and not everyone was able to understand the complex process. A good young successor was really hard to find. So when Tang Jinhua saw Huang Yueli, he immediately realized that this was one talent that he had found, and if he didn't catch hold of this talent, then it would really be a waste. That cannot be so he must persuade her successfully. But no matter how nicely he put it, it was impossible for Huang Yueli to accept becoming an apprentice to him, but yet she didn't want to disappoint Tang Jinhua. She thought for a while before replying, "Uncle Tang, I understand your intentions. But at this current stage, I still want to focus on the way of cultivation. But I will also seriously consider if I should learn the skills of armament refining at the same time. Why not we do it this way? Let me consider for a few days, then we'll discuss again, alright?" "Alright then." Tang Jinhua's face had disappointment written all over it, but he also knew that surely he could not use a knife and forced her to become his apprentice, right? He could only agree to her suggestion and come out with an opportunity to let this young lass realize the special authority and status that an armament master had so that she would change her mind in the end. Su Qingyue was standing by the side and completely became dumbstruck as she felt that she was definitely experiencing hallucinations. The sublime armament master Tang Jinhua from Celestial Light Academy had taken the initiative to accept Huang Yueli as his disciple? In the entire Celestial Light Academy, who didn't know how high the standards of Master Tang was and how many severe conditions he had for accepting disciples? Even the acclaimed #1 armament refining talent, which had not been seen for the past 10 years, Li Shuer had pleaded with Master Tang for a very long time, and it was only after she had been taught several difficult examinations before Master Tang finally loosened up and accepted her as his disciple. Moreover, after Li Shuer became Master Tang's apprentice, her status immediately shot up and became one of the most sparkling existences in Celestial Light Academy. But now, Master Tang actually initiated to take in a disciple? Su Qingyue felt that Huang Yueli was simply too awesome. Just based on those few words made Tang Jinhua praised her to the skies. Where on heavens would you find such an outrageous existence? Not only was her cultivate innate talent good, she also had armament refining talent, which made Master Tang see her in a new light. However, immediately following that, Su Qingyue heard Huang Yueli's reply. That reply made her jaw almost dropped out. Huang Yueli actually rejected him. She actually rejected him. Master Tang had taken the initiative to take in a disciple, and his attitude was so sincere, giving her a chance once and again, repeatedly advising her the advantages of becoming an armament master. In the end, he even guaranteed that he would be able to guide her to become a first-ranked armament master within 1 year. Just how great was Huang Yueli's innate talent? Even Master Tang refused to let her go. But even so, she still rejected him. Moreover, she rejected him time and again. No matter what Master Tang said, her heart didn't waver one bit. If it wasn't for the fact that Master was standing by the side, Shui Qingqing couldn't hold back and rushed forward to shake her to see if water had entered her head. This was such a good opportunity. An opportunity that would not some even if others begged for it. And yet she rejected? What on earth was she thinking about? Didn't she know that once she missed this opportunity, she would regret it for life? Shui Qingqing tried her best to hint Huang Yueli with her eyes, in a bid to make her understand how hard this opportunity was, and to quickly greet her master. Unfortunately, her eyes were almost on the verge of cramping, but Huang Yueli still seemed like she didn't notice anything. Tang Jinhua sighed and replied, "If you had any interest, you can still look for me after a couple of days. Now I'll pass you these two profound armaments. They are really lucky to be taken in by a mistress who appreciates their value." Huang Yueli genuinely replied, "Thank you, Uncle Tang." She knew this more than anyone else, on how an armament mater felt towards his own works. They had finally refined a profound armament, and if it was taken by someone who didn't know what's what, then it was equivalent to the feeling of their own child being killed, that heartache. Huang Yueli received the profound armaments and thanked Tang Jinhua. Under his sympathetic gaze, she coolly left the profound weapon chambers with Shui Qingqing. The two of them had just stepped out of the profound weapon chambers when Shui Qingqing pulled her to one side and painstakingly said, "Aya, sisterly, what on earth are you thinking about? Master Tang had taken the initiative to take you in as his disciple. Such a good opportunity, and you actually rejected him. What? You surnamed Sue, what daydream are you dreaming about? My master would take this wretched lass as his disciple?" Before Huang Yueli could reply, they already heard Li Shuer's voice coming from behind. The two of them turned back when they heard the voice and saw Li Shuer's face of ridicule, walking out from the direction of the profound weapon chambers. "This is really the funniest joke that I've heard of this year. Who doesn't know how high my master's foresight is? The disciples he accepted are all geniuses with unsurpassed innate talents. Moreover, since when had my master accepted any disciple without repeatedly testing them for at least 1 year and above? Who do you think you are? He will take you in as a disciple voluntarily? Stop dreaming." She raised her chin, her face filled with provocation. Li Shuer was infuriated by Huang Yueli early this morning, and moreover, her master who had always pampered her didn't stand on her side this time, but was acting so close to Huang Yueli instead. Li Shuer couldn't flare up on the spot and had been bearing with this anger inside her until it was about to cause an internal injury. In the end, after Huang Yueli left, Tang Jinhua suddenly recalled that he had missed out informing her how to maintain the profound armaments and specially asked Li Shuer to go and remind her personally. This made Li Shuer almost throw blood out. What was this? Her status as a high-leveled armament apprentice, and moreover, she was about to become a first-ranked armament master. There are so many practitioners in the academy, and even some were ranked higher than Huang Yueli in the martial arts stage, which one of them hadn't taken the initiative to fawn on her. Now she was being treated as a serving girl who passes messages, and to take the initiative to look for Huang Yueli and teach her how to maintain the profound armaments? Li Shuer didn't dare to defy her master and could only dilly-dallied as she walked outwards, but whoever knew that when she just walked to the entrance, she heard what Shui Qingqing said. Her master voluntarily accepted Huang Yueli as a disciple? Huang Yueli gave her a glance and replied with an indifferent look, "Really? I think Uncle Tang's standard of accepting disciple versus what you said is totally different." Li Shuer sneered, "What do you know? Although I don't know, but I have eyes to see. If Uncle Tang only accepted geniuses with unsurpassed innate talents, then why would he accept you as his disciple?" Li Shuer went into a blank before she understood her words of ridicule and immediately gritted her teeth. "By Ruoli, you're saying my innate talent cannot make it? Your cultivation innate talent is indeed not bad, but you don't understand how hard it is to become an armament master. My metal and fire attribute are all at 5th grade talent. Celestial Light Academy had not seen a student with such innate talent like me for more than 10 years. 5th grade talent. Is very outstanding? Huang Yueli's question came from her heart. But when it fell onto Li Shuer's ears, it apparently didn't seem so. You're so ignorant. Dual metal and fire attribute are both at 5th grade and with enough power of understanding. These are the capital, which I have to become Master Tang's apprentice. Forget it, an idiot like you with no armament refining talent will never understand, so you can continue to be ignorant. Just that when you go out and boast, you must take caution and not boast to the skies. Saying what Master Tang voluntarily to take you in as a disciple. Ha 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 ha, it will make anyone die of laughter if this spreads. It's making me laugh until I have stitches. Su Qingyue was just standing by the side and simply could not continue listening. Li Shuer. Sister Li is also from Southview Kingdom, the same as you, so how could you say such things about her? Moreover, this is not boasting. Earlier, Master Tang had said it personally that he wanted Sister Li to become his apprentice. Moreover, after Sister Li rejected him, he continued to persuade her for a long time just to make her agree. Li Shuer just noticed Su Qingyue's presence and glanced sideways at her with a face of contempt. Su Qingyue, you don't even have the ability to earn any star currency, and you're just a trash who is already incapable of surviving in the academy, and you're still hanging around here instead of returning back to your country? And you dare to talk to me in this manner? Have you forgotten how you and your gang of trash from the south side begged me to take care of you? Li Shuer shot Huang Yueli another look of ridicule. Right, you found a new target and thought that after this wretched lass by Ruoli became ranked 8th in the martial arts stage, she will be able to protect you guys? Too bad, no matter how powerful she is just a practitioner and will never be able to be on the same standing as a valued armament master. You. Su Qingyue's face flushed red from embarrassment and anger. Li Shuer, before you became Master Tang's apprentice, hadn't you also hung around with us? Have you forgotten how much help we rendered to you when you needed to complete Master Tang's test? And now you're saying such things. Where on heavens would you find someone as shameless and as ungrateful as you? Li Shuer went into an obvious blank when the beans were spilled and apparently seemed slightly guilty, but immediately her face turned even more sinister. Su Qingyue, what guts you have? You dare to talk to a high-leveled armament apprentice to me like that? Do you know what price you have to pay for infuriating me? Do you even want to hang around in Celestial Light Academy? You. Su Qingyue's eyes turned red from anger, but she bit on her lips, not daring to continue speaking. The status of an armament apprentice like Li Shuer with such innate talent in Celestial Light Academy was not lower than the top 5 course students in the martial arts stage. Moreover, there were many more abled and powerful course students with high ranks who automatically came and curry favor with her. So although Li Shuer couldn't deal with Huang Yueli, this kind of strong woman, but to handle an ordinary student like Su Qingyue was just like moving one little finger. The kind of threat was absolutely not just talking big. Li Shuer saw that she was afraid and laughed delightfully. One trash like you also dare to. I think you're the trash? Li Shuer was cut off by someone and looked fiercely at Huang Yueli. Humph humph, by Ruoli, don't be too complacent. Although you're ranked 8th in the martial arts stage, but before you are 7 even more outstanding practitioners. Oh right, ever since that new senior brother came, your ranking had dropped by 1 space and you're now only ranked number 9. Huang Yueli looked at Li Shuer in surprise. You know who this new senior brother is? Who cares who he is? Anyway, a cheap thing like you will never be comparable to a peerless talent. Li Shuer stopped talking as her face subconsciously flushed a tinge of red. Although she had never seen this senior brother personally, but she heard a lot of people saying that not only was the senior brother's ability super high beyond one's imagination, he also had an extremely good-looking face. Ever since Li Shuer had cut off all ties with Lei Zichu, she had always wanted to look for an even stronger backing, and her previous target was Mr. Yuan, but now that Mr. Yuan had been defeated, she realized that only this new senior brother was worthy of her, an armament-refining genius. Huang Yueli didn't miss her ever-changing expression and thought for a moment before understanding what Li Shuer was thinking about and almost burst out in laughter. If Li Shuer came to know that this new senior brother was her second brother Li Moying, whom she hated the most, she wondered if she would throw up blood on the spot. Li Shuer tried hard to conceal her ever-changing expressions as she burst out, "By Ruoli, just you wait and see. Next time I hear you creating rumors, lies such as my master wanting to take you in as his disciple, then don't blame me for finding an even more powerful expert to teach you a lesson." After she said her piece, she turned around angrily and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute." An arm outstretched and blocked her way. Li Shuer raised her head in shock. "What are you trying to do?" Huang Yueli slowly responded, "Did I say that you can leave?" Such arrogant words made Li Shuer infuriate instantly as she stared daggers at her. "By Ruoli. Get your facts right. I still have work, which my master instructed to complete, so I'm letting you off and not haggling with you, but you dare to block my way. Do you know who you're talking to? Did you really think that you're ranked top 10 in the martial arts stage and you can act impolitely to a future armament master?" Huang Yueli gave a sarcastic smile as she took a step forward and blocked Li Shuer away as she instantly unleashed the grandeur from within. "You're just an armament apprentice. Not even a first-ranked armament master. You really think you're some big shot? And do you know who you're talking to? Why would I not know? Aren't you just ranking number 9 in the martial arts stage?" Li Shuer was suppressed by the grandeur from her and felt that her heart was swirling and her legs were soft, but she didn't want to express her weakness in front of Huang Yueli as she summoned up courage and continued speaking. Huang Yueli replied chillingly, "Merely ranked 9, but I'm a practitioner whose ability is way higher than you. You think armament masters are very amazing? Armament masters' value comes from the bestowment from the strong. If the strong values you, then you are a valued armament master. If they don't, then you're just a piece of trash with low cultivation. A real armament master with brains absolutely would not dare to speak to a practitioner whose ability is stronger than himself in such a way." What she said was merely the truth. In the entire soaring heavens continent, ultimately one's power in cultivation was the hard truth. Although skilled people like armament masters and pill masters were valuable, but this value and respect was given by other people and was not inevitable and right. If one really made the strong infuriated and to kill a low-leveled and skilled armament master was something which was irresistible. In her previous life, she also relied on Mu Qingqing who was standing behind her, so she went on a rampage without any hesitation. "You." Huang Yueli stepped towards her, forcing Li Shuer to step backwards until eventually she couldn't stand properly and fell onto the ground. "Apparently you're brainless. But on account that we both are from South Yu Kingdom, I don't mind waste a bit of effort to teach you this lesson." As Huang Yueli was speaking, the fire-attributed profound energy came spurting out from within as her right hand waved slightly and a fire arrow shot towards Li Shuer's chest. Li Shuer gave an ear-shrieking cry of pain and flew towards the outside. "Ah!" Li Shuer flew rather far out and when she fell onto the ground, there was a loud bang which sounded exceptionally scary. Su Qingyue was scared stiff from this scenario, and as she looked back towards Huang Yueli, her expression was filled with reverence for her. She actually dared to beat up Master Tang's beloved disciple, the armament apprentice Li Shuer who had the most outstanding future. Li Shuer fell too far away and the two of them were not able to see where she fell from their positions, and only saw Li Shuer seeming coughing out blood in the sky where she was still falling. No matter how Su Qingyue thought, she felt even more frightened. "This? Li? Sister Li, you really beat Li Shuer? This? What should we do? We have gotten into trouble." "Get into trouble?" Huang Yueli's face was filled with disapproval. Why would this be called getting into trouble? Celestial Light Academy had never prohibited students from fighting, as long as we don't kill that person or depose them. When I made the move, I had paid extra attention, and just making her crash like that would not kill her. Shui Qingquing's face turned pale, not knowing how to continue. This sisterly of hers indeed was extremely powerful, and her character was not bad, but just a little too wild and too arrogant. Every single time, she would make those standing around her terrified. Did she really know what she was doing? But sisterly, this is not an ordinary student who you just beaten. She is Li Shui. To beat up an armament apprentice, you will face a lot of trouble later on. Moreover, Li Shui is Master Tang's beloved student, so what will Master Tang think? Besides that, among many course students, there are just too many who had feelings for Li Shui, and if she were to find someone to exact revenge on you, what should we do? Huang Yueli laughed. Sister Su, don't worry and relax. Master Tang wanted to take me in as his disciple, so that means my innate talent is much better than Li Shui's, so would he bother to create trouble for me just for her? As for those people who wants to help Li Shui to give me trouble, if they dare to come, I will let them understand what is meant by behind the mountains. There are people of greater existence. Shui Qingqing was so anxious that she kept stomping her feet. Ugh, I know you're powerful, but I heard that even the martial arts stage ranked first, young Master Yuan had been wooing Li Shui. You don't know how powerful he is. A new student like you is absolutely incomparable to him. She felt that she was so anxious for Li Shui until her heart was almost broken, but unfortunately the emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was worried dead. Huang Yueli gave a calm smile. We haven't crossed hands, so how do you know that I cannot win him? Moreover, he is no longer martial arts ranked number 1. Hadn't Li Shui said so herself that the new senior brother is much more powerful than him? She didn't believe that she was not able to defeat a so-called genius in an academy in the South Sky region. If this was the case, then she would have wasted the decades that she had lived in her previous life. Even if that young Master Yuan was heaven-defying, living right next to her was a demon-leveled Li Moying. As Celestial Light Sect's young sect master, there was nothing in Celestial Light Academy which he couldn't handle. She didn't have any qualms about doing anything at all. In that instant, Huang Yueli suddenly became distracted. This feeling seemed to make her return to her previous life, where she had Mu Qingqing as her backing and allowed her to go on a rampage in the entire Soaring Heavens continent. AI, why don't you listen to persuasion? Shui Qingqing persuaded patiently. Huang Yueli couldn't take her nagging and quickly changed topics. Alright, I've already selected my profound armaments at the profound weapon chambers, and following that I'm only left with selection of cultivation methods and profound skills at the scripture depository. The day is not young anymore, and I want to go to the academy's cafeteria to have my lunch. Let's quickly make haste and make our way there. Shui Qingqing turned around and led the way. The both of them walked for almost 1 hour before they reached their destination. Celestial Light Academy Scripture Depository was situated in the middle of a ravine and was surrounded by mountains. Its natural defense came from the territory. Making use of the natural terrain, a 6th-tier defense array was set up in its surroundings. It was the highest tier array which Huang Yueli had seen in Celestial Light Academy. From this, it could be seen on how important the Scripture Depository was towards an academy. There were quite a number of people in the Scripture Depository, but it was extremely quiet. Whenever anyone passed by, they were light-handed and light-footed, trying hard not to make any noise. When Huang Yueli stepped inside, she acutely felt some profound energy vibrations from the various corners of this building, and even a sense of being spied on. This meant that Celestial Light Academy had arranged a number of high-leveled experts to oversee the Scripture Depository, and in this place, there were 7 high-leveled experts' presences here. As she sensed this, Huang Yueli also restrained herself and controlled her own profound energy in case she attracted any unnecessary trouble. She walked to the registration counter for course students and drew out her identity token. passing it to the managing teacher in charge. Good afternoon, teacher. I am this year's new student, Ruoli, and I'm here to exchange for the entrance examination's reward. The managing teacher received and checked her identity token and couldn't help but took a few more glances at her. So you're the new top student. The one who defeated Lei Zichu in the martial arts stage. Huang Yueli smiled. That's me. The managing teacher gave a smile. You're really something. A newly enrolled student, and you're already ranked 8th at the martial arts stage. This is something that had not happened before, and I heard you're Bai Lufeng's daughter. Your talent is even stronger than your father's. As expected, like father, like daughter. It's just luck. Huang Yueli humbly said. Su Qingyue looked on with envy as Huang Yueli exchanged conventional greetings with the managing teacher. The manager of the scripture depository was different from the other managers in the academy. As the scripture depository was of great importance, to prevent the possibility of cultivation methods being leaked or accidental matters like this, any manager's cultivation level in the scripture depository were all at least 5-stage realm and above. This managing teacher that they were facing was a 6th-stage realm practitioner. All the teachers in Celestial Light Academy were all very powerful, and their usual attitude towards core students were not cold nor hot. But now he was very courteous towards Huang Yueli. It was just different when you have the ability. I won't waste any more of your time. The reward that you have gotten is any cultivation method or profound skills in the first 3 levels of the scripture depository. There are a total of 2 books, so you must choose carefully. Saying that, the managing teacher pointed towards the inner zone of the scripture depository. I'll give you a simple introduction. The scripture depository has a total of 4 levels. First floor rooms start with U, 10th, Su, 11th, High, 12th, and behind every number are a total of 12 rooms. In it are all yellow-grade cultivation method and profound skills. Second floor rooms start with Wu, 7th, Wei, 8th, Shen, Nineth, and in each of the 9 rooms are black-grade medium-level and lower-level cultivation methods and profound skills. Third floor rooms start with Mao, 4th, Chen, 5th, C, 6th, and in each of the 6th rooms are black-grade upper-level cultivation methods and profound skills. As for the 4th floor, which is the highest floor, starts with Z, 1st, Chou, 2nd, and Yin, 3rd, has only 3 rooms, and in it, there are earth-grade lower-level cultivation methods and profound skills. For now, you can only enter the first 3 floors. To a 3rd-stage realm practitioner, to be able to master 2 black-grade upper-level manuals will absolutely be an improvement to your ability. As you are still young, the allowance for you to upgrade your space is still very large, so my advice is to choose cultivation methods or types like that to aid you in your future cultivation. To an academy, to be able to keep stock of such a high volume of cultivations methods was something which is worth to flaunt about. Not to mention they had a total of 9 rooms worth of earth-grade cultivation methods and profound skills. If it was outside the academy, any one of the earth-grade cultivations could be sold at a shocking sky-high price. No wonder the scripture depository was heavily guarded. I understand now. Huang Yueli thanked the managing teacher and walked towards the inner zone of the scripture depository. Su Qingyue also wanted to follow, but was stopped. Only the one who had obtained the qualification to exchange is allowed to enter, so the student, please wait outside. Su Qingyue's face turned stiff as she backed down and laughed in embarrassment, then. Sisterly, I'll wait here for you. Huang Yueli nodded. All right, I won't waste too much time and will be out soon. When the managing teacher heard what she said, he frowned unhappily as he butted in. Miss Bai, I must remind you that even among the core students, to be able to enter the first 3 floors to exchange for cultivation methods or profound skills, this chance does not come by often. You must choose carefully the cultivation method that you want and not waste this chance. Spend more time looking around. Su Qingyue also added, that's right, sisterly, don't ever rush. Take your time to choose, I'm in no rush. From what she saw, choosing cultivation methods and profound armaments were completely different matters. When choosing profound armaments, Huang Yueli could still choose based on her good foresight and chose those profound armaments with purity, lustrousness, and the rest to judge their merits and drawbacks. But cultivation methods' advantage or disadvantage could not be seen just from the surface, and even if it was categorized based on grade, but to determine which book was suitable was oneself, one would still have to open and read each book to decide. Even just by reading the first page of every book, that would already require a lot of time. So this matter could not be rushed. Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders, and without any further explanation, she turned around and entered the inner zone. The inner zone of the scripture depository was exactly as what the managing teacher introduced. When she just entered the first floor, it started room number 1 all the way to room number 12. Along the way, it was completely packed to the brim as it spread out, with various types of cultivation methods and profound skills. In the first few rooms, Huang Yueli didn't linger on but continued walking and walked all the way onto the third floor. The number of students on the third floor instantly decreased, only about 10 over students inside. Seeing an apparently young girl walking inwards, a male student stood up and said, "This junior sister, this is the third floor and only core students can enter, you." However, Huang Yueli didn't reply to him but only flashed her identity token, and the array eye at the entrance flashed for a moment before the door opened and she walked in directly. Everyone in the room went into a blank as the gazes in their eyes towards her changed. This kind of age, she was obviously a new student and yet to be able to enter the third level of the scripture depository, her status was instantly revealed. This should be the legendary new top student, by Ruoli. That's right, it must be her. I heard that new top student's first prize reward is to get 2 manuals of cultivation methods in the first 3 floors of the scripture depository. I'd never expected her to look so beautiful. Those campus belles in our academy cannot be compared to her. What's strange about being good-looking? Her ability is not just based on her looks, she's also ranked 8th in the martial arts stage. Heavens, I cannot imagine. I absolutely can never reach that level in this entire lifetime of mine. Everyone discussed in whispers as they looked curiously at Huang Yueli's direction. I wonder what cultivation methods and profound skills will a genius like her choose. I also want to know. Rumors are her power of comprehension is extremely high and she would probably choose those hard to master but extremely powerful cultivation method? That might not necessarily be. Everyone's gazes were fixed on her back, trying to find out the legendary new student who had the best power of comprehension in the past 100 years would choose which kind of secret manuals to refine. Huang Yueli knew everyone was looking at her, but she didn't treat it as anything much. Her gaze swept past rows of secret manuals as thoughts kept fleeting past. Her knowledge and experience was very broad and unlike ordinary students who need to flip through every page, she only needed to look at the title of the book and roughly grasp an idea of it, so she saved a large amount of time. Very soon, she had already looked through the first shelf and as she didn't find anything satisfactory, she walked to the next row. Unfortunately, there was simply too little cultivation methods or profound skills, which Huang Yueli was interested in, and after a short while, she had already browsed through 10 over rows of shelves, and yet still not one book made her eyes glimmer. As for those core students who were staring at her with their eyes wide from behind, they looked at each other in dismay. What's the situation? Why did that new top student walk so fast? She didn't even stop to take a good look. What on earth is she searching for? Yes, that's so strange. Will she be able to find some secret manual which she needs by herself with this manner? Choosing a cultivation method or profound skill is a delicate matter and cannot be rushed. She's making a superficial understanding from a cursory observation, so what can she even derive from this? AI, I heard she's from a small country by the boundary, so I'm afraid she didn't have any experience in such a huge scripture depository before. Did she think that she would be able to find something useful for herself just by looking around like that? Looks like she can only choose any 2 books casually, so this is a wasted trip. At that moment, everyone had assumed that Huang Yueli didn't know what she was doing, so they were rather disappointed with her. They had initially thought of observing, to see what kind of cultivation method the 100-year genius would choose so as to use it as a referential purpose for themselves. But from the looks of it now, it seemed that they really thought too much. Huang Yueli, however, didn't bother what the others were thinking of and continued to walk around. She had already toured the entire first room under Liu and didn't find anything suitable. She was just about to go to the next room when suddenly from the corner of her eye, she seemed to have seen something as her eyes lit up. In the corner of the room laid some books. The only thing was those secret manuals on the bookshelves were laid in order. Although there was a mixture of new and old, but at least it was clean and tidy. Some especially old manuals were carefully bounded with a protective book cover on the outside. However, that pile of books which laid in the corner was totally different. All of it were wrinkled and broken, some even shedding yellow marks. If it wasn't kept in the scripture depository, other people might have mistaken it as a pile of old brown paper. Huang Yueli shot up towards that pile and picked one book out from there. This secret manual was extremely old and the first few pages had a large tear mark. Apparently, the first half of the portion had at least 10 over pages being torn off, so even the cover was no longer there. What was worse was in the remaining last few pages, it was not any ordinary words, but various tadpole sort of symbols which was illiterate. But such a mutilated set of cultivation method made Huang Yueli reveal a smile. Looks like Celestial Light Academy still has some good stuff. They actually have this Heavenly Immortal Dance Score. Heavenly Immortal Dance Score was a zither score from the God realm which had circulated to an ancient mystic region which she found in her previous life while training there. To normal zither masters, this zither score could only be used to play music, but for someone with such great concentration and practitioners who use the zither as a weapon, the ancient zither score was equivalent to a set of deep profound skill. But on today's soaring heavens continent, there were very few practitioners who inherited the zither skills, and the only one who made any achievement was only Huang Yueli, so an ancient zither itself wasn't worth much at all. When Huang Yueli got hold of the Heavenly Immortal Dance Score in her previous life, she realized that the zither score's power was huge and was a heaven-grade profound skill. But unfortunately, the second half of the score was missing. She thought of many ways, even using a 9th-grade profound armament as a reward to source for this zither score in the entire soaring heavens continent, but ultimately, she still couldn't find it. She had never expected to find the whereabouts of the second half of the score in Celestial Light Academy's scripture depository. Huang Yueli delightfully flipped through the second half of the Heavenly Immortal Dance Score once and kept it away. Seeing that there wasn't anything else interesting, she turned around and prepared to leave. As she passed by the entrance, she met the male student who tried to pick up a conversation with her earlier with a shocked expression. He wanted to speak, but did not do so on second thoughts, but eventually, he still went up ahead. That junior sister Bai, I'd like to remind you on this. Although the secret manual is not complete and is found in the pile of books which were going to be deposed, but if you really wanted to bring it away from the scripture depository, it will still take up one slot of the cultivation method which you can exchange. Huang Yueli nodded her head, I know. Thank you, senior brother. The male student saw her still holding on to that secret manual, frowned and continued to persuade her, this. You really intend to exchange for this secret manual? Huang Yueli replied, that's right. The male student responded, actually that pile of books had been there for years. When I first entered Celestial Light Academy, I had already seen it. Although the grade of these secret manuals are very high, they are all earth grade and above cultivation methods and profound skills. but because it is not complete, they are all left on the third floor. In the past, several core students who are ranked in the top few geniuses had also coveted these Earth-grade cultivation methods, thinking that they might be able to take an advantage, so they exchanged for these incomplete cultivation methods, but in the end, none of them had managed to learn it at all. Instead, they had wasted a precious chance for exchange. Moreover, when they exchanged, it was merely short of 1 or 2 pages, but yours is short by an entire half book. What's more, there are no words on this secret manual at all, only some scribble-like drawings. You really want to choose this book? Huang Yueli wanted to laugh. These practitioners who had been treated like geniuses to nurture since young had not much experience in dabbling with things such as music, and they didn't even know what a zither score was. But although this male student was nosy, but his intention was good, so Huang Yueli didn't want to offend him. Thank you, senior brother, for your reminder. I can tell that this secret manual's grade is the highest among the rest, and it seemed to be heaven grade lower level. Although there is only half a book left, but I had never seen a heaven grade profound skill in my entire lift before. I must go back and pay homage to this book so as to increase my knowledge. Anyway, there will be plenty of chances for exchange in future. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. After Huang Yueli finished her sentence, she nodded at him and turned around to leave. The male student displayed a look that seemed to have been struck by lightning as he stood there blankly, looking at her departing figure. The others also started to discuss in whispers. What on earth is that new top student thinking of? Who knows? Perhaps she thought that she was able to charge into martial arts stage top 10 when she just entered the school, so she self-inflated terribly. Half of the cultivation method is no longer available and still intend to practice? Let's see how she will regret it after she wasted this chance for exchange. Huang Yueli left Lu room number 1 and followed the serene and narrow corridor as she continued walking ahead. Lu room number 2, Lu room number 3, Lu room number 4. As she looked at the door plates hanging on the 2 sides of the corridor, something seemed to flash past her mind, but she was unable to catch hold of it. It was only after she walked 1 round at Lu room number 2 and derived nothing when she stood once again at the corridor when a thought suddenly struck her. Right, her father Bai Lu Feng had left a few words on the back of his Celestial Light Academy core student's identity token, which was EN number 3, left 11, up 29. At that time when she was still in Southview Kingdom, she was totally unable to comprehend the riddle of these figures, but now looking at these number plates, she suddenly understood. EN room number 3. This apparently was the room number, which had many cultivation methods and profound skills in the scripture depository. As for left 11, up 29, similar to what she had seen in the other rooms, it should be the numbering of the bookshelves and cultivation methods. Which meant that, the remnant that Bai Lu Feng left behind for her should be kept in the scripture depositor of Celestial Light Academy. Could it be that he left behind some sort of heaven-grade cultivation method? It had better not be so. She had no interest in heaven-grade cultivation methods at all. He might as well have left her some high-leveled materials. Huang Yueli was not able to hide her happiness. After being muddled for so long, she finally understood what the clue meant. Looked like coming to Celestial Light Academy was an absolutely correct choice. At this point of time, she couldn't be bothered to pick out any cultivation methods as she hurriedly turned around and ran towards the opposite direction. Very quickly, she reached the entrance of the EN-numbered rooms. But when she reached the entrance, Huang Yueli's footsteps came to a halt. Looking at the defensive array at the entrance, she suddenly recalled something. That's right, EN room number 3 was on the 4th floor of the scripture depository. Right now, she had no authority to enter. Based on the level of her array skills, she would probably be able to break open this defensive array, but the scripture depository was after all guarded by 7-stage realm practitioners, and if she alerted them, it would be difficult for her to get out of this. Huang Yueli stood at the entrance and thought for a while, before turning around and walked back to the entrance of the scripture depository. When the managing teacher saw her, he instantly displayed a shocked expression. "Miss Bai, you've already chosen in such a short while? Isn't your speed a little too fast? Didn't I remind you earlier? You must be careful and serious when selecting a cultivation method. Have you really looked through carefully?" Huang Yueli shook her head. "Teacher, I haven't selected finish. I just want to ask, under what circumstances will I be able to enter the 4th floor of the scripture depository?" The managing teacher went into a blank. "Scripture depository 4th floor? You want to go to the 4th floor?" He apparently disapproved. "Although your innate talent is very good, but you have just joined the academy and had not learnt much cultivation methods. Those Earth-grade lower-level secret manuals on the 3rd floor is enough for you to learn. To put it bluntly, the way of cultivation is a step-by-step process, and you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew." Huang Yueli pursed her lips, trying to control her extremely anxious feelings. "Teacher, I can understand the things you are trying to tell me. I only wanted to know, how will I be able to enter the 4th floor of the scripture depository? I am already in the top 10 of the martial arts stage, and since I cannot enter now, does it mean that I have to become rank number 1 among the core students before I can enter?" Recalling the past, Bai Lufeng was ranked first among the core students, and since he was able to hide the clue in room number 3, naturally meant that he had the qualifications to enter. However, Huang Yueli didn't expect the managing teacher to shake his head when he heard her question. "It's not as simple as you think. Even if you're ranked first among the core students, you cannot enter the 4th floor of the scripture depository as you liked. Honor points are required if you want to enter the 4th floor to select cultivation methods and profound skills." "Honor points? What are those?" Huang Yueli frowned as she asked. "Honor points is the reward for special contributions to the academy. This type of special contribution can indeed bring about a major advantage for the academy, and not something as ordinary as getting first in the examinations." The creases on Huang Yueli's brows grew tighter. What special contribution? It sounded much more difficult than getting first. She wondered what was the criterion that Celestial Light Academy had set. Then what are considered as special contributions? Those that can obtain honor points? Managing teacher rarely had such patience, as these matters are usually self-explanatory in the information booklet that were distributed to new students when they first enrolled into the academy. But as Huang Yueli was a new student and had just entered the academy, moreover she was such a rare outstanding genius, managing teacher made an exception and started explaining to her. There are many kinds of special contributions. For example, when the other academies in South Sky region challenges Celestial Light Academy, if you're chosen to represent the academy and manage to defeat the opponent, then you will be able to obtain honor points. Another example is every 5 years, South Sky region will organize a youth tournament, and if you obtain a good ranking, that would also give you honor points. Other examples. Managing teacher delightfully explained a huge load of examples, and the more Huang Yueli heard, the more chilly her heart became. Then, "Teacher, are there any academies who are challenging Celestial Light Academy recently? When will the next youth tournament be held?" Regarding this, Celestial Light Academy is well-deserved of being the #1 military institution, and there hasn't been any challenges from other schools for several decades. As he was saying that, he puffed out his chest with an honored look. The youth tournament was just held last year, and there are still 4 more years before the next tournament. Huang Yueli was rendered speechless, unable to accept that her luck was that bad. From what the managing teacher said, didn't that mean that she had no way to enter the 4th floor of the scripture depository at all? Seeing Huang Yueli's face turn unsightly, the managing teacher added some meaningful and heartfelt words. "Young girl, don't be so hasty. The academy will sometimes have some special situations and will distribute out some tasks which can obtain honor points. If you stay at the academy for 2 to 3 years, you will definitely have a chance, so what's the rush? You should just master the cultivation methods on the 3rd floor first. Huang Yueli's mouth twitched, not intending to explain further to the managing teacher. Since she knew that she was definitely not able to enter the 4th floor today, she eventually calmed down. There are always ways, and she can only come out with it later on. She turned around and re-entered the scripture depository and went one round at the entrance of the 4th floor, roughly remember the surrounding topography. After that, she casually entered a room on the 3rd floor and saw a profound skill of Earth grade lower level manual and brought it out. Nearing the scripture depository entrance, she passed this manual along with the extant fragment of the Heavenly Immortal Dance score to the managing teacher. Managing teacher saw the 2 secret manuals that she left on the table and immediately frowned. This? Miss Bai, these are the 2 secret manuals which you selected? Yes. Huang Yueli replied. Managing teacher glanced at her speechlessly. Are you sure you want to choose these 2 books? One is the extant fragments of a heaven-grade cultivation method, and there is at least half of the book missing, so it's impossible to master this, whereas the other is an earth-attributed earth-grade lower-level profound skill. Aren't you fire-attributed? Why did you choose an earth-attributed book for? And it's a profound skill. Cultivation method is much more difficult than profound skill. Huang Yueli spoke in a neither obsequious nor supercilious tone. I have my own intentions, so teacher, please help me to register. The second secret manual which she selected was an earth-attributed defensive sword of profound skill. She was mainly cultivating with fire-attributed profound skill, but in terms of attack power, she had an absolute advantage, but in defense-wise, she was lacking much, so she purposely chose an earth-grade profound skill which was powerful in terms of defense as a reference. Managing teacher was completely defeated by this new top student. Since she entered the door of the scripture depository, he had given her so many heartfelt advices. But not only did she not hear what he said, the decision she made was totally different from normal people and didn't pay any attention to his heartfelt suggestions. Did she really thought that she was very outstanding, just because she had several notches of innate talent? Managing teacher crooned, don't blame me for not reminding you. The academy has its regulations that a student can simultaneously cultivate 2 secret manuals from the scripture depository at one time, which means if you didn't manage to cultivate these 2 secret manuals, even if you have a future chance to exchange for secret manuals, you will not be able to borrow any other manuals. Are you absolutely sure you want to borrow these? Huang Yueli nodded her head without any hesitation, absolutely sure. Managing teacher couldn't be bothered to advise any further as he took the secret manuals and completed her registration process. Under everyone's whispering, she left the scripture depository. She had been busy for an entire day, and as she returned to her own courtyard, upon opening her door, she received a huge shock. On her tidy bed laid a handsome man whose clothes were half undressed. You. Li Moying, what are you doing here? Don't you know this is my room? You haven't received the owner's agreement to enter, so don't you feel embarrassed for entering? Li Moying's hand was supporting his head as he had a black sleeping robe on loosely draped over his body, his chest muscles half exposed. His long hair seemed to be washed and wasn't completely dry, with droplets of water sliding downwards from his perfectly contoured cheek, with some indolent sense of charm. Even though Huang Yueli was in a fit of anger, but seeing such scenario, she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. This man really looks too perfect, and simply too demonic. Li Moying's deep eyes were fixed on her as the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Little thing, the words you say is too ceremonious. We are fiancé and fiancée, so your room. Isn't it my room as well? Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. You also know that we are an unwed couple. Since we are unwed and you still come running to my room. Which country has this ridiculous rules? Moreover, have I agreed to let you enter? Li Moying disapprovingly replied, although you didn't agree, but your spiritual pet had. And it had personally opened the door for me. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, but immediately after her expression turned green as she gritted her teeth and hissed, "Wang, cai, dash." From the direction of the room door came a pitter-patter sound, as though someone had knocked down something in a state of flurry. Huang Yueli shot towards the entrance and pulled open the door when she saw a little figure hastily escaping. As little Phoenix ran, it was on the verge of bursting into tears. Chirp chirp chirp, he was too innocent and too wronged. First was a scary female devil, then came along an even terrifying demon than the female devil, none of which he could afford to offend. Li Moying's terrifying existence made him open the door, so could he defy? At that time, this entire bird was shocked stiff, all right? But if he opened the door, he would suffer with the female devil's revenge. Chirp chirp chirp, it was too difficult to be a phoenix. Huang Yueli was really very angry, but before she could run outside, she was held back by Li Moying from behind. The man's robust arms wound around her waist and holding her in his embrace, his sturdy chest affixed onto her back, and a warm sensation could be felt as Huang Yueli's face instantly flushed red. "You, what are you trying to do? Let me go. Can't you understand human language?" Li Moying lowered his head and gently gave her a peck as he laughed. "Yesterday we had already met each other with sincerity, so what does it matter if we hug now? You were not around in your courtyard for the entire day, so where have you been?" Huang Yueli's lips twitched once again. What met with sincerity? Yesterday was just an accident. I'm very grateful to you for rendering me assistance at the critical time of my advancement, but that doesn't mean that you can get fresh with me. Li Moying released his hands and innocently replied, all right, I shan't touch you, so don't be so fierce. Yesterday, I wasted so much profound energy to help you, and you're treating me like this? Shouldn't you be thinking of a way to repay me instead? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him in an unhappy mood. What do you want? Although she indeed felt grateful to Li Moying and wanted to find a suitable chance to repay him, but he actually turned up himself to request for repayment. It would be weird if there was no conspiracy. Indeed, Li Moying immediately replied, as the saying goes, if you have no way of repaying huge kindness, then you can devote yourself to. Before he could complete his sentence, Huang Yueli already cut him off. Fat hope. Huang Yueli raised her chin and gave him a warning look. To have been mercilessly rejected by her, Li Moying felt slightly upset and his fist subconsciously clenched tight. In the past, whenever he was rejected by this little thing, he wasn't angry at all, because he thought she didn't understand the relationship between a man and woman and he could teach her slowly. But now that he knew Huang Yueli's heart belonged to someone else, he would often fall into a fretful feeling. Sometimes he really wanted to grab Huang Yueli by her shoulders and pressed her against the bed, forcing her to tell him the man's name. Then go and kill the man with one sword. Huang Yueli didn't think much as she usually rejected Li Moying, and this time round, she naturally did the same thing. Moreover, she didn't feel that Li Moying really wanted her to devote herself to him. But after she finished talking, she realized that Li Moying didn't say a word. Huang Yueli curiously raised her head and saw the man's doleful expression with a glare which was as icy as it could be, staring straight at her. You, what's the matter with you? Huang Yueli blinked at him, unable to understand why, when she suddenly felt a little uneasy. She seldom saw Li Moying show such an expression, and she somewhat felt that this man looked slightly terrifying. She thought for a moment before she asked, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Did you expend too much profound energy when you passed it on to me yesterday? The little thing in front didn't know what he was angry with, so Li Moying felt angry and powerless at the same time. But he also knew that what Huang Yueli said the other day was unintentional, and she didn't realize that the secret was exposed. Li Moying clenched his fists as he tried hard to suppress the anger towards her. He cannot let the truth be known. If he really said it out, then he really had no chance anymore. It would become very awkward between the two of them, and perhaps this little thing would not even talk to him anymore. Moreover, based on Huang Yueli's pride and might, if he really did something to the man that she liked in a rash, then the two of them would probably not even be friends in future. So he must endure. Li Moying was very clear what was his major advantage, and that was the man, beside Huang Yueli, now was him. Moreover, he saved and helped her, so Huang Yueli could not turn her back on him and could only accept his occasional appearance from time to time. So he only needed to stick by Huang Yueli's side, and perhaps after a long time, she would be accustomed with him around and focus her attention to him instead. Thinking of this, Li Moying's feelings subsequently became peaceful as the expression on his face also softened. He sniggered as he continued, "So you also knew that I expended a lot of profound energy when I passed on my profound energy to you? I had thought that you are an ungrateful little fox and would definitely not remember this." Huang Yueli blinked as she gazed at this man for a moment. On that handsome face no longer appeared that haze earlier, and his peach-blossomed eyes sparkled as per usual, as though the sense of oppression that she felt earlier was an illusion. Huang Yueli pouted her little pink lips as she mumbled discontentedly, "What ungrateful? It's all because of you. Saying would devote myself to you, it's impossible, okay? If you want me to repay you, then at least give a more feasible idea, alright?" Li Moying saw her fuming look as his lips curled upwards. When this little thing was talking to him, she would act coquettishly subconsciously without noticing it herself. Thinking of this, he really felt that the rashness that he had earlier was unnecessary. He must have more patience. Actually, there is a simple way to repay me. To you, it might just be lifting a finger, and you won't suffer any losses, so it's really up to you, if you're willing to or not. Li Moying touched his chin as he gave a black-bellied laugh. Huang Yueli saw his foxy smile as her heart pounded wildly, suddenly feeling her face becoming very hot. Although she knew this fellow was up to no good, but he really looked suave. Indeed, he was a demon. Moreover, since he smiled, it proved that she had indeed saw wrongly earlier. It was just not possible for Li Moying to treat her so fiercely. Huang Yueli rest assured as she lowered her chin and asked in an unyielding pampered tone, "What thing? Say it out directly, why are you hemming and hawing for?" Li Moying smiled, "This matter is really very simple, especially simple, nothing can be simpler than this. Say it out quickly." Huang Yueli saw his draggy attitude as she anxiously stomped her feet and hurried him. "Alright, about this." Li Moying raised his brows as he looked Huang Yueli in the eyes and slowly spoke, "I hope that from tonight onwards, I can move to your room and we can live together. In simpler terms, accompany me to sleep at night. Get lost." Huang Yueli almost jumped in fury. "Earlier, you just said you don't need me to devote myself to you, and now you're saying such things. Are you fooling me? I'm telling you, this is impossible, so stop." Before she could finish up what she was trying to say, an enlarged handsome face appeared in front of her eyes. Huang Yueli instantly stopped in her tracks. "You. This man. Since when did he came so close?" And he even lowered his head to get so close. Just in an instant, he had also gotten so close. Their breathing could be heard, and Huang Yueli could see his long and thick eye strands of lashes. At such a close distance, it was as though just one slight movement and they would kiss each other. For that one moment, Huang Yueli thought this man was going to forcefully kiss her again. However, after Huang Yueli hushed up, Li Moying moved back slightly but still surrounded her within a range where he could reach her. "Stop, stop, stop. You little thing, why are you so hasty? Don't always think of me in such a bad way, alright? Listen to me first, okay?" Huang Yueli turned melancholy. If it wasn't for the fact that this man kept forcefully kissing her every other day and took advantage of her, would she even think of such things? "Alright, then finish up what you have to say." She raised her head and stared at him with a "I'm going to see how you're going to exaggerate" expression. Li Moying didn't manage to hold back as he stretched out his hands to pinch her tender cheeks, and before she could fly into a rage, he speedily withdrew his hand. My meaning is exactly as the word says. I only want to sleep next to you, and I will absolutely not touch you at all, not even a single strand of hair. Of course, if you have any desire and lust for me, wanting to get fresh with me, I won't reject you to make you upset. When Huang Yueli heard that, her brows drooped as she couldn't take it any further and stomped towards his feet. Hey! You're beating up your husband? Li Moying stepped backwards and easily evaded her attack, but his face expressed a devastated and aggrieved look. Huang Yueli retorted angrily, you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Or I'm some ignorant young lady who hasn't stepped out of the ladies' chamber? Sleep together. After sleeping together, you will find a chance to touch, kiss, and after that, not be satisfied with small gains, and sooner or later you will derive at your motive. Don't you have this intention in mind? This was one of the 3 trilogies, to cheating ignorant young girls to bed, and it's not like she hadn't seen the world, so how would she not know about this? Li Moying looked at her in surprise, and subsequently laughed, tsk, little thing, so your intentions are so evil. Are you preparing to wait for us to sleep together, then use this trick to cheat me? Or are you telling me that you've lusted after my body for a long time so? You'd already imagined many times how we will develop when we're on the bed? You. Shameless. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and pushed his chest. All right, I understand now, you're making a fool out of me. Scram back to your courtyard now, I want to rest. Huang Yueli pushed Li Moying, but he didn't nudge at all, so she furiously stared at him and increased her strength to push him, but he still didn't nudge one bit. Indeed, she also knew that the disparity between their powers were very huge, and if Li Moying really didn't want to leave, she doesn't even need to hope that she could make him leave. But she had not expected this fellow to really shamelessly hang around. Huang Yueli got angry and struck a palm strike towards his chest, and in that strike, she included a profound skill. A stream of fire-patterned illusion appeared in her palm as scorching fire attributed profound energy lashed towards Li Moying's chest. Unfortunately, even though Huang Yueli was usually very incisive when making a move against her enemies, but in front of this man, she was still soft-hearted. Li Moying stretched out his hand and grabbed her wrist, and in a moment, he managed to strip her of her strength, and after detaining her hand, he brought her into his embrace. Why so fierce? He smiled lightly. Huang Yueli used force to withdraw her hand, but was unable to do so. What do you really want? Li Moying saw his little fox was on the verge of outburst, and he finally decided not to tease her any further as he kept his smile away and turned solemn. All right, I won't tease you anymore. There's a reason why I want to sleep with you. You know that I have the soul detachment illness since young, and my soul is not stable. Previous times. Previously there were many times when I acted up, and you've also seen it for yourself. When she heard him talking about his illness, Huang Yueli stopped struggling. So? I think you have already noticed it, you have a kind of special influence over me. When I act up, as long as you get close to me, my symptoms will reduce, and your kisses even make me gradually recover even in the most severe situation. When he mentioned kisses, Li Moying subconsciously shifted his gaze to the lips of the young lady who was in his embrace. That pink pouty glaze looked like an oriental cherry which was blooming, tempting one to his best endurance. Huang Yueli turned red from his glare as she pursed her lips and hurriedly cut him off. That's right, it is indeed so. But why did this happen? Li Moying replied her, I'm not too sure, but ever since the first time I met you, I could feel a special presence from you, and just getting close to you will make my frustrated feelings calm down. That feeling is extremely comfortable, so I totally cannot control myself and keep wanting to stay by your side. Although I cannot explain why, but this influence indeed exists. Huang Yueli frowned, really? No wonder ever since this man met her for the first time, he started to entangle with her. But she had heard that the treatment for soul detachment illness usually used a profound armament like the profound lunar spirit mirror to stabilize one's soul, and also used in coordination with some medicinal pills and such. But she had never heard before that getting close to a certain person would reduce the syndromes. This sounded a bit too ridiculous. But Li Moying absolutely did not cheat her. Because when his symptoms acted up, she was able to stop him, and this had already been verified twice. However, what was the exact reason for this? Huang Yueli was still puzzled after much thought, and as she was too engrossed, she didn't even notice that Li Moying's hand had already placed on her waist. Really, so this is also the reason why I came to look for you tonight. Li Moying spoke in a low voice. Huang Yueli raised her head and looked at him puzzled. What do you mean? Li Moying explained, do you remember that last night when I had passed my profound energy to you, I had expended all my energy and accidentally fell asleep. In the end, I slept all the way till morning and was almost branded as a lecher by you. Huang Yueli mumbled, then when a lady wakes up early in the morning to discover that she wasn't wearing any clothes and sleeping next to a man, wouldn't she get agitated? Li Moying shook his head and replied helplessly, right, that's my wrongdoing. But what you don't know is in my memories, I had never slept so peacefully for a single night at all. Huang Yueli was dumbfounded. You. She seemed to understand what Li Moying was trying to say instantly. Li Moying continued explaining, due to the influence of the soul detachment illness, I usually find it hard to fall asleep at night. Even if I do fall asleep, I will wake up within a short frame of time and my emotions are usually unstable. When I was young, I'd have frequent headaches and strange images will flash past my head. It was only after my cultivation had gradually became much higher when it got slightly better. But with you by my side, I was actually able to sleep 10 to 12 hours, and not to mention that it was deep sleep. If it wasn't for the fact that you suddenly screamed, I would have felt nothing at all. His tone was extremely indifferent, as though he didn't treat it like anything important, like he was talking about another person's story. But in Huang Yueli's ears, she suddenly felt an acrid sensation and started to feel sorry and even anguish for him. Li Moying was a man whose appearance was strong and overbearing, and his ability was exceeding, seemingly without any flaws or nothing could defeat him. But in actual fact, he had taken a lot of hardship and endured many sins. He had grown from a young weakling to a strong man gradually. Huang Yueli tipped her toes as she placed her hand on his shoulder and gently patted him. Really? You will sleep especially well beside me? Her fair delicate face was right in front of his eyes, and that pair of autumn water eyes kept sparkling, revealing the worries and uneasiness in her eyes. Li Moying's heart was set at ease as his tone soon turned as gentle as water. Really, my little thing, so can you pity me and allow me to rest beside you? I swear that I will absolutely not do anything to you, Huang Yueli stared at his handsome face as she went deep into her thoughts, and her lips unconsciously pouted. This man was just too sinister, and this was stepping on her vulnerable spot. If he had continued to be so intense and overbearing, then she definitely would not listen to him, but he purposely made himself out to be so pitiful. Li Moying's eyes were exceptionally seductive, and at this moment, he looked at her with tender sentiments, making her heart skip several beats, not knowing how to reject him at all. Anyway, he said he wouldn't do anything to her. It was just borrowing a bed only. As a practitioner who went out to train, there were times when the conditions were not very good, so they slept all together on the ground. It should not be counted as anything, right? Huang Yueli nodded her head. A glint of joy flashed by his eyes immediately as his arms withdrew and locked her into a warm and tight embrace. Lear, you're wonderful. I knew it, you treat me the best. You will absolutely not leave me alone. Huang Yueli was caught by surprise as she was held into his full embrace. Huang Yueli's face was plastered laterally onto his chest, and she could clearly felt sturdy robust chest muscles beneath that thin piece of material, firm and strong, giving off a pure man's powerful presence. The warm breath caressing the back of her ear made her felt ineffably reassured. A slender and delicate hand was pressed against Li Moying's chest, wanting to push him away, but eventually softly resting on top, without any strength. Li Moying noticed that she had softened up and took things one step further as he hugged her without letting go. Huang Yueli allowed him to hug her for a while, but eventually realized that something was not right and used her strength to push him. Have you hugged enough or not? Not. Li Moying replied resolutely. Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. Earlier we agreed on this that you will not get fresh with me, otherwise. Alright, I've hugged enough. Earlier I was just too excited. Lear, don't you have a bit of compassion at all? When Li Moying heard what she said, he immediately took a step backward as he raised both hands in a surrender position and at the same time, displayed an innocent look as he grumbled. Huang Yueli pursed her lips, looking at him in disbelief, deeply feeling that she seemed to have made a wrong decision, as if she had led Wolf into the house. You guarantee that you will not do anything to me that you're not supposed to do? I guarantee. Huang Yueli stared at him for a moment more, and although she didn't feel too assured, but Li Moying's terrifying look when his illness acted up stayed in her memory, and plus the fact that she knew at the back of her mind that when this man acted shamelessly, no matter how she chased him away, it was fruitless, so she might as well agree to his request. She thought for a moment when she lifted the blanket on the bed and folded it into a thin divider, before placing it onto the middle of the big bed. It looked like a small mountain diving the big bed into two halves. You will take one half and I will take the other half. No one is allowed to cross the boundary. Li Moying looked at the blanket on the bed and was rendered speechless. At the same time he couldn't help but lament that his little fox was really getting smarter and smarter, and more difficult to cheat her. Like this current example, if he wanted to get fresh with her, the difficulty had increased by quite a bit. He nodded. Right, I'll listen to whatever you say. As long as you agree to take me in. Huang Yueli was satisfied. The negotiation between the two of them wasted quite an amount of time, and at this moment, the night was no longer young. Huang Yueli climbed onto the inside of the big bed to lay down, and she pulled the blanket up, covering up to her chin as a pair of big eyes looked around alertly at the man on the other side of her bed. Li Moying swept her a glance as his lips curled upwards. Lear, it's already summer. Don't you feel hot covering up so much? Not hot. Really? But your forehead seems clammy. Looks like you're sweating quite a bit. You saw it wrongly. Alright, then treat it as I've seen it wrongly. Li Moying looked at her tensed expression as his mood turned for the better. If it was said that he was disappointed earlier because he didn't get to take advantage of his little fox, then now his heart was filled completely with happiness. Looking at Huang Yueli, stretching out her little paw secretly to wipe off the sweat on her forehead, Li Moying's smile on his lips became deeper. Just thinking that he would be able to see her cute expressions every day already made him very satisfied. He didn't insist of having any substantial relationship with her. After all, she would be his sooner or later. Li Moying took off his outer robe and boots under her careful watch and laid properly on the other side of the big bed, with no intention of crossing the boundary that Huang Yueli had set up. Li Moying's deep voice was heard. Good night, Lear. Good night. Huang Yueli responded quietly. She stretched out her finger and pointed as the light on the table was extinguished immediately and the room was totally pitch black. Huang Yueli was initially anxious, worried that after Li Moying came onto the bed, he would do something, so in the darkness, she held on tightly to the blanket and refused to let go. At the same time, her ears perked up listening to every single movement coming from Li Moying's side. But very quickly, Li Moying's breathing became lighter and lighter and longer and longer. Apparently, he had already entered dreamland. What? He slept even faster than me. Still claim that he can't sleep every day? Could he be lying to me? Huang Yueli turned her head to the side and using the dim light shining in from the window, she looked at the man who laid beside her. Li Moying laid quietly, both eyes shut and his long eyelashes, resembling a little fan, drooped down. The usually stern and overbearing man looked extremely relaxed and tranquil at this moment, and his lips maintained an upward curl. Huang Yueli felt unbalanced. She was anxious for an entire night and she couldn't even sleep while the man who claimed that he had insomnia slept this well. She couldn't help but stretched out her hand and pinched his upright nose bridge. Li Moying's eyebrows puckered up, but he didn't wake up, only subconsciously shaking his head. Just like a pig. Huang Yueli didn't manage to wake him, and realized that she was acting senseless, so she withdrew her hand. The room was very quiet, only with the light breathing sound coming from the man lying beside her, ranging rhythmically, like a lullaby. Huang Yueli unknowingly also fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Huang Yueli suddenly woke up with a start as she rubbed her tummy. She realized that she seemed to have drank too much water last night and was woken by the urge to pass urine. She wanted badly to relieve herself, but Li Moying was lying on the outside side of the bed, and if she wanted to get out, it was very inconvenient. Huang Yueli bit her lips as she hesitated, but as she couldn't control her urge, she could only climb softly and quietly over. As she was climbing past Li Moying's body, she leaned halfway over and using her elbow to support her body, one leg first surmounted over Li Moying's body. Just as she was about to move her other leg over, Li Moying seemed to be alerted by her huge movements as he let out a light sigh and his arms also moved. Just nice, it swept across Huang Yueli's waist. His build was lofty, whereas Huang Yueli was maintaining a position like a little puppy leaning on the bed, without using much strength. His arm pressed against her waist as she fell forward entirely, falling flat onto Li Moying's chest. Woo! Huang Yueli's long and delicate nose banged onto the man's stiff chest and immediately felt a painful sensation, her tears almost flowing out. She blinked her eyes and managed to suppress the painful feeling with great difficulty, but then she realized that her position was very embarrassing. She was actually leaning entirely onto Li Moying's body, and both her legs were straddled on the two sides of Li Moying's body, riding just on top of his waist, and the two mounds on her chest was pressing onto Li Moying's chest. Not only that, Li Moying's arm was placed onto her little butt. This position simply made the two of them stuck together in all angles. Huang Yueli's brain buzzed as she felt that her head was fuming with smoke. For that one moment, Huang Yueli had thought that Li Moying was definitely woken up by her, and he was up to mischief to make her fall onto his body in an attempt to take advantage of her. But when she raised her head to take a look, she discovered that Li Moying was still in deep sleep and the rhythm in his breathing didn't have much changes. Besides that, perhaps he felt a heavy thing pressing against his chest making him uncomfortable, so he frowned slightly. His neat brows creased together, and that expression seemed to hint a sense of grievance. This made Huang Yueli felt a sense of guilt for disturbing him in his dreams. Leaning down like that would really made Li Moying wake up. If he really awoke at this moment and happened to see her leaning on his body in such an awkward position, Huang Yueli didn't even need to think before knowing how he would respond. That man would definitely give an antipathic look while ridiculing her. I already knew you were lusting after me, and you refused to admit it. Look at this, I'd just fallen asleep and you already couldn't control your urge. Not only just laying your paws on me, your entire body is pressing on me. Are you preparing to use force? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli started to become anxious. No way, she absolutely could not allow Li Moying to grab hold of this handle against her. Moreover, she really couldn't control it any longer. Huang Yueli could only force herself once again, using her palms to support against the big bed to lift her body up. At least she didn't want to stick to Li Moying like that. However, just as she just got up, the arm resting on her but suddenly used force and pressed her down again. Huang Yueli fell once again onto the man's chest, as she always swore vulgarities. This Li Moying really was pretending to sleep. She stretched out her hand to pinch Li Moying's face, furiously ranting, still pretending to sleep. "Wake up and let me go down." Silence. In reply was Li Moying's peaceful breathing. "Really didn't wake up?" Huang Yueli opened her eyes wide as she looked left and right at this man, sensing that he really didn't seem like he was awake. She grew even more melancholic, already sleeping and still cannot forget to take advantage of others. "What kind of man are you?" Since Li Moying didn't wake up, she swallowed back the words of criticism that she had prepared. It would be better if she could slip away. She supported her body up once again in an attempt to nudge away, but in the end, she was pushed down again. Huang Yueli was so angry that she wanted to bang the wall, but very quickly, she discovered that something far from good was happening. The several times when she got up and was pushed down again led their bodies to rub against one another, and a certain part of Li Moying uncontrollably had some reaction. Huang Yueli felt a scorching heat jabbing against her tummy, and her face flushed bright red and after a while, turning pale white. "You're really a beast." She felt like weeping, but had no tears. Luckily, it was only a subconscious reaction from Li Moying's body, and he himself had not awoken. Huang Yueli knew that she could not do it forcefully again otherwise if she really woke Li Moying up, based on the current position and Li Moying's condition. She had a bad sense of foreboding. She thought for a moment as her hand stretched to her back and started to pry open Li Moying's fingers. She first needed to move this big hands out of her way, otherwise it would end up in tragedy every single time. As she was in this doggy position, she was totally reliant on her arm's strength to support her body. As her hand moved to her back, it was unavoidable as she totally sprawled against Li Moying's body. Besides that, she was using all her strength to wrestle at his arm while rubbing against his body continuously. Huang Yueli could clearly felt that underneath that man's body, his body had an obvious raise in temperature. Li Moying, who was in deep sleep, frowned tightly, and his breathing became faster, as though he was about to wake up. Huang Yueli grew anxious, and suddenly using strength, she managed to shake off Li Moying's arm towards the side. "Woo!" Li Moying discontentedly rubbed his head against the pillow as his eyelids started to have some movements. Huang Yueli flipped over and got off the bed, while turning around anxiously to look at his expression. Luckily, Li Moying was in deep sleep today, and he didn't even wake up, despite the commotion. She hurriedly turned around and ran out of the room, not even bothering to put on her shoes. Huang Yueli ran to the next room to settle nature's call, and as she was on her way back, she met with trouble again. Earlier when she got out, it was with great difficulty that she managed to straddle over Li Moying's body. If she were to go back to sleep now, didn't it mean that she would need to straddle over his body once more? Her lips twitched as her heart was filled with melancholy. Seriously, it was a troublesome thing to have a man in the room. If she knew about this earlier, she would never have agreed to Li Moying's request. She decided that early tomorrow morning, she would tell this fellow that she regretted her decision and not allow him to continue staying here. If he dared to enter casually again, she would prepare a huge pile of mechanisms in the bedroom and bury him alive. Huang Yueli secretly clenched her fists, thinking that her idea was just too great. But before she could enter the room, from afar, she heard a crisp pong sound coming from the room. Huang Yueli went into a blank and hurriedly ran back into the bedroom. Upon entering the room, an intermittent moaning was heard from the bed. "Woo, hum." Huang Yueli quickly snapped her fingers, and all the oil lamps in the room lit up at the same time. On the big bed, Li Moying's forehead creased tightly, and his face was pale, bearing a painful expression. His forehead was drenched with sweat as he kept tossing around in bed, but eventually didn't open his eyes. By the bedside counter was a porcelain vase, which had already dropped onto the ground and turned into smithereens. Probably it was swept onto the ground when Li Moying unconsciously tossed around in bed. Huang Yueli ran to the bedside and saw his face flushed red as her heart was filled with terror. How did it become like this? When she left earlier, this man was still sleeping like a pig, and no matter how she squandered around, he had no reaction at all. But now she had just left for less than a quarter of an hour, so why did he? Huang Yueli placed her hand on his face as she patted gently. Li Moying, wake up. What happened to you? However, not only did Li Moying not wake up, he also cast her hand aside as he mumbled unclearly, "No, don't, it's dangerous. Don't go over." Don't go over? Huang Yueli blinked. Li Moying, you're having a nightmare. Don't be scared, wake up and you'd be fine. She stretched her man onto Li Moying's chest and massaged him to appease him, hoping to calm him down, but his chest was still agitatedly moving up and down, as though he was tangled by the deepest and most horrifying nightmare, unable to disengage himself. Huang Yueli was indecisive, not knowing whether she should make him wake up. She heard that if one were to forcefully wake someone with soul detachment illness when their symptoms acted up, it would cause a second damage to their soul and might deepen their illness. But if she didn't wake him up, looking at Li Moying in this manner made Huang Yueli's heart ached badly. What exactly was he dreaming about? What would have made such a strong man become so terrified, so weak? Had he dreamt about his past when he was young? Don't. Li Moying's moaning started again and seemed even more agitated than before as his hands unconsciously stretched outwards, waving about in mid-air as though he was trying to grab hold of something, but no matter how he tried, he wasn't able to. Huang Yueli grabbed his hands and spent quite an amount of strength to hold him down. Calm down a little, what did you dream about? All right, no matter what had happened, it's all in the past. Sensing her presence nearby, Li Moying seemed to calm down a little, but he had just quieted down for a quarter of an hour when he suddenly started to shout out loud again. Don't go over, come back. You don't believe that I can protect you? Little fox, come back right now. Little fox? Who was he calling? Hearing this nickname, Huang Yueli couldn't help but went into a daze. Because this nickname was all too familiar to her and had drawn back a portion of her memories from her previous life. In the past, Mu Qingqing used to love calling her this, and she had always felt that this nickname seemed to be calling a pet and had on several times forcefully protested against this, but unfortunately that man was just too used to be overbearing and he totally ignored her protests. After some time, she had gotten used to it. But now hearing this nickname seemed as if it was a lifetime ago. Huang Yueli was distracted for a while when she suddenly felt a tight grip on her wrist and immediately lost balance and fell once again onto Li Moying. You. Let me go. Huang Yueli's wrist was held on tightly by him and she didn't manage to pull it back no matter how she tried. Not only did Li Moying not listen, he even flipped around and pressed her below him. Not letting go. If I do, you'd run away, and I'd never get a chance to hold on to you. What? Woo, dash. Huang Yueli had yet to say out the things she wanted when Li Moying had already shut her lips up. A familiar scorching kiss instantly took her breath away. Li Moying's kiss was deep and avid as it continuously explored and searched for her sweet fragrance. Huang Yueli subconsciously struggled for a while, but very quickly she became aware of something and started to relax. After Li Moying had enough of kissing, the grip on her wrist loosened as his body fell sideways towards the left side and leaned sideways onto the pillow, not moving a single bit. Huang Yueli put her finger below his nose to check if he was breathing and discovered that he had indeed went into a lethargic sleep once again, just like the previous times when he had kissed her after his soul detachment illness had acted up. What kind of situation was this? She couldn't understand no matter how much she thought. But at least she knew one thing, which was when Li Moying said he could sleep well beside her, it seemed to be true. She had just left for a while and he actually had a nightmare. If he usually slept alone and he was often tormented by nightmares, then he was too pitiful. Huang Yueli's heart softened. Forget it, since he still seemed trustworthy tonight. If he could continue to maintain this condition, then she would split her bed into half for him, to do a good deed every day. The next morning when Lemoyne woke up, he seemed to have forgotten what had happened last night. He felt refreshed and was in high spirits. Right after he teased Huang Yueli for quite a bit, he left early in the morning. Huang Yueli also stepped out as this was the official first day of lessons after the new students' enrollment. Even though these classes was of no use to her, but after all it was the first day, so she still had to go and show face. She was considered late as the classroom was already filled with the batch of new students. Besides the 100 students who were enrolled along with her during the entrance examinations, there were also specially enrolled students from other regions and exchange students from other academies, filling the big classroom to its maximum capacity. Everyone excitedly whispered to one another's ear. But just at the moment when Huang Yueli walked in, the entire classroom turned silent. As the saying went, one's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Huang Yueli's reputation now was like the sun at midday, and in the entire Celestial Light Academy, she was a widely known legendary character. At present, everyone's sights fell onto her, and the minute she appeared, everyone was in awe of her presence. Huang Yueli gazed fixedly at the moment she found a seat at one corner of the classroom and walked in. It was until she had sat properly as the classroom's silence was broken and bustled with noise and excitement once again. The position which Huang Yueli sat at allowed her to sense that many casted various kinds of gazes, and amidst them, she could also heard some others discussing about her. She frowned slightly as she felt slightly disturbed. But luckily, it was soon time for class, and after the academy's teacher had reached, the classroom quietened down. The curriculum was exactly as boring as she had imagined, and after Huang Yueli patiently sat through one lecture, she was preparing to slip away. Whoever knew that just as she was leaving, someone from the side suddenly called her name. Bairuoli. You are Bairuoli, right? Huang Yueli raised her head and saw a 17 or 18-year-old young lady standing right in front of her, and this female student had a third-grade badge pinned onto her chest area, as she arrogantly looked downwards at her. You are. Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly. The female student said, 3 days later, young Master Yuan will be hosting a banquet to celebrate the start of a new term. You are lucky to have received an invitation. Take it. She threw out an invitation onto the table, in front of Huang Yueli. Your luck's not bad. A new student from a small country actually received an invitation from young Master Yuan after joining the school, humph. But don't be too full of yourself. It's just because you have some innate talent, but you're only at third stage realm and there are people who are much better than you in the academy. At the banquet, there are also other large families who have many experts who had already graduated, so my advice to you is to tuck your tail between your legs and behave properly. Huang Yueli raised her brows as she took a look at that piece of paper on the table, but didn't put out her hand to receive it. I'm sorry, this lady. You're indeed rather arrogant and your eyes are grown on top of your eyebrows, but unfortunately, I don't even know who you are. You. What's the meaning of this? You don't know who I am? The female student bore an expression of humiliation. You don't even know who I am? Just as what the words mean. Hasn't your mother ever taught you that when you're speaking to others, you should always introduce yourself first? The female student's face turned redder. She had always been rather famous in Celestial Light Academy, and whenever other people saw her, they all became a yes man, including those heirs from large families. In the end, this country bumpkin from a small country actually didn't recognize her. And she even used a tone of disdain to talk to her. She clenched her teeth angrily. You're looking for death, how dare you speak to me like this? She struck out a slap, but before she could even landed it onto Huang Yueli's face, she saw her icy cold smile. The female student quivered and suddenly recalled that this new top student was not like the ordinary students who she always bullied. She was someone with outstanding innate talent and a genuine top 10 martial arts stage practitioner. In terms of ability, she wasn't her match at all. That female student quickly tried to withdraw her hand but found out in shock that she could not control her own hand at all. A strange burst of energy seemed to be controlling her as her hand struck out towards the opposite direction. Slap, dash. A crisp slap was heard as it reverberated within the classroom. But this slap wasn't casted onto Huang Yueli's face, but landed onto the female student's own face. This slap was both hard and hurried as the female student's face instantly turned red and swollen. Her eyes popped out with a face of disbelief, apparently became dull from the slap. It was after a while before she responded as she screeched loudly, You hit me? A wretched lass from the countryside like you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Huang Yueli smiled as she replied with a face of innocence, I say, this senior sister, is there something wrong with your brain? I already said earlier that I don't know you. Why are you still asking me if I know who you are? Are you trying to be comedian? Moreover, how did I hit you? Since when did I hit you? Don't anyhow say things to frame me. So many classmates are here, witnessing with their own eyes. You knew that you had said things to offend me, so you slapped yourself to apologize. TSK, you've really staked your all. On account of your good attitude to admit you own mistake, I shall forgive you. You. Female student was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Why would she slap herself for no reason? It was obviously this wretched lass in front of her, relying on your higher ability and using some heterodox skills to control her movements. She didn't believe that those present could not tell, but the truth was she had indeed slapped herself. Moreover, if this matter were to spread, she would be the one embarrassed. Because her potential was at third stage realm 7th level. She was much higher than this new top student. Although Huang Yueli was in the martial arts stage top 10, her ability would definitely be much stronger than her. But if she wanted to control her movements, that did not mean that her strong ability was enough to do it. She should also have a much higher cultivation level than hers. But now she was being controlled by a new student whose cultivation level was much lower than her, not to mention directly slapped on the face. This was totally embarrassing. The female student held on to her face as her rage flew into the skies, but she didn't know what she should do. To fight, she obviously couldn't win against her and would only be tortured. But if she were to leave, she would feel unjust and moreover, she couldn't afford to throw her face away. Huang Yueli cast her a glance with a smile which didn't look like a smile. Senior sister is still not leaving? Do you feel that your apology earlier lacks sincerity, so you're willing to slap yourself a few more times to apologize properly to me? Female student was stunned as she stared at her. You're thinking about scram. Huang Yueli had lost her patience as she hissed out this word in between her teeth. Her imposing presence also started to be unleashed. Female student was so scared that she almost pissed in her pants in terror and her back was drenched in sweat. Her legs trembled as her eyes turned red and she sprinted out of the classroom. Huang Yueli casually picked up that invitation and threw it by the side. Just at this moment, another female student beside her called out, Miss Bai, wait a minute. Don't throw, this cannot be thrown away. She stretched out her hand and caught hold of the falling invitation as she placed it back onto the table in front of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli turned around and realized that the person who had spoken was actually Song Yaru. This daughter from Sky Cloud City's large family had rather outstanding innate talent and originally she should have been the new top student for this batch, but because of her appearance, she could only settle for second place. Although she had the arrogance that belonged to one of a large family clan, she showed no arrogance in victory and no despair in defeat. Even after losing to Huang Yueli in the entrance examinations, she congratulated her in grace and was considered as an upright practitioner. Huang Yueli's impression towards Song Yaru was rather good, and when she saw that it was her who spoke out, she turned around and asked, "I don't have any intention to attend that banquet, so why can't I throw it away?" Song Yaru turned around to take a look, and upon seeing that female student had been long gone, she sat beside Huang Yueli and whispered, "Do you really not recognize that female student earlier?" Huang Yueli shook her head puzzledly. "Why? Is she very powerful?" "I can tell that her cultivation is not bad, but her actual battle ability isn't even worth mentioning, so she probably wouldn't even be able to squeeze into the top 50 in the martial arts stage." Song Yaru replied, "Her ability naturally isn't comparable to yours, but her status is not simple. Ordinary students were afraid when they see her, and even those top few students in the martial arts stage are all very courteous towards her." "Why is this so?" Huang Yueli asked curiously. Song Yaru answered, "Because she is called Lu Zi, the eldest young miss in Sky Cloud City's Lu family. More importantly, she is Celestial Light Academy's Honorary Association's member." "Honorary Association? What's that?" Huang Yueli asked puzzledly. Song Yaru explained, "There are very few teachers in Celestial Light Academy, but many students. So most of the time the students require themselves to self-manage, hence the formation of this honorary association organization. However, the members in this organization are not those with the best innate talent, but those whose family backgrounds are the best. As there are many Celestial Light Elders who are from large family clans in Sky Cloud City, their children and descendants hold special privileges in Celestial Light Academy, hence they became members of the Honorary Association. Honorary Association members each have an elder behind them, and the resources that they enjoy in the academy are different from the others. Although you are now in the top 10 of the martial arts stage, but after all you don't have a base, and if you offend the Honorary Association members, it will become a disadvantage for you." Song Yaru unreservedly told Huang Yueli everything she knew. After Huang Yueli heard these, she smiled obliviously. "What is this Honorary Association? It's simply a playtime game for little kids. I think it's because Principal Jiang don't want the sex elders to find an excuse to partake in the academy's internal affairs, so he especially did this to baffle them, right?" Song Yaru heard her bold words, and was scared till her face turned slightly pale. "Miss Bai, I know your innate talent is high, but you really shouldn't ignore the Honorary Association. There are just a few people like Lu Zi, who has family background, but lack actual ability. Most of the Honorary Association members are very powerful. For example, the martial arts stage ranking number 1's young Master Yuan, he is personally helming as the Honorary Association's president." Huang Yueli smiled. "What martial arts number 1? Hasn't he already been defeated by the new senior brotherly?" Song Yaru hurriedly put her finger to her lips and made a hush action. "Stop talking about it. You dare to even talk about this? This is the first time that young Master Yuan had been defeated since he entered the academy, and no one dares to even bring this matter up." She paused for a moment and continued, "Anyway, this Honorary Association's opening term celebration would normally only invite those large families' direct line of descent to attend. You're not from Sky Cloud City, but yet still managed to receive the invite means young Master Yuan values you and specially sent you this invitation. If you were to reject, then you will not only offend Lu Zi, but also young Master Yuan. How will you continue staying in the academy by then?" Huang Yueli laughingly shook her head when she heard that. It was unimaginable that a small place like Celestial Light Academy had such complicated interpersonal relationships. It was just a so-called martial arts stage, number 1 ranking person. So if she had offended him, then so be it. What was there to be afraid of? Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Senior Sister Song, thank you for your kind intentions. I understand now. I still have something on, so I'll make a move first." AI, Junior Sister Bai, wait, Song Yaru realized that she didn't bother putting this matter into her heart and became very anxious as she wanted to chase up to her, but she wasn't able to and could only sigh while shaking her head. "Hi, this junior sister Bai, she's even haughtier than me. For practitioners to have a drive within is good for cultivation, but it is easily broken if it's too rigid. She's just too arrogant, and if she really offended someone who she cannot afford to offend, then her future will be ruined. Huang Yueli, however, didn't register this matter into her head. Honestly speaking, she didn't have the intention to look down on anyone, and if the members of the honorary association sincerely wanted to befriend her and politely invited her to attend the banquet, she wouldn't even put on airs and refuse to attend. However, Lu Zi's attitude earlier showed everything. These so-called honorary members despised her from the deepest depths of their heart, so if she really went, she would become the object of taunting. Although her ability was there for everyone to see and could instantly slap their faces, to teach them a lesson, but what's the point? She had no intention of putting up a monkey show for others to see. However, it was as though heavens wanted to go against her as well. Just as Huang Yueli was leaving the first grader's classroom, she collided head-on with Li Shuer, who was dressed in a long green dress. The ordinary members in the academy normally wore the school uniform, and only those who held special statuses in the academy could wear other cloths. Li Shuer's flowy long dress was especially attention-seeking among the crowd, so it was difficult for Huang Yueli to not notice her. Li Shuer proceeded over directly and blocked her way. "Junior sister Bai, today's classes have yet to finish, why are you leaving already? And where are you going to?" Huang Yueli replied coldly, "What's it got to do with you?" Li Shuer replied, "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I've heard that you offended senior sister Lu from the honorary association under everyone's eyes, and even hit her. On account that we are all from Southview Kingdom, I specially came to remind you so that you don't offend someone unknowingly. From the looks of it now, you seem to already know that you've met with some big trouble and preparing to seek refuge?" Li Shuer bore a gloating smile, displaying an extremely pleasant mood. In reality, she almost wanted to burst out laughing. She had suffered so many setbacks from Huang Yueli, and was still frustrated that she had no way of exacting revenge on her, but who knew that Huang Yueli actually dared to put on airs in front of Li Zi? This time round, it saved her a lot of trouble. Whoever offended the members of the honorary association would normally be in great trouble, wasn't it? She just needed to sit one side and wait for Huang Yueli's bad luck would do. Huang Yueli cast a glance at her as she laughed grimly. "Seek refuge? I only feel that the curriculum was too boring and am preparing to go and cultivate on my own. Please step aside and stop wasting my precious time on cultivation." Li Shuer sneered. "Tch, what act are you trying to put on? Don't I already know? I'll tell you. Think." After Lu Zi left her classroom, she was so angry that she broke a number of cups and even swore to everyone that the two of you cannot exist together. Even after Huang Yueli heard what she said, there was no change in her expression at all. She felt too lazy to talk any further with Li Shuer and tried to bypass her directly. However, Li Shuer still refused to budge and continued blocking her way. "Why aren't you talking? Are you afraid? Of course, you're just a newcomer and have no base in Celestial Light Academy at all. There's also no one to be your backing, so even if your innate talent is slightly better, but after you've offended Li Zi, our senior sister, your future is hard to tell. Perhaps you might even get into trouble immediately." Huang Yueli swept her an icy glance. "Whether I'll get into trouble or not, that's hard to say. But if you don't scram now, I can guarantee that you will get into big trouble immediately." "You?" Li Shuer sneered. "What can you do to me? Let me tell you this. The reason why the Honorary Association had sent an invitation to a country bumpkin like you is because they're giving me face. Young Master Yuan had personally invited me to be his partner in the banquet. If you dare to even touch a single strand of my hair, you're finished." Young Master Yuan's partner. Huang Yueli stared at her, seemingly in deep thought. Li Shuer saw her hesitation and mistaken that she was afraid as she puffed out her chest in delight. "That's right. I'm the armament apprentice with the most innate talent, which had not appeared for the last few decades, and even young Master Yuan sees me in different light. Not someone with your mere quality could compare with. Huang Yueli shook her head bearing an expression of sympathy. Sigh, when we were in South Yu Kingdom, I had thought that although 7th Princess's innate talent wasn't that high, but at least she knew what the sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and honor were. But I could never have imagined that once we reached Skycloud City, you don't even want your reputation. By Ruoli, what do you mean? Li Shuer's expression changed immediately. Huang Yueli laughed as she replied, just as what the words meant. You said it yourself, that you're hugging young Master Yuan's thigh to become his partner. TSK, in uglier terms, this is also known as illicit sexual relationship. To think that you're so delighted over this, do you even have a sense of shame? Moreover, do you really feel that young Master Yuan would give up on marrying so many other ladies from the large families in Skycloud City and marry you instead? Li Shuer's face turned ugly immediately, because what Huang Yueli mentioned was exactly the thing which she worried about the most. In the past, those young masters from large families all lowered themselves to serve her. But Yuan Ziyu was different. With his status and ability, many ladies from Skycloud City wanted to get married to him, and Li Shuer was just not enough. So this round, she was proactive, and although Yuan Ziyu was now interested in her, but Li Shuer was constantly worried that she would be ditched any time. But she would never reveal these in front of Huang Yueli. Young Master Yuan is very good to me, and you're just jealous of me. That can't be helped. Ever since you've come to Skycloud City, that second brother of mine had never appeared once. Could it be that he found you too troublesome and already prepared to ditch you? Now there's no man to protect you. But even if he came, it's useless. Just that little capability of him, he could only show off his might in South Yu Kingdom. If he comes to Skycloud City, it's not even worth mentioning. Huang Yueli raised her brows in surprise, not expecting Li Shuer to say that of Li Moying. But she reversed her thoughts and immediately understood what had happened. When Li Shuer had returned to South Yu Kingdom, Li Moying had already went back to his sect, and she had never seen him strike at all. So in her impression, this second brother of hers was still that weak as when he was young. Even if Imperial Tutor had told her how powerful Li Moying was, but without witnessing it firsthand, she felt that he had exaggerated too much. Coupled with the fact that Li Shuer had met many powerful and capable geniuses, so she thought her expectations were already very high, so naturally she felt whatever other people said were not the truth. If Li Shuer were to find out that the useless second brother that she spoke about could send 10 young Master Yuans flying with just one slap, Huang Yueli wondered what kind of expression would she display? Huang Yueli laughed icily. When I meet your second brother, I will convey what you said to him. Now. You can scram. By Ruoli. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Li Shuer had not expected that even after using young Master Yuan's name, Huang Yueli still treated her with disdain. Young Master Yuan's might was well known throughout Celestial Light Academy, so how could Huang Yueli not be afraid of him? However, Huang Yueli had already lost her patience, and with a flick of her right hand, a stream of profound energy struck. Li Shuer's cultivation was very far apart from hers, and as she didn't have any way to resist, she was sent flying with just one move, crashing heavily onto a tall tree's branch. She vomited out a mouthful of blood as she stared daggers at Huang Yueli, wanting to let loose a torrent of abuse, but as she had sustained a serious injury, the blood around her chest area was raging, which rendered her unspeakable, so she could only use her gaze to express her hatred. Huang Yueli casted her one look and started walking away. Li Shuer was so infuriated that she immediately vomited another mouthful of blood. That gaze which Huang Yueli gave before she left was just too insulting. She totally couldn't be bothered about her. Li Shuer gritted her teeth and abused her silently. Just continue to be gleeful. You won't be so for too long. I will definitely teach you a lesson. That evening, just as the sun had just set, Li Moying appeared in Huang Yueli's room. He had set his intentions to not only freeload on sleeping, he would also freeload on eating. No one was clearer than him on how good his little fox's culinary skills were. So the minute the whiff of food came spreading from next door, Li Moying immediately showed himself. Huang Yueli was tired out for the entire day and had been hungry for the whole day. She had finally roasted a chicken and intended to hide somewhere to have a feast. But whoever knew that little phoenix first stole one drumstick, followed by Li Moying suddenly appearing to steal the other one away. Her face turned black and protected the remaining 2 chicken wings with all her might. Why don't the 2 of you just die off somewhere else? You don't cook, don't work, and still want to steal my food, and away. The 2 of them immediately defended themselves. Li Moying tried to laugh it off. Little thing, don't be so stingy. Who says I'm not working? I can help you to wash the plates. Little Phoenix looked at its plump little claws, which could not even grab hold of the plate properly, and could only say, I can act cute and also help you to stand guard. Huang Yueli's head was filled with black lines. Straight face, act cute and stand guard. Do you think you're a dog? Moreover, you can't even stand guard properly, letting ill-intentioned people enter every single time. The ill-intentioned person bore an innocent expression. Don't talk rubbish. I feel that Wang Kai is rather intelligent. He knows when to let the owner into the house. Owner. Keep wishing. Go and wash the plates now. Huang Yueli threw an oily plate towards Li Moying's head but was caught by him with all smiles. After finishing up the roasted chicken, Li Moying really went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Huang Yueli couldn't totally believe that this valued young sect master would do so, and thought he probably had never washed any dishes before, right? He was really willing to do so? And did he even know how to? Surely he wouldn't break all the porcelain dishes that she had carefully refined, right? Huang Yueli worriedly followed into the kitchen, but what she saw made her surprised. A well-built man folded up his sleeves, revealing a firm and strong arm. His delicately beautiful fingers were holding on to the white porcelain dishes, washing them diligently, and very soon, it appeared as good as new. You actually know how to wash dishes? Huang Yueli exclaimed in shock. Why not? When I was young, the Empress made me use icy cold water to wash the dishes every day, and if I broke one, I would not have any food to eat for the entire day. Li Moying said casually. Huang Yueli turned speechless immediately and at the same time, started to feel heartache for him. He was a prince, but was bullied to this extent. Li Moying was really pitiful when he was young. She bit her lips, not knowing how to answer, but Li Moying indifferently laughed. How is it? Have I washed it cleanly? Will you still doubt that I don't know how to work? In future I will help you wash the dishes daily, and you will allow me to come over to freeload on food. How about that? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. Fat hope. Today my mood is rather good, so I cooked. Do you think I'm a chef? I'm here to cultivate. She changed the topic immediately. Oh right, when I was in the academy today, I met Li Shuer again. She told Li Moying what happened this afternoon. Huang Yueli had intended to treat it as a joke, but who knew that after Li Moying heard that, his expression sunk. Her guts have gotten rather big. Did you think just because she's my sister, I won't do anything to her? And what the hell is this honorary association? Dare to give you trouble, do you want me to go give them a warning? Huang Yueli shook her head and smiled. That's just a few clowns, what can they do to me? If they really dared to make trouble for me, I'll turn them all into pig heads. Seeing this little thing full of confidence, Li Moying didn't say anything much, but had silently recorded this matter down in his heart. From then onwards, Huang Yueli would go find a place to cultivate during daytime and come back in the evening to cook. Li Moying appeared and disappeared unpredictably and didn't really show up every night. Huang Yueli knew that with this man's status and ability, he would have a lot of things to handle and didn't mind it that much. But once Li Moying appeared, he would obediently wash the dishes after dinner and both of them would cultivate together, followed by sleeping together on the same bed. They lived in harmony and Li Moying slept deeply when he laid beside her as the nightmare situation did not appear anymore, and this made Huang Yueli gradually rest assured. However, Huang Yueli quickly discovered that she had new troubles. Ever since the day she rejected attending the honorary association banquet, she met with various problems in the academy. For example, every time she went to rent a closed-door cultivation room, the reply was always, "All the rooms are fully booked. Miss Bai, please come back tomorrow." However, the closed-door cultivation rooms area always fully booked whenever she went back on the next day. Huang Yueli immediately realized that someone was setting themselves against her on purpose. The room she wanted to rent was the best closed-door cultivation room at the peak of the mountain and cost 20 star currency per day. There were not many who could afford to rent this kind of room and usually 80% of the rooms were empty, so how could it be full now? Not only that, whenever she went to exchange for medicinal herbs or ingredients, she would also meet with various obstructions. As she was the top 10 core students in the martial arts stage, the managing teacher could not downplay her face. Instead, they would find all sorts of excuses to delay and not help her do the exchange. With such things happening more often, this made Huang Yueli gradually bore a tummy full of anger. It was until the third day morning when Huang Yueli was about to leave her courtyard when she heard a low moaning groan in pain from the corner. Huang Yueli turned around and her brows immediately creased together. Lying beside the courtyard was Shui Qingqing. Her face was willed with blood and pale white as paper, inclining sideways on the road. "Sister Su, what happened to you?" Huang Yueli quickly walked over and tried to hold her up, but even though she used her might to pull her, she wasn't able to lift her up. After carefully examining, she realized that not only was Shui Qingqing beaten up, her meridians were also sealed and she was totally immobile and bundled up like a dumpling, thrown in front of her door. What on earth happened? Huang Yueli released the rope and took out a bottle of treatment pills, feeding her a few at a time. Now that the Sky Phoenix Rings pills were all 4th grade and above, once the pills was taken, the effect was almost immediate and Shui Qingqing felt that her internal injuries had recovered by 50%. This medication, her eyes revealed a sense of shock. Huang Yueli replied, "Don't bother about these medication. What on earth happened to you? Why were you beaten up like this?" Shui Qingqing looked at her but hesitated, not knowing whether to speak or not. Actually I'm not too sure what happened as well. Today I was on my way to class, but someone gunny sacked me from behind and gave me a beating." "It's aimed at me?" Huang Yueli asked, and upon seeing Shui Qingqing's delay, she asked again, "They are members from the honorary association?" Shui Qingqing saw that she had guessed correctly and nodded, replying, "Should be. I heard what they said. They're simply atrocious." No matter how calm Huang Yueli was usually, this time round she was really pissed off. These so-called honorary members acted like playing house like kids, so she had not bothered to get even with these shitty kids so that she doesn't lower her own identity. But that didn't mean that she was afraid of them. Who had expected these people to be unsatisfied with small gains? Not only did they created trouble for her, they even bullied her friend. Huang Yueli stood up bearing a cold expression. "Sister Su, your condition is not good, so go back and rest up. I have a few more bottles of medication which can treat both internal and external injuries. As long as you eat it on time, within 2 days, your injuries would heal completely." She threw a few porcelain bottles to Shui Qingqing and turned around to leave. Shui Qingqing hurried called out, "Sister Li, don't go." "Where are you going?" Huang Yueli's footsteps halted as an icy cold voice was heard. "I suddenly remembered that so-called opening celebratory banquet seemed to be today. Since the honorary association wanted me to attend the banquet so badly and had come out with so many ways to invite me, then if I don't attend it, won't that be too rude?" Su Qingqing was so scared that she sweated profusely. This. Sisterly, don't be rash. I know your capability is very strong, but the president of the Honorary Association is young Master Yuan. His might is unpredictable and rumored to be Celestial Light Academy's #1 genius in the past 30 years. Moreover, not only do they have might, they also have power. Just bear with this, otherwise if the matter spreads, then there's no way to conclude this. Huang Yueli frowned slightly. According to what you mean, you should be beaten up for nothing? Su Qingqing thought that she had been convinced and hurriedly added on, this little bit of injury is nothing. Who doesn't get hurt in their pathway of cultivation? Moreover, this is not the first time I've been bullied. For practitioners who come from small countries like us, being bullied is a common thing. We must consider our own future, and tolerating this small thing is the best way to go. Huang Yueli glanced sideways at her. Sister Su, do you know why you have never been able to advance ever since you entered Celestial Light Academy? Because I don't get enough resources. Wrong. It's because you've been beaten until you've lost the drive that a practitioner should have. Huang Yueli turned her head, and with a piercing stare, she spoke word for word, in the art of cultivation, you should charge forward. You can only advance and not retreat, and more still, you should not tolerate. No need to persuade me further, I'll be back soon. Hearing what Huang Yueli said, Su Qingqing's chest seemed to be pounded by a huge hammer. No wonder she could not catch up to Huang Yueli. It's not just about innate talent, but just based on her imposing manner, she was far inferior than her. By the time she regained her senses, Huang Yueli had already vanished. Su Qingqing clenched her hand into a fist with shades of worry. Sisterly, you must come back safely. Huang Yueli quickly left Celestial Light Academy and arrived at the destination where the banquet was held, Sky Cloud City's largest family, Yuan family's residence. These few days, news regarding the Honorary Association holding the banquet had been circulating around the academy. Except for Huang Yueli, the rest of those who had received an invitation to the banquet were discussing enthusiastically about it. To be deemed as the highest honor, some even said that if they were able to attend just one banquet held by the Honorary Association, then they would have no more regrets in coming to Celestial Light Academy. So even if Huang Yueli hadn't looked at the invitation, she could still easily find the location of the banquet. Yuan residents took up a large piece of land and had occupied the entire Sky Cloud City's southwest region. Just from the exterior, it looked luxurious and stylish. Today, the Yuan residence was filled with visitors. Each of the lavish carriages, which had stopped at the entrance, hung the symbol of a large family in Sky Cloud City. Each of the visitors' identity looked extraordinary. Huang Yueli walked to the entrance, but was held back by the guards. This? Miss, you are. Those visitors who were attending the banquet were splendidly dressed, especially the young ladies. In an attempt to catch the attention of those powerful and well-esteemed young masters, they were all gorgeously dressed up, worried that they would be outshone by others. In comparison, Huang Yueli was casually dressed and looked especially out of place. Huang Yueli spoke in an icy voice, I'm here to attend the banquet. Isn't this Celestial Light Academy's Honorary Association's banquet? The guards exchanged glances as they spoke. Miss, please show us your invitation card. Huang Yueli replied, I didn't bring the invitation card. When Li Zi passed her that invitation, she didn't bother to receive it at all, and just left it in the classroom. The guards expressed a look of disdain as they spoke, then we're so sorry, we cannot let you in. Miss, please go back. In fact, they had long noticed that Huang Yueli didn't arrive in any luxurious carriage and had long guessed that she wasn't the daughter of any large families. At this moment, seeing that she could not produce the invitation card, they more or less confirmed their guess was right. This was a woman who wanted to sneak into the banquet hall to hook up with some rich guys. Huang Yueli's gaze turned cold. I'm by Ruoli, Celestial Light Academy, first-year student. The Honorary Association had sent me an invite a few days ago, so you can check the guest list to verify. However, the guards had long determined that she was a woman with ill intentions, and without any intention to check the guest list, they jeered at her, laughing loudly. Do you think we're silly? To tell you the truth, there are 10 over of those ladies who tried to smuggle in saying they have an invitation card. This pack of lies are no longer fresh anymore. I say, this lady, you're not bad looking, and moreover you're a student of Celestial Light Academy, so why can't you cultivate properly? Must you join in the rat race and play up to people of power and influence? You don't look like any of the ladies of those large families in Skycloud City, so even if you enter the banquet premise, no one would bother to take a look at you. Just leave now. That's right. Don't block the way. There are many other guests who are waiting to enter. Huang Yueli looked at them coldly. What if I insist on entering? Ha 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 ha. The guards all roared with laughter. The one leading the team unrestrainedly ridiculed her. What kind of place do you think the Yuan residence is? You think you can enter just because you want to? Just ordinary guards like us are already 4th stage realm practitioners, whereas you're just 3rd stage realm. Do you think your young master Yuan able to defeat 4th stage realm? But before he could complete his sentence, he felt a pain on his chest. Following that, his body uncontrollably flew outwards. Before he could even react to what had happened, he heard the surroundings shouting out in shock, "Captain! You!" A loud clatter boomed, and the captain of the guards had crashed onto Yuan Residence's main door. The signboard hanging above the main door violently shook for a moment. The captain held on to his chest, unbelievably looking at the young lady in front of him. Until now, he couldn't understand how on earth was he sent flying away. He was a genuine 4th stage realm 5th level practitioner, and moreover his backing was the influential Yuan residence, so the cultivation method and profound skills which he cultivated with are not ordinary skills. His actual ability had already exceeded normal same level practitioners. The young lady in front of him looked soft and delicate, and her age was still so young. But could send him flying? Before the captain's shock had ended, following that the signboard on the Yuan residence's main door shook once again, and in the end, it slanted at a crooked angle. Those surrounding people all drew a cold breath when they saw this scenario. Heavens! There's actually someone so daring to actually beat up Yuan Residence's guards at the main door? Had she eaten leopard's guts or bear's heart? Not only did she beat them up, she even made the signboard at Yuan Residence's main door crooked. This is a pure slap on the face. Who is this little lass? Her guts are really too much. Not only does she have great guts, her potential is really not ordinary as well. What backing does she have? The surrounding crowd were astounded, whereas the guards were even more terrified. The Yuan residents had employed them to guard the place, and in the end, even the signboard had turned crooked. If this matter was pursued, they would get into big trouble. The only way now was to take down this little lass who dared to create trouble for them. Only this could redeem their sins. However, although they all thought this way, the few guards did not dare to do it. Looking at this slender young lady, with one move, she had easily defeated the most abled captain in their team. Seeing this, no matter how silly they were before, they came to understand that the young lady in front of them was an unfathomable expert. Earlier they had eyes, but couldn't see, and had thought her to be some gold digger. It was no wonder that she taught them a heavy lesson. The few of them were crying out in silence while wondering what was the background of this young lady. What kind of large family would nurture such a genius? The worst of all was that she had dressed so casually, and even came attending the banquet on foot, so wasn't she intending to fool them on purpose? This round, how should they react? The captain clutched his chest while lying on the ground as he looked at his subordinates, who were too cowardly to advance, as a fit of anger arose as he furiously retorted, "Why are you still standing there for? Quickly take her down." Our Yuan residence's signboard had been smashed crooked, so we cannot let matters rest like that. The few of them received his order and forced themselves to move forward. Huang Yueli sniggered chillingly, "What? You still dare to obstruct my way?" To tell the truth, just recalling how this young lady had sent their captain flying in just one move, and that glaring and attention-catching fire attributed profound energy, it made them all shudder. Captain saw their hesitation and grew angrier. "Why are you all in a daze? All of you go together. She's alone, while all of your cultivations are much higher than hers. If you strike together, don't tell me you're afraid you cannot handle her at all." The few of them then realized, and after exchanging glances, they struck out all at the same time towards Huang Yueli. All the guards from large families like Yuan residents had been through special training, and there was a tacit understanding among them, so when the few of them struck together, their potential exceeded much higher than a single person's potential. The few guards lined up into a formation and exhibited their profound skills together as an intense energy instantly exploded in the sky. "Quick! Hide, danger! They're really worthy of being Yuan family's guards. How is that third stage realm lass going to go against such a strong combi attack? That's it, I can't bear to look." The bystanders cried out waves of terror. Even those who were standing far away were stunned by this kind of bravura, and those whose cultivation were slightly worse off started to back off. Huang Yueli, however, remained indifferent as the corners of her lips curled upwards. Strong, profound energy whirled in front of her, and just one move and the guards felt giddy for a second and had lost sight of her whereabouts. But following that was a huge wave of energy coming from their backs, and all of them stumbled and fell. It was because Huang Yueli had used her footwork and easily evaded their attacks while she detoured to their backs. The guards felt that their combined attacks would definitely hit her, and had never considered the fact that she had moved to their backs, so they did not put up any defense at all. Huang Yueli did not stand on ceremony as she sent out flying kicks onto their butts. Bam! 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 After 6 resounding bams were heard, the 6 guards without any exception laid flat on their noses neatly in one line. Moreover, on each of their butts was clearly a shoe print. At that instant, it became extremely silent at the main door of the Yuan residence as everyone looked at Huang Yueli in awe, not believing their own eyes. How was that possible? How on earth did they do it? Each of those 6 guards were all in 4th stage realm cultivation, and moreover their combined attack was much stronger than before. But yet they were beaten until they were covered in blue-black and unable to stand on their feet. In the entire Sky Cloud City, there were not many geniuses to be able to reach such a stage. Huang Yueli raised her chin as she spoke with an indifferent smile. Yuan residence is really the #1 family clan. The way they welcome their guests are really too authentic. To think that they're so courteous until they kneel onto the ground to welcome guests, I'm really impressed. The few guards were both furious and embarrassed. As the saying went, those officials at the Prime Minister's door were all 7th-grade ministers. As Yuan residence guards, even those reputable people in Sky Cloud City were not willing to offend them and mostly treated them with respect. Some of the practitioners whose cultivation levels were much higher than theirs even fought to get into their good books. Since when had they ever been embarrassed before? And to think that they were kicked in their butts. Moreover, there were so many people crowding around the Yuan residence's main door, taunting them. Although their injuries were not considered as serious, but they all vomited out a mouthful of blood at the same time, mainly it was out of being enraged. However, no matter how enraged they were, no one dared to catch on Huang Yueli's words, and even those housekeeper who had initially joined in to support them all stared a few more glances before they turned around and ran into the Yuan residence. Huang Yueli caught a glimpse of this from the corner of her eye, knowing that the housekeeper had ran in to divulge this information. But she wasn't too worried about it as she coldly sneered and walked into the inner zone of the Yuan residence. In the banquet hall. The banquet was almost starting as most of the guests had already arrived. To get invited by the honorary association was an enormous honor for many, so they didn't dare to be late as everyone arrived rather early in the day. Yuanziyu sat at the main seat, listening to many flattering and fawning voices as his mood turned incredibly great. The others had thought that he was defeated by the new senior brother Li and would be in a bad mood, or even become so gloomy, but the truth happened to be the exact opposite. As the successor of the largest family in Sky Cloud City, he had gotten hold of a top secret, and that was Celestial Light Academy's most exceptional genius. The future sect master had personally visited Celestial Light Academy, and moreover, he was the newly arrived senior brother Li. What kind of status did the young sect master have, and what ability did he hold? To be defeated by him, Yuanziyu not only did not feel embarrassed, on the contrary, he was jumping for joy for several days. It was difficult for him to have ever been able to meet someone like young sect master in his entire life, but now he became a member of the academy. He even had the opportunity to exchange blows with young sect master. If he was able to display his strength and attracted young sect master's attention, or even to hug his thigh, that would be a miraculous piece of luck which one couldn't even beg for. The only pity was before he could even display his ace finishing blow, and not even being able to take one strike from young sect master, he wondered if young sect master would despise him because of this? But to be able to be defeated by young sect master was a kind of glory, probably plenty of other people would envy him. Li Shuer was just standing by his side as her delicate hand personally held on to the wine bottle as she poured out wine for Yuanziyu before offering the wine cups with both hands to his mouth. Young Master Yuan, Shuer proposes a toast to you. This is Shuer's first time attending such a big occasion. Yuanziyu smiled pleasantly as he accepted the toast and took the opportunity to caress Li Shuer's small hand. Shuer is really considerate. Li Shuer's face was filled with bashfulness as she withdrew her hand. Yuanziyu could tell that it was her scheme to loosen the reins only to grasp them better, but towards this new female chaperone, he was rather satisfied. Although her background was slightly off and her ability was just ordinary, but she was a genius in armament refining. Originally, when Li Shuer was only a high-classed armament apprentice, Yuanziyu couldn't even be bothered about her, but this time Master Tang had already let the news out that this disciple of his had already reached the standards of a first-ranked armament master. She only needed to wait for the next armament guild's approval to start, and she would be able to become a real armament master. Among thousands of armament apprentices, only one could ultimately become an armament master. Moreover, Li Shuer was still young and would have great prospects for the future. In this case, she had barely made it into Yuanziyu's eyes. But to fight for the position of Yuanziyu's lawful wife, Li Shuer had little hope. At this moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly ran in from the entrance. Eldest young master, bad news, bad news. Yuanziyu frowned as he felt unhappy. Now that the atmosphere was so good, he came shouting bad news, so wasn't this just a huge disappointment? What's the matter? The housekeeper took quick steps and stood beside him as he lowered his tone. Eldest young master, there's someone at the main entrance, causing trouble. Some young lady claiming that she's a Celestial Light Academy student says you had invited her for the banquet but yet was unable to show the invitation card. And those guards at the main door were blind enough to not notice her valued status and had offended her. This lady actually directly beat the guards up until they had sustained serious injury. What? How is that possible? Hearing that, Yuanziyu bore a fare of disbelief. He was clearest on the ability of his guards. If they were to combine their attacks and strike at the same time, even he had to spend an amount of effort to defeat them. Was there even a second person who was able to do this? The housekeeper hurried, added on, eldest young master, I don't dare to cheat you. This matter is absolutely true, and many others have seen it. Even our Yuan residence's signboard had slanted crooked from her blow. Yuanziyu instantly became enraged. Ridiculous? Even if our Yuan residence's guards are in the wrong, but to even take it out on the signboard, this means that she's not even giving us face. Isn't that so? But for such a well-abled lady, her status must be extraordinary. We don't know how to handle this, so would eldest young master please tell us what to do? Yuan Ziyu calmed down slightly. On thinking, not knowing what background this kind of genius had, and if they were to offend her without making any head or tail, then they would be on the losing end. He then questioned, what is this person called? What's her identity? Have all of you asked her? Housekeeper hurried replied, she only said she was Celestial Light Academy student and her name was by something. Surname by? Yuan Ziyu went into a momentarily blank as he couldn't recall any large influential powerhouses with the surname by. Just at this moment, a loud bam was heard from the banquet entrance. Everyone in the banquet hall was shocked as they turned their heads to take a look. They could only see the rosewood door at the entrance was kicked open and a slender figure stood in the light, unable to make clear of her looks as they could only see the sun rays from her side that this was a slender young lady. Just as the crowd went into a blank, the housekeeper was already pointing to her as he shrieked, eldest young master, it's her, it's her. The one who was beating up the guards at the main entrance is her. Yuan Ziyu hurriedly turned over to take a look as he went into a short blank. Huang Yueli slowly walked into the banquet hall and when she got closer, the crowd began to see her looks clearly. The young lady in front of their eyes was wearing a white lined jacket which had pink embroidery flower patterns at the bottom and a red flowing dress without any accessories with only a flower-shaped pearl fixed on the back of her head to pin up her hair. As compared to those young ladies who were dressed up to the 90s, her dressing just simple, too pure and too plain. But even so, when her slender waist swayed, she seemed like an elegant, respectable fairy who had fallen onto earth as she attracted everyone's gazes. That kind of fresh and pure beauty didn't require any extra polishing, and just merely standing there would make anyone unable to forego her existence. Those present were all stunned. It was after a while before a sharp piercing voice broke the silence. It's you, Dash. By Ruoli, how dare you even appear here? Lu Zi pounded on the table as she stood up with a cold intent. What? Now you know what it means to be scared? Know that the Honorary Association cannot be offended? Let me tell you, it's too late. We don't welcome you here, so get the hell out. Men, chase her out. The housekeeper hesitantly looked at Lu Zi and looked back at Yuan Ziyu, eldest young master, this. He had called out for him several times before Yuan Ziyu regained his senses from being mesmerized. The minute he saw Huang Yueli, he felt that his heart had skipped a beat. The young lady in front of him was simply too beautiful. This kind of beauty was not just on the exterior. There was also an invisible form of temperament which made her stood out from the others. She was simply one of the most beautiful young lady which Yuan Ziyu had ever met in his entire life. He was also mesmerized by her for quite a while. It was only after the housekeeper's reminders when he turned around and questioned, what's going on? This lady, what's your name? Why have you barged directly into Yuan residence? Before Huang Yueli could answer, Lu Zi had already butted in, Brother Yuan. This wretched lass is the one who I told you about several days ago, this year's new top student. And the one who became the top 10 students in the martial arts stage, by Ruoli. She really put on very huge airs. Brother Yuan, you'd personally instructed me to send her an invitation giving her so much face. But in the end, she actually threw the invitation away. And what's more, she even hit me. Yuan Ziyu found out her name and muttered to himself irresolutely, so she is by Ruoli, this name is really not bad at all. His voice was so soft that even Lu Zi couldn't hear as she continued to voice out in anger. This is simply too much. The Honorary Association had never been humiliated by anyone before, to actually disregard the invitation that we had sent out. Now she's regretting it and actually had the face to come and join in the banquet, thinking that things can be evened out like that? Brother Yuan, you gotta show her who's boss here. When Huang Yueli heard that, she gave an icy sneer. Lu Zi, your ability is just so-so, but you really know how to act mighty. Want to show me who's boss? Just based on you? To tell you the truth, the reason for me coming here today is not to join in some banquet. I'm here to settle the debt with you. Settle a debt with me? Lu Zi still had not figured out the situation as she exaggeratedly opened her eyes wide and laughed out loud. This is the biggest joke I've heard since the beginning of this year. Who do you think you are? Just a new student. So what even if you've entered the martial arts top 10? There are so many Celestial Light Academy talents who have been there, and whoever had offended the honorary association all had no good ending, so you are no exception. Really? Huang Yueli shot her an icy glance. Lu Zi felt a chilly shudder from her icy cold glance and couldn't help but recall the last time when she was taught a lesson by Huang Yueli, to be slapped by her own hands. Until now, she could still feel the fiery hot pain on her face. Momentarily, she suddenly felt afraid. But reversing her thoughts, she was now standing on Yuan residence grounds, the turf for the honorary association. No matter how gutsy Huang Yueli was, would she dare to create trouble here? Would she dare to behave atrociously? Unless water leaked into her brains, or she had taken a leopard's guts, otherwise she wouldn't dare to take action here. Thinking about this, Lu Zi suddenly felt confidence brewing. She laughed coldly as she provocatively raised her head. That's right, just wait and see. Huang Yueli's lips suddenly curled upwards. Unfortunately, I don't like to wait. What do you mean? Lu Zi was stunned. The next moment, Huang Yueli's figure was as fast as lightning as she disappeared from where she was standing. Lu Zi thought she suddenly had vague and unclear vision as she blinked her eyes, and when she opened it again, Huang Yueli had already appeared in front of her. Lu Zi turned pale with shock and hurriedly stretched out her hands to defend herself, but Huang Yueli's speed was very fat and her attack was extremely strong. Before she could even raise her hands, she was already sent flying out by Huang Yueli's punch right in the middle. Luckily, her seat was right in front of a huge screen and she had directly broke a hole in the screen. But due to the buffer, she had not fallen too far away. Heavens! Have I seen wrongly? Bairuoli actually struck out. This cannot possibly be real. There's actually someone who had dared to beat Lu family's young miss up in the middle of an honorary association banquet. Is Bairuoli mad? How would she dare? The banquet hall was in a state of chaos as shrieks of terror was heard. No one had expected such a violent matter to have happened at such an important occasion. Besides that, everyone without exception were sweating on behalf of Huang Yueli. Who doesn't know what power the honorary association held? To have such slap on their face happening. How were they going to settle this matter? Everyone felt that the new top student was finished. Song Yara was also seated among the crowd, and as she considered herself to have some relations with Huang Yueli, she was extremely anxious at this point of time until her sweat kept sprouting. How was she such a courageous person? To hit an honorary association person at their turf, and even though she is right in front of Mr. Yuan, she continued to slap their faces. Although Song Yara already felt that she was usually very arrogant, but for a matter like this, she had not even dared to dream about it. Lu Zi was totally stunned by Huang Yueli as she used her hand to cover her face, staring unbelievably at Huang Yueli. Whereas in between her fingers, not only was her nose bleeding, her tears uncontrollably flowed as well, cutting a sorry figure. Actually, Lu Zi had not wanted to cry, but the place which Huang Yueli had hit was just too sensitive, and she broke her nose bridge with just one punch, so her tears were practically uncontrollable. Huang Yueli welcomed her vengeful gaze as she slowly walked closer and overlooked at her from the top. You. Lu Zi's glare was smoking, but she was unable to complete a whole sentence at all. Huang Yueli, slowed, said, haven't I told you earlier? I don't like to wait. So if there's a feud, I must exact it on the spot. In future, don't make me wait. Do you understand? Lu Zi was so humiliated that she wished she could die, as she did not even dare to raise her head up. As an honorary association member, she was well respected everywhere she went in the academy, so since when had she ever been humiliated in such a way before? At this moment, she really wished that she could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. However, things had not finished. Huang Yueli continued, "This punch is to teach you not to despise others. The next punch is to exact revenge for my senior sister, Shui Qingqing." Saying that, she immediately struck out. But this punch didn't land it on her target. It was instead neutralized by a wave of gentle profound energy. "Miss by this matter. Please let it rest." Not knowing when, Yuanziyu had already moved himself in between the two of them. Huang Yueli had not expected Yuanziyu to appear like that and couldn't help but raised her brows. Lu Zi seemed to have seen her savor as she agitatedly pounced over, forgetting about the pain on her face. "Young Master Yuan. Save me, please save me, this wretched lass. Actually dared to beat people at your banquet. This simply meant that she didn't even respect you." Lu Zi shouted herself hoarse as she clenched her teeth and stared at Huang Yueli with an extremely fierce look. Earlier, when Huang Yueli had struck out the second time, she was scared until she almost lost half of her life. She had thought today she would be embarrassed totally. Luckily, Yuanziyu saved her just in time. The minute she saw Yuanziyu, Lu Zi became rest assured as a chilly smile appeared on her lips. This wretched lass. It's the end of her complacency. After this, she would be paying back for her own actions. What kind of status did young Master Yuan had? Among the younger generation in Sky Cloud City, no one dared to offend him. Now that Huang Yueli dared to beat up his trusted aides at the banquet which he personally organized, young Master Yuan would definitely not swallow down this for nothing. Com, Huang Yueli's gaze swept towards Yuanziyu. "You're that whatever, young Master Yuan?" Fwa, a wave of shock was heard from below. The crowd all gasped with shock as they looked at Huang Yueli. She actually dared to use such a disrespectful tone towards young Master Yuan? Lu Zi couldn't help but laugh coldly. She's seen people rushing to die, but never seen someone so desperate before. Young Master Yuan had personally appeared, and instead of hurriedly kneeling down to beg for mercy, she dared to use such a tone and talk to him? Did she feel that there was not enough time for her to die faster? Everyone were waiting to see young Master Yuan blow up in anger. But Yuanziyu's reaction was totally out of everyone's expectations. He stared at Huang Yueli for a while and his face broke out into a smile. "That's right, I'm Yuanziyu. Miss, you're this year's new top student by Ruoli, right? Seeing for myself is 100 times better than hearing from others. We welcome you to join in today's banquet." When he said that, the entire banquet hall's crowd were petrified. What situation was this? Instead of getting infuriated, young Master Yuan spoke to her in such an amicable manner? How was that even possible? A majority of the crowd bore an expression which didn't understood why he acted in this way. Only Li Shuer, who followed young Master Yuan throughout the entire duration, had a change in expression as her fingers clutched tightly onto the handkerchief in her hands. Earlier, when Huang Yueli walked in, the expression Yuanziyu had when he looked at her instantly attracted Li Shuer's alert, and upon seeing this scenario, the danger alert in her heart rang once again. It wouldn't be what she had thought, right? Huang Yueli went into a blank momentarily, as she really didn't expect Yuanziyu's attitude to be that well. She had initially prepared to fight it out against Yuanziyu, but this would probably be put off for quite a while. Com, her tone was icy cold as she responded, "Young Master Yuan, I've heard of your big name. But unfortunately, I'm not here to attend some banquet, but just here to exact revenge. This Miss Lu had beat up my senior sister, so I'm just taking revenge on her behalf. Seeing that she didn't appreciate the kindness, Yuan Ziyu still didn't get angry. Instead he smiled as he said, Miss Bai, you're too ceremonious. We're all fellow students, so we would never have any overnight enmity? Since you've already beaten her up, your revenge has also been exacted, so why not just sit down and enjoy this banquet? Let's all gather together and have a great night out? Huang Yueli was slightly surprised as her brows rose. Since young Master Yuan is sincerely inviting me, then if I don't join in the banquet, it seems a little too unjustifiable. Yuan Ziyu complacently smiled. He knew that based on his own identity and charm, how was it possible that any young lass would treat him as transparent? Although this new top student was very arrogant and very overbearing, but she was after all a new student, so how could she not give him Yuan Ziyu any face? However, Huang Yueli immediately added on, but that would have to wait till I complete my revenge. Would young Master Yuan kindly step aside and let me finish up my punches so that I can attend your banquet? Yuan Ziyu had for an instant thought that he had heard things wrongly. But when he saw the icy cold glare in Huang Yueli's eyes, he realized that he didn't hear her wrongly. He had already given this young lass such a huge favor. Not only did he not take into account of her beating up someone at his banquet, and had even taken the initiative to invite her. However, Huang Yueli totally didn't intend to step down and had wanted to continue finishing her unfinished business, to continue beating up Lu Zi. Com. Lu Zi was initially rather confident that since Yuan Ziyu was already here, Huang Yueli would kneel down and beg for mercy. Whoever knew that matters would take such an unexpected turn of events, and Yuan Ziyu actually didn't blame this wretched lass? Lu Zi was so angry that she almost went crazy, but didn't dare to jump out and rebuke Yuan Ziyu. Just as her heart was toiling over this, Huang Yueli actually said such things. Lu Zi finally could not hold it in as she screeched, Wretched lass, you. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, this is the Yuan residence. Do you think you can do as you wish in front of young Master Yuan? Yuan Ziyu's smile also fell off. Miss Bai, your unwillingness to forgive puts me in a difficult position. Since we're all schoolmates, what grudges are there which cannot be solved? Why don't we sit down and talk things out instead of beating her up? Moreover, although junior sister Lu's ability is not as good as yours, but she is after all the daughter of the Lu family. In her family, there is an 8th stage realm peerless expert who is holding the fort. I advise you to think through before you act. Lu Zi's face turned green and white, not believing that Yuan Ziyu actually said such things. Although this sounded like persuasion, but to say this under the circumstances after Lu Zi had been beaten up, this was a cry to show her weakness. Brother Yuan, why do you bother to tell this wretched lass such things? She dared to behave atrociously at our honorary association banquet, so that meant that she doesn't want to live anymore. I must beat her until she becomes a cripple. Com, shut your mouth. Yuan Ziyu turned around and howled at her sternly. Hearing Lu Zi speaking out at such an unsuitable timing, he was already filled with fury. Others didn't know how much ability Huang Yueli had, but Yuan Ziyu had heard from his housekeeper that this young lass, at such a tender age, had already defeated 7 4th stage realm guards' combined attacks, and causing them to incur a serious injury. Yuan Ziyu admitted that when he was at Huang Yueli's age, he might not even be able to do that. This proved that this young lass's innate talent and power of comprehension was no lesser than his. When Huang Yueli's arrived at the banquet hall, he was surprised once again when they met. He was in awe because of her unique temperament and looks. Just one look and he was mesmerized. By the time Yuan Ziyu had regained his senses, his heart had already secretly set a determination. Only Huang Yueli, with such ability and looks, was worthy of him. As compared to her, whatever Li Shuer or ladies from the other large families all became passing clouds. Due to the admiration that he had towards Huang Yueli, Yuan Ziyu had no intention to hold her accountable for beating up someone. Not only did he not hold her accountable, he even invited her to stay for the banquet so that she could witness for herself what kind of status did he had among those influential younger generation and talents in Sky Cloud City before displaying his own cultivational talent. After letting this young lass found out how powerful he was and displaying his feelings for her, probably this genius young lady from the neighboring small country around the border would be touched by him. Yuan Ziyu's plan was laid out nicely, however. He had never expected Huang Yueli to not following according to standard procedures. He had already said to let this matter rest, but not only did Huang Yueli not intended to let matters rest, she even continuously struck out. This was simply treating his kind intentions as a donkey's lungs and liver. Yuan Ziyu was just feeling infuriated when he heard Lu Zi's wails and howls while dragging his feet, and he felt impatient as he howled at her. Lu Zi, you've caused this matter yourself. You still have the cheek to say. I. Lu Zi stared at him in disbelief as her tears rolled down once again. She was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, and Yuan Ziyu usually treated her with respect and had never howled at her even once. Now it was all because of this wretched lass. Lu Zi's glare towards Huang Yueli was filled with vengeance. It's all because of a wretched lass like you. Just wait and see, I will never let you off. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice suddenly stopped. With a paw sound, a crisp resounding slap landed on her face. Lu Zi vomited out a mouthful of blood as two teeth also spurted out from her mouth. Huang Yueli stood in front of her as she said coldly, I told you before, I don't like to wait. And yet you still let me wait. Looks like I had indeed talked too much earlier. Saying that, she raised her right hand and with a continuous paw slapping sound, giving Lu Zi 10 over slaps on her face. Not long after, Li Zi's face became so swollen that even her eyes could not open wide, completely became a pig head. She finally could not stand the humiliation and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Huang Yueli then withdrew her hand and shaking her right hand, she grudging said, her face is really thick, making my hand painful. The entire banquet hall was filled with dead silence. No one had expected that even after Yuan Ziyu had personally came to stop the fight, and even given her face to persuade her, she actually struck Lu Zi once again and this time, it was even more vicious than before. She really was. Really gutsy. This was simply throwing the honorary association's face onto the ground and stomping on it. No matter how much tolerance young Master Yuan had, he probably wouldn't forgive her. In actual fact, Yuan Ziyu himself was stunned. When Huang Yueli struck out earlier, he had already detected it and immediately wanted to do the same as earlier, to use his profound energy to neutralize the attack. But whoever had expected that the speed of Huang Yueli's attack was too fast and her skills were too swift. In a split second, she had dodged and bypassed him, appearing right in front of Lu Zi. Not only that, at the same time when she struck, she also threw out a fire wall, blocking right in front of Yuan Ziyu. This fire wall's might was astonishingly strong. It was congealed using deviant flame and shouldn't be underestimated. Yuan Ziyu had also spent 2 breaths' time to break through it before he could rush over to stop her. By then, it was all too late. Huang Yueli had already struck Lu Zi at lightning speed with 10 over slaps, causing Lu Zi to faint. In that instance, Yuan Ziyu also didn't know how he should react. He himself had not expected that he really could not stop Huang Yueli. After Huang Yueli had finished abusing Lu Zi, seeing that she had fainted, she felt appeased as she directly threw her aside and stood right up, patted her sleeves as she prepared to leave. Everyone's gazes were stuck on her, looking at her suave exit towards the door. Ever since she barged into the banquet hall to the time she started beating up that someone the minute they couldn't talk things through, to when Yuan Ziyu's appearance failed to obstruct her, and finally until her abuse on Lu Zi amounted up to only a quarter of an hour. This arrogant, egotistical, unexcelled presence was however as free as it could be, and so suave that no one could compare with. The admiration and envy in everyone's eyes started flowing out. With such ability and imposing manner, who couldn't help but envy? Wait a minute. Yuanziyu called out loudly from behind. Everyone's ears perked up. Because everyone had been waiting for Yuanziyu's reaction, not believing that he would really let Huang Yueli to create trouble at his banquet and leave without paying any consequences. In that case, the #1 genius's face from Sky Cloud City would totally be lost. Now, he had finally opened his mouth, so how would he deal with Huang Yueli? Quite a number of people were secretly discussing and guessing Huang Yueli's ending. Everyone concurred that although Huang Yueli looked very glamorous, but later after the Yuan residence's top experts have taken her down, she would cry on her knees begging for mercy. It was just a moment of showing off her bravado only. Huang Yueli's footsteps came to a halt as she turned back and her cold gaze swept towards Yuanziyu. Young Master Yuan, is there anything I can do for you? Yuanziyu suddenly went speechless, not knowing what to say. No one knew that he was fighting in agitation without stop in his heart. For the sake of Yuan family and the honorary association's face, he should make a move personally to take down this young lass who dared to create trouble at the banquet. Moreover, he had to use a more vicious way to deal with how she dealt with Lu Zi earlier, so that everyone knew that young Master Yuan's pride would not be violated. But in this way, Huang Yueli would definitely become enemies with her, and his intention to woo this young lass would go down into the drains. Moreover, Huang Yueli was able to bypass his obstruction and successfully beat Lu Zi until she fainted, already proved that her ability was much higher than he initially expected. Such a talented genius like her with such gorgeous looks, if he missed this chance, he would probably not be able to find a second one. Even if there was, it was also those cream of the crop in the large sex, which he cannot hope to win. Yuanziyu's thoughts flew past quickly as he spoke out with a steely green face after a little while. Miss Bai, earlier, hadn't you agreed that you would stay and attend the banquet? When he said that, the crowd present was not just stunned, their jaws simply dropped onto the ground. These words really came out from young Master Yuan's mouth? The way the honorary association usually did things was usually arrogant and overbearing, and if there was an enmity, they would definitely exact revenge for it. Why was it that they had already been slapped on the face to this extent, but instead of exacting revenge, young Master Yuan had actually invited her to attend the banquet? Looking at Yuanziyu's anxious expression, Huang Yueli couldn't help but laugh. Young Master Yuan, am I hearing things wrong? I have beaten up a member of your association, and instead of pursuing matters, you are asking me to stay and attend the banquet. To tell you the truth, I really don't dare to stay because I'm afraid you might put poison in my drink to poison me to death. Angry, one. Her smile resembled the blossoming of a cherry blossom, as tender and beautiful as it could be. Yuanziyu went into a daze just from her smile. If it was said that his concession earlier had made him felt unreconciled, then now he had completely thrown the face of the honorary association behind. Hearing that Huang Yueli still had the intention to leave, he hurriedly added, Miss Bai, where do you want to go? How could I possibly put poison into your wine? Today's matter was originally caused by Lu Zi. She had really gone too far. Usually, she also liked to use the honorary association's name to bully those new students and neighboring small country students, and I'd long wanted to find a chance to warn her about it. Huang Yueli raised her brows in surprise. In this case, young Master Yuan, you also feel that. The beating I gave her was well deserved. Miss Bai does things in a clean and clear way, and since there's logic and evidence, why should it be well deserved? Huang Yueli gazed at him indifferently. I'd not expected that young Master Yuan is rather reasonable. Other people outside often say your eyes are on your head and you're rash and overbearing, and always despise those practitioners from small countries. Looks like these are all rumors. Those are naturally rumors. No matter which country the practitioner comes from, as long as they have enough ability, I will always treat them as my top guest. Yuanziyu stole a glance at her and added, for example, someone like Miss Bai, who had both ability and beautiful looks above the rest, I will absolutely treat you well. Com. These words were rather ambiguous and was considered to express his liking for her in an implicit way. Hearing these words, all of the guests present seemed to understand what was going on. So, young Master Yuan had taken a fancy to this by Ruoli. No wonder even after creating such a huge trouble, young Master Yuan actually didn't pursue further. That's right. I said earlier, the way young Master Yuan looked at her just doesn't seem right. So it's not an illusion. Humph, she's just a country lass from a small country, her status is just too lowly. What could young Master Yuan even possibly see in her? So what if her status is low? Her innate talent and potential are there for all to see. Lu Zi is at least a top 50+ expert in the martial arts stage and yet was crushed in her hands, treated like a sandbag to be beaten, and even young Master Yuan was not able to stop her. Large families tend to value the future mistress's innate talent. Just based on this, that Bai Ruoli has better hopes of marrying into the Yuan family. But what about Li Shuer? Young Master Yuan had already invited her to take part in such an important banquet. Don't tell me he has no intention of marrying her as a wife? This is hard to say. One is a genius practitioner, whereas the other is a valued armament master. If it was me, I'd also find it hard to choose. But Bai Ruoli is an exceptional peerless beauty. Earlier when she walked in, everyone's attention was on her. Just looking at young Master Yuan's gaze, and we already know which one he likes better. At this point of time, whatever could be said was said. The other unconcerned parties had already found out that something fishy was going on. But in Li Shuer's heart, she was even clearer than the rest. Ever since Huang Yueli walked into this banquet hall, it was obvious that Yuan Ziyu's attention was totally attracted by her. To the point that he had forgotten that Li Shuer was still by his side. Li Shuer had tried to gain back his attention on several attempts, but Yuan Ziyu didn't even bother to look her in the eye, only bothering to interact with Huang Yueli. At that moment, she felt terrible, but when she heard what Yuan Ziyu said, and what the crowd were speculating, her expression instantly turned green and white. Com. Nothing was more unbearable than this. Angry, too. Angry, too. Although Li Shuer was just standing beside Yuan Ziyu, but the way others looked at her seemed to have determined that she was an abandoned woman. She stared fiercely at Huang Yueli, recalling that just a few days ago, how ecstatic she was from receiving young Master Yuan's invitation as she went around to brag. She never could have imagined that it hadn't been that long before she was slapped on the face alive. Huang Yueli felt her gaze filled with hatred and turned back, curling her lips with a smirk of ridicule. When Li Shuer saw that, she almost fainted with anger. Huang Yueli had accomplished her motive and was not willing to stay for long. Especially after finding out the feelings that Yuan Ziyu had for her, she didn't want to get struck with this trouble, so she replied, I appreciate young Master Yuan's good intentions, but I'm someone who is used to being carefree. My staying here might just offend even more people. Moreover, I'm still busy with my cultivation, so I'd be making a move first. Miss Bai, please wait. Yuan Ziyu wasn't willing to let her leave and hurriedly chased up to her saying, You're my valued guest, so in what way would you offend anyone? Moreover, we will be holding some mini tournaments as highlights during the banquet, so why not stay and take a look? Li Shuer saw Yuan Ziyu taking the initiative to beseech Huang Yueli to stay and felt even more upset, so she couldn't hold back any longer and walked right up. Young Master Yuan, since Miss Bai is not willing, then why must you force her against her will? Her heart is totally leaning against the heart of cultivation, and she probably don't think much of the other practitioners who would only make merry, assuming that only those hedonistic children who are not interested in improving themselves will attend this kind of banquet. Even if you manage to make her stay, it will only make her feel more disgusted. The things she said was filled with malice and was extremely scheming. On the surface, it seemed like she was helping Huang Yueli to persuade Yuan Ziyu not to force her to stay. But in reality, she was actually drawing more hatred towards Huang Yueli from all sides. Everyone present at the banquet were all making merry, but Li Shuer made Huang Yueli seem like she was above everyone and wasn't interested in all these. Nor could she be bothered to make friends with them, hence she wasn't willing to stay for the banquet. Didn't that meant that Huang Yueli treated them with disdain as beneath contempt, as she couldn't be bothered to get associated with these people, which was why she wanted to leave? Those present were all descendants of Sky Cloud City's large families and had statuses and abilities. If Huang Yueli were to offend all of them at one go, then in future it would be difficult for her to stay in Sky Cloud City. Perhaps even those who were quick-tempered would make trouble for her. How would Huang Yueli not know what Li Shuer was scheming? Her footsteps halted as she smiled icily at Li Shuer. I cannot take responsibility for the words that Senior Sister Li had said. Since that's the case, then I shall stay on. Yuan Ziyu immediately broke out in delight as he smiled. That's great, Miss Bai, that you're able to stay. Men, quickly prepare Miss Bai's seat. Li Shuer went into a blank, but following that she clenched hard on her teeth as she realized that she had moved the rock to smash on her own feet. Originally she was prepared to use words to force Huang Yueli to leave and at the same time, spoil her reputation to make Yuan Ziyu and the others believed that although Huang Yueli's ability was strong, but she was an arrogant and brainless person. Whereas while Huang Yueli was not around, she would be able to display her good traits in front of young Master Yuan so as to re-attract his attention. However, the result was Huang Yueli had gone with the flow and stayed on. How would this do? If she stayed on and attracted Yuan Ziyu's attention, then how would young Master Yuan even be able to notice her, Li Shuer? Huang Yueli ignored her embarrassed look as she slowly walked past her and proceeded towards the seat which Yuan Ziyu had prepared for her. Li Shuer turned around and almost went into another fit of anger. Angry, 3. Angry, 3. Huang Yueli's seat was actually high up on the stage and was the nearest to Yuan Ziyu's seat. That was the number one guest's position. Only guests of exceptional status was able to take this seat. Although Li Shuer was Yuan Ziyu's female chaperone, she was allowed to sit next to Yuan Ziyu and seemed like the position was much higher than Huang Yueli's seat. But everyone knew that this was only because of young Master Yuan's face. But the seat which Huang Yueli was seated on was a representation of identity and ability. Li Shuer was so enraged that she gritted her teeth. This wretched lass, on what basis did she deserve such treatment? Her background was not even comparable to Li Shuer's. Apparently, not only Li Shuer had this kind of thinking. Com. On seeing Huang Yueli's seat, many of them shot her a weird look. Everyone looked upon the seating arrangement as a very important thing during this kind of large family's formal banquets. This was all arranged based on one's identity and ability, and although Huang Yueli's ability naturally was strong, but to say that she could take the first seat made quite a number of people felt uncomfortable. However, on account of young Master Yuan's face, not many dared to stand out and oppose immediately. The banquet officially started. After 3 rounds of drinking, quite a number of them were tipsy, so the mini-tournaments, which was the highlight of the banquet, was about to start officially. To spar on slightly official banquets was a tradition in Soaring Heaven's continent, and when Huang Yueli was in Southview Kingdom, the royal banquet which she had attended was so as well. This time, those attending the banquet were all Celestial Light Academy students, and all of them were all outstanding practitioners. Moreover, who didn't want to reveal a hand in front of Sky Cloud City's largest family's descendant, young Master Yuan? If they performed well, perhaps they might be scouted by the Yuan family and soar up into the skies. Because of this, many people had joined in quickly and challenged each other. Huang Yueli was seated in the first seat and propping up her chin, she looked on enthusiastically at the battles below. It must be said that the level of these battles was simply a difference between heaven and earth as compared to those that she had seen at Southview Kingdom's Peach Blossom Banquet. Skycloud City was famed for plenty of talented practitioners, and several battles were worth watching. Celestial Light Academy was really the #1 academy in Skycloud City to be able to recruit so many outstanding students. Huang Yueli was sighing with emotion when she suddenly realized that her surroundings had gone into a weird silence. Not knowing when, the entire banquet hall had turned completely silent as everyone's gazes were thrown towards her side. She was stunned for a moment as she raised up her head. In the middle of the battle stage stood an 18 or 19 young man as he crossed his arms and looked at her coldly. His eyes were long and narrow and his lips were thin, which added some senses of evilness to his looks. He raised his chin as he spoke with an arrogant expression. "By Ruoli, aren't you very arrogant and wild today? Think you're Celestial Light Academy's #1 expert? Since that's the case, do you dare to compete against me?" Huang Yueli's lips slowly curled upwards. "Why? You wish to challenge me?" "Challenge?" The young man replied coldly. "Do you think I'm challenging you? Looks like I've forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Lu Ziju, martial arts stage, ranked 3rd. Com. He reported his own family name with a cold and solemn look, thinking that perhaps Huang Yueli would reveal a shocked or anxious expression. Celestial Light Academy's martial arts stage top 10 ranking practitioners were all famous characters in the academy, and one which all the students knew. As for him, Lu Ziju, even amongst the top 10 geniuses, he was one of the most outstanding ones. In Celestial Light Academy, his ranking was just one place below Yuan Ziyu, and it was because of the mysterious senior brother Li which made his ranking fell to 3rd place. Angry, 4. Angry, 4. But even so, Lu Ziju had self-professed that his reputation was one of Celestial Light Academy's brilliant top exponents, and the minute he declared his name, he would be able to make anyone, other than Yuan Ziyu, broke out into a cold sweat. Saying that, his gaze was affixed onto Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli had indeed gave an astonished expression. "This means you and Lu Zi are." Lu Ziju gave an evil smile. "He, you finally understand now. Lu Zi is indeed my sister, and although she is someone who is really unworthy of respect, but you have beaten up my sister in front of so many people and that had caused our Lu family to lose face. Even if young Master Yuan doesn't hold you accountable, I cannot let you off. Today, I will definitely not be merciful." Huang Yueli understood in a flash. "So that's the case. I was just thinking, and your sister looked slightly alike. Are you sure you want to challenge me?" "There's absolutely no need to." Lu Ziju swept her one glance. "Why? Afraid? Dare not accept my challenge?" Upon hearing that Huang Yueli's words seemed to have some intention of rejection, he started to become complacent. He knew that this wretched lass would be afraid. Would not dare to accept his challenge. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that young Master Yuan was so interested in this lass, he wouldn't drive her to such a tight corner, but he would definitely need to regain Lu family's reputation. If this lass did not dare to accept the challenge and was willing to kneel down and officially apologize, then he would forcefully accept it. Lu Ziju was just about to add on something to show off his Lu family's power. But he heard Huang Yueli responded, "I think you must be mistaken. I just wanted to say that since you value Lu family's reputation so much, then why would you come and challenge me? There was a reason for me to beat up Lu Zi, and moreover her innate talent is just so I'm assuming that her status in the family isn't very high, so even if she was beaten, it isn't too embarrassing as well. But you're different. If even you are beaten up by me, both members of the Lu family were beaten up at one go, wouldn't it be double embarrassing? Oh, no, not only 2 times. You're the #1 genius that the Liu family is nurturing, so your share of embarrassment would be much more than Li Ziyi's. Lu Ziju went into a blank as his eyes opened up wide, not believing his ears in that instance. What did you say? Huang Yueli laughed as she replied in a lazy manner, what? Your ears are too well? As a practitioner, if your hearing isn't good, how big of a capability could you have? Lu Ziju was so infuriated that he almost jumped up. Ever since he had climbed up to martial stage arts rank #3, no one had dared to speak in such a manner to him. Even young Master Yuan himself had always valued his as his right-hand man and wouldn't dare to offend him easily, treating him politely, normally. Lu Ziju had long decided that besides Yuan Ziyu, no one else in Celestial Light Academy could possibly exceed him in terms of ability. However, this lass who looked like she was merely 14 or 15 was actually so overbearing and arrogant, as though already deciding that he was totally not her opponent. On what basis did she say that? Lu Ziju's glare became even more sinister as he lowered his tone. Good, very good, extremely good. Looks like miss by you're full of self-confidence and think that you will be able to defeat me? Looks like you've been muddled by those useless trash, thinking that martial arts stage's top 3's ability is the same as Lei Zichu, that piece of trash? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if you're young Master Yuan's valued guest, I must give you an unforgettable lesson. Saying that, he clasped his fist into his other hand towards Yuan Ziyu. Young Master Yuan, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but this miss by is simply too much. Yuan Ziyu frowned when he heard what he said. Originally, he wished that Huang Yueli and Lu Ziju would not have any conflict. He was most sure of Lu Ziju's ability, and within the entire Celestial Light Academy, the person whom he had fought against the most number of times was him. Although Lu Ziju and him was completely incomparable, but among the same age practitioners, he was indeed worthy of the title of a peerless genius because his ability itself had easily created a huge gap between himself and the 4th-rank practitioner and below. Huang Yueli was able to defeat Lei Zichu, so that showed that her ability naturally was strong enough, but as compared to Lu Ziju, no one could tell who had the lead. He had intended to explain and smooth the matter over by stopping the battle. But he hadn't expected that Huang Yueli to be so self-confident that not only had she accepted the challenge, she even added fuel to the fire by provoking Lu Ziju. This made Yuan Ziyu extremely surprised. In this way, he didn't really wanted to stop this battle because he also wanted to know if Huang Yueli's ability was really as strong as what she had showed. How much value was she really worth, and if she was able to become a top exponent who was just below him? Yuan Ziyu thought for a moment and said, the battles during the banquet are casual challenges, and there is no restriction on who you are challenging, so what's the talk about not giving me face about? Only, during this banquet, it's not a life and death battle, so will the both of you please start off leniently and not have any situation where either side would incur any serious injury, with the main aim as friendly sparring. Lu Ziju sneered, young Master Yuan, I cannot guarantee this. After all, when we really cross hands, the blades have no eyes. This? Yuan Ziyu knew that his good friend was really enraged as he tried to persuade further. However, Huang Yueli also responded, that's right, blades have no eyes, so minor accidents are unavoidable. This made Yuan Ziyu wordless as even Lu Ziju looked over with surprise. You really have great guts. Too bad you're just overestimating yourself. Huang Yueli replied smilingly, really? Don't be too full of yourself. Since you're sure that you can win me, then let's make a bet for good luck, what do you think? You want to place a bet? Lu Ziju was even more surprised. From what he thought, Huang Yueli was bound to lose for sure. Earlier she was so full of herself. It was probably because she had underestimated him and also because of face. But now she even wanted to bet with him? What kind of joke was that? Was she really so dumb till this extent? Or did she really thought Lu Ziju was some pushover? At that instant, Lu Ziju was so enraged that he couldn't manage his thoughts properly, but very quickly, he trembled with a start and started to become alert. No, something was not right. This should be one of that wretched lass's underhanded methods. She wanted to agitate him to make him lose his proper sense of judgment, which would eventually lead him to expose his weakness. This lass really had sinister thoughts, and luckily, he had discovered it early. Otherwise, he might just fall into her trap. Thinking of this, Lu Ziju started to calm down as he sneered, "All right, since you want to bet, I'm all right with it too. But what can a lass from a small country like you possibly bring out to gamble? If the stakes are too low, then I'm not willing to play along." He self-professed that he had seen through Huang Yueli's scheme, but never would he had thought that Huang Yueli really wasn't what he had imagined. Her train of thoughts were very, very simple. If she had to waste energy entering a fight, even if it was just 1 or 2 strikes, it would also require her to spend some energy. An unscrupulous businesswoman like her would not wake up early if there were no profits involved. So if she was not able to gain any advantages from making a move, then she would have made a loss. Then she won't even do it. Seeing that Lu Ziju agreed to her terms, her face was beaming with a brilliant smile immediately. Her expression changed just too fast. Lu Ziju took a look and immediately the alarms in his heart started ringing. Even though he felt that he probably wouldn't lose, but why was she smiling so happily? Could there be some plot? Huang Yueli was all smiles as she replied, "I'd never imagined that young Master Lu's thinking is so in line with mine. I also feel that if the stakes are too low, then what's the point of the gamble? Since we're going to bet, then let's make it a big one." Lu Ziju sneered, "You make it sound so simple. Then would Miss Bike please tell me what you're preparing to put up as a stake?" This wretched lass really made her words sound so beautiful. Unfortunately, a pauper was still a pauper. What valuable stuff could she possibly had? Could it be that she would bring out all the items that she had used her star currency to exchange as stakes? Lu Ziju was not the only one who thought that way. All the others had the same train of thought as everyone wanted to see what stakes she could possibly offered. No matter what she brought out, it was just incomparable with what the second largest family in Sky Cloud City, Lu family's belongings. Yuanziyu had even decided that if the item which Huang Yueli brought out was unpresentable, then the slap on her face would be too much to bear, so he was prepared to give Huang Yueli a gift as the stake. This kind of solicitation, if offered at the right time and place, he wasn't afraid that she would not accept it. Under everyone's witness, Huang Yueli flipped her wrist and brought out something from the Sky Phoenix ring. Just one look and many people cried out in surprise immediately. "What? What's that? Am I seeing things? That profound armaments grade seems very high. At least 4th tier upper grade? You didn't see wrongly. I feel that it's like a 5th tier profound armament. How? How could this be possible?" Yuanziyu and Lu Ziju also looked shocked as they saw the stake, which Huang Yueli placed on the table. That was a 5th tier lower grade profound weapon, and it was not just one piece, but an entire set. A total of 12 flying daggers, and every single one was as thin as a cicada's wings. The color and luster was transparent, and even against the backlight, it was almost impossible to see the vestige. So once this was used, it could really be said to be invisible and untraceable. Just one piece of 5th tier profound weapon was priceless. Moreover, this was an entire set made out of 12 flying daggers. Only the words "valuable treasure" could be used to describe this item. Even the successors of Sky Cloud City's large families, like Yuanziyu or Lu Ziju, did not have a single piece of profound armament which was comparable to this item. After all, even Celestial Light Academy's profound weapon chambers only have a few pieces of 5th tier profound armaments, and the grade was the lowest while the quality was one of the worst. At that moment, they were not able to say even one word. A few moments later, Lu Ziju regained his senses, and he was filled with excitement. The reason was because he was a practitioner who used flying daggers as his weapon. To him, that set of profound weapon could be said to be made just for him. If he was able to get it, then his potential would definitely leap to another level. He might even had a possibility of defeating young Master Yuan. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never had dreamt of getting such a good item. But now that it suddenly appeared before his eyes, it was like a huge cake dropping down from heaven. Moreover, to get it wasn't difficult at all. Because the new student in front of him was just too young and even her cultivation level was not comparable to his. So if he used some special technique, then naturally he would obtain it easily. Thinking of this, Lu Ziju was unable to control his feelings of excitement. Huang Yueli asked, "How's my steak?" "Enough?" Lu Ziju hurriedly responded, "Enough. More than enough. Let's stake on this then." Huang Yueli smiled as she replied, "Then. Young Master Lu, what are you intending to place as stake?" When she said this, it made Lu Ziju perplexed. Initially, he had felt that a country bumpkin Huang Yueli would not have anything valuable, so anything that he took out casually would be able to easily dismiss her. In the end, the situation was totally different from what he expected. The young lass had took out such a treasure. A set of 5th-tier profound weapon. What kind of treasure would be had to offer to be worthy of this profound weapon's value? Lu Ziju pondered for some time and was indecisive. Huang Yueli sniggered secretly and showed a kind-hearted look as she asked, "Young Master Lu, do you have any difficulty? If you feel that the 5th-tier profound armament's value is too high, I can change another stake." "Change another one? How would that do?" Lu Ziju hurriedly stopped her, "Don't. No need to change. The 5th-tier profound armament as a stake is just right. How could the value be too high? It's only that I haven't decided what to set as stake only." Such a suitable profound weapon for himself, how would he let her change it? This was an excellent piece of profound armament which had not even appeared before in Sky Cloud City's largest auction. Moreover, he himself had exaggerated earlier saying that the stakes should not be too low. If he agreed to change now, wouldn't it be expression that he agreed to Huang Yueli's words that he could not afford such expensive stakes? In this case, he would be dragging down Lu family's face. His thoughts flew quickly in his mind. The profound weapon which he was currently using was a 4th-tier mid-grade weapon, and his other profound armament and profound artifact were all 4th-tier lower grade. Among the younger generation, he was considered as tycoon level. But this entire set of equipment was not even worth 10% of Huang Yueli's flying dagger set. Even if he were to bring out all his entire spirit stones, it would also not be enough. At this point, a thought suddenly flashed past his mind as he recalled that he was carrying the Lu family's family heirloom cultivation method. This was a set of earth-grade upper-level cultivation method. The power was extremely strong. And it was one of Lu family's famous cultivation methods. This set of exquisite cultivation methods was not available in Celestial Light Academy's scripture depository, and it was priceless as well. So to use it as a stake against Huang Yueli's flying dagger set, it should be more than enough. But if his family members were to find out that he actually used the exquisite cultivation method which was handed down in the family for generations as a stake, then he would have no way of reconciliation. Lu Ziju was still hesitating when he heard Huang Yueli said, "Young Master Lu, have you considered already? Time spent brewing a pot of tea has passed, and just a small matter like that requires so much time. Are you regretting and not intending to bet any more? Then it's all right. After all, I'm not like you people in the Lu family. Such a small matter, and unable to forgive and forget. If you don't dare, then let's forget it." This was said so beautifully. The other party had regretted, and not only did she not persist, she even didn't require him to apologize. Anyone would stick their thumbs up and praise her saying she was magnanimous. but in Lu Ziju's ears, it felt like a resounding tight slap on his face. He wasn't able to consider any further as he clenched his teeth and responded, "Who says I haven't considered carefully? I've already decided that my stake will be Earth-grade cultivation method, divine martial record." What? Divine martial record? Young Master Lu is actually going to use divine martial record as a stake? Has he gone mad? Why? What is the divine martial record? Divine martial record is Lu family's family heirloom cultivation method. Only direct descendants are able to gain access to it. It's not even passed down to the branches. Young Master Lu is actually going to use this as a stake? Com. Didn't you hear what they were talking about earlier? The profound armament that Betrayal brought out is 5th tier. Moreover, it's an entire set. Besides divine martial record, young Master Lu probably doesn't have any stake of similar value, right? But that's too rash? That is his family heirloom cultivation method. If he were to lose it, how is young Master Lu going to account for it? Have you gone silly? Would young Master Lu not know the severity of this? It is exactly because of the battle, which is why he brought it out. He probably is 100% sure that he will win. As long as he wins this battle, he will not make any losses, and he will get back his cultivation method. So it's like this. In actual fact, young Master Lu's ability is definitely much stronger than Betrayal's. Looks like the person who is dumb is not young Master Lu, but Betrayal. Com. However, this Betrayal is really wealthy. Is she really born in a small country? She's actually able to bring out an entire set of 5th tier, profound armament. Even the number 1 genius in large families are not as wealthy as her. The crowd were discussing fervently, each sticking to their own opinions. The only thing which they agreed on was the wonderment on Huang Yueli's wealth and influence. Although they were all large families' descendants, but most of them, before today, had not even been able to see a 5th tier profound armament. After Lu Ziju had finished what he said, he was first flustered as he regretted his rashness. But subsequently, he started to calm down. Right, no matter what he used as a stake, it was still the same. As long as he won the battle, nothing would be lost. As for the young lass in front of him, how could she possibly win him? This was a huge opportunity for him. He didn't needed to spend any money, and he could easily obtain a set of profound weapon. He laughed delightfully as he placed the divine martial record onto the table. The stake has been placed, so will Brother Yuan be our witness. Let's start this battle. No problem. Huang Yueli smiled as she stood up. Yuan Ziyu was having the jitters as he felt that this entire matter had broken away from his control and the stakes were too high. Com, he had assumed that both of them would at most placed a few hundred thousands of lower-grade spirit stones as a bet, as this amount for large families' descendants was just a small matter. But now, one had come out with a 5th tier profound weapon while the other had offered his family heirloom cultivation method. If any one of them lost, it was a huge loss, which no one was able to handle. And since this battle had happened on the premises of his Yuan family, if something happened, he would definitely be implicated. But at this present moment, there was no way to stop this. The entire banquet hall's atmosphere was fired up as everyone's feelings were lifted. On one hand was the new top student who had newly advanced into the martial arts stage top 10. On the other hand was a veteran top exponent, who had resided as martial arts stage rank number 2 for a long, long time. The two strengths were fighting against each other and was already an attention grabber, which involved huge stakes. The two of them walked down from the stage and stopped. Lu Ziju suddenly spoke out, "Miss Bai, I can tell that you're an expert, and since the gambling stakes are so high, if we were to fight as per normal tournaments, then it'd be so boring. Usually among large families' descendants like us, if we were to stake huge bets, then the difficulty of the battle would also increase. I wonder if you dare to accept. Huang Yueli's brows rose as her lips curled up into a slight smile. Young Master Lu means. How should we compete? Lu Ziju replied, you should have seen Celestial Light Academy's Plum Blossom Dome, right? This kind of battle would be to fight it out directly at the Plum Blossom Dome. And to add on to the challenge, both parties must blindfold their eyes. Oh? Huang Yueli seemed lost in thought. Celestial Light Academy indeed had a Plum Blossom Dome, and that was an array which practitioners used to train on their movements. In the array, there were a total of 36 Plum Blossom Dome poles. It raised high into the sky, and each pole was at least 10 meters from the ground. Once the array was activated, each Plum Blossom Dome pole would vary in terms of height as it randomly stretched and shrunk at will. Those practitioners who were training at this place would be required to be agile and move around these ever-changing Plum Blossom Dome poles, otherwise they would fall down the poles. As time passes, the speed the poles took to contract would increase as the practitioners would require faster reaction time. The longer one stays in the array, it only meant that one's movements were much better. Now, Lu Ziju had suggested to battle it out on the Plum Blossom Dome, so that meant both parties must have exceptionally accomplished movements, otherwise even before they started, they would fail from the Plum Blossom Dome. Not only this, they must also avoid the opponent's attacks and simultaneously think of ways to defeat the other party. This difficulty was already very high, but Lu Ziju had raised an even more difficult request. Both parties would have to blindfold their eyes. Just keeping their eyes open to train on the Plum Blossom Dome was tough enough, what more about blindfolding their eyes? Under the circumstances where they were not able to see, to maintain one's balance and not fall down from the poles, to most practitioners, this was an impossible mission. Moreover, they still had to fight against each other? How was this going to be done? The banquet hall went into a bustle once again. Young Master Lu actually requested to fight it out on the Plum Blossom Dome. How is this possible? Why is it not possible? I've heard many people say that young Master Lu is most adept in movements, and moreover, he often utilizes the Academy's Plum Blossom Dome to train. Not only does he blindfold his eyes, he sometimes even ties his hands behind his back. This is his speciality. Ah? Young Master Lu is so powerful? But how about Bairuoli? Surely she cannot be adept at Plum Blossom Dome as well, right? About this, it can only be said that young Master Lu's move is very sinister. As for this, could that Bairuoli really be so strong? Young Master Lu's sinister moves had already been used. Lu Ziju also knew that he was very underhanded, but this time, as he had used his family heirloom cultivation method as a stake, he could not afford to lose. So no matter how those present were to treat him with disdain, he also would not bear the risk of losing. On seeing Huang Yueli keeping silent, he was afraid that she would not agree, as he hurriedly added, Miss Bai, don't tell me you're really afraid? Aren't you full of yourself and you don't even think anything of us, the honorary association? Since that's the case, just a mere Plum Blossom Dome had already scared you off? He wanted to dare her to provoke Huang Yueli's emotions. Huang Yueli clearly knew what he was up to, as she couldn't help but reveal a smile. Young Master Lu, you don't need to intentionally provoke me. Aren't you just worried about losing? No problem, I'll follow your wishes, so let's fight it out at the Plum Blossom Dome. I will make you concede defeat willingly. You. After she said that, Lu Ziju started to feel worried again. But no matter how he thought, a special array like the Plum Blossom Dome requires an array master of at least 5th rank and above to set up. This young lass came from a small country, and he gauged that she probably hadn't even seen it before. It was even more impossible that she would be practicing on the Plum Blossom Dome every day. So that was to say that Huang Yueli would definitely lose. She was so pleased with herself as she underestimated him. But later she'd probably not even have the time to cry when she was defeated. Lu Ziju was worried that she would regret and hurriedly added on, since that's the case, I know Yuan family happens to have the plum blossom dun array, so let's go over there to battle. Huang Yueli had no objections. Very quickly, they reached a block of extremely high array and the banquet spectators had all followed them in anticipation. Huang Yueli raised her head and saw the upright and erect poles as the corners of her lips arched upwards. In her previous life, the amount of effort she had spent on the plum blossom dome had not been lesser than anyone. Moreover, the array that she had used to train in Mythical Flame Palace had been reformed and the speed of contraction was 10 times faster than the speed in Celestial Light Academy. Not only that, every pole was the thickness of a fingernail and had a small holding area, so if there was just a slight deviation, it would result in her having her head broken and blood flowing. So as compared to this array, which had at least half a meter's thickness, the difference is though sky and earth. Lu Ziju was digging his own grave when he wanted to compete on this. She started regretting not putting in more stakes. Lu Ziju was standing by her right as he said, "Junior sister bye, let's not waste any more time and start now." Huang Yueli nodded, "All right." For the sake of fairness, 2 guards from the Yuan family stood out of line and helped to blindfold them with several layers of black cloth to ensure that they were completely unable to see anything. The minute the guard turned around, Lu Ziju started to move and leaping upwards, he jumped onto the shortest pole. With that, he skillfully jumped upwards, layer by layer as he soared upwards, continuously. His feet practically did not stop and it was merely 10 breaths of time when he had already climbed up to the highest pole. Wah! Young Master Lu is so suave. His movements are really awesome. He seems to be floating on top of the poles. How did he do it? He obviously couldn't see a thing, but he was still able to locate each pole's position. The spectators were gasping in awe as their gazes shot towards Huang Yueli. Lu Ziju had struck first and just showing off a hand like this had shocked the entire audience. In comparison, Huang Yueli's situation had become much more dangerous. Young Master Lu seems to walk on normal grounds when he's on the Plum Blossom Dome. How will this Miss Bai ever compare to him? She will surely lose, right? Isn't that so? She is still standing below hesitating, probably not even sure how to go up. AI, if this carries on, she might as well directly admit her defeat. Otherwise, if they were really to start the battle, she will only be waiting to be abused. If she suffers any serious injury because of this, it's just not worth it. Although it is like that, but she had already placed such a huge stake, and if she had to admit her loss, before they even started. Will she do such a thing? Everyone was discussing about this, but Huang Yueli seemed to not hear anything at all. She waited for Lu Ziju to stop right at the highest plum blossom dome before her lips curled upwards and her figure flashed as she started to move. Huang Yueli tipped her toes and soared into the sky. Her movements were light and swift as she leapt high up using the wind as an advantage, but unlike Lu Ziju, she didn't step accurately onto the first pole. Arg, Bairuoli has not landed properly. Finished, it's finished. The first pole and she landed into empty space, she really doesn't know, wait, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Heavens, she's going to bang into the wall. Huang Yueli avoided the first pole and didn't even step on the second tallest pole, but directly charged towards the tallest pole. Just as everyone was assuming that she was going to bang into the pole and ended up with blood all over her head when suddenly, a change took place. Not knowing when the Plum Blossom Dome had been activated, all 32 poles within the array's boundary had started moving and the tallest pole suddenly started to descend. Huang Yueli had just leapt into the sky and the tip of her foot coincidentally stepped onto the descending Plum Blossom Dome. Ah, how could this happen? She had landed on it, she really landed on it. What's going on? Wasn't she just about to ram into the pole? Why did that pole suddenly descend? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? It must be a coincidence, right? Her luck's not bad after all. Lu Ziju was just on the descending pole, and although he couldn't see, but he could clearly felt the vibrations from the profound energy which came from Huang Yueli when she was moving. Not only had she not rammed into the pole, she had instead leapt onto the pole, which he was standing on, pouncing towards his direction. Lu Ziju's heart was extremely shocked. Surely it was impossible? Once the array was activated, even he had no way to predict the changes of the ascend and descend of the Plum Blossom Dome, so how did this lass manage to leap up at the right time? Right, it should be a coincidence, luck. That must be it. This lass's luck isn't too bad, but to become a winner would still require real skills, so basing on luck was just not possible for her to succeed. What use was there in just jumping upwards? He only needed to wait for her to be unsteady before he initiated an attack, and he would be able to sweep her down in one strike. Lu Ziju's thoughts were flying swiftly past his mind, and he had consecutively thrown out several flying daggers, attacking towards Huang Yueli's upper, middle, and lower body. His moves were very fast and accurate, and more importantly, the purity of his profound energy was extremely strong. The flyer daggers broke out in space and sped towards Huang Yueli. The spectators below the platform could see it clearly, and although Lu Ziju was not able to see, but the direction that he sent his flying daggers had not deviated one bit and had exactly blocked all avenues where Huang Yueli could hide. Moreover, the speed of the flying daggers were so fast. Heavens! She's finished. Under this kind of circumstances, everyone had thought that Huang Yueli was unable to avoid, and the best possibility was to avoid her vital organs. She was bound to be hurt, and moreover, Lu Ziju would definitely take this opportunity to pursue and attack in order to throw her onto the ground. Huang Yueli seemed to be scared stiff as she remained motionless. Just as the winner and loser was about to be decided. At this moment, that Plum Blossom Dome suddenly moved again and subsequently descended by a huge chunk once again. Huang Yueli's body naturally descended with the pole as the few powerful flying daggers followed the direction of the wind and just narrowly flew past the top of her head by merely an inch of a distance. Although it looked terrifying, but not even one strand of her hair had dropped. Fwa, missed again. The battle at the Plum Blossom Dome is really ever-changing. This time I thought she would definitely be hit, but in the end, changes happened again. This is simply unimaginable. Lu Ziju heard the spectators' discussions and realized that his ultimate strike missed its target. He was extremely frustrated, and at the same time, he could not take it lying down. What on earth happened? Why did the pole suddenly descend again as this fraudulent array saved that lass's life once again? Her luck was just too ridiculously good. Just as Lu Ziju was feeling melancholic, he suddenly felt a huge profound energy coming from the top of his head. I say. Young Master Lu. You're in the middle of a battle, so how can you go into a daze? Earlier you had already struck, so now, it's my turn. A young lady's sweet voice resounded. WH. What's the situation? Lu Ziju had not completely responded in time before he felt a pain on his head, and suddenly his body uncontrollably fell from behind. A plum sound was heard, and his body seemed to fly out at a slanted angle, just happening to ram straight into a rising pole. As reflex from this pole's uprising surge of power, his whole body was thrown upwards again, and at an arc, he flew in the middle of the sky and continued to descend downwards. This time, he had coincidentally fell onto the second pole, and this pole, not knowing when, also started to rise, and he had once again thrown up into the sky. Lu Ziju's luck seemed to be down in the dumps as he had once again descended, but yet to be thrown upwards. Again and again. Every single collision, he had robustly rammed onto the pole as it gave out a dull banging sound. Following that was Lu Ziju's miserable shrieks. Just hearing his shrieks was able to make one imagine how heavily he had banged onto the poles. Such a heavy impact, and how serious the injury was, simply made one's heart trembled. But as this happened too suddenly, no one could respond in time. It was until Lu Ziju had round onto the third pole when the cries of surprise was heard from outside the array. Heavens, what happened? Had Lu Ziju been sent flying by Ruoli? Isn't the Plum Blossom Dome young Master Lu's speciality? How did he lose to that small country's lass? Earlier, how did Ruoli strike? Did you see it? Just a simple kick and she was able to send young Master Lu flying? No one was able to answer this question. Everyone had guessed for quite some time before they suddenly realized that Lu Ziju had not landed on the ground and was still continuously bouncing in between the different poles. What situation is this? Heavens, I can see young Master Lu throwing up blood in the middle of the sky. Yuanziyu was also in a daze from what he saw. He had already expected the possibility of Lu Ziju losing, but since he had already lost, but he could not descend onto the ground, so what was this? He went into a short daze before he heard the cries from the surrounding and suddenly regained his senses as he hurriedly called out, "Men, hurry up, go and switch off the array. Switch it off right now." The array master at the Yuan residence hurriedly turned off the array and Lu Ziju finally fell straight downwards from the last pole. Yuanziyu flew upwards and caught him in his arms personally. He took a look and realized that Lu Ziju had already passed out. On his face were greenish and purplish bruises, and Yuanziyu touched a few places on his body only to discover that 10 over pieces of his ribs were broken, and he had sustained a serious internal injury. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. Lu family's young master had suffered a serious injury at his place, so Yuan family would have a hard time explaining about this. Yuanziyu hurriedly called out, "Quickly summon the best doctors to our residence. Then go to our storage and get the best medicinal pills here." At this present moment, everything was a flurry and everyone were shocked by Lu Ziju's looks. Practitioners were bound to get injured during tournaments, and injuries which were more serious than this was commonly seen. But the one who was injured now was Lu Ziju, the top exponent who had lost only to Yuanziyu. When he was in Celestial Light Academy, only he threw punches at others who had dared to do it to him. Or it was to say, who had the capability to hurt him. But now, he was fixed to such a terrible state. At this moment, a crisp voice was heard from above everyone's heads. "I say, what's the situation now? Have I already won this battle? Isn't young Master Yuan this battle's judge? Why aren't you announcing the result? Are you expecting me to keep standing on the Plum Blossom Dome in a daze?" The crowd all raised their head in a daze as they suddenly recalled that they had forgotten about someone in the Plum Blossom Dome. Huang Yueli had already removed the black blindfold on her face. She stood on the tallest pole of the Plum Blossom Dome and looking downwards, her expression had a faint smile as she overlooked at everyone. She stood against the light and a blinding ray of sunlight shone from her back, as though her figure was coated with a layer of gold, silhouetted against her peerless beauty. It was as if an immortal being had descended. In a single moment, everyone was in a daze. Yuanziyu took several glances at her, and it was until Huang Yueli raised her brows unhappily before he regained his senses and said, right, it's my negligence. The winner of this battle is Ruoli." The result was clear to all with no doubts at all, but the minute the result was announced, it still caused a huge stir. The reason was because many of them did not see clearly how did Huang Yueli manage to defeat Lu Ziju. This is counted as young Master Lu's loss? Many of them bore a vacant expression. Then, what can he do? Ruoli is standing up there in good shape, whereas young Master Lu had already fallen down, and fallen to such a bad extent. It seems that he had suffered a serious injury, so even if he refuses to admit his defeat, he absolutely has no way to continue with this battle. But isn't this unjustly for him? Young Master Lu obviously had the absolute advantage earlier. That Ruoli was just lucky, so how did she just win so easily? Young Master Lu is just too unlucky. A few female students who secretly admired young Master Lu grieved and lamented for him as they felt it was an unjustified result. That's right. At the beginning, she was just running about blindly, and if it wasn't for the fact that the pole just happened to descend, she would probably have rammed into it head-on. And when young Master Lu struck, the pole suddenly descended again, which helped her big time. Otherwise, she would definitely had fallen down. How was it possible that she would have the chance to attack young Master Lu then? Correct, she is just too lucky. Young Master Lu is just too. Sigh. Earlier, although he was struck, but he obviously had an opportunity to stabilize himself and battle once again. It was all because of those few damned poles. How could it be so coincidental to have sent him flying once and again? AI, by Ruoli had really gained a huge advantage this time. The few of them had insisted that the real reason why Huang Yueli was about to win was purely because of luck. Based on the majority's ability and scope of understanding the world, they totally could not imagine that someone was able to grasp the operation of how a fifth-tier array worked, understanding how those plum blossom domes extended and contacted and using the ever-changing rhythm to easily defeat the opponent. Huang Yueli flew down from the plum blossom dome and turned delicately right in front of Yuanziyu. Yuanziyu's expression seemed slightly complicated, but the gaze, which he used to look at her, couldn't mask the admiration which he had for her. He really had not expected that Huang Yueli could so easily defeat Lu Zijie. This only meant that she not only had an outstanding innate talent, but it also meant that she had brains, and including that sweet and gentle looks. Yuanziyu felt that he was deeply enchanted by her. Only she, the cream of the crop, was suitable for him. As compared to the other large family's daughters, they were all plain Janes. Miss Bai, congratulations on obtaining victory. Since you have defeated Lu Zijie, your ranking in martial arts stage has considerably taken a step forward. Just barely 2 weeks from entering the academy, and you've already become the martial arts stage rank number 3. Your achievements are more than enough to leave a record in Celestial Light Academy's history. Yuanziyu spoke earnestly, but Huang Yueli didn't thought much of it. I'm not interested at all in some martial arts stage ranking. I'm only concerned about one matter: can I take away the stakes, which I had won now? The minute she asked, those present started to quieten down. Yuanziyu's face was filled with hesitation. This. Huang Yueli's brows creased as she replied in annoyance, what does young Master Yuan mean? We had agreed on this previously, don't tell me that you're regretting it now? Yuanziyu had yet to say a word when the surrounding crowd started to shout. What right do you have to take away young Master Lu's divine martial record? You're able to win today's battle purely because of luck, isn't it? If it wasn't for your dog sit luck, you'd already had fallen, breaking all your bones, and forget about winning this battle? That's right. Isn't it all because of your luck? To win based on luck, you should secretly be happy. How could you still be so thick-skinned and request to take away young Master Lu's cultivation method? That's right, young Master Lu is just unlucky to have fallen for no reason. So if his cultivation method was also taken away from him, then it's be so unjustified for him. Huang Yueli turned around and her icy gaze swept across. Those few who had been crying out the most severe met with her icy cold gaze, and totally did not dare to meet her eyes as they shut up their mouths in guilt. Huang Yueli sneered as she looked towards Yuanziyu once again. Why? Young Master Yuan appears so hesitantly. Could it be that you also feel that I had won the battle purely because of luck and has no right to claim the stakes which I had won? Yuanziyu shook his head immediately as he responded, I don't think in that way. There is no such thing as coincidental in this world. Moreover, a win is a win, a loss is a loss. What's it got to do with coincidental or non-coincidental? Looks like young Master Yuan is considered understanding. Since that's the case, quickly hand me the item which Lu Zijie had stakes because I'm preparing to head back to Celestial Light Academy to cultivate. Huang Yueli replied. Ugh, this. Miss Bai, can we have a private discussion? Yuanziyu entered another round of hesitation as he still didn't brought out the divine martial record. Huang Yueli's face sunk. Young Master Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Since you've already acknowledged my victory, then one must accept the loss when one loses. Since he had bet the stakes, but not willing to honor it, is that how the large families in Sky Cloud City handle things? Why is there a need to have a private discussion? Whatever you want to say, just say it out right now clearly. Yuanziyu had an expression which showed that he was in a difficult position. He looked at Huang Yueli and looked towards Lu Ziju, who was lying on the soft mattress, as he sighed in resignation. Miss Bai, I know you have outstanding innate talent, so you are proud and arrogant. But you are however still too young and have not understood certain matters. Under this earth, it's not only a matter of winning and losing or right and wrong. There are still a lot of other things to consider. Although this round, you've already won and have more than enough reason to take away the divine martial record, but have you ever thought of this? Lu Ziju had a battle with you and sustained such heavy injury. If this matter were to leak out, then Lu family would be completely enraged. To appease the Lu family's rage is not an easy matter, and if you still insist on taking away their secret cultivation method, have you ever considered what the Lu family will do? They will absolutely not let you off easily. Huang Yueli heard his earnest and well-meaning advice as her lips curled upwards into a curve which mimicked a ridicule. Young Master Yuan, I understand your meaning perfectly. It's good that you understand. Yuanziyu heaved a long sigh of relief. But, so what? Huang Yueli continued her words on with indifference. What? Yuanziyu started to doubt his own ears. Huang Yueli continued answering him in a calm and collected manner. Young Master Yuan, you heard me correctly. I am very grateful for your well-intended reminders, but since I've won the battle, then taking the stake away is what I'm entitled to. I'm not concerned about what the Lu family will do, I'm only concerned about getting the things which I should get. How can you not distinguish between the severity of this matter? Yuanziyu started to become displeased. The power of Sky Cloud City's large families is not something that you can imagine. One of the old ancestors of the Lu family had even been Celestial Light sect master. Ordinary people are not able to offend this kind of large family. If you really are going to take away the divine martial record, then even I will have no way to protect you. Huang Yueli smiled as she replied, thank you, but I did not seem to mention ever that I require Yuan family's protection, right? Young Master Yuan, please rest assured that once I step out of Yuan residence's main door, my matter would be of no concern to you. So now, can you pass me the divine martial record? Yuanziyu frowned as he stared intently at the young lady, who had a charming smile on her face as his heart stirred into a bout of frustration. He really wanted to woo Huang Yueli, so all the more, he couldn't allow her to offend Lu family. Lu family had always been the first to shield their people and was well known to be unreasonable. But this last was just one-track mind, totally unable to twist and turn and completely ignoring his advice. Huang Yueli stretched out her delicate arm as she raised it upwards, waiting for Yuanziyu to hand her the cultivation method. Yuanziyu clenched his teeth as he tried to persuade further. How about this, Miss Bai, you've indeed won. So let you return empty-handed is indeed not right. I shall personally compensate you 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones as compensation. When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she was stunned. You want to give me money? Yuanziyu replied, divine martial record is a cultivation method which trains the body. You're not intending to go into this line of training, so it's impossible for you to cultivate anyway. So after you get this, you'd probably sell it off at the auction house for money. An earth-grade cultivation method's original value is a few 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this is something which Lu family had lost, so even if you brought it to the auction house, most probably no one would dare to accept it. Since that's the case, why not give me some face and sell it to me at a discounted pricing, how about it? Huang Yueli's brows rose in surprise. Young Master Yuan. Why are you doing this? Yuan family is the #1 large family in Sky Cloud City, so surely you shouldn't be worried of the Lu family to such an extent, right? Yuan Ziyu stared at her eyes, and seeing that she totally don't treat it as a matter, his heart started to turn anxious and flustered. He couldn't help but blurt out, Miss Bai, why would I be scared of the Lu family? I'm doing this all for you. Why can't you understand? If you are really short of spirit stones or any suitable cultivation methods, I can help you. But you'd better not offend the Lu family. Listen to me, I don't harm you, so let this matter rest now. This conversation was just too direct, and many of them had understood what he meant. Surely it cannot be true. Young Master Yuan really took a liking to Bai Ruoli? How can it be fake? But this Miss Bai has such ability and looks, so even if young Master Yuan takes a liking to her, it is also considered normal, right? I'm so envious of her. Why does young Master Yuan treat her so well? He already thought on her behalf and even initiated to give her spirit stones just so that she does not offend the Lu family. Huang Yueli heard his passionate intention but only smiled with a ridicule, totally not taking it to heart. This successor of Sky Cloud City's #1 large family had really treated himself as Don Juan. It was just the first time they met, and he had this look which seemed like totally devoted to her, as though she was an innocent young lady who had never seen the world. She was very clear what went on in a man's mind. It was purely because he had seen her outstanding ability and exceeding innate talent, which he felt was of value to him. The so-called admiration, rather than calling it admiration towards her, it might as well be labeled as the admiration towards her value. Moreover, the proposal which he raised was even laughable. A high-grade cultivation method manual, which was worthy of becoming a family heirloom, was only worth 100,000 of upper-grade spirit stones. Who was he trying to bluff? Yuan Ziyu's idea, to be blunt, was still forcing her to back down. The only difference was retreating from 100 steps had now become retreating a total of 99 steps only. If he really wanted to help her, he should directly give her the cultivation method. No matter how strong Lu family's stance was, as compared to Yuan family, there still should have been some huge difference. So in the end, Yuan Ziyu's consideration was still on his own benefits. He hoped that he would not offend any side. On one hand, he wanted to win a favorable impression from Huang Yueli, but he didn't want to offend the Lu family from marrying this legendary figure, which was why he couldn't make up his mind. As compared to Li Moying, who stood by her unwaveringly, Yuan Ziyu was simply too weak for words. If that man was here right now, he would probably have led her to Lu family to wreak havoc long ago. In Huang Yueli's heart, she was very clear of this, so even though Yuan Ziyu put on enamored expression, it could not sway her emotions one bit. But Li Shuer, who had always been following behind Yuan Ziyu, had seen through the selfish nature behind that enamored look which he had been putting on. Seeing that she had finally gained some affection from Yuan Ziyu, but he actually did everything in favor of Huang Yueli, as though he had totally forgotten about her existence as his chaperone. Li Shuer was so angry that she was about to fly into a rage, but as her capability was not adequate, she did not dare to challenge Huang Yueli. At this moment, a thought flashed past her mind as she immediately revealed a sneer. Li Shuer moved swiftly and appeared in front of Yuan Ziyu, speaking out, "Young Master Yuan, stop trying to persuade her. Miss Bai, she definitely would not accept your good intentions." However, Yuan Ziyu's heart was totally filled with Huang Yueli and had completely lost interest in Li Shuer. Seeing that she came out so untactfully, he spoke out in an extremely impatient manner, "This is between me and her, it's of no concern to you? Get lost." Li Shuer was so infuriated that she clenched hard on her teeth. When she arrived at the banquet earlier, Yuan Ziyu treated her with the utmost respect and even appeared that he wanted to get more intimate with her. But it hadn't been that long before he turned stern and cold, and this was all because of Huang Yueli. She cried out loudly, "Young Master Yuan, you have to consider this carefully. She already has a fiancé, so she cannot be with you." "What?" Yuan Ziyu's expression changed instantaneously. "What? Already has a fiancé? How is that possible? Is this Li Shuer talking blindly? Even if she wanted to defame someone, she also shouldn't defame in such a manner. Has she been muddled by jealousy?" No one believed Li Shuer's words, because it sounded absolutely ridiculous. As a practitioner's lifespan was very long, their cultivation period during their youths were critical. So generally speaking, they often married in a later stage of their lives, and the more outstanding their innate talent was, the later they would get married. Only large families' descendants would get engaged earlier, because they often allied through marriage. Huang Yueli's innate talent was so high, and she was still so young. Moreover, she was from a small country. Which man from South Yu Kingdom, that rundown country, was worthy of her? She was already engaged at such a tender age? What kind of joke was that? Yuan Ziyu calmed down after waves of shock rippled as he thought it could not be true. "Li Shuer, what nonsense are you sprouting? If you are to run off your mouth in such a careless manner again and offend my valued guest, don't blame me for sending you out of here." He spoke sternly. Li Shuer continued in spite of his words, "Young Master Yuan, I'm not sprouting nonsense. Bai Ruoli and I both come from South Yu Kingdom, so would I not know her background? Moreover, her fiancé is not just anyone, he's my second brother. This matter is absolutely true and is known throughout my entire South Yu Kingdom." Saying that, she turned towards Huang Yueli, putting on an expression which looked like her heart was aching. "Second sister-in-law, my second brother usually treated you well. How could you pretend that you're single the minute you came to Skycloud City, thinking to fly up the branches? This simply—" "Shut up, dash." Huang Yueli spat out the two words as she unleashed the profound energy within her. Li Shuer was just standing by her side and immediately felt her blood raging from her oppression and couldn't speak a single word. Huang Yueli gave a cold harumph. "Since when had I not admitted the marriage arrangement? And which eye did you see that I'm hoping to fly up the branches? Li Shuer, you must be held responsible for slandering others. You obviously was trying to seduce young Master Yuan." Li Shuer took a few steps backwards as she forcefully hissed this sentence out from the gaps of her teeth. A resounding slap landed on her face as Huang Yueli gave her a tight slap. Li Shuer's face instantaneously became swollen as she held on to her face, staring unbelievably at Huang Yueli. You. She really had not thought that the minute they had the slightest disagreement, Huang Yueli immediately struck out and hit her. She could not even be bothered to debate any further. "What you? You claimed this earlier, I'm your second sister-in-law. You spoke at will without thinking and sprouted nonsense, you have no upbringing at all. Since your parents and brothers are not here, then I shall educate you on behalf of your second brother." Saying that, she continued slapping Li Shuer's face continuously for 10 over times, and Li Shuer was totally unable to avoid, and very soon, her face was swollen like a pig head. Huang Yueli intentionally didn't use much strength. Otherwise, just one slap of Li Shuer's would have sent her flying at least 100 meters and above. When the audience saw a 14, 15 young beauty using a senior position to lecture her sister, who apparently was older than her by several number of years, they were all blown away by this. Li Shuer felt that her face was so hot as though it was on fire. Huang Yueli was obviously humiliating her on purpose, and she would rather faint rather than stand there and let her slap continuously. Now that so many people were watching her being slapped and berated as though she was lecturing a 3-year-old brat, this had reduced her to a complete laughingstock. In the end, the fury got to her, and it caused her to faint as per her wishes. Yuan Ziyu then regained his senses as he stared blankly at Huang Yueli, asking in an unbelievable manner, You really have a fiancé? Huang Yueli nodded. That's right, I indeed have a marriage agreement. Usually she wasn't willing to admit the marriage agreement with Li Moying, but at this moment, using him as a shield wasn't a bad idea after all. How could this be possible? Yuan Ziyu asked in shock. With your innate talent, why would you get engaged in South Yu Kingdom? Your fiancé. What kind of person is he? Huang Yueli smiled, thinking if she really told the truth, it would scare him to death. But she didn't want to make matters bigger than it was already, so she avoided the main points and said simply, hasn't Li Shuer already said it? It's her second brother. Li Shuer is the 7th princess of our South Yu Kingdom and my fiancé is the 2nd prince. Second prince, Yuan Ziyu revealed an ignorant expression. Although the position of a second prince from a bordering small country sounded big, but most of them had seen the world and naturally knew that this kind of status in soaring heaven's continent was not worth anything at all. A beautiful lady with exceeding innate talent actually got engaged with this kind of character? This totally was illogical? Could it be that Huang Yueli was too young and didn't understand what was going on and was cheated by that honey-mouthed superficial man? Yes, that must be it. This lass was so young and was fixed on cultivation, so she should not have met many real men. Yuan Ziyu thought that he had guessed the truth and hurriedly advised, Miss Bai, as a practitioner, it's too early to get engaged. Moreover, with your innate talent, you should find a man who is worthy of you. How would you get engaged so easily? But no matter, based on your current ability, there's no one who can match up against you, so even if you go back and decline this engagement, no one would be able to stop you. Who said I want to decline this engagement? Young Master Yuan, isn't your scope of concern too wide? I like my fiancé very much and I've decided to only marry him. Huang Yueli bore a face of contempt. But, Miss Bai. Yuan Ziyu wanted to persuade further upon hearing that she obstinately persisted in going about things the wrong way. Huang Yueli had already lost her patience as she spoke curtly, Young Master Yuan, please cut down on the nonsense. Just one word, this divine martial record, are you giving it to me or not? Yuan Ziyu was stunned, not expected her to totally disregard his suggestion, and was only thinking of the stakes earlier. Miss Bai, it's not that I'm intentionally not giving it to you, but... Huang Yueli cut him off abruptly. I understand now, Young Master Yuan, stop these nonsense. I challenge you. If you win, I will write off the divine martial record matter. But if you lose... Yuan family will also need to use a set of cultivation method which was of equal value to the divine martial record. The surrounding practitioners broke into a bustle when they heard their exchange. Heavens, Bai Ruoli has gone mad, she actually issued a challenge to Young Master Yuan. She had won against Young Master Lu purely out of luck and thought she really had the ability to challenge Young Master Yuan? She simply hasn't got any self-awareness. I've never seen someone who is unable to tell good from bad. Young Master Yuan is already giving her consideration in all ways and even willing to give her 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. How much money is that? I've never seen that much spirit stones in my entire life. She actually don't know how to quit while one is ahead. Right, give her an inch and she wants a mile. Why would Young Master Yuan like her? She already has a fiancé and she's still getting involved with Young Master Yuan. Various voices laden with envy and contempt could be heard. Huang Yueli's gaze was fixated on Yuan Ziyu as she waited for his reply. Yuan Ziyu bore a perplexed expression. Although he didn't believe that he would lose, but he also didn't want to face Huang Yueli with combat. Even though he knew that she already had a fiancé, but he had no intention to give up. Because from what Yuan Ziyu saw, a second prince from a neighboring small country was simply a joke, so how was he to snatch his woman from him? Simply a toad lusting after swan's flesh. This kind of rival, he couldn't be bothered with him and would directly disregard him. So Yuan Ziyu's thinking had not changed at all, and he was still insistent on winning Huang Yueli over. If he were to injure his little beauty, then they would become foes in future, so how was he going to be able to woo her successfully? Miss Bai, don't be so rash. I'm not going to accept your challenge, so for this matter, let's sit down and have a good discussion. As Yuan Ziyu said that, he shot forward and tried to pull Huang Yueli's hand. Huang Yueli frowned, and just as she was attempting to avoid him, whoever knew that she had just took half a step backwards, and immediately she bumped into a solid object. She had not expected anything behind her to be obstructing her, so she received a huge shock. But immediately following that, a well-built arm wrapped around her slender waist and brought her into a man's solid embrace. At the same time, Yuan Ziyu's expression changed as he gave a blood-curdling screech and flew outwards. As the unexpected changes was too sudden, no one was able to react in time and the atmosphere became completely silent. Huang Yueli felt a familiar, overbearing, imposing manner charging towards her as she turned around in shock. That incomparably handsome face of Li Moying's appeared right in front of her face. You. Why are you here? Her mouth was slightly agape as she bore a face of shock. Li Moying's perfectly sculpted face was filled with icy cold frost and his gaze was deep and stern. His emotionless thin lips curled upwards and his lower jaw started to tighten. Anyone could tell that his mood was bad, extremely bad. It was even more appropriate to say that it was vile to the extreme. The arm that Li Moying had around her waist tightened even more as he lowered his head and using a possessive attitude, he kissed her lightly on the corners of her lips. This is a banquet to celebrate the start of the school term, so since I'm also a student of Celestial Light Academy, why can't I come? But what status did Li Moying had? He would attend such a boring banquet? Li Moying touched her fair white complexion as his gaze sunk. If I didn't come, how would I know that there's a fly who's been eyeing my woman? Huang Yueli's face started to turn into a deep scarlet red as she was stared at deeply by an ambiguous and passionate gaze. What, your woman? She protested softly, which made Li Moying's icy cold expression revealed slight signs of melting. Just at this moment, Yuan Ziyu, who had been sent flying and entering a short round of concussion, suddenly started to regain his consciousness. With the support of his guards, who helped to support him up, he clenched his teeth and shouted in anger, "Who are you? What guts you have? How dare you create a scene in our Yuan residence?" Before he could complete his sentence, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Moying, who was stuck close behind Huang Yueli, as his word of threat suddenly got stuck right in his throat. Yuan Ziyu was tongue-tied as he saw the sudden appearance of this handsome man, as his heart suddenly trembled and his legs gave way, almost falling onto the ground once again. How was it possible that it was him? The others didn't know Li Moying's real identity, but as the eldest young master of Sky Cloud City's #1 large family, Yuan Ziyu had already gotten word from Principal Jiang on Li Moying's identity. He had even had the honor to battle with him on his first day of appearing at Celestial Light Academy, and had always been proud of this. So he was the only one there who knew that Li Moying was Celestial Light Sect's young sect master. Yo! Young, his voice started to quiver. Li Moying's cold intent swept across to him. Yuan Ziyu suddenly recalled that Principal Jiang had reminded him that young sect master's arrival at Celestial Light Academy was a top secret, and he didn't wish to reveal his identity, so he must keep his mouth shut on this. He hastily changed his words, say. Senior brother Li, you. Why have you suddenly come? When those present heard what he said, they suddenly recalled the identity of this man who had suddenly appeared. Senior brother Li? Surely it can't be? Could it be that he's the one who just came and had already defeated young Master Yuan to become the martial arts stage #1 ranking senior brother Li? That's right, it's him. I'd seen him from afar once in the crowd. To think that he was already so handsome when I saw him from afar. I'd never expected that he was so handsome up close. His looks will probably incur the wrath of God and anger of men. Heavens, I'm going to faint. But, why would Senior Brother Li? Why did he suddenly appear here and even hugged by Ruoli that rightly? Could it be that she and Senior Brother Li has some relations? This is impossible. How can it be possible? For young Master Yuan to like her, we can forget about it. Senior Brother Li is even more handsome and more powerful, so how could he possibly like her? That's just impossible. The female students there all burned their jealous gazes tightly onto the two who were in deep embrace. However, Li Moying's opening sentence shattered all their dreams. Yuanziyu, your guts is not small at all. How dare you have designs on my fiancé? Fiancé. Yuanziyu was in a daze as he momentarily didn't catch the gist of what he meant by that word. He followed Li Moying's line of sight and looked towards Huang Yueli, and he responded blankly, Senior Brother Li, the fiancé you mentioned, surely it cannot be. Cannot be Miss by right? Li Moying held tightly onto Huang Yueli's slender waist as his chilly voice was about to form into icicles. What do you think? Ugh, But, earlier hadn't Li Shuer said Miss Bai already has a fiancé and he is her second brother, ugh. As Yuanziyu was talking, he suddenly seemed to think of something as the sweat that formed on his forehead started to drip downwards. Not long ago, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Heavens, why didn't he thought of this? Li Shuer, Li Moying, aren't their surnames all Li? Could it be that young sect master was Li Shuer's second brother and was rumored as Huang Yueli's fiancé? That's right, in the past he had also heard rumors that young sect master was not born in the sect, but was brought back from a small country in the south. With both evidences linking up, Huang Yueli's fiancé's identity was portrayed vividly. The more Yuanziyu thought, the more afraid he became. His expression turned so pale as though he was no different from a dead person. Recalling back that he even had the thoughts earlier that this lass's fiancé was definitely some toad lusting after a swan's flesh and had no qualifications to snatch a woman from him, he couldn't wait to use a slap to beat himself to death. Heavens, why was he so dumb and had not thought of this much earlier? Huang Yueli's innate talent was so outstanding and her looks and temperament were so unique, moreover her mannerism had the demeanor of an influential family, so it was not possible for her to be a silly goose who would be cheated by any man. How could the man who had entered her eyes be some ordinary person? Thinking back, for her to get engaged at such a tender age, naturally it would be because she had found another peerless talent who was worthy of her to be her fiancé. Unfortunately, he had understood all of these a bit too late. Looking at Li Moying's emotionless and icy cold gaze, Yuanziyu really wishes that time would turn back and he had never said such silly words. To have designs on the young sect master's fiancé and to be caught red-handed. Who didn't know the status of Li Moying in Celestial Light sect? Although he was the young sect master, but in actual fact, even sect master Morong had treated this disciple with utmost respect and dared not use any harsh words. This time since he had offended Li Moying, perhaps he might not even be able to carry on in future. The more Yuanziyu thought, the more afraid he was as he hurriedly tried to explain for himself, young Senior Brother Li, this is a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. I had not known earlier that Miss Bai was your fiancé. If I had known earlier, even if you killed me, I wouldn't do anything to offend her. Really? Senior Brother Li, you have to believe me. Yuanziyu couldn't stop explaining, almost to the point of kneeling down and kowtowing. At this moment, he completely disregarded his pride and reputation as Yuan family's eldest young master. He only knew one thing. If Li Moying started to hate him because of this, it would not only be him who would get into deep trouble, even the entire Yuan family might be pulled down into the mud. Li Moying stared at him icily as he replied, misunderstanding? Earlier I had heard it with my own ears that eldest young Master Yuan was showing so much concern to my fiancé, even persuading her not to get settled down so early and to quickly return back to our country to withdraw from our marriage agreement? Why? Young Master Yuan seems to think that my Lear and I are not compatible? Earlier when he heard what Yuan Ziyu said, he was so infuriated that he could wait to tear this fellow, who had been sowing discord, apart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had barely recalled that Yuan Ziyu was Celestial Light Sex Elder Yuan's direct grandson, Yuan Ziyu would probably have long become a corpse. Yuan Ziyu was scared stiff, deeply remorseful on what he said earlier. His knees gave way as he finally gave in to the inner terror emotions that filled his heart as he knelt down and explained while trembling. "No. I'm in the wrong. Senior Brotherly, I'm wrong. I really didn't know Miss Bai and you were a couple. I thought which senseless guy had wanted to take advantage of Miss Bai. You and Miss Bai are a natural-born couple. No one can be as compatible as you two." Really? On seeing his love rival prowling onto the ground, totally throwing away the thought to compete against each other's abilities, Li Moying's mood started to become slightly better. He spoke in an icy tone, "It's great that young Master Yuan is so understanding." Yuan Ziyu realized that Li Moying was prepared to let him off the hook and he hurriedly added, "Yes, Senior Brotherly, please be rest assured. I will not dare to sprout rubbish in the future." Just in the middle of his words, a voice was heard reporting from the outside of the door. "Eldest young master, my lord has arrived." A middle-aged man dressed in purple-red robe walked quickly along the long corridor. Yuan Ziyu called out in haste, "Father." The person who had walked in was the current family head Yuan Tianhua. Yuan Tianhua bore an expression which seemed like he regretted that Yuan Ziyu didn't live up to his expectations as he stared one look at him and subsequently, he affectionately bowed respectfully towards Li Moying, young. Yuan Ziyu hurriedly cut him off, "Father, I forgot to introduce, this person here is our academy's senior brother, Li Moying." Yuan Tianhua went into a short pause, but quickly responded as he realized that Li Moying had kept his identity hidden. He intelligently changed his tone, "Young Master Li, I've heard of your good name. I'm Yuan Tianhua. We welcome you for gracing us here at our Yuan residence, and your presence has brought light to our humble dwelling. My son is still young and the things he does is just unreasonable. If he had offended you in any way, please don't take offense. I will definitely teach him a good lesson." The appearance of Yuan Tianhua immediately made the ordinary students excited and surprised. Sky Cloud City's #1 family's leader was an 8th stage realm top exponent and was a person of the highest authority. He seldom showed himself and no one had expected that he actually appeared at their insignificant banquet today. Everyone was discussing quietly and guessing that he had heard Yuan Ziyu being bullied and had specially came to stick up for his son. In the end, reality was totally out of everyone's expectations. Yuan Tianhua had witnessed his son's serious injury and was still kneeling on the ground, but yet he didn't show any plans of helping him take revenge. Instead, he had a terrified expression on his face as he even talked to Li Moying in a tolerant tone, apologizing humbly and expressing his goodwill. This scene had simply left everyone shocked. Everyone present were not able to regain their senses at that moment. A person like Yuan Tianhua, who controlled one of the largest powers in Sky Cloud City, had actually apologized humbly to a 20-over young man? Moreover, in such a jittery manner, taking caution as though he was afraid that he would continue pursuing this matter. How was this possibly be true? However, no matter how hard they kept rubbing their eyes, the scenario which they saw had not changed at all. Li Moying indifferently swept a glance at Yuan Tianhua and declined to comment. Yuan Ziyu stood up and walked over, introducing personally, "Father, this Miss Bai standing next to Senior Brother Li is his fiancée and is one of the students in our academy." Ugh. Yuan Tianhua went into an obvious blank. He had met Morong Fei previously and in his impression, the sect master's eldest daughter, was young sect master's fiancée. Not knowing where this young lass had come from, how could she possibly? Yuanziyu saw his hesitation as he hurriedly jabbed him. Yuan Tianhua then understood as he hastily said, Miss Bai is really a beauty, and standing next to young Master Li, you two are really a perfect match, an ideal couple. These words pleased Li Moying very much as his icy cold expression started to crumble. Thank you for the compliment. Yuan Tianhua quickly added, Young Master Li, please take a seat inside. I've already ordered the chefs to prepare for the banquet, so please have a drink before you leave. Li Moying had originally not wanted to deal with these idle people, but when he turned around to take a look at Huang Yueli, he realized that this lass was exceptionally obedient today, and even leaned against him gently. The smile she had on her face was just nice, displaying the perfect role of his fiancée. His heart thumped. Earlier, when Yuanziyu was about to renege on the stakes earlier, he had already arrived and was prepared to show himself to demand justice on her behalf. But just at that moment, Li Shuer suddenly popped out and revealed the fact that Huang Yueli already had a fiancée. Li Moying's footsteps came to a halt as he wanted to know badly how his leader would answer this question. The result was that he had indeed heard the answer which he wanted to hear the most. This little lass had, without the slightest hesitation, admitted that she already had a marriage agreement and even claimed loudly that she liked her fiancé and would not marry anyone else. Such moving words were something which he usually didn't get to hear. Even so, Li Moying knew that Huang Yueli had said such things today was because she had to deal with Li Shuer and Yuanziyu, and were not her heartfelt words. But even so, these words had pleased him greatly, making his mood a lot better. Thinking of this, his arms withdrew, drawing Huang Yueli into his embrace. At the same time, he said towards Yuan Tianhua, Since Lord Yuan is so formal, then I shall have a seat inside. Yuan Tianhua was both delighted and surprised as he hurriedly ordered, Young Master Li, please. He had already made preparations to be rejected, but he had not expected that young sect master would stay and attend the banquet. To be able to invite Celestial Light Sect's young sect master to the Yuan residence was an immensely huge honor. In the entire Sky Cloud City, only his Yuan family could get such an honor. Li Moying nodded as he brought Huang Yueli into the banquet hall. Huang Yueli secretly tugged onto Li Moying's sleeve, protesting softly, Let's go back. I don't want to stay here to attend some banquet. At this place, everyone looked at her as though they had solemnly determined that she was Li Moying's. This made her extremely embarrassed, and an indescribable joy which welled up inside. Why would she feel that being stared upon by those envious gazes would make her feel overjoyed? She obviously was not a vain person. Li Moying saw her adorable look as she minced on her lips and smiled secretly. This was exactly the kind of effect which he wanted, to let everyone see that this young lady in his embrace was his. No one should even dare to covet her. He had a straight expression on, Lear, I know you don't like places with too many people gathering together, but Lord Yuan and I are former acquaintances. Since I'd gate crashed into his residence, and if I don't even have a cup of tea, it is simply disrespectful. We cannot behave in this manner. Huang Yueli's mouth twitched. This man actually dared to lecture her on mannerisms? The person who was obviously usually more overbearing was him. But she didn't have the time to say anything before she was already brought into the banquet hall. Li Moying simply sat on the seat of the host while Yuan Tianhua could only sit on the right-hand seat. Yuanziyu didn't even dare to sit and just stood behind his father. Both father and son of the Yuan family were eagerly attentive, carefully trying means and ways to get into Li Moying's good books. Li Moying, on the other hand, bearing an indifferent look, perfunctorily listening to them. As Li Moying tugged onto her rigidly, Huang Yueli could only sit right next to him as they stuck closely together. If it were normal times, she would have resisted all the way to the end long ago. But it was different now. Earlier, she had declared loudly that she had a fiancé and their relationship was great. These were words that she had put into her own mouth, so if she were to push this man away, wouldn't it be akin to slapping her own face? At this moment, she began to deeply feel remorseful. Sigh, if she knew that this man was going to appear out of the blue, she would never have dared to speak rashly and used him as a shield. Huang Yueli had never thought that Li Moying had done this on purpose. He knew that Huang Yueli would only be intimate with him here and intentionally remained behind so that he could enjoy himself a bit more, to have the feeling of being a couple. Even though she didn't know about Li Moying's plot, but Huang Yueli was already becoming extremely embarrassed. Because almost everyone was looking at them in the banquet hall. Although most of them didn't dare to stare at them brazenly, but they would occasionally shoot their glances over. Mumblings could be heard on and off. She only needed to use her toes to think before she already knew what these people were talking about. Do you know what background does this senior brotherly come from? Why? Why does Lord Yuan treat him with such respect? No, Lord Yuan seems to be trying to get into his good books. Isn't that so? Earlier, young Master Yuan had been beaten up so badly by senior brother Li, but he didn't even dare to retaliate back. Moreover, Lord Yuan had seen his own son being beaten up and didn't even dare to make any sound. Instead, he tried to butter him up. Senior brother Li's background must be extremely terrifying. Perhaps he's from Celestial Light sect. Surely that can't be? Don't tell me you mean. Senior brother Li is a direct disciple of our main sect? If he really had such an identity, why didn't he remain in the sect to cultivate properly and ran to Celestial Light Academy instead? Who knows? But I'm making a wild guess. Look at his hand that had been grabbing onto by Ruoli so tightly. It's as though he's afraid that she would run away. Perhaps senior brother Li is here to accompany his own fiancé. Sigh, I really envy Bai Ruoli, she's really got such a good life. She actually has such a handsome and strong man like senior brother Li as her fiancé. Why would a top-quality man like senior brother Li get engaged at such a young age? Why don't you even think about what kind of innate talent does Bai Ruoli have? Based on her looks and personality, earlier young Master Yuan couldn't wait to marry her back on the spot. For senior brother Li to fall for her, isn't that very normal? What? How can young Master Yuan even be compared to senior brother Li? Didn't you see what happened earlier? Based on power, young Master Yuan couldn't even handle one move from senior brother Li. As for status, even young Master Yuan's father had to bow down to senior brother Li. As for looks, there's no need to even compare. I have never seen a second man who is as handsome as senior brother Li. That's right. It is just right for a peerless top exponent like senior brother Li to marry 17 or 18 concubines, or even take in hundreds of bondmaid, so why did he choose to get engaged so early in life? No matter if it was a man or woman, all of them had an envious expression on their faces. Yuan Ziyu heard the discussions from below the stage and his expression turned green and white, not to mention how uncomfortable he felt inside. Usually the person who had been treated like a male god was him. But now, he had entirely become a decoration and a stepping stone. This was the first time he had tasted such a feeling, and that felt really bad. Unfortunately, the person whom they were all praising was Li Moying. His powerful existence was something that he could not hope to achieve in his entire lifetime. He didn't even dare to feel jealous. Huang Yueli happened to be eating when she heard what the others were discussing, and she almost choked. What did these people mean? They actually felt that she was not worthy of Li Moying. And even said he could marry 17 or 18 concubines. What kind of joke was that? In future, if he dared to take another glance at any other woman, she would chop off his below into 7 or 8 parts. Humph! Stop poking already, this piece of braised meat is being poked until it's becoming minced, how could it possibly taste good? The man's deep enchanting vocals, bearing laughter, was heard beside her ear as a warm palm held the back of her right hand, stopping all her movements. Huang Yueli lowered her head as she realized that her unintentional action earlier had actually been poked with hundreds of holes on the piece of meat with chopsticks on her plate. What are you thinking about? Don't you this foodie usually love to eat? Why are you suddenly torturing the food today? Li Moying affectionately pinched her face. Huang Yueli was stunned as she instantly turned her face away in embarrassment. Heavens, what was she thinking about? She and Li Moying were in a temporary marriage arrangement only, so it was not possible to get married in the future. When she returned to Mu Qingqing, Li Moying could get married to any woman he liked, so what concern was it with her? And what rights did she have to control him? She was really thinking too much. Huang Yueli slapped her chopsticks onto the table in annoyance. I'm full. So fast? I think you haven't eaten anything much? Don't you usually eat a lot? Huang Yueli became unhappy. What do you mean? Since when did I eat a lot? I'm not a pig. Her lips were puckered up, bearing an angry look, which made her look pampered and adorable. Li Moying wanted badly to kiss her, but he held himself back. When did I say you were a pig? You're obviously a cat. A greedy cat. Just as he saw Huang Yueli stare and was about to explode, he hurriedly took up a piece of garlic pork ribs and stuffed it into her little cherry lips. These ribs are very tasty, have you tried it yet? Try a little, amen? Huang Yueli was caught unaware by that piece of ribs, and as she had no way to flare up, she chewed hard on that ribs, thinking of swallowing it down and continuing to give that man beside her a good scolding. Who knew that after she chewed a few mouthfuls, her eyes suddenly lit up. It's really tasty. Li Moying's lips rose upwards as he felt pretty delighted. He knew it, his little fox was a little foodie and was just too easy to please. Since it's tasty, then have some more. Li Moying took another piece of ribs for her. This round, Huang Yueli was much more obedient as she continued to chew on a few more pieces of ribs. Li Moying looked at her cheeks, chomping like a little squirrel as his smile became deeper. I cannot let my wife go hungry. Cough cough. When he said that, Huang Yueli immediately choked and held on to her chest, and she coughed for quite a while. Li Moying poured her a glass of water and he displayed a helpless expression. Eat slowly, I'm not snatching your food from you. You actually choked. Huang Yueli used her watery big eyes and stared at him furiously. Stop spouting nonsense, we're not. She wanted to say not that kind of relationship, but upon seeing Yuan family's father and son sitting just next to them, she could only adjust her words to we're not married yet, so who's your wife? Sooner or later you'd be. Li Moying gave a wanton smile as the well-defined finger swept past her lips to clean off some oil which had stained the corners of her lips. Huang Yueli patted her face, feeling that the banquet hall seemed to be a bit too warm. Yuan family's father and son were watching on from not too far away as they had already turned dumb as a wooden chicken. They couldn't believe that they actually saw such a strange scene. Young sect master, he was actually so gentle and even knew how to make a girl happy, speaking sweet nothings, and even fed that young lass personally. Tioch. This really was the young sect master that they knew? Even though they hadn't met Li Moying too many times, but every time they met him, Li Moying had a cold as frost look on him, and that overbearing aloof presence made everyone filled with fear from the bottom of their hearts, not even daring to show any signs of impudicity. Although he was extremely handsome, but many did not even have the courage to take a look at him. But now, what did they just saw? A young lass like Huang Yueli dared to slam the table in front of Li Moying and even scolded him, giving him an ugly expression. Earlier when she slammed the chopsticks onto the table, Yuan father and son quivered, thinking that she was going to get into deep trouble. What kind of status did the young sect master had? Who dared to show such impudence in front of him? but the result was? This young lass was perfectly all right, and Li Moying had no temper at all, even trying to make her laugh the entire time. Not to mention feeding her food with that expression with overflowing pampering. It was totally different from the cold, aloof emotionless expression from his usual self. This was simply two different people. Although those ordinary students seated below the stage could not hear their conversation, but they saw clearly when Li Moying fed Huang Yueli food and even affectionately pinched her face. Many young ladies secretly held their chopsticks so tightly that they broke the chopsticks into two halves. Why did she had such a good life? Why was the person pampered in senior brother Li's embrace, not them? Even though these young ladies were very clear that even without Huang Yueli, a peerless genius like Li Moying would not possibly take an interest in them. But this didn't stop their entire hearts from being filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. When Huang Yueli was finished with the ribs, Li Moying had personally filled a bowl of soup and holding up the soup spoon, he started feeding her mouth by mouth. In between, Huang Yueli expressed her objections and requested to feed herself. A reasonable request was rebuked by Li Moying as he gave an evil smile. "Lier, do you want me to use my mouth to feed you instead?" "You. Us. Use his mouth? Under everyone's eyes?" Huang Yueli's face flushed red instantly as she stared furiously at the man beside her and murmured out a word, "Shameless." Unfortunately, Li Moying's face was extremely thick and didn't think much of it as his right hand steadily raised the soup spoon towards her mouth. She had no choice but to admit that this man was naturally graceful and elegant. Just an action of picking up the soup spoon seemed incomparably respectful and morally upright. Amidst the light vapor, his face revealed a hazy sense of handsome looks, which made Huang Yueli go into a slight daze, being fed by him one mouthful after another. After she finished her soup, Li Moying smiled contentedly, feeling that he had successfully stuffed his little fox full. Moreover, he had achieved his motive of displaying conjugal love. Just from Yuan Ziyu's disappointed and frustrated expression, it already made him very delighted. Li Moying spoke out, "Lord Yuan, I've already drank some rounds, and since my Lier and I still need to cultivate, we will make a move back to the academy first." "Good." "Wait." Li Moying's clothes were tugged as the person who had cut him off was Huang Yueli, who was right beside him. "Lier, what's wrong?" Li Moying rose his eyebrows. His Lier had said that she wanted to leave earlier, so what made her suddenly change her mind? Huang Yueli smiled. "Young Master Yuan, you seem to have forgotten something?" Yuan Ziyu's face suddenly turned white. "What's going on?" "Ziyu, what happened earlier?" Yuan Tianhua frowned. Huang Yueli replied, "Lord Yuan, earlier I had a battle with young Master Lu Ziju at the Peach Blossom Dome, but after I had attained victory, your son refused to give me my winnings, so what's the meaning of this? Could it be that he is trying to renege on a debt? I believed in Yuan family, which was why I allowed him to be the judge." Yuan Tianhua went into a blank. "What?" Yuan Ziyu immediately rushed over and explained what happened earlier by his ear. Yuan Tianhua immediately berated him in anger. "You useless fool. Why can't you even do things properly, embarrassing the Yuan family? Miss Bai, how could our Yuan family possibly be such discreditable people? What are you waiting for? Bring the divine martial record here right now." Yuan Ziyu was berated so badly, and he was feeling extremely vexed and felt sorry for himself. Who knew that a young lady from a bordering small country was actually the young sect master's fiancée? If he had knew earlier that the terrifying existence behind her was Li Moying, would he even dare to renege on the debt? Don't say renege, from the start, he would not possibly even have any sense of disrespectfulness and would definitely hold her up high without any improper thoughts. He hurriedly took out the divine martial records and handed it to Huang Yueli with both hands. "Miss Bai, this is the divine martial records, which you wanted." Huang Yueli didn't stretch out her hand to retrieve it. Yuan Ziyu was left there standing, and he felt extremely embarrassed as he raised his head to look at her. Huang Yueli sneered, "Why? Trying to use an earth-grade cultivation method to get rid of me? Are you treating me as a beggar?" Yuan Ziyu just realized that his action of reneging on the debt earlier had completely offended her. So now, not only did she wanted to get back her capital, she was also looking to collect interest. Yuan Ziyu's expression turned pale as he knew that his Yuan family would probably had to come out with a large amount of blood. His heart was vexed to the extreme. Why didn't he automatically hand her the divine martial record earlier, or follow the battle's regulations? Why must he act smart, thinking that he shouldn't offend Lu family? Now the result was, he still had to hand up the divine martial record, so nothing had changed. He still ended up offending Lu family. Moreover, he had gotten into an even bigger problem. But now that he had already reached this step, he had no other alternative and could only admit his defeat. This? Miss Bai, your meaning is? How do you want us to compensate you? He carefully probed. In the end, just one sentence from Yuan Zia made Yuan Tianhua, giving him a tight slap. Get lost to one side. What attitude was that? Don't you know how to speak properly to Miss Bai? I'll even things out with you after they have left. Yuan Tianhua threw a stare at his son as he felt resentful that he didn't meet his expectations. This kid, he usually looked intelligent and was street smart, but why was it that at this crucial timing, he failed to catch on? No wonder he had offended young sect master. He initially thought that he was the best candidate for succeeding Yuan family, but from the looks of it now, he probably needed to consider again. Yuan Tianhua hurriedly called out, "Men, bring me my 1,000-year scarlet ray vine and also retrieve 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones now. Quick, go now." Yuan Ziyu was listening by the side and his heart almost leapt out. He had not imagined that his own father actually took out such a huge fortune. 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. If it was brought to the auction house, it was more than enough to buy a better cultivation method than divine martial record. As for the scarlet ray vine, it was a 7th-level fire attributed medicinal herb and its value was originally very high. Adding on to the fact that this vine which Yuan Tianhua had was already of old age, it was practically priceless. After Yuan Tianhua had obtained this 1,000-year scarlet ray vine last year, he could not bear to use it and had considered to send it to Sky Emperor City to hire a high-ranking pill master to refine it into a 7th-level pill. Now he actually took it out as compensation? Wasn't this a little too much? Did he need to come out with so much compensation? Moreover, everyone knew that Sect Master Murong had the intention to marry his own eldest daughter to young Sect Master, and the young lass in front of them was definitely not Miss Murong. Although they look intimate, but if she wanted to marry Li Moying, the hopes were not high. Why was father not clear on the situation? Yuan Ziyu's heart seemed to be sliced as he wanted to say something several times, but didn't dare to oppose his father, so he could only swallow his words back. Yuan Tianhua saw his son's expression and knew what he was thinking about and couldn't help but frowned. Very soon, the items he wanted were all sent to the banquet hall. Yuan Tianhua held the box up with both hands and brought it to Huang Yueli. "Miss Bai, this fellow had offended you, and I'm really sorry about it. I can tell that you're a fire-attributed practitioner and your innate talent is really high. Just nice that this 1,000-year scarlet ray vine is a 7th-level fire-attributed medicinal herb which can be used to supplement your condition. Especially right after you have advanced, taking a refined scarlet ray pill would have the best effect." Huang Tuili took a look at the scarlet ray vine in the box and her eyes lit up as she instantly smiled. "Lord Yuan, you're so understanding, so much smarter than your son." Yuan Tianhua's voice was even more respectful. "I don't deserve your praise." He had observed Huang Yueli and Li Moying for quite a while, and although those ordinary people only noticed the intimate actions between them, but Yuan Tianhua was not observing these at all. What Yuan Tianhua was observing was the intonation and knowledge Huang Yueli displayed, the mannerism and how she effortlessly raised the mood. The more he observed, the more heart-rendering he felt. No wonder young sect master was so smitten by her that he couldn't even be bothered about sect master Murong's eldest daughter. Just from her shocking innate talent and that superior imposing manner could make one tell that she was no ordinary person. The reason why she could behave at will in front of Li Moying was not because he especially pampered her, but because they were evenly matched adversaries. In front of a perfect man like young sect master, the other women automatically became shorter and was only able to be an accompanier beside him, but Huang Yueli totally did not have that kind of feel. When she and Li Moying stood side by side, that image was in harmony and simply too perfect. Just this alone, eldest Miss Murong was not able to achieve it. He wondered what kind of background did she have? Yuan Tianhua was very good at grabbing opportunities, and after he could tell that Huang Yueli was extraordinary, he immediately decided to bring out his utmost sincerity to appease her anger. Sometimes, offending a person of high ranking might not totally be a bad thing. After all, if one does not know any better, one cannot be held responsible. Instead, this gave him an opportunity to come into contact with her, so if he handled it properly, it might become a destined chance. As expected, Huang Yueli saw his proactiveness and was delighted as she flipped her wrist and kept the 1000-year scarlet ray vine and spirit stones all into her realm ring. This gift of Yuan Tianhua's had made her extremely satisfied. The 1000-year scarlet ray vine was one of the main medical herbs which was required for the 4th transformation 4-9 phoenix transformations which she was cultivating, and she had been worried about looking for this. This Yuan Tianhua was really on track. Since Lord Yuan is so sincere, then the things that had happened earlier is nullified. For Yuan family to have operated for so many years in Skycloud City, you'd probably have to consider the relationships with the other families, and you're in a difficult position. I can totally understand that. Li Moying saw his little fox showing off her little fangs, looking extremely adorable as his gaze also started to turn warm. Along with that, he felt Yuan Tianhua was much more pleasing to the eye now. I've noted down Lord Yuan's goodwill. Yuan Ziyu saw how rightful Huang Yueli was when she accepted the gifts so immodestly, and his heart was simply bleeding. Even he had no authority to use so many spirit stones. But Yuan Tianhua was so happy that his eyes squinted from his smiling face. He knew from young sect masters, meaning that today's matter was already over. And young sect master had noticed him. This money was totally well spent. The other students below the stage were so shocked that they couldn't even speak a single word. Yuan family's head. An extremely important man holding a decisive role, one who could produce clouds and rain with his hands. Forget the fact that he tried to get into the good books of Li Moying, but because of one sentence, which Huang Yueli said, he had brought out so much money. Such a huge amount of spirit stones and that 1000-year scarlet ray vine. Even if it was to a large family like Yuan family, it was an enormous expense. Moreover, when Lord Yuan did this, there was no forced intention on his expression, and it seemed as though he had gained some huge advantage instead. Huang Yueli was totally immodest, and her attitude towards Yuan Tianhua was similar to talking to one of her own subordinates. What on earth was this? They must be dreaming, right? It must be it. How did things turn out this way? Li Moying saw Huang Yueli keeping her compensation and pinched her cheek indulgently. Little money face, are you satisfied now? We should get going. Amen. All right, thank you Lord Yuan for today's hospitality. We shall make a move first. Li Moying held her waist as he led her to leave the venue together. Yuan Tianhua respectfully called out behind them, if the both of you meet with any trouble, you're welcome to drop by Yuan residence to look for me. The Yuan residence's door will always be open for the both of you. The minute Li Moying left, Yuan Ziyu couldn't hold himself back any further as he rushed towards Yuan Tianhua with his face filled with anxiety. Father. How could you? How could you bring out so much spirit stones at one go? And even give away that 1,000-year scarlet ray vine to that lass? No matter what, our Yuan family also have a Yuan elder who is of virtue and prestige in the sect. Young sect master couldn't possibly do anything to us. Moreover, although that Bairuoli's potential is really not too bad, but her background isn't good at all and might not be able to marry young sect master. A loud paw was heard. With his hand on his face, Yuan Ziyu looked at Yuan Tianhua in disbelief. He had always been pampered in the family, so even his father had never hit him before. But now, at the banquet in front of so many guests who had yet to leave, he actually gave him a tight slap. Yuan Tianhua stared at him. Useless fellow, what do you know? You don't even have the foresight at all. From how I see it, I must have pampered you rotten usually, to make you imagine that you're the successor to Skycloud City's #1 large family and unequaled in the universe. It seemed that your cultivation speed had also slowed down recently. This will not do. From today onwards, you're to go into closed-door cultivation, and before you break through to the 4th stage realm, you're not allowed to have any more social interaction. You're not allowed to hold a banquet like this in the future. Yuan family's argument between the father and son duo was faintly transmitted to Huang Yueli and Li Moying's ears. But both of them didn't bother about it at all. By the time they reached Huang Yueli's courtyard, it was already evening time again. Huang Yueli took an inventory check on today's winnings. Just thinking about the short trip she made today with a sudden windfall made her heart leapt with joy as the corners of her lips curled upwards, smiling as though she was a little kitty who had been successful in stealing a bite. Little thing, you're smiling so brightly today. Looks like your eyes really opened wide at the sight of profit. Huang Yueli turned back when she heard what he said. Li Moying had already taken off his outer robe and just wearing a thin inner clothing bearing a look which seemed like he was about to go to bed as he leaned against the bed looking at her with a languid expression. This piece of inner clothing was made out of wild silk yarn and the defense stats were very high. It keeps one warm during winter and cool during summer, but was extremely light, as though it could not hide anything. A large part of his fair, smooth yet robust chest could be seen clearly, and even the 2 spots on his chest could be seen indistinctly, looking extremely seductive. Huang Yueli turned around to take a look and her nose nearly bled. Meow, this man was simply too devilish and moreover much too shameless. Why, you? What are you trying to do? Haven't I warned you before that if you are going to spend the night here, you're not allowed to get fresh with me? Li Moying's smile was full of charm as he licked the corners of his lips in fascination, but his tone was completely full of innocence. Lear, what could I possibly do? Don't frame me. Have I moved my hands or moved my legs? I've only just changed a set of clothes. Don't you change into your pajamas before you sleep? Or am I right to say that your thoughts aren't pure at all and the minute you saw me, you started to think of some images which you shouldn't be thinking about? Huang Yueli wasn't as thick-skinned as he was, and she couldn't win him in words so she could only roll her eyes back. I've given you an inch so you better not take a mile. Li Moying cried out, what's called, give you an inch and you want a mile? Lear, you're too much. Earlier I had played the part of a valiant hero saving a damsel in distress, but not only did you not give me an earth-shattering hot kiss, you actually said that about me? You made me so sad. Huang Yueli stared at him. That's right, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you appear at the Yuan family's banquet earlier? This man's ranking was so high in Celestial Light Sect, so how would a mere Yuan family be able to invite him? Li Moying laughed. What kind of question is that? Quite a number of students with status in Celestial Light Academy received the Honorary Association's invitation to the banquet, and since I'm martial arts stages ranking #1, although Yuan Ziyu didn't dare to offend me, he would still act smart and send me an invite. Huang Yueli shot a glance at him. A female? Li Moying laughed dryly. I think so? I think her surname is Liu? I knew it. Huang Yueli mumbled in dissatisfaction. To automatically send an invite to Li Moying, it would definitely be one of those starry-eyed female students. This man was simply too popular in Celestial Light Academy? What's so good about him? All he had was a set of good looks, and so many female students were willing to kneel down and lick his shoes. Alright, his mannerism was extremely outstanding. Alright, his innate talent was much stronger than other people. But was there a need to be like this? It sounded like the person who handed him the invite was Lu Zi. Humph, that blind woman, why didn't she punch her a few more times earlier? Huang Yueli pursed her lips in annoyance as she continued, you know that her surname is Liu? I don't think much of her. Just hand you the invite and you happily attended the banquet? She wasn't as beautiful as her, nor was she as strong, so how would Li Moying bend according to her will? Li Moying kept a close eye on her angry face, and hearing her sour words, he couldn't help but laughed out, I say, Lear, are you jealous? J. Jealous? How is that possible? You're thinking too much. Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide and she denied flatly. A terror formed within her heart secretly, with a feeling that she had been exposed. What was she thinking about? Was she in a position to bother about Li Moying's matters? She wasn't even prepared to marry him. Li Moying laughed as he stretched out his hand and grabbed Huang Yueli, who was standing not too far away by her wrist, and using some strength, he pulled her over to him. Huang Yueli was tugged so hard that she lost her balance and fell onto the mattress, just nice pressing against his chest. Why, yo, you. What are you trying to do? Let me get up. Huang Yueli tried to climb up but was held on tightly by him. Li Moying, didn't you agree not to get fresh with me? As the young sect master of Celestial Light Academy, how could you not keep your words? She used force to push herself away from Li Moying's chest. Li Moying laughed lightly and suddenly got close to her ear as he laughed in a low tone, Lear, don't be jealous. How could it be possible that I would attend the banquet for other women? I don't even remember how that woman looks like. But you still remember her surname is Li. Huang Yueli spat out. The minute she said that, she started regretting as she turned around and saw Li Moying gaze, which seemed to display an indistinct smile, and she wanted badly to hide inside a hole in the ground. What was she saying earlier? It really sounded like she was jealous, and this man had definitely misunderstood when he heard that. Luckily, Li Moying knew he could not push her too much in this round. He actually didn't expose her, but started to explain by himself. I had long forgotten about that matter about the invitation. This afternoon when I came back to look for you, I saw a young lady standing at the entrance of your courtyard. I saw her acting suspiciously and asked her over to interrogate her. She was extremely anxious, saying that you had offended a woman in the honorary association by the surname Liu, and even ran over to Liu residence rashly with the intention to wreak havoc. She was worried you would be at a disadvantage, but didn't know how to find you. Ah. That's Sister Sue. Huang Yueli cried out in shock. Li Moying continued, that woman claims she's called Sue something. Anyway, when I heard about this matter, I was worried, so I went over. Huang Yueli sighed, heavens, Sister Sue simply loves to ask things, and she's extremely naggy. She would definitely ask me what relationship we have. Li Moying indifferently swept her a glance as he emotionlessly gave her a strike. She won't question you because she had already asked me directly, and I've already told her that I'm your fiancé. Huang Yueli was exasperated as she snorted, why, you? How could you go around spouting nonsense? Li Moying's expression instantly turned slightly sinister as he replied in an extremely annoyed manner, what spouting nonsense? Am I not your fiancé? Earlier in the Yuan residence, when you needed to use me, you said I'm your fiancé. Isn't it a little too quick for you to destroy the bridge after you've crossed the river? You're not going to admit it now? Ugh, why did it sounded like she was at fault? Moreover, your denial now is too late. Earlier at Yuan Residence's banquet, those students with some status in Celestial Light Academy had all attended and all of them heard about our engagement. By tomorrow, the whole school will know about it. It's too late for you to deny this. Huang Yueli discovered sorrowfully that this really seemed to be the case. Why was there always a way to get tangled with Li Moying and herself? Li Moying saw her despondent look and his tone immediately turned stern. You little lass, can you let me save some effort? Can't you quietly stay in the academy and cultivate? Moreover, if you wanted to go to the Yuan residence, how could you not even inform me? Huang Yueli explained, I only decided at the last minute, so where can I find a chance to tell you? Moreover, it's not a must for me to inform you, right? That kind of level that Yuan Ziyu has, I can deal with him myself and won't be bullied. Huang Yueli didn't thought much of it as she talked on. The more Li Moying heard, the uglier his expression became and with a flip, he pressed Huang Yueli below himself. Hey, you! Huang Yueli originally wanted to scold him, but on seeing Li Moying's gloomy like dark water expression, her heart jerked and shut her mouth up. This man. He really seemed like a natural superior. When he got really angry, even she became flustered. Li Moying stared at the young lady with love and hate in his eyes. This little thing was both smart and powerful, even a man like him who had eyes on the top of his head often felt shock and admiration from her performance. But sometimes she was just too overconfident and he didn't know what to do about it. Thinking on, he started to restrain his imposing manner and breathed deeply. Lear, do you know that I'd be worried about you? I know that your ability is very strong and you have many aces which can help save your life. But I will still worry about you. Even if you just treat me like a friend, can you please consider my feelings, okay? Not knowing why, when this man acted overbearing, Huang Yueli felt that she could resist against him with some underlying power. But once he relaxed his stance, Huang Yueli felt as though she had done something wrong to him and started feeling guilty. To be stared upon by that limitless gentle peach blossom eyes, she felt her heart jump, was unable to say any words of rebuttal and could only mumbled softly, all right. Li Moying finally smiled, luckily I went. Otherwise, that Yuan fellow salted pig trotters almost touched her hand. You really, still dare to say me, I think you're apt at attracting bees and butterflies. Huang Yueli blinked her big watery eyes, displaying an innocent look. Attract what bees? Attract what butterflies? I'm such a righteous person. Moreover, if I don't even get attracted to you, how could I possibly take interest in Yuan Ziyu? That kind of quality, am I right? Li Moying nodded as he felt more appeased. That's true. Huang Yueli took the opportunity while he let down his guard as she pushed at his chest, pushing him aside before flying down the mattress. Alright, I want to start cultivation, so don't disturb me. Go one side and play by yourself. Seeing his little fox run away as though she was fleeing for her life, Li Moying's lips revealed a smile. Why was his little thing so adorable? Moreover, her sights was good as well, knowing how to admire his. Wait a minute. Li Moying seemed to have thought of something as the smile on his face petrified. Earlier what that little thing was saying was although she wasn't attracted to Yuan Ziyu, and he was much better than Yuan Ziyu, but in the end, she still had no interest in him. And he actually foolishly nodded along? He was tricked by this little thing once again. New top student, by Ruoli, and the mysterious senior brother Li was actually a pair of fiancé and fiancée. This heavyweight shocking news spread quickly in the entire Celestial Light Academy. It made everyone faint with shock. Besides that, the events which had occurred in the Honorary Association banquet was spread around as well, and adding oil to fire, the twists made it sound even more magical. Huang Yueli had defeated Li Ziju with just one move and leapt to martial arts stage rank 3. Not to mention that fact that Li Moying's appearance totally stunned Yuan Ziyu. Even Yuan family's lord had automatically appeared and tried ways and means to get into his good books. At the beginning, some of them thought that it was just a rumor. But later on, as Yuanziyu announced that he was going into closed-door cultivation and really had not appeared for several months, did everyone seriously acknowledge this and revered Li Moying. At one point in time, guesses towards Li Moying and Huang Yueli's identities became the #1 hot topic in Celestial Light Academy. There were several hundred different versions, but yet no one had guessed that Li Moying was Celestial Light Academy's young sect master. This was because the disparity between ordinary students and a highly respected sect like Celestial Light Sect was simply too far apart. From then onwards, Li Moying had transformed into a piece of chewing gum, sticking closely next to Huang Yueli. In reply to her resistance, Li Moying spoke convincingly, "Stop the resistance. Now everyone already knows that you're my fiancé. Even if I don't follow you around, the result is the same." This loving little couple had attracted everyone's envy in the entire Celestial Light Academy. Every single time they appeared in the academy, they could feel all the envious and jealous gazes from all around them. This couple, no matter male or female, both were so powerful and their innate talent had already crushed the same level generation of Celestial Light Academy. Their CP level was so high and their relation was so close as well. They were both so young, but had already met and gotten engaged with each other who could grow up together. This not only made others feel the lack of being envious, but could only lament that comparing one to another, why was there such a huge difference? Celestial Light Sect, Rear Mountain. Jiang Tuxin took quick steps as he rushed into the sect. On his way, quite a number of people recognized him. "Principal Jiang, what's going on? How come you're back at the sect at this kind of timing?" I'm not too sure too. I received an urgent recall message from Sect Master and hurried back to our sect. Has something major happened to the sect? Ah? How could that be? How come I didn't hear anything about this? Jiang Tuxin ran into the main hall confused, but he didn't see Sect Master Morong. Only a beautiful young lady sat on the chair, holding up a cup of tea, with an expression bearing that she had been waiting for a rather long time. Jiang Tuxin was stunned. "Eldest young miss. How come you are here? May I ask?" Sect Master Morong. Morong Fei cut short his sentence. "Principal Jiang, are you looking for my father? But the one who had issued you with the recall message is me, not my father." Ah? Jiang Tuxin was even more surprised as this was the first time he had met with such a matter. Moreover, he wasn't close to Morong Fei. He had been helming Celestial Light Academy and had no association with Morong Fei at all, so this was the first time he was meeting Morong Fei alone. What matter? Could this eldest young miss be looking for him for? Jiang Tuxin started to get suspicious, but still replied her respectfully, "Eldest young miss, may I know what instructions do you have?" Morong Fei didn't speak, but just raised up her teacup and sipped lightly on it, carefully tasting the tea, ignoring Jiang Tuxin. Jiang Tuxin instantly felt embarrassed, but more than anything, a dissatisfied feeling instinctively started to arise. No matter what, he was an 8th-stage realm practitioner and was an elder in Celestial Light Sect. Morong Fei didn't show him any respect at all. Even if it was Sect Master Morong himself, towards these elder subordinates like himself, he treated them with much respect. Jiang Tuxin waited for quite a long time, and since Morong Fei still kept quiet, he could only speak up. "Eldest young miss, please speak your mind on why you were looking for me." A crisp, bang sound rang. Morong Fei smashed the teacup which she was holding onto the ground, and the exquisite porcelain cup was smashed into smithereens as the boiling hot tea splashed everywhere. She sneered coldly, and with an icy cold voice, she snapped, "Principal Jiang, I usually treat you rather well, isn't it? My father treats all of you with the utmost respect, and this is how you repay our Morong family." Jiang Tuxin frowned, not expected her to throw such a huge temper. "Eldest young miss, what do you mean? Forgive me for not being able to comprehend. You're still pretending to act blur. Morong Fei's eyebrows stood up. Alright, let me ask you. That little vixen called by Ruoli, where did she appear from? Jiang Tuxin went into another blank. By Ruoli? He instantly realized what had happened and felt that things were not going to be too well. Morong Fei's dainty face revealed a sinister expression. Don't tell me you don't know who is by Ruoli. I've heard from many that this wretched lass from a countryside is now in Celestial Light Academy, and she is so shameless that she actually dared to seduce eldest senior brother. I've also heard that she's so thick-skinned to assume the identity of his fiancé. Is there really such a thing? This. Jiang Tuxin didn't know how to reply at that moment. Regarding Li Moying and Huan Yueli's matter, there wasn't anyone in Celestial Light Academy who didn't know about it, and as the principal of the academy, naturally he could not pretend that he didn't know. As a matter of fact, there were many teachers and top exponents who didn't know about the truth who had dropped by to congratulate him, saying this was one of Celestial Light Academy's anecdotes. In Jiang Tuxin's ears, he was crying out bitterly in silence. What anecdote was this? He didn't know what young sect master was thinking about, to actually appear together with Bai Lufeng's daughter, and he also heard that he had admitted personally that the both of them had a marriage arrangement. But those who knew Li Moying's real identity were all very clear that Celestial Light Academy sect master Morong had always treated him as his future son-in-law, and news regarding Li Moying and Morong Fei's marriage arrangement had been rumored for many years. He didn't know if sect master Morong knew that Li Moying had found himself a fiancé. Even though he was flustered, but no matter what an overbearing man like Li Moying wanted to do, it wasn't something which Jiang Tuxin could dabble in, so he could only pretend that he didn't see anything since he didn't want to offend either side. But who would have expected that even if he didn't sought trouble, trouble came knocking on his door instead? Morong Fei actually got him here personally to question him. Facing Morong Fei's piercing gaze, Jiang Tuxin deliberated as he spoke out. Eldest young miss, young sect master is indeed in Celestial Light Academy, but he only mentioned that he needed to read up on some classics in the Sutra Depository, and moreover he had some matters to settle in Skycloud City, so he needed a place to stay temporarily. He's not considered as an official student in Celestial Light Academy, and you also know that with young sect master's temper, I don't dare to check on young sect master's whereabouts. So I'm not clear on what he does in Skycloud City. Upon hearing such an obvious attitude on avoiding the important and dwelling on trivial matters, her anger arose. Jiang Tuxin, do you treat me as a fool? How dare you actually try to be perfunctory with me? I've already told you clearly that someone had already informed me on the actual situation. Eldest senior brother spends every day in Celestial Light Academy and rarely leaves. Moreover, the entire academy's students all know that he and that little vixen had a marriage engagement. They also acknowledge that they are a couple. I've also heard that the both of them are staying together. Since the truth is so, you still dare to tell me that you don't know anything? Her tone was harsh with a severe expression, feeling a burst of fire ignite within her chest area about to burst out. The minute she recalled her informant describing how loving Li Moying and that wretched lass were, she was so infuriated that she could not bear to kill that little vixen. Eldest senior brother actually personally stood up for her at Yuan family. And even fed her personally. Accompanied her to cultivate every day. She also heard that in order to please Li Moying, some of them even greeted her directly as sister-in-law. This really was simply outrageous. She was the one who was a couple with eldest senior brother. Only she was worthy of a peerless talent like eldest senior brother. That wretched lass from the countryside, she had obviously sent Sui Fangping to murder her, but the end result was she had not died and appeared once again. What's more, she appeared at the same place as Li Moying. And even brazenly displayed their conjugal love. The more Morong Fei thought, the angrier she felt as her right hand swept everything on the table onto the ground. Fa la la was heard as the tea set consisting of teapot, teacup and pastries were all swept onto the ground. Even Jiang Tuxin had a great shock. In his impression, eldest Miss Morong of the Morong family had always been noble and elegant, and she bore a unique grandeur of a large sex daughter. She had always seemed gentle and refined, as though a fairy. Who would have expected that her temper was so ruthless? As expected, one could not judge another just based on looks. Jiang Tuxin suddenly came to realize why Li Moying liked Huang Yueli and didn't like Morong Fei. Jiang Tuxin, listen carefully. After Morong Fei had vented her frustration, she suddenly clutched her chest, sat down and turned towards Jiang Tuxin. Yes, I'm here, Jiang Tuxin responded in embarrassment. A cold glint flashed past Morong Fei's eyes. When you return back today, find a reason to expel that wretched lass from Celestial Light Academy. It's best if you can cripple her cultivation and break all her 4 limbs, before throwing her into the wild, directly. I want to see that wretched lass disappear from Celestial Light Academy within 3 days from now, do you hear me? She clenched her teeth as she imagined herself tearing Huang Yueli into 17 or 18 pieces. As long as that wretched lass left Celestial Light Academy, she had plenty of ways to get rid of her silently. Otherwise, with Celestial Light Academy's tight internal security, and with Li Moying staying close to her almost every minute, even leaving his shadow guards to protect her, if she wanted to harm her, it would not be easy at all. But silence responded to Morong Fei's question. She raised her head and saw Jiang Tuxin's indecisive expression and started to get angry again. Jiang Tuxin, did you hear what I just said? Jiang Tuxin replied her perplexedly, I heard what you said, but eldest young miss, forgive me for not being able to do according to what you requested. You, Morong Fei's eyes almost popped out, I'm the sect master's daughter. Just asking you to expel a student from Celestial Light Academy, can't you even do a simple thing like this properly? Jiang Tuxin responded, isn't eldest young miss asking the obvious? If she was any ordinary student, of course that wouldn't be a problem. But Bairuoli is not ordinary at all. Even if she had no relationship with young sect master, she is also the #1 genius which Celestial Light Academy had recruited in the past 100 years. Merely 14 years old, and she is already ranked 3rd in the martial arts stage. This is something which was unprecedented in history. Such a peerless genius is not commonly found, and I must win her over for our sect, so how could I chase her away? This is a huge loss to Celestial Light sect. I don't care about your loss or not. Celestial Light sect already has a lot of talents. That wretched lass is considered a genius at that broken academy, but as compared to our sect, she's just so-so. We won't suffer any loss without her anyway? Morong Fei replied savagely. Jiang Tuxin shook his head silently. This was simply twisting words and forcing her logic on others. Such a talented young lady like Huang Yueli was extremely rare, and it was a miracle that she enrolled for Celestial Light Academy. It was considered a Celestial Light sect's dog-shit luck. He would really be dumb if he chased her away. It wasn't easy for a huge piece of cake to drop down from the sky and he had to throw it away. Morong Fei had stayed in the sect normally and probably didn't know how high was Huang Yueli's innate talent. Jiang Tuxin didn't want to explain to her in detail and only replied, eldest young miss, things aren't that simple. Regarding Bairuoli's matter, I've already reported to Sect Master, and Sect Master also said that this kind of genius ought to stay in Celestial Light sect, so how can I go against his command? Morong Fei was extremely incensed. Good, very good. You actually bring my father into the picture, thinking that this can scare me off? I'm telling you, my father doesn't know how shameless that wretched lass is. If he knew that Bairuoli actually seduced eldest senior brother, he will absolutely not allow that vixen to continue staying in Celestial Light Academy. Jiang Tuxin replied, if that is Sect Master's wish, then I will follow accordingly. But I must receive Sect Master's command personally before I proceed. Otherwise, if I were to misunderstand his wish, then I absolutely cannot take up this responsibility. Morong Fei's face flushed red. Good, so that means that you don't put me in your eyes, and is unwilling to listen to my commands? Eldest young miss, please don't misunderstand. How would I dare not to respect you? Only I don't dare to not listen to young sect master's commands. He has already told me to protect Byruoli. Furthermore, young sect master and Byruoli's marriage arrangement was verified by himself personally. Jiang Tuxin tried to explain. But the minute Morong Fei heard how deeply Moying felt for Huang Yueli, she couldn't bear with it any further. Enough, since you only have young sect master in your eyes, and don't have me the eldest young miss, then scram. Don't blame me for not reminding you that since you dare to go against me, you won't have any good consequences. Jiang Tuxin hurriedly scrammed, and it was only when he reached the entrance that he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Looked like he had completely offended Morong Fei. It seemed that he had gotten into big trouble for no apparent cause. But he didn't have a second route to choose, because as compared to Morong Fei, he didn't dare to offend Li Moying even more. After the few rounds of interaction with this young sect master, he could deeply felt that this young sect master was a sleeping dragon, and by the time he awoke and flew straight into the skies, he probably wouldn't even care about the entire celestial light sect. Jiang Tuxin self-admitted that he was no silly goat, and it was more than obvious who he should listen to. After Jiang Tuxin left, a masked man appeared behind a screen in the main hall. Upon seeing Morong Fei's sinister expression, he revealed a chilly grin behind his mask. But the minute he neared her, he changed his tone and gave his earnest advice, "Eldest young miss, this proved that I am indeed not lying to you, right? That Byruoli had indeed seduced young sect master and even enchanted him." This news had not been sent back to our sect because Jiang Tuxin had been listening to young sect master's commands to strictly stop those people who knew about it from spreading the news to the sect. How dare this old fellow do this? He actually helped that other woman. Even daring to hide the fact from my father. Morong Fei clenched her fists so hard that her fingernails dug deep into her palms. Looks like you are the only one who is truly loyal to the sect. The mysterious man lowered his head. I do not dare to forget my origins, and naturally I am clear on who my master should be. Morong Fei smiled slightly upon hearing what he said. Luckily, at least you are standing by my side. Since Jiang Tuxin doesn't know what's good for him, I naturally have my own ways to make things difficult for him. You only need to follow my commands and continue helping me to spy on them. I'll give you further instructions when it's time for you to make a move. Mysterious man responded, I am willing to be of service to eldest young miss. After the mysterious man left, Morong Fei leaned against the chair and looking at the mess in the ground, signs of jealousy could not be hidden in her eyes. Byruoli. How dare you try to snatch eldest senior brother from me? This time round, I must make sure that you die without a burial ground. Whatever that had happened in the sect had not been transmitted to Celestial Light Academy. Together with Li Moying, Huang Yueli felt that time flew by quickly, and unknowingly, quite an amount of time had passed. Although Li Moying was very sticky, but occasionally he also had his own matters to settle. At that kind of timing, Moe would personally come to report and brought him away. Huang Yueli finally had the chance to throw away that piece of gum and moved about freely on her own. That feeling was akin to a prisoner being released out for some fresh air. This fateful day, Li Moying was called away by Moe, whereas Huang Yueli was staying alone in her courtyard when she heard someone knocking on her door. She responded, "Come in." Shui Qingqing pushed the door open and behind her were 10 over people. Those people were that team of people made up from the small countries when she just enrolled into the school. Huang Yueli squinted her eyes and had already guessed their intentions for this visit. Shui Qingqing said embarrassedly, "Sisterly, they insisted on asking me to bring them along and I was in a difficult position to reject them. If this really disturbs your cultivation, then we won't enter." Shui Qingqing had not expected this herself, that after the last time Huang Yueli and this bunch of people had parted on an unhappy note, they still wanted to look for her again and even pestered her around for a couple of days. Shui Qingqing was easily embossed and could only brought them along. Huang Yueli smiled, doesn't matter. Since you're already here, why don't the few of you speak your mind and tell me why you're here for? Yu Xingyang walked upwards and faced her as he clasped his fist into his other hand and bowed before speaking up. Miss Bai, the purpose of my visit is firstly to apologize to you. The last time we were here, we had offended you. Secondly is to thank you. That scroll of Earth grade lower level cultivation method which you gifted us previously had done us a huge favor. Lastly, I've come specially to defect myself to you. Would you please accept me as your subordinate and form the blood pact with me? I'm willing to be of service to Miss Bai. The minute he spoke, the 10 over people standing behind him started to respond as well. That's right, Miss Bai, we're all willing to form the blood pact. Please take us in. Miss Bai, we had eyes, but could not see previously, and we've realized our mistake. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. When Huang Yueli heard their requests, her lips curled upwards and noncommittally replied, the last time I had already given all of you a chance to form a blood pact with me, but at that time, you had rejected. I said this previously, that you will all be back to beg me. Moreover, by then, I will not take you in easily. All of their faces became perplexed. Yu Xingyang replied without any hesitation, Miss Bai, I am willing to follow you from the bottom of my heart. If you have any other requests or tests, please list them out. Huang Yueli then responded, since that's the case, previously I had stated the first step of my test. Do you still remember when I passed you that Earth grade cultivation method? I said earlier that if you're able to cultivate successfully that cultivation method and also defeat the core student who had constantly been bullying you, then come back and look for me. So now, I want to know who had been successful in cultivating that manual? All of them looked at one another. Yu Xingyang and Su Qingyue were the first to raise their hands, and thereafter, another 5 to 6 people also raised up their hands. Huang Yueli asked, just the few of you? No one else responded. So she spoke up again, for those who had not managed to learn that cultivation method, you can now scram. I don't need any trash here. When she said that, those few who had raised up their hands heaved a sigh of relief, whereas those who didn't had an ugly expression on their faces. Someone tried to defend himself, Miss Bai, how could you do this? Your requirement is just too high. That is an Earth grade cultivation method, and all of us had never learnt such a high-leveled cultivation method previously, so even if we could not learn it successfully, surely it's understandable, right? Moreover, you only gave us that little bit of time. Although our aptitude are much lower, but we're also willing to do things for you. Things like running errands or simple stuff like that, we're all willing to do so. Huang Yueli indifferently shot them a glance as she said, that's right. The grade of this cultivation method is indeed high, and the time that I gave is indeed too short, so most of you are not able to learn it successfully. When they heard what she said, their expressions turned joyous as they thought she had relented, having listened to their thoughts, willing to take them all in. Who knew that Huang Yueli continued, turning her words with a sharp twist. So the majority of you are trash. This manual is something which I use to eliminate the majority of trash around. Scram immediately. Don't make me repeat myself for the 3rd time. Her tone suddenly turned stern as her gaze became chilly while unleashing her profound energy, immediately suppressing all those present. Her cultivation was now at 3rd stage realm 9th level, and in Celestial Light Academy, only Yuanziyu and Lu Ziju were same as her, so her cultivation was an absolute crush on them. Adding on to the fact that she had defeated Lu Ziju, her fame was even more widespread and no one dared to belittle her now. Instead, the minute they heard her name, some even felt frightened. So those few people were so scared that they started trembling, and not daring to say anything more, they hurriedly turned around and ran away. Huang Yueli turned her vision to the remaining 7 people, and as her gaze swept past the few of them, she suddenly gave a chilly snigger. She raised her right hand and a burst of fire attributed profound energy shot out from her fingertips. With a bam, it hit the third male student who was lined up on the left-hand side. He immediately flew outwards and vomited a mouthful of blood in the air, before he banged right onto the wall and subsequently falling down onto the ground with his face down, unable to get it. Everyone was shocked. "Miss Bai, you." "This?" Yu Xinyan's eyes popped out in shock. Huang Yueli said coldly, "Have I ever told you all that I especially hate it when others try to deceive me? Or did you guys think that, just because I'm young, my sight is bad and could not tell whether you had managed to learn that cultivation method?" He obviously had not learned it and still trying to fish in troubled water. "Does he think that I'm a fool? On the accord that you're also from South Yu Kingdom, I'm only severing 3 of your meridians as a small-scale punishment to prevent a large-scale repetition." The male student who was lying flat on the ground trembled. He had not expected that Huang Yueli actually saw through it. His luck was considered good as he was on the boundary of advancement and after he cultivated the Earth-grade cultivation method, although it was not completed, but because of that he had advanced. He was thinking that he could pretend that his advancement was because he had successfully learnt the cultivation method and show himself in front of Huang Yueli. His scheme went rather well as he managed to fake it through. Comparing to those companions who he came along with, none of them could tell the truth at all. He felt that he was especially smart, so he didn't expect Huang Yueli to be able to tell from just one look. And she had not stood on ceremony in making a move, instantly severing his meridians. This thunderous method not only stunned the cheater but also stunned the remaining of the others. Some of them had initially thought Huang Yueli was still young and wanted to deceive her. But now all of them were shocked beyond words, feeling lucky that they didn't go ahead and stood out like that. Otherwise, the person who was seriously injured now would be themselves. Huang Yueli got Su Qingyue to remove this person before continuing. "All right, now that the flies have now been thrown out, the second question is, have you managed to defeat that core student who had been bullying you?" All of them nodded their heads. Huang Yueli questioned again, "Who was it who defeated him?" This time, after the earlier incident, no one dared to lie to raise their own standing as all of them turned to look towards Yu Xinyan. Yu Xinyan raised his head and setting his eyes onto Huang Yueli, "It was me. I had sent Jiang Hongyi a battle challenger in the martial arts stage 3 days ago and defeated him successfully." Huang Yueli accessed him from head to toe as she revealed some deep thoughts. Su Qingyue saw that she kept silence and stood up to add on, "Sister Li, junior brother Yu is indeed a rough diamond. Among the few of us, he was the first one to successfully learn this earth-grade cultivation method. Moreover, he had proposed the battle towards Jiang Hongyi. What's more, junior brother Yu was still a second-stage realm 9th-level practitioner some days ago, but now he had successfully advanced into 3rd-stage realm." Huang Yueli raised her brows as she laughed, "Sister Su, you're rather quick to speak on behalf of senior brother Yu." Su Qingyue immediately blushed as she continued on, "Sister Li, I'm speaking the truth. I'm just afraid you'd miss a talent." Huang Yueli nodded, "I know. And you probably couldn't tell that not only had senior brother Yu learnt that cultivation method, he even has managed to accomplish some gains on the 2nd level of the cultivation method. This innate talent and comprehension is indeed not bad at all." A joyous expression shone on Yu Xinyang's face. He had not expected Huang Yueli's sight to be so sensitive. He had originally intended to say that he had successfully refined the 2nd level of the cultivation method if he was rejected, as an ace to make Huang Yueli change her mind. But he had not expected Huang Yueli to be able to tell. In this way, not only had he managed to avoid blowing his own trumpet, he had also once again saw for himself Huang Yueli's ability and insight. This strengthened his determination to follow her. "Yes, Miss Bai is correct. I've indeed successfully refined the 2nd level of the cultivation method." Huang Yueli nodded and suddenly changed the topic as she asked, "Senior brother Yu, have you considered carefully on whether to follow me?" You must think carefully because once you've decided, it will mean that you need to form at least a 10-year blood pact with me. Furthermore, you must take orders from me and listen to all my commands. I've already decided, which is why I came today. Xinqiang replied hastily. Huang Yueli asked, really? Is it worth it to make such a huge sacrifice? Seeing your brother why on earth would you agree to such harsh conditions of mine? The atmosphere went into a deep silence the minute she said those words. This question was somewhat too sensitive and extremely difficult to answer. If one were to reply that he was smitten by her glamour and willing to follow her, that would be too fake. But if one was to reply, because of the cultivation method resources that she had on hand and so superficial, so Huang Yueli would probably not be happy to hear that. Those standing towards the back were feeling rather lucky that they were not the first to be questioned. Otherwise, they really didn't know how to reply. They all shot their gazes towards Xinqiang, waiting to hear how he would respond. Xinqiang paused for a short period of time, but very quickly, he revealed a resolute expression. Miss Bai, I believe that nothing can be hidden from you, and I have no wish to lie to you. The reason why I'm willing to follow you is mainly because you're powerful enough, and further, you have the cultivation methods and profound skills which I dream of having. If I don't follow you, I'd probably not be able to find any other chances in Celestial Light Academy, and I am not reconciled to just drift along for these 5 years. I want to become stronger. Huang Yueli didn't look at him, instead her finger was playing with a set of teacup lying on the table. Xinqiang continued, but the main reason why I made this final decision was because of your bearing. In the past, it's not like there hadn't been any core student who came to recruit me, but only you had directly thrown out an Earth-grade cultivation method manual. With this kind of style, it made me understood that if I'm loyal enough, I will be able to obtain the things I want from you. When Xinqiang spoke his mind, the few of them around him had their eyes wide open, feeling that he turned muddled. Although everyone were here for cultivation methods, but those with a bit of sense would not easily say these out. He actually, really, said that? What they should do now was to praise Huang Yueli to the skies and say out some flatters which even they could not believe it themselves. The more resounding the flatter the better. This Xinqiang. Usually, he was very straight, but now he was even straighter. Did water enter his brain? Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards, but not revealing a smile. Seeing your brother, you're indeed a smart one. And further, an honest person. Xinqiang continued stably, those words of hypocrite has no meaning. I don't know how to lie, and I'm willing to form the blood pact. This indeed consists of my own motives, but as I'm a man of my words, as long as Miss Bai is willing to take me in, I'll follow your wishes seriously and absolutely will not have any ideas of betrayal. No matter how tough your requests are, I will definitely settle it for you. Huang Yueli looked at him deeply, as though she was trying to judge the authenticity in his words. Moments later, she revealed a smile, just nice, I like smart people, and more than that, I like honest people. Xinqiang turned joyous, Miss Bai, does that mean you're willing to take me in? Huang Yueli nodded her head, since you are so sincere, then let's form the blood pact on the spot. The reason why she was willing to take in Xinqiang was because he was an honest person. Huang Yueli was not afraid of his desires, because no matter if he wanted cultivation methods or profound armaments, she was able to satisfy his needs, as long as she had his absolute loyalty. Honestly was her greatest demand. Xinqiang nodded his head in anticipation. The two of them made a slit on their fingertips, and with a slight flick, a drop of blood soared into the sky. Under the control of her profound energy, a small drip of blood spread out, drawing a streak of red trace in the sky, and following the movements of her profound energy, it drew out a special array rune. Within 3 breaths' timing, the array pattern was formed. With a point of her finger, Xinqiang's blood on his finger integrated into the array pattern, and after that, he fell onto the middle of his forehead. Yu Xingyang felt a scorching pain on his forehead, but after a short moment, it faded away. He touched his forehead and a special feeling rose in his heart. This blood pact was successfully formed like that. Everyone were absorbed into the scenario as they went into a daze. Forming a blood pact was actually a cumbersome matter as it required the integration of both parties' blood and requiring some special skill to tie up the process. Most practitioners under 5th stage realm didn't have enough concentration to be able to form their own blood pact and would normally require the assistance of some profound armament. But Huang Yueli managed to complete it so easily? After the blood pact was successfully formed, Yu Xingyang prostrated onto the ground and kowtowed towards Huang Yueli. Your subordinate Yu Xingyang pays his respect to master. Huang Yueli replied, don't address me as master, it sounds so awkward. In future, just address me as third miss will do. Yes. Yu Xingyang hurried responded. Huang Yueli spoke again, since you're my first subordinate forming a blood pact, it is considered as a form of fate. Furthermore, I admire your honesty, so I'm going to give you a present as a gesture of our first meeting. Saying that, she flipped her fingers around and retrieved a piece of profound armament from her interspatial ring. This. Upon seeing the item in her hand, Yu Xingyang's eyeballs almost dropped out from its sockets. Tioch. Tioch. This was actually a 5th-tier lower-grade curved blade. Yu Xingyang was a practitioner who used curved blades, and a high-tier curved blade naturally was something that he dreamt of acquiring. But in his mind, a 3rd-tier profound armament was already pretty good, because he wasn't able to afford it at all. In order to exchange for a 3rd-tier upper-grade curved blade in Celestial Light Academy's profound weapon chambers, he had saved up all his star currency for the past 2 years, but it just wasn't enough. And now? With a flick of her wrist, Huang Yueli actually brought out a piece of 5th-tier lower-grade curved blade. Who would you define as a tycoon? She was. They had already heard that earlier in the welcoming banquet held at Yuan residence, Huang Yueli displayed an entire set of 5th-tier lower-grade flying daggers and cheated Lu Ziju till he even lost his pants. At that moment, everyone was already lamenting how wealthy she was. But now she brought out yet another 5th-tier profound weapon. In that instance, all of them didn't know how to react. Huang Yueli stretched her hand outwards and stroked the shaft of the curved blade as she sighed emotionally. The materials used in this curved blade isn't too bad. Scarlet iron crystal granules had been added into it, and the toughness has long surpassed same-tiered profound weapons. The most important thing about the curved blade is its toughness, so although this profound weapons tier is slightly off, but the ease of use shouldn't be too bad, so just bear with this for now. Saying that, she put the curved blade back into its scabbard and passed it to Yu Xingyang. Yu Xingyang didn't hold out his hand to receive it because he had already become immobile, standing in a daze unable to speak a single word. This surprise was a little too huge. Just like a huge cake falling down from the sky, crashing right onto his head till he went into a daze. He unbelievably said, Third miss, this. Are you mistaken? This is a 5th-tier lower-grade profound weapon. 5th-tier lower grade, what concept was that? Lu Ziju had to use a copy of his family heirloom's cultivation method to match the value of Huang Yueli's flying dagger set. Even amongst those large families, only those VIPs in those families had the chance to use such a high-leveled profound armament, and among the Academy's younger generation students, even those top 10 martial arts stage students could not even dream of having it. Yet Huang Yueli actually gave such a profound weapon to him as a gift. He was just her servant. Instead of keeping such a good thing for herself or using it to exchange money, she actually gave it to a servant? Normal people wouldn't do this at all. At this moment, Yu Xingyang was more shocked than overjoyed, as the only thought he had on his mind was this new master of his had definitely got it wrong. However, Huang Yueli gave an indifferent smile as she continued, I'm not an idiot, so would I not know what grade of profound armament have I taken out? Don't worry, I mean it when I say it's a gift for you. A small thing like this is nothing to me. Xinqiang was still hesitating. What's going on now? Didn't you just swear your allegiance to me, and now you're ignoring my first command? Your subordinate doesn't dare to. Tioch. Thank you, third miss. Hearing this, Xinqiang didn't dare to shirk any further and hurriedly accepted that curved blade. Admiring the exquisite array patterns on that curved blade, both of his hands trembled non-stop. Such a superb profound armament, he felt that it was his entire lifetime's glory if he could even just have a touch. And now he actually had the chance to obtain one piece? He felt that his eyes were starting to moisten up. Third miss, your subordinate will definitely double up my efforts to repay you for your gratitude towards me and be of service to you. Behind Xinqiang were those who had came along with him, and every single one of them revealed an envious expression. They all felt that Xinqiang's luck was just a little too good. Earlier when Huang Yueli raised her questions, he had obviously given such a terrible reply, simply could be said that he didn't even use his brain while answering. In the end, Huang Yueli actually liked such truthful words, and not only did she took him in, she even gave him so much advantages. Actually, before coming here, Xinqiang was the only one who was bent on forming the blood pact with Huang Yueli, and the others merely followed along with the thought of being a spectator. They all felt that to swear their allegiance to Huang Yueli was doable, but to form a blood pact wasn't a small matter at all. It was equivalent to putting their lives into the other party's hands. So at the very beginning, it was only Xinqiang who kept talking, and they were just hiding on one side watching, thinking to act as the circumstances demanded. In the end, who would have expected that Xinqiang, being the first person to form the blood pact, to actually obtain such heavenly benefits? 5th tier lower grade, profound armament. What kind of dogshit luck was this? In order to win this subordinate over, Huang Yueli had really threw in a large sum of money. If they knew that being the first one to form a blood pact would be able to gain such benefits, they would have grabbed this opportunity earlier. Unfortunately, no one had the ability to foresee what would happen, so they could only let Xinqiang, that lucky fellow, to gain all the advantages. The few of them were still thinking of this, just as they saw Huang Yueli move her hand again and brought out more stuff from her interspatial ring. Besides profound weapon, here is a set of 4th tier profound armor. Don't assume that this grade is low and it's worthless. In actual fact, this is an entire set. Under the circumstances that you are fully equipped, your defense power will be doubled. Besides these, the set of Earth grade cultivation method that I had given you the other time only states the contents of the first 2 levels. Since you've already mastered it, I shall give you the next 4 levels as well. I have here a set of profound skill for curved blade moves, and this is also Earth grade lower level. If you're able to master it, along with the curved blade that I've given you, your attack power will definitely increase by several notches. As Huang Yueli took every single piece of item out from her interspatial ring, she kept explaining each and every one of it to Xinqiang. Every single piece she took out surprised everyone. By the time she had taken out everything, the others were not only shocked, they also felt that they must be dreaming. Right, it must be a dream. Otherwise, how could such an abnormal thing happen? Tioch. This. Xinqiang became completely speechless. Earlier when Huang Yueli gave him that curved blade, he already felt overwhelmed by favor from her and couldn't wait to offer his own life in sacrifice. But that was only just an appetizer. There were even more surprises at the back, so much that he felt that he wasn't able to take it any further. How could there be someone who was so rich? This was simply beyond his imagination. He prostrated to the ground as he cried out, "Third miss, these things are simply too expensive. Your subordinate's cultivation is very lowly, and moreover, I have yet to do anything for third miss, so taking these things really make me feel guilty. I beg third miss to please reclaim it back." Hearing what he said, the others standing behind him were all scolding him as a fool, secretly in their hearts. Such a good opportunity to get rich, and he still pushed it back. They were all so envious that they could die, alright? But yet, Huang Yueli's reply was, "You are indeed not worthy of these items yet, so these are on loan to you, temporarily. My demand is you must, within the next 3 months, master that earth-grade cultivation method and raise your cultivation to 3rd stage realm, 3rd level. Simultaneously, you must enter the top 50 of martial arts stage. If you're not able to fulfill any of these, that means you're a trash not worthy of my investment. So these things, I will reclaim it back totally. Do you understand what I just said?" Yu Xingyang finally understood what she meant as he hastily responded, "Yes, your subordinate understands. I will definitely not disappoint 3rd Miss expectations." Yu Xingyang himself was a 5th grade talent and wasn't considered too bad at all. Plus the fact that his power of comprehension was very high, so he originally had high hopes of becoming a core student. Unfortunately, his birth wasn't too well, and he had met with oppression from Sky Cloud City's disciples, which was why he was reduced to today's state. Now that Huang Yueli had given him cultivation methods, profound armament, pills, and most importantly, the confidence and opportunity to defeat the opponent, Yu Xingyang naturally wouldn't let it go. Becoming the top 50 of martial arts stage seemed like an unachievable target, but now it was something which he was determined to obtain. Hearing the pair's conversations, those who followed Yu Xingyang here were simply jealous, till they were about to go mad. They all knelt down at the same time and swore their loyalty towards Huang Yueli, with great hopes that she would take them in. "3rd Miss, please take us in too. My innate talent is much better than Yu Xingyang's. And I will definitely be able to master the earth-grade cultivation method and enter the top 50s of the martial arts stage. 3rd Miss, although my innate talent is just SOSO, but I'm very good at managing stuff. No matter what you want me to do, I can do it all. 3rd Miss, please look at me. My request is not high at all. As long as you can give me a set of 4th-tier profound armament, I will form the blood pact with you." A bunch of Celestial Light Academy students started to promote themselves, describing themselves as priceless, all so that they would be another servant. If any outsider were to see this, they would absolutely not believe their eyes. Which same-aged practitioner among the Celestial Light Academy students were not well-known figures, and all of them were proud and arrogant, so why would they be willing to form a blood pact with another person to become their servant? Moreover, it wasn't forced, but rather it was their own selves who stuck around her, afraid that she wouldn't accept them. However, Huang Yueli, who was held up into the skies by them, really didn't consider them at all. "You want me to form a blood pact with you? Hee, I already said this the last round. Since you've already missed the previous chance, in future when you beg me, I might not take you in. You've not even managed to master the 2nd level of the cultivation method. Is it because your innate talent is too bad or because you're not hardworking enough?" Moreover, earlier some of them hesitated. "Did you really think I didn't see through that? 3rd Miss, I'm wrong, in future I will correct myself." "Right, 3rd Miss, I beg you to give me another chance, and I will not disappoint you again." The crowd started to plead with them. Huang Yueli then replied, "To take you in, is impossible. But I can give you another chance. In future, you will all listen to Yu Xingyang's instructions, and if there's any matter, he will rely it to you and you'll do as he says. I will be watching your performance, and I will consider those who really put in effort." That bunch of people rapidly swore to express their agreement and pledge their loyalty towards 3rd Miss, promising to do well in all her instructions. Huang Yueli gave a slight cold smile, and not saying anything more, she sent them all away. She was very clear that among these people, only Yu Xingyang and Su Qingyue were righteous, which was why she treated them so well. As for those who swayed along with the wind, she was currently in shortage of manpower, so using them to her advantage wasn't too bad at all. But she would absolutely not give them too much benefits. The only reason why she had given so much rewards to Yu Xingyang in front of them was because she wanted to use this huge carrot to hang their appetites. To let them see the advantages that they would gain from forming a blood pact with her, so that they would use their lives to be of service to her. Furthermore, these people could only run errands. Towards really secretive matters, she would absolutely not let them find out about it. Once the matters were completed, Huang Yueli was prepared to go out to look for a place to cultivate. However, after she passed by the entrance, she suddenly realized that Li Moying's main door wasn't shut tightly and the array at the entrance had been moved by someone. Huang Yueli's first reaction was, surely it wasn't a case of theft, right? It was called away by Li Moying early in the morning, so by right, he shouldn't be here at all. Huang Yueli's alarm started to arouse, and she gently pushed open the main door and walked right in. Li Moying's courtyard's array was set up by her personally, so when she entered, she didn't trigger any mechanisms, as though there were no movements. Upon entering the courtyard, she heard Li Moying's voice, coming from the main hall. So this man had already returned? Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief, but suddenly. Young sect master, this matter concerns by Ruoli, so I cannot don't say this. She went into a blank as she recognized this voice as Celestial Light Academy's principal, Jiang Tuxin. Why would Principal Jiang intentionally enter Li Moying's courtyard to look for him? Moreover, he had specially mentioned her name? Huang Yueli's forehead started to crease as she just simply hid one side and started to eavesdrop. Inside the main hall, Li Moying's expression turned extremely ugly. It's already been 3 days. 3 days ago, you had already returned from Celestial Light Sect, but it's only until today that you came and tell me this? If it wasn't because you had met with trouble, when are you intending to hide this until? Besides that, I had already ordered this again and again. Anything regarding me and by Ruoli must not be revealed to Celestial Light Sect, so how did news travel there? In your eyes, do you even see me as your young sect master? Li Moying's handsome face turned dark and sinister to the max as his might was unleashed even without his anger, and the chilly intent that was coming out from him made the surrounding air froze. Jiang Tuxin subconsciously shuddered as his heart went into an uncontrollable tremor. Li Moying's imposing manner became even stronger as compared to when he first arrived at Celestial Light Academy. It had went up one notch higher. He couldn't have advanced again, right? Young sect master had advanced into 7th stage realm first level, just barely 1 month plus ago, and he managed to advance so quickly again? In the way of cultivation, the further they advanced, the more difficult it was to advance, especially upon reaching the 7th stage realm. Every single small realm they advanced, it was as difficult as trying to climb to the skies, but yet for young sect master, it was actually so fast? Looks like young sect master really had a bright future in front of him, and no matter who they offended, they absolutely could not offend him. Thinking of this, Jiang Tuxin hurriedly explained, young sect master, it's not that I intentionally tried to hide this, but only eldest young Mrs. status is placed there, so how would I dare to casually gossip about her? Eldest young Miss wanted me to expel Miss Bai from Celestial Light Academy, and I had already said clearly that it was not possible and thought that eldest young Miss had no alternative and could only give up. So considering eldest young Miss's reputation, I didn't say it out earlier. Then what about now? What made you want to say it out now? Li Moying sneered. Jiang Tuxin continued, I had absolutely not expected eldest young Miss to actually talk bad about Celestial Light Academy in front of sect master and held back the original resources which should have been given to us. I also heard that eldest young Miss had intended to apply to come to Celestial Light Academy with the reason being to supervise our work. He carefully took a glance at Li Moying. That's right, I also heard a rumor. Ugh. What kind of rumor? What's with the hemming and hawing? Say it out quickly. Li Moying urged him impatiently. It's related to young sect master, you and eldest young Miss wedding. Wedding? What wedding? Li Moying's face sunk. Morong Fei, and my wedding? Where did you hear such a rumor? His voice turned extremely sinister, making Jiang Tuxin shiver uncontrollably. This? He didn't expect Li Moying to be so angry, as he didn't dare to continue talking. Explain clearly. Yes, when I made a trip back to the sect, I heard quite a number of people talking about it, saying that you and eldest young miss were about to get engaged. They were saying that sect master had intended to wait till you've broken through to 8th-stage realm and pass the sect master position to you. But as he couldn't not be rest assured, so he decided to use the way of allying through marriage. Li Moying sneered. Where on earth would such a ridiculous rumor appear from? My master, among the 9th-stage realm top exponents, is not considered old, and can at least hold the helm for at least another 100 years. As for Morong and me, will I marry such a woman like her? I still have debts, which I have not settled with her. Jiang Tuxin had not expected to hear such things, as he was extremely shocked, not daring to say a single word more. He had thought that although young sect master and eldest young miss were not a couple, but at least they were childhood friends. After all, they grew up together, but whoever knew that from young sect master's tone, he seemed to have some vengeance with Morong Fei? Everyone in Celestial Light Academy knew that Li Moying was saved by Sect Master Morong in the snow fields, and Sect Master Morong was his benefactor. Why would he go against the Sect Master's daughter? Li Moying didn't notice Jiang Tuxin's expression as he squinted his icy cold eyes, making a chilly expression. Previously, after his little fox had been pursued at length, he had been investigating this matter and finally found the person who tried to murder her was Celestial Light Sect's direct disciple Fangping. But Fangping and his little fox had no enmity at all, so there should be someone in the shadows who was instigating him to do so. He thought for quite some time, and among those who couldn't stand Huan Yueli and was able to instigate a direct disciple like Fangping could only be Morong Fei. Of course, Morong Ni was also a suspect, but her status in the sect wasn't as reputable as her sister, so Fangping would definitely not listen to her commands. Li Moying was already 80% sure in his heart, but unfortunately Morong Fei was very discreet in her planning, and she had covered herself well after the matter. She didn't leave any single piece of evidence in the communication between herself and Fangping. Besides that, she was also Li Moying's benefactor's daughter. Without any actual evidence, if he were to deal her with a severe hand, the result was equivalent to completely breaking the relationship with Morong Da. Towards his benefactor who had given him a second life, Li Moying was filled with gratitude, so he must obtain evidence before he could confront Morong Fei with his revenge. After that, he also warned Morong Fei on this personally. But Morong Fei pretended to be a white lotus. Not only had she denied the entire matter of trying assassinate Huan Yueli, she even shed some tears of grievance. When this happened, quite a number of disciples were at the scene. At that moment, every kind of rumor between him and Morong Fei started to spread throughout the entire Celestial Light sect, and this had directly caused him to be unable to stay any longer in the sect. The minute the tournament ended, he quickly came to Celestial Light Academy to look for his little fox. Li Moying paused for a couple of seconds as he forcefully suppressed the rage within and said, "The matter you are talking about, I know about it and I'll handle it. You don't need to worry about the sect continuing to hold back Celestial Light Academy's resources. It's also impossible for me to allow Morong Fei to come and supervise your work. You don't need to go back to our sect temporarily, to save the trouble of being threatened by Morong Fei." Jiang Tuxin quickly responded, "Yes, I will follow whatever young sect master instructs." Morong Fei, who was unwilling to give up, 3. Li Moying claimed, "The most important thing now is to find out who is that rat in the academy. To be able to pull off such tricks beneath my eyes, and inform the sect about Bairuoli's information, this fellow has got some capability and his guts is also not small. We must catch the rat." Yes, your subordinate understands." Li Moying waved his hand, expressing that Jiang Tuxin could leave now. But Jiang Tuxin's feet didn't move at all as his face bore an expression which seemed like he had something else to say. What other matters do you have? Jiang Tuxin hesitated for a moment. Young sect master, you really don't want to reconsider the marriage with eldest young miss? Even if you don't like her, there's still second young miss. Li Moying's face sunk. What else do you want to say? Haven't I made myself clear earlier? Jiang Tuxin hurriedly added on, young sect master, I was only afraid that you don't understand the current situation that the sect is in right now. I heard that young Master Li had already proposed to eldest young miss, but her heart had always been filled with you, and she didn't agree to it, while sect master also prefers you. If you really don't accept eldest young miss, then there is a high possibility that she would marry young Master Li. In this way, young Master Li will possibly threaten your position. The young Master Li that Jiang Tuxin was referring to was Murong's second disciple Li Lingchuan. Li Lingchuan had always been eyeing the young sect master's position and had even publicly shed all pretense of cordiality with Li Moying, so this was widely known throughout the entire Celestial Light sect. Unfortunately, no matter in terms of innate talent, capability, or charm, he was totally not Li Moying's match, as he still had a long way to go. If Li Lingchuan were to marry an outstanding talented lady like Murong Fei and became the sect master's son-in-law, then his stand would no longer be the same. There was a huge possibility that he would be able to obtain the sect master's support to replace Li Moying's position. Jiang Tuxin was now thinking of following Li Moying so naturally he would be afraid of such a matter occurring. Li Moying threw a cold glance at him, Murong Fei, and Li Lingchuan. If they were really together, it would save my trouble of dealing with them separately. Merely a Celestial Light sect young sect master's position, it's nothing to me. In future, don't let me hear such talk again. By Ruoli, and my matters is not something that you can question. Jiang Tuxin could tell that he was really angry and his heart wrenched together, not daring to say a single word more. But inside his heart, he was still muddled. Young sect master. Surely he couldn't have been bewitched by that little lass, right? How on earth would he protect her so much? Not even bothering about Li Lingchuan's threat and totally not considering Murong Fei's allied marriage? What was he thinking about? Didn't he know that in the way of cultivation, it's not merely based on innate talent but also a huge amount of resources? He could only grow stronger with a huge backing like Celestial Light sect. Huang Yueli was indeed beautiful and her innate talent was indeed outstanding, but she was just an orphan. Even if her father Bai Lu Feng had not disappeared, he was merely an 8th stage realm practitioner, and against a colossus like Celestial Light sect, it was simply incomparable. Huang Yueli was just outside the door and had unknowingly finished listening to their conversation. When Jiang Tuxin mentioned about the marriage between Li Moying and Murong Fei, she became anxious for a moment as her heartbeat kept increasing. Even though she had not met this legendary young miss from Celestial Light sect, but she had heard Murong and I praised how beautiful her elder sister was, and how powerful she was. Moreover, very obviously, had been secretly admiring Li Moying. However, before she even had the time to get upset, Li Moying had flatly denied the relationship with Murong Fei. Huang Yueli subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief as she felt as if the huge rock in her heart was lifted. So, he had no feelings towards the childhood friend whom Li Moying grew up with. Although Li Moying was facing the challenge by his junior brother, he had never once considered to marry his master's daughter. Huang Yueli had not once doubted Li Moying's sincerity, but hearing him say these behind her back, so resolutely standing firm by his intentions, she felt a burst of happiness. But very quickly, the smile on her face froze. That's right, what on earth was she happy about? Whether Li Moying married Murong Fei or with whoever else, what concern was it of hers? Anyway, she and Li Moying's marriage was just impossible. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli could feel an obvious disappointment within the depths of her heart. Heavens, was she going mad? She obviously liked obviously liked Mu Qingqing. Why would she be concerned about Li Moying's marriage? Why would she feel disappointed when she heard that he would possibly get married to another person, and feel happy when she heard his confession? Surely she hadn't really fallen for Li Moying already, right? How could this be possible? And how could that be done? Huang Yueli felt that she was on the verge of a breakdown. She suddenly realized that recently she had been numbed by the atmosphere in Celestial Light Academy and had actually subconsciously accepted the setting that she and Li Moying were a pair of fiancé and fiancée. In this academy, and she Li Moying were a couple and was envied by everyone, chased after by masses. That feeling seemed to make her return to her previous life, to those days where she and Mu Qingqing were together. This gave Huang Yueli an illusion, as though things should be like this. But now, she suddenly awoke, but understood that all these were not correct at all. She and Li Moying shouldn't be like this at all. In the main hall, Li Moying and Jiang Tuxin's conversation was still in progress. Huang Yueli was not in the mood to continue eavesdropping as she left the little courtyard despondently. Unknowingly, she walked towards the profound weapon chambers. Just at the entrance of the profound weapon chambers was a crowd surrounding a purple-dressed young lady. All of them were fighting to gain her attention by showering her with praises. "Senior Sister Li, your armament refining skills are really superb. The profound armament that you refine is a lot better than most first-tier armament masters. You're simply impressive. Isn't that so? Junior Sister Li is the strongest armament refining genius in Celestial Light Academy's last 10 years. Of course she's impressive." 3 days later would be the day where the Armament Guild certifies the promotion of all new armament masters. If Senior Sister Li were to pass the assessment, then you will become the youngest armament master in the entire Celestial Light Academy. I really worship Senior Sister Li. Not only is her family background good, she is also pretty, and moreover, she knows how to refine armaments. She really makes one envious. The scars from the slap on Li Shuer's face had long recovered, and at this point of time, she was gorgeously dressed, holding on to a circular fan sitting right in the middle of the crowd, obviously enjoying the crowd's fawning and flattering. Huang Yueli was stunned, not expecting Li Shuer to leading such a nourished life. Ever since she and Li Moying's marriage arrangement was exposed, all those students who went against her no longer dared to make trouble for her and had all tucked their tail between their legs, leading a proper life. Even the previous martial arts stage rank number 2's Lu Ziju didn't dare to show himself in front of her. Yet Li Shuer seemed to be even more flushed with success. For a moment, Huang Yueli had some doubts, but very quickly she understood what had happened. Li Shuer had fainted from the beating that day and had indeed lost her face terribly. But subsequently, Li Moying appeared, and moreover, when he had admitted his marriage arrangement with Huang Yueli, it was also proven that he was Li Shuer's second brother. At that time, both of them were busy flashing off their love, so who would be bothered about Li Shuer, who had fainted? In this way, Li Shuer not only not became a street rat, her social status had also jumped up by 3 levels. She was now the Academy's #1 expert, Li Moying's biological sister, and moreover, she had an incomparable, talented and defying sister-in-law. To those who didn't understand the truth, Li Shuer's social standing was absolutely not ordinary. Whoever they had to offend, they absolutely cannot offend her. Didn't they saw Yuan family's family head had to bow down to her brother and intentionally tried to get into his good books? Even Yuan Ziyu started to see Li Shuer in a new light. In the past, he had decided to abandon Li Shuer and turn to pursue Huang Yueli instead. But now that he knew Huang Yueli was attached, Li Shuer had turned into young sect master's biological sister. Even a fool would know what to choose. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he had personally made a trip to Celestial Light Academy and gave a huge gift to Li Shuer as an apology, even making his stand clear that as long as she agreed, he would immediately get engaged to her. Li Shuer was simply overjoyed. She had not expected that the calamitous bearer of ill luck, Huang Yueli, had now brought her good luck. Those childs who often treated her with cold and indifferent look in the past were now kneeling by her feet to gain her attention, whereas the other ordinary students treated her like the academy's princess, raising her up into the skies. During this period, Li Shuer was walking in the air. Fantastic. It was just too fantastic. This day, it was just like any other day where she was surrounded in the middle by a bunch of students who tried to flatter her. Just as she was feeling great, suddenly she heard a voice which she hated in her entire life from her back. Li Shuer, looks like you're mingling quite well, eh? The slaps which I had given you seem to have totally recovered? Li Shuer instantly turned backwards. You. By Ruoli. Fire seemed to sprout out from the bottom of her eyes. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards and her expression was filled with ridicule. Isn't it just old me? Li Shuer, aren't you just too impolite? Is this how you talk when you meet your sister-in-law? Upon seeing her face, which was becoming more and more delicate, Li Shuer's heart started to rouse a deep sense of jealousy. If it was the usual times, she would have went right up ahead and quarreled with Huang Yueli. Sister-in-law? Wanted to let her admit that this little slut was her sister-in-law? In her next lifetime maybe. But now. She was helming on to the identity of Li Moying's younger sister so that she could continue to swindle by false pretenses in the academy. Now in front of so many people, if she were to go against Huang Yueli, it would affect her social standing in the academy. If anyone managed to find out that she and Li Moying were, in fact, not very close siblings, but was more like enemies, then she was completely finished. She was still hoping to use this opportunity to mislead others to use her identity as Li Moying's seventh sister to get married into one of Sky Cloud City's aristocratic families. With her identity, if she wanted to change her fortune for her lower half of her life to get married to those large families' genius successors, then this would be the best opportunity. Because of this, she would tolerate. Wasn't it just lowering her head to this wretched lass? Li Shuer clenched her teeth and tolerated time and again before bowing down to pay her respect. Second sister-in-law, I haven't seen you for a few days now. You look pretty good? Li Shuer self-admitted that she had already used her greatest sincerity to bow and bend her knee. But when Huang Yueli heard that, not only did she deny to comment by smiling, she also didn't have any intention to ask her to stand up straight and only let her continue to bow down. Awkwardness filled the entire place. Those students had originally came by to please Li Shuer had their eyes wide open when they saw this scene. Isn't Bairuoli Li Shuer's sister-in-law? Why is she treating her in this way, not giving her any face? What happened between the two of them? No idea? Probably they had a tiff? Previous at Yuan residence, both of them were pretty unpleasant, isn't it? But no matter how unpleasant they are with each other, Li Shuer is still senior brother Li's biological sister. The sister and sister-in-law not getting along isn't anything new, as many other families have such a problem as well. Li Shuer's face flushed a shade of red. Of course she knew that Huang Yueli was playing around with her. Huang Yueli and Li Moying and her, Li Shuer, harbored a deep hatred. Now she was using both their names to enjoy being pleased by others. How would Huang Yueli be happy from this? It was apparent that she was here now to get back at her. But Li Shuer couldn't not accept this. Furthermore, she was still holding on to a sliver of hope that because she and Li Moying were really siblings, no matter how bad their relationship was, she could always explain it as the family's internal rife. So she only need to handle Huang Yueli, and when she left, she would be able to find a way to explain this entire matter. Now, she could only follow along with her. Li Shuer bore with it for a little while, but still didn't hear Huang Yueli say a single word, so she could only lower her stance. Second sister-in-law, are you still upset over what happened that time at Yuan residence? It wasn't intentional at all. I was worried that Mr. Yuan would say something which would make second brother misunderstand. Even if what I said was slightly drastic, but you had also taught me a lesson, then so are you still upset? How about I'll apologize to you again? Huang Yueli sneered. Li Shuer, I have really never seen such a thick-skinned person like you. Do you still treat me as your sister-in-law? You have repeatedly tried to kill me time and again, so who do you think I am? Now you've learned how to act pitiful? Li Shuer's reaction was instant as she knew that to meet force with force wasn't practical. Not only did she not have the ability, it would also ascertain that she wasn't on good terms with her second brother and second sister-in-law. Her expression changed as she blinked and her eyes started to moisten, as though she was about to cry any time soon, even her voice started to quiver. Second sister-in-law, how could you say that of me? I had already explained before, it's my fault that I don't know how to put it. Even if you don't forgive me, you need not say me till this way, right? After all, I'm your fiancé's sister and in future, we will all be one big family, so why must you be so vengeful? When the bystanders saw, they started to shoot sympathetic looks towards Li Shuer. Huang Yueli had always been an absolute powerful and overbearing existence in Celestial Light Academy. No matter if it was in the entrance examinations, martial arts stage battle or even at Yuan Residence's banquet, she had always been stepping on those who challenged her, stepping upwards always. Every time she struck, it would always because she was challenged by others and under the circumstances where she could no longer take it in, then would she retaliate. But in any ordinary person's eyes, they would not think that she was being oppressed before she struck. What they saw was her shocking capability and strong attitude which no one dared to offend. Compared to Li Shuer, whose eyes had turned red, she was an absolute stronghold. This made Li Shuer look extremely pitiful. Huang Yueli looked on coldly as though she was looking at a clown. One family? Who is one family with you? Shall I ask Li Moying personally if you belong to one family? Li Shuer, I advise you to restrain yourself a little, because the truth will be uncovered one day. Today if those people who are swindled by you were to find out that in Li Moying's eyes, you're not even worthy as a servant, how would they exact their revenge on you? Hearing that, the surrounding students looked at one another in dismay. Surely that can't be true? Could it be that Li Shuer and senior brother Li's relation is not that good? If this was the truth, then won't we be flattering Li Shuer for nothing? If only the flattery was really nothing. If senior brother Li were to get angry over this, then we would really had been tricked. The bystanders' glares turned into suspiciousness and unfriendliness, making Li Shuer start to break out into cold sweat. Her thoughts flew quickly as she clenched her teeth and suddenly stood upright, pointing at Huang Yueli and shouting, "By Ruoli, I've already taken a step back, so don't be too much. My relationship with second brother isn't good all because of you adding on those false accusations. Did you think that you will be able to sow discord between us by doing that? I'm telling you, the both of you aren't married yet. Who knows what changes will take place in future? As for me, I will always be second brother's sister. The same blood is flowing in our bodies, so you have no chance to deviate us." The word she said was put in an intelligent way which was intentionally done to mislead others, thinking that Huang Yueli was a sister-in-law with malicious thoughts. Not seeing eye to eye with her fiancé's sister, she would just then sow discord between the siblings' relationship. This time round, the bystanders started to have a change of heart. That's right, no matter how the siblings were at odds, this was also temporarily. Li Shuer was still senior brother Li's sister and was more reliable than this fiancé. One could change a fiancé, but could a sister be changed? So it was to see that fawning on Li Shuer was not wrong. Li Shuer saw that the public opinion had been turned around by her, and using this chance to strike the iron while it was still hot, she continued, "Sister-in-law, I know that you're jealous of my armament refining innate talent. 3 days later, I will be taking part in the Armament Guild certification to become a real armament master. Moreover, I will be able to gain honor points as a reward. I know that sister-in-law had always wanted to obtain honor points to exchange for cultivation method in the 4th level of the scripture depository, but you had not been able to do so. This however made you displeased with me, but it's not my fault. Oh. So the truth is this. This by Ruoli is really too competitive. Li Shuer not only threw a pail of dirty water over, she also reminded everyone that she was a valuable soon-to-be armament master. Furthermore, adding on to say that the conflict the both of them had was all because of Huang Yueli's jealousy. Quite a number of them started to believe her, and this made Li Shuer smile delightfully, giving Huang Yueli a challenging glance. Huang Yueli hadn't displayed much expression and waited for her to finish before cold sneering, just a first-tier armament master who had yet to be certified, and this already made you delighted to this matter. 18 years old and you're still only at first tier, just based on such horrendous innate talent. In this entire lifetime, you'd probably only reach a 5th-tier armament master standard, and your ancestors' grace would be fuming with green smoke. Do I even need to be jealous of someone of your caliber? You. Li Shuer was infuriated by her disdainful tone as she cried out in utter discomfort, "What do you know? Do you know how important the existence of a 5th-tier armament master is? It is a VIP, which many large families are fighting to employ. How dare you even insult a valuable armament master?" Huang Yueli's glare turned chilly. "The person I'm insulting are not armament masters, but you, a worthless piece of trash. Moreover, have you forgotten the warning which I told you previously?" What? Li Shuer was stunned because she had indeed forgotten, but instinct made her feel danger. Just as she was still in a daze, Huang Yueli's right hand waved as a strong profound energy was unleashed, striking Li Shuer on the chest. In the shocking cries from the bystanders, Li Shuer flew heavily away as a trace of blood flowed down from the corners of her lips. "By Ruoli, you actually dare to attack me." Huang Yueli's strike this time wasn't heavy at all, so Li Shuer could still get up as she clutched her chest to complain. Huang Yueli sneered icily, "Haven't I already taught you this last time? As an armament master, in front of a practitioner whose ability is much higher than yours, you should tuck your tail away and act properly like a person. Don't treat other people's respect towards you as a shameless investment. Looks like you didn't remember my words properly, so as your second sister-in-law, I must teach you properly." You. Li Shuer was both anxious and angry, and this worsened her internal injury. Her chest hurt like mad, and both her eyes saw black as she almost fainted. The bystander students were all tongue-tied when they saw this, as they didn't expected Huang Yueli to strike suddenly. It was until now that they recalled that Huang Yueli was a super genius who was ranked 3rd in the martial arts stage. If she really wanted to hurt anyone, no one else would be able to stop her. Li Shuer grew even more frustrated when she saw their attitudes. Just a quarter of an hour ago, these people were still fawning on her, praising her to the skies as though there was no other talented student in the entire Celestial Light Academy. But now that Huang Yueli stood up, these people's attitudes changed immediately? No, if they confirmed that her relationship with her second brother was not good, then in the future, she would have no way of getting along in Celestial Light Academy. Li Shuer clenched her teeth as she spoke up, "By Ruoli, I've remembered the insult you treated me today. Now that second brother isn't here, you dare to be so arrogant towards me. Later when second brother knows how you treat me, he will definitely get even for me. Let's wait and see." Huang Yueli smiled slightly as she was very clear on what Li Shuer was planning. She wanted to mislead these students into thinking that she had a standing in Li Moying's heart so that these people were still willing to fawn on her. Huang Yueli took a meaningful glance at her and was just about to speak. But someone spoke out first. "Now that I know this already, who am I going to get even with?" Li Shuer, you have a lot of guts to speak to Lear in this way? Looks like I was too courteous to you when I was in South Yu Kingdom, and this had made you dare to treat my woman in such an outrageous way? A deep and bleak man's voice was heard, bearing a visibly sinister and cold intention. Li Shuer's entire body shook as she raised her head unbelievably. Huang Yueli also raised her brows in surprise, and as she looked back, she saw Li Moying's tall and straight body structure, almost totally sticking to the back of her, shielding the sunlight from the top. She pursed her lips, feeling somewhat uneasy. In front of this man, she always seemed so petite, with such a vivid contrast against his tall and lean body. Adding on to the comparison between their abilities, it always made her fell into a weaker position. Furthermore, Li Moying's capability was just a little too strong, right? When did he appear behind her? She actually didn't notice at all?